been sent through the secret tunnel to deliver news. Kaken nodded in praise. Kaken remarked that the walls had been repaired, and with the defensive strategy left by their lord, the enemy would find it hard to breach quickly. Hak Fuck said they only needed to hold out until their lord returned. Outside, Hang Thien impatiently shouted that time was up and asked if they had decided, warning them not to test his patience. Kaken adjusted his glasses and calmly replied that they had decided to hand over Lord Li. Hearing this, Hang Thien rejoiced and praised the wise choice, then asked where Vu Qua was. Kaken took out a painting and said he was right there. Soldiers quickly hung the painting up. On it was a distorted, ugly portrait of Vu Qua, with crude words telling them to take him away. Hang Thien's face darkened the moment he saw it. Rage surged violently within him. He roared that those people dared to deceive him, ordering an immediate siege. The soldiers under his command moved into combat formation. Shouts of killing thundered everywhere. Inside Phi Than, they were no less prepared. The order to release the sliding chutes was issued at once. Soldiers atop the city walls pushed massive stones down along the chutes. Heavy boulders crashed down one after another, crushing many of Hang Thien's troops. Feng Thur continued to give decisive orders, quickly set the fires. The war chariots were immediately brought out, extremely advanced, regarded as heavy weapons with immense destructive power. At the same time, the defenders used flaming arrows to shoot relentlessly at the enemy. Hang Thien's army was engulfed in flames, the number of casualties rising beyond count. Soldiers were battered into ruin, crying out miserably, repeatedly shouting to retreat because the enemy's assault was too fierce. Our forces could not hold. Forced by circumstances, Hang Thien ordered the entire army to withdraw to a distance beyond the enemy's pursuit range. The soldiers acknowledged in unison. Witnessing the defeat, he ground his teeth in hatred and thought, damn it, what kind of bizarre tactic is this? An Kuk, ever resourceful, offered a plan. First Prince, since they use fire attacks, we shall respond in kind. Their forces are thin. Once their ranks fall into chaos, they will not be able to manage. Hearing that, Hang Thien immediately agreed, ordering the preparation of stone oil. Today he would make them taste the burning of their own city. Not long after, the enemy counterattacked with firepower. Flaming stones shot up one after another before falling into the city. They slammed into civilian houses, the flames spreading rapidly and fiercely. The terrifying power sent the people into panic as they scattered in all directions. Cries for help and screams of fire echoed everywhere. Seeing the dire situation, Kaken ordered a temporary halt to the fighting and organized the evacuation of the civilians to safety. The sky gradually turned toward dusk, dim light blanketing everything. At the residence of the chief official, after a battle that had drained much strength, Kaken anxiously asked about the situation. Doc Enhan reported that the fire had been extinguished in time, but many houses were burned down. There were civilian casualties as well. Big Brother and Tadai Nuong were at the temple caring for them. He said angrily that Prince is truly outrageous. He does not value the lives of the people at all. Daila quickly assigned tasks. Feng Thur, you and the Hak Fuck Za brothers continue organizing the defense against the enemy. He continued, Tala, please help the ant care for the wounded. I need to go out for a while. Tala immediately asked where she intended to go. Daila's face darkened, but her eyes were filled with determination. I will use the cover of night to sneak into the enemy camp and assassinate Hang Thien. The air in the room instantly grew suffocatingly tense. Daila gritted her teeth and said, the hatred of my father's death cannot be shared under the same sky. Sooner or later, I must seek revenge on him. If I fail, tell Vu Qua that I cannot wait for him to return. Daila anxiously tried to dissuade her. The enemy has at least 4,000 or 5,000 men with tight defenses. It will be difficult for you to succeed. Doc Enhan agreed as well. If it is revenge, then the brothers will go with you. Kaken pushed up his glasses and calmly interjected, everyone do not be rash, reckless action is useless. We must use strategy. How should we use it? Kaken analyzed that Hang Thien was merely brave without wisdom. The one truly devising plans was the man who always stayed by his side. Slyly adjusted his glasses and continued, as long as we can drive a wedge between those two, the situation will change. Tulu objected, that person is Tan Kuk, the first prince of Nam Sung, absolutely favored. Trying to sow discord will likely be very difficult. Kaken reassured her that success depends on human effort. At this moment, hearty laughter from Hang Thien rang out within the enemy camp. He arrogantly mocked his opponent, scolding Li Vu Qua as nothing but a turtle hiding its head. Thinking he could survive by hiding, Tomorrow he would ensure he died without an intact body. Thien stroked his male favorite and laughed, saying it was fortunate to have someone devising plans to secure victory. Tan Kuk softly replied that being able to assist the first prince was already fulfilling. While the two were still being intimate, a palace maid suddenly stepped inside. He bowed and spoke, "First prince, please allow me to report." The beauty with her graceful figure stepped forward, making him stare without blinking as desire rose within him. Tan Kuk hurriedly stood and said, "You have been working hard these past days and must be thirsty. I had someone purchase some fine water from Phi Than. Please have a taste." Hang Thien held the teacup with great pleasure, the light sweetness spreading. He thought that after capturing the city he would certainly bring that water tower back to the imperial palace. And Kuk suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, in reminder that it was already late. The intention was for Tan Kuk to attend him before resting, but Hang Thien abruptly changed his attitude and brushed Tan Kuk's hand away, coldly adjusted his robe and said, "I still need to discuss plans for tomorrow. You return and sleep first." Tan Kuk silently watched his back as he left. Indescribable sadness welled up within him. Lying on the bed for a long time, Tan Kuk still could not fall asleep, looked to the side, and wondered why at such a late hour the first prince had not yet returned. Unmindful of the dark night, Tan Kuk took a lantern and stepped outside to look for him. As he passed a tent, he heard Hang Thien's voice ring out, "First prince, it is better not to go." Before his eyes appeared the hazy sight of two bodies entwined together. Inside, a female voice asked if Tan Kuk would be unhappy if he knew. Hang Thien replied bluntly that he would favor whomever he pleased. Tan Kuk was merely a male favorite and dared not interfere. He spoke indulgently that when a man grew bored, he changed his taste. No matter how alluring Tan Kuk was, he could not compare to a woman. Then came promises of conferring the rank of consort if she served well. Everything was heard clearly by Tan Kuk standing outside. His face darkened, angrily grinding his teeth until they creaked. Blazing sun hung high in the blue sky, casting its light over the quiet camp. Tents were arranged in neat rows, shielding somewhat the scorching heat of the ground. A soldier rushed in panic into the first prince's tent and anxiously reported, "First prince, something is wrong. The battle command register at the rear has disappeared." After hearing this, Hang Thien slammed the table in fury, unable to believe it as he shouted, "What?" And Kuk, with long silver hair like a flowing stream, stood beside him and bowed solemnly to report, "I received secret information that there is a spy within the army. That person must have stolen it." As if to reassure the first prince, he added that there was no need to worry too much. In a short time, the enemy could not smuggle the blueprint out. As long as they searched those who entered and left the camp last night, the spy would be exposed. Hang Thien braced his hands on the table and ordered an immediate search. Before long, the soldiers completed the inspection and returned to Hang Thien's tent. A soldier drenched in sweat ran in to report, "First prince, the battle blueprint has been found." Hang Thien held the map in his hands in stunned disbelief. The suspect turned out to be the beautiful palace maid Xuan and Gaiet, who had been intimate with him the previous night. Rage exploded. He struck the poor girl hard across the face, ignoring Tan Kuk standing behind him with a dark expression. "You wretch, you dare betray me." Seeing this, Tan Kuk felt immense pleasure, the corner of his lips curling sinisterly as he recalled secretly hiding the item under the pillow and silently cursed, "Any woman who dares compete with me for favor has only death awaiting her." Despite her lowly status, Xuan and Gaiet refused to accept such injustice, clutching her swollen cheek with tearful eyes as she pleaded, "First prince, please judge wisely. Last night this servant was always by your side. How could I have had the chance to steal anything?" After speaking, she looked toward the white-haired man. "Moreover, if anyone entered the tent last night, they are all suspect. What about Lord Tan Kuk?" Before she could finish, Tan Kuk cut her off and shouted, "The evidence is clear and you still dare to quibble. Are you saying that I am the spy?" With one hand covering her cheek, she looked at the two men anxiously, recalling rumors that Tan Kuk had once forced a palace maid to hang herself. This servant did not mean that. It is only said that those palace maids who were favored all met tragic deaths. Xuan and Gaiet also remembered guards whispering that Tan Kuk had sneaked into a princess's chamber. Afterward, disgraceful rumors spread, and the princess hanged herself, therefore. Hearing this, Hang Thien's face darkened, his cold gaze sweeping toward Tan Kuk. Meeting that murderous look, the white-haired man broke out in a cold sweat. At a loss for words, he turned to vent his anger on Xuan and Gaiet. "You wretch dare slander me. I will tear your mouth apart. Terrified, Chuan and Gayat clutched Tan Kuk's sleeve and begged for her life. Whether by accident or intent, she tore the purple sleeve of Tan Kuk, causing a concealed letter to fall out. Seeing the torn sleeve and the exposed letter, Tan Kuk turned pale, sweat pouring down. What is this? The scene fell into Hang Thin's eyes. He immediately ordered the soldiers to pick up the letter and bring it over. The soldier respectfully obeyed and presented the letter to the first prince. Hang Thin read each line. The contents revealed every scheme of Tan Kuk colluding with the second Prince Kung Hang Hong to frame Li Yuguo and seize the throne. The signature at the end was unmistakable. The more he read, the more furious he became, his face black with anger. Tan Kuk could not believe those words. He dropped to his knees and pleaded, "First Prince, I am wrong. This letter is forged." Hang Thin ignored all excuses, looking at the one who had followed him for so long, and said coldly, "You know I hate traitors the most, especially those who stab me in the back." Without hesitation, he summoned the soldiers, dragged Tan Kuk to the front of the formation, and execute him by a rain of arrows. 2 soldiers hauled Tan Kuk away, ignoring his desperate cries, calling out to the first prince. Blazing sunlight shone down upon the barren wasteland. Tan Kuk was bound before the formation in a humiliating posture. The sight drew the attention of those atop the city wall. Kokken said sternly for everyone to look. "It is Tan Kuk." The black-haired man standing beside him looked at Tan Kuk with his head lowered and mockingly asked if he had any last words. Even at this moment, Tan Kuk remained stubborn, lamenting that emperors are heartless, blaming only himself for blindly devoting his strength to one unworthy. He threw his head back and laughed bitterly. Tan Kuk has misjudged the wrong man, truly not worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, the order of execution was given. Countless cold arrows pierced his body, red blood soaking through the purple robe. 3 days of scorching sun blanketed the city. Ella stood across the table and asked Kokken why Chuan and Gayat had been willing to cooperate. Kokken answered seriously that yesterday he discovered she had been in contact with the enemy camp, so he devised this plan. Chuan and Gayat was originally from Phi Than and had been brought into the palace for her beauty. First, they spread rumors within the army about a spy to provoke a reaction from the first prince. Then they joined hands with Chuan and Gayat, exploiting Tan Kuk's jealousy to frame him and arranging for the letter to fall before the first prince. Kokken adjusted his glasses and further explained that Chuan and Gayat worried about her family in Phi Than, so he used mechanical carrier pigeons to send messages. Once she understood the plan, she agreed. Fuck crossed his arms and laughed loudly in praise of the clever plan. They obtained the map and eliminated Tan Kuk, but Tula still worried about Chuan and Gayat's safety. Kokken reassured her that she had been sent to a safe place. Wind rose and swept dust wildly through the first prince's camp. A soldier entered Hang Thin's tent to report that a bandit claiming to belong to the 100-man Slay Poison Scorpion had been captured, carrying a letter from Li Yuguo announcing his safety. Hearing this, Hang Thin turned in shock and shouted, "What?" He gritted his teeth and clenched the letter tightly. Realizing that Li Yuguo had left Phi Than long ago, the enemy had only been stalling for time. The soldier pointed to the pile of explosives and said they had been transported on Tan Kuk's orders, asking whether the first prince wished to use them. Hang Thin cut him off and confirmed that it had been Tan Kuk's idea. The soldier replied yes. Tan Kuk had said the granite city walls were extremely solid, so explosives had to be brought from afar. Hearing this, Hang Thin grew troubled in thought. If the letter were real, why would Tan Kuk still want to blow up the wall? Could it be that he had misunderstood him? He hurriedly called for a palace maid, "Where is Chuan and Gayat?" but was told she had requested leave since yesterday and had not been seen this morning. Only then did Hang Thin realize he had been deceived, roaring in fury that those lowly commoners dared scheme against him. He ordered all the explosives to be placed beneath the city wall, determined to level Phi Than to the ground. The soldiers accepted the command clearly. Night fell, casting a gloomy blackness over everything. Faint light of the moon and stars barely illuminated the surroundings. Yuguo used lightness skill to battle the 3-headed beast. He successively withstood the giant brown bear, then continued to face the great Hak Jia. After a series of relentless trials, Yuguo and Dr. reached the door of the final level. It was the 9th floor. No one knew what lay beyond. Yuguo looked at the red-haired girl and softly reminded, "Dr. stand behind me." She nodded in reply. Yuguo gathered his strength and swung his sword fiercely at the massive door. The door burst open, revealing a chamber filled with glittering treasures. Sight made Doctor cry out in delight at the abundance of gold. "Brother Li, we have struck it rich." Vu Qua was also overjoyed and estimated it to be more than 1,000,000 taels, enough to restock supplies. Amid the hoard of gold and jewels stood out a colossal statue cast from pure gold. From its eyes, an endless stream of sand poured down. Vu Qua stepped closer to the statue and raised his head to observe the exquisitely carved face. This was the Ming-Ha deity. The golden statue's face was vividly lifelike, the eyes of the Ming-Ha deity continuously shedding a stream of golden sand that covered the ground. Vu Qua stroked his chin in contemplation. The design of sand flowing from the eyes was indeed creative, but this place had long been deserted. Why did the sand still continue to fall? A voice sounded from behind, drawing the attention of Vu Qua and Doctor. "Lord Li has truly worked hard." Stepping in from the doorway was Kim Kwang along with his subordinates. "Leave what comes next to us." Doctor smiled and asked Kim Kwang if elder brother was well. Doc Hat stepped forward and replied that thanks to Vu Qua's antidote he was still a bit weak, but had recovered 7 or 8 parts. However, Vu Qua noticed something else. Why was the black mage nowhere to be seen? He walked up to Kim Kwang and asked with a smile, "So boss Kim Kwang also came down here. How come we did not meet along the way?" Kim Kwang laughed it off with the excuse that seeing the brothers fighting into the deep cave he could not interfere. On the surface Vu Qua smiled politely, yet inwardly he thought they only wanted to share the credit. He spread his hands and asked directly what did boss Kim Kwang mean by saying to hand it over to you. Kim Kwang replied that Lord Li had fought and killed to exhaustion. The task of moving the gold should be left to them. Once outside, there would be no shortage of your share. Kim Kwang glanced at his subordinates and shouted, "What are you standing around for? Move the gold." They immediately bowed and obeyed. After speaking, he turned to Doctor. "Doctor, come here. I have something to tell you." Hearing her name called, Doctor immediately stepped forward, curious about what Kim Kwang wanted to say. The group continued pushing carts of gold deeper into the vault. Doc Hat slung an arm over Vu Qua's shoulder and laughed. "Vu Qua, are you hiding something from me?" Vu Qua looked back and asked, "What does elder brother Doc Hat mean by that?" Doc Hat stroked his chin and grinned. "When my little sister first came in, she tiptoed like a cat. Now she walks like a crab. What have you two done?" Vu Qua was startled. "You could even see that," Doc Hat replied smugly, "of course." Doc Hat continued, "I know in Phi Than you already have 2 women. Having several wives is common, but my sister must be the principal wife. Otherwise, there is nothing more to discuss between brothers." Doctor walked over holding a water flask and asked what the two were talking about. Doc Hat put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. "Little sister, you are impressive. You caught him so quickly." Doctor waved her hands with a flushed face. "What nonsense are you saying, elder brother?" Doc Hat snorted teasingly. "And you still know how to be shy. Brother Li, drink some water." Doctor handed the flask to Vu Qua. He smiled in thanks. Vu Qua opened the flask and raised it to his lips. Doctor looked at him with eyes filled with worry and unease. Vu Qua suddenly paused before drinking. "Right, I have something to discuss with you." Looked at Doctor and said with a smile, "I know you worry for your brother. When we return to the city, I will arrange a position for him in the administrative residence. Though not wealthy, he will live peacefully for life. You siblings will no longer need to fight and kill. What do you think?" Doctor asked emotionally, "Why are you treating me so well?" Vu Qua smiled and replied, "You are already my woman. Once I have promised, I will not let you suffer." He lifted the flask, preparing to drink. Doctor suddenly knocked the flask from Vu Qua's hand and shouted, "Do not drink." The flask fell to the ground, water spilling out and rising in a faint mist. Vu Qua was horrified to realize the water was poison. Doctor stood beside him, pale and trembling. Kim Kwang shouted attack. Miu Du and Loi Din immediately struck. Duong Lang also rushed forward, yelling, "Go die." Doctor lunged forward to shield Vu Qua and took the blow for him. "Be careful." Doc Hat cried out in alarm, "Little sister." Vu Qua called out in shock, "Doctor." Vu Qua caught Doctor as she was struck and coughed blood. Doc Hat panicked and asked, "How are you?" Doctor struggled to say, "Kim Kwang forced me. If I did not obey, he would kill brother." Doc Hat stared at Kim Kwang in disbelief. "Boss, I have been loyal with all my heart, and you still do this." Kim Kwang laughed coldly. "Sorry, who told Vu Qua to offend the first prince? Only those who understand the times are heroes." Vu Qua asked in a low voice, "Was it Kung Hang Thien who ordered you to kill me?" Kim Kwang nodded. "That is right. The first prince promised that if I kill you, he will grant me lifelong glory and wealth." He said bluntly with a laugh, I am tired of being a bandit for so long. You can serve as stepping stones for me to become an official. Doc Hat drew his sword and charged forward shouting, I will stake my life against you. Two of Kim Kwang's subordinates also rushed in to surround and attack Doc Hat. While supporting Doc Thur, Vu Qua said, endure it. I will save you. Doc Thur, with blood filling her mouth, softly said, no need. It is too late. Doc Thur spoke her last words. Brother Vu Qua, do not be sad. As bandits, we already knew the ending. Before dying, to have loved once is enough. Thank you for letting me see a beautiful future, even if I cannot wait for it. I only ask one thing of you. Vu Qua replied in anguish, tell me, whatever it is, I promise. Please take care of my brother. After saying that, Doc Thur breathed her last. Vu Qua roared in agony, Doc Thur. Huang Lang wielded his weapon and attacked relentlessly. Loi Din was no slower. Doc Hat fought the two alone with great difficulty, being forced back repeatedly, blood dripping onto the ground. Covered in wounds, Doc Hat spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Lang laughed mockingly. Even at your best you could not defeat us, let alone now that you are injured. Loi Din also laughed in agreement. Doc Hat roared stubbornly, even in death I will drag you to the grave with me. Duong Lang and Loi Din continued to charge forward and attack. Vu Qua immediately rushed over and unleashed a move, standing before Doc Hat to shield him. Duong Lang and Loi Din had no time to react before being struck, frozen into two massive blocks of ice. Miu Du cried out in terror, what move is that? Kim Kwang was also frightened. Is this the power of the Great Ascension realm? Vu Qua held his sword and advanced step by step toward the two blocks of ice before him, delivered a fierce kick that shattered the two blocks of ice and sent them flying outward. Under the terrifying impact, the ice blocks instantly exploded into countless fragments. Kim Kwang said grimly, Li Vu Qua, I know you are very strong. Even if everyone here rushed you, we could not win. But will you truly ignore Phi Than? Vu Qua narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, what are you trying to say? Kim Kwang smiled sinisterly. I will tell you plainly, not long after you left, the first prince sent troops to attack the city. Phi Than is now nothing but wasteland. Your women and subordinates have all fallen into his hands. He laughed loudly and waved his hand. If within 3 days I do not bring your head back to report, he will slaughter them all. Since you value loyalty, you can choose sacrifice or cowardly survival. Decide for yourself. Vu Qua stood stunned upon hearing those words from Kim Kwang. The moment he was distracted, Kim Kwang shouted now. Miu Du flung several pills and roared thunderclap pellets. As soon as the pellets hit the ground, they turned into thick clouds of smoke. Vu Qua closed his eyes and waved his hand repeatedly to disperse the smoke before him. Breaking free from the haze, Vu Qua gripped his sword and chased in the direction Kim Kwang and the others fled. Suddenly he halted when he saw the scene before him. In front of him were sacks of explosives stacked 3 layers high. Kim Kwang burst into laughter, holding a torch as he stood beside Miu Du and his subordinates behind him. Li Vu Qua, you are truly foolish. Die here today. Kim Kwang hurled the torch and shouted, withdraw. Vu Qua and Doc Hat ran while shouting for Kim Kwang to stop. In an instant, all the explosives detonated violently at once. The shockwave hurled Vu Qua and Doc Hat away, earth and stones blasting into fragments. Ground was torn apart, smoke and dust blanketing the space. Vu Qua braced himself and forced his body upright, rushed to Doc Hat's side, calling repeatedly. But Doc Hat lay covered in wounds and unconscious on the ground. Vu Qua let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, he was only unconscious. He tightened his grip on his sword and looked toward the dispersing smoke, grinding his teeth and shouting, Kim Kwang, if you have courage, then do not run. Deceiving me will cost you. Vu Qua recalled Kim Kwang's words and realized they were true. A deep voice suddenly sounded from behind. It has been a long time, Li Vu Qua. Vu Qua tilted his head to look at the figure cloaked in black, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. The place at this moment was Spirit Serpent Mountain. Zami rushed into her father's arms and cried out, Father. The clan leader embraced his daughter joyfully. It is good that you are safe. I was about to lead men to rescue you. Subordinates knelt to admit their fault. We were incompetent and failed to protect the young lady. We asked the clan leader for punishment. The clan leader asked kindly, it is good that you returned safely. Who captured you and how did you escape? Zami happily replied that they were seized by human bandits. Fortunately, a benefactor released her and let her return. The clan leader was alarmed and shouted warily, any kind human must harbor schemes. Search the surroundings at once. Zami hurriedly tried to stop him. Father, do not be suspicious. The benefactor is a good person. He roared in rebuttal, there are no good humans. Have you forgotten how they treated us over the past 100 years? Zami lowered her head and softly replied, I have not forgotten. Clan leader threw his head back and spread his arms, shouting, the spirit serpent clan and humans cannot share the same sky. The clansmen below echoed in unison, cannot share the same sky. Zami fell into confusion, unsure how to persuade her father. A clansman asked loudly, clan leader, how shall we deal with that woman? Zami thought to herself, the human woman. The scene shifted to a dark prison. Inside was a beautiful white-haired girl imprisoned. The clan leader said, this woman was rescued from the desert, originally intended to be used as a hostage to exchange for your return. Zami suggested that since she was safe, the girl should be released. He immediately shouted, no, tomorrow is the ritual for the Serpent Queen. She is a noble of the Golden Fox Kingdom and will be used as a sacrifice. The girl trembled at the thought of being burned alive. The clan leader said coldly, our hatred toward humans runs deep. No cruelty can match theirs. The girl in the cell weakly pleaded, you may kill me, but please let me go to Phi Than once to deliver a message to someone. They immediately objected. If we release you, will you return? She hurriedly said, then please pass a message for me to Li Yuguo, the administrative officer of Phi Than. Zami was startled upon hearing the familiar name, Li Yuguo, benefactor. Clan leader refused warily. Humans are cunning and cannot be trusted. She said helplessly, you are overthinking it. Even so, he still decided, everything is settled, enjoy your final night. He turned to tell his daughter to rest. Zami softly answered yes. Unwilling to wait for death, the girl secretly used a hairpin to pick the lock and whispered, I will never sit and wait to die. The hairpin snapped, leaving her in despair as she cried out, even the golden hairpin has broken. A sound rang out, startling her, who is there? Zami appeared and gestured for silence, saying, it is me, I have come to save you. The girl recognized her from earlier and asked why she was helping. Zami replied, because you are connected to Li Yuguo. Girl exclaimed in agitation, uncle. Then she quickly calmed herself and said this connection runs deep and cannot be explained briefly. She asked Zami again, who explained that he was her life-saving benefactor who once released her from bandits, so she vowed to repay him. The Spirit Serpent clan values keeping promises. Letting you go counts as fulfilling my vow. Without hesitation, Zami urged that dawn is approaching. Let me unlock it for you. The two moved silently through the night until daybreak. Upon reaching the great forest, Zami stopped and instructed that following this path would leave Spirit Serpent Mountain. I can only escort you this far lest I be discovered. The girl replied gratefully, thank you. However, everything did not go as smoothly as expected. The Spirit Serpent clan discovered them and shouted as they gave chase. Escaping was not so easy. The two were terrified. Clan leader led his subordinates in swift pursuit, his voice icy as he reproached, Zami, you truly disappoint me. That very night she was captured and taken back. So was also escorted back to her original cell. She was brought onto the stake, prepared to be used as a sacrifice. Hundreds stood crowded below, waiting for the burning ritual. So cried out in despair and grievance, release me. Zami shouted to stop her father. She is the friend of the benefactor who saved my life. You always taught me to repay kindness. Killing her would be ingratitude. The clan leader replied coldly, between us and humans there is only hatred, no kindness. Her life was saved by us. Today dying for the Spirit Serpent clan is fair enough. He choked out, but the clan leader lost control and roared, enough. You secretly released the sacrifice, which is a grave crime. Even as my daughter, you cannot be spared. Guards, lock Zami in the dungeon and deal with her after the sacrifice. Zami was dragged away and could no longer interfere. A subordinate urged, young lady, please do not anger the clan leader further. Ritual officially began. The clan leader shouted, ignite the fire. So screams rang out as the flames gradually engulfed her body. Thunder suddenly roared and heavy rain poured down fiercely. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky in a blinding flash. Smoke billowed, so vanished before the astonished eyes of the Spirit Serpent clan. Where did that woman go? The scene shifted to an illusory space. So lay on the ground, her clothes scorched and tattered. Suddenly a man descended from the sky, wearing a hat crowned with a mysterious blue flame. He exclaimed, Yuguo, I have missed you to death. Before finishing his words, he realized it was not Yuguo and asked in surprise, who are you? So was equally stunned and asked in return, who are you? Where is this place? Why am I so unlucky? Hearing him mention Yuguo, She suddenly thought this man might be Uncle's father because of that familiar face. Thinking so, she politely bowed and said gently, "Please forgive me, Uncle. You and Uncle look very alike. I am Kung So, a friend of Uncle. It is our first meeting and I have not prepared a gift. Please pardon me." He rubbed her head and laughed awkwardly. At that moment she oddly felt as if meeting a future father-in-law. He immediately changed to a stern tone, stroking his chin and saying, "Do not speak nonsense. This king is mighty and heroic. How could I resemble that pretty boy?" Even so, he smiled in satisfaction. "Little girl, your tongue is sweet indeed." So also laughed innocently. He continued, "Originally I waited here for Vu Qua, yet you arrived first. It seems this is heaven's will." He spoke solemnly. "Li Vu Qua does not belong to this world. He carries out an important mission under my command, if you can help him complete it. Are you willing?" Green pressure radiated, yet So answered firmly that she could help Uncle. "I am willing." At this moment, Vu Qua and Tai Mai stood before a screen reflecting the red vortex in outer space. Then the mirror returned to normal, showing only his stern face. Meanwhile, outside the city, soldiers surged forward with spears in hand. Hang Thien stood among the troops, raising his sword and pointing forward as he roared, "Kill for me." Immediately, volleys of rockets shot straight toward the city wall. Explosions thundered, flames and smoke roared as earth and stones flew into the sky. Soldier laughed viciously as he thrust his spear into a civilian. Another behind him slashed his sword to kill someone else. Vu Qua clenched his fists, brows furrowed as he ground his teeth in fury. "The one he hates is me. Why harm innocent people?" Tai Mai turned and calmly explained, "Kung Hang Thien only wanted to kill. They concealed that you were absent for 2 days, which made him lash out in shame and massacre the entire city." During this, he suppressed his anger, sweat pouring as he anxiously asked, "Where are Dai Lu and Old Feng? How are they?" The mirror instantly formed an image. First, Dai Lu being slashed across the back by Hang Thien, blood spraying everywhere. Next, the group of scarf-wrapped warriors riding rhinoceroses were struck by a rain of arrows and gravely wounded. Scarf-wrapped man was pierced through the body by a spear and screamed in agony. Elsewhere, Cock and shielded Tula and the servants behind him and was stabbed through by soldiers. Seeing the bloody scene before him, he roared in fury, "Why has it become like this?" Then he transformed into a beam of light and rushed toward the collapsing rubble, striking and slashing as he went. Eyes bloodshot, he roared, "Kung Hang Thien, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces." Seeing he was about to destroy the entire area, Tai Mai quickly raised her hand to stop him. "Stop. If you do this, this place will collapse. There is still a way to change everything." Hearing that, Vu Qua halted, panting with sweat streaming down as he turned and asked, "What method?" Tai Mai frowned and said slowly, "Do you think I let Kim Kwang explore the 9-layer trial tower only for gold and jewels? How shallow." He asked in shock. The true treasure was not the jewels, but the artifact of the Mingha deity. She finished speaking. Tai Mai took out 2 round spheres like eyeballs and held them in her hands. Vu Qua looked at them in confusion and asked, "Are these not the statue's eyes?" Tai Mai lowered her head and explained, "This is the time passage. Crush it and one can travel through time and space. I intended to return before the Book of Life and Death was taken, but I tried many times without success." She handed both spheres to him and said, "Now I give them to you." Vu Qua frowned and asked, "If you give both to me, what about the Book of Life and Death? Will you abandon it?" She turned her back and smiled, "You will help me retrieve it, right?" Seeing her trust, Vu Qua smiled and replied, "Of course." After speaking, he crushed the sphere in his hand. Brilliant radiance like a Buddha halo enveloped them, their figures gradually turning into points of light before vanishing. Time reversed. Vu Qua calmly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. Before him stood 3 men and 1 woman. Behind them was a red-haired girl and a burly man with his hair tied high. Vu Qua had just transmigrated here. He immediately turned his head to scan the surroundings, his mind racing as he assessed the situation. This was precisely the moment he had just arrived. According to the timeline, Kung Hang Thien had likely not yet taken the city. Everything could still be turned around. Only Tai Mai had disappeared somewhere. Before he could find any clue, Kim Kwang in front slowly stepped forward. Han Jiang spread his arms with a fake smile, sweetly inviting that if Lord Lai was also interested in the treasure, then they might as well cooperate. Once successful, they could discuss how to divide it. What was his opinion? The answer for him was a ruthless kick flying straight into the middle of his face. Vu Qua kicked until the opponent's face burst with blood and teeth fell out. Then he leapt into the air with his hair flying. planting his feet firmly as he struck, and shouted that, when he had free time, he would come back to settle the score with him. Loi Din, Miu Diu, and Duong Lang saw their boss being beaten, and immediately drew their weapons to charge forward. The 8th stomped hard on the ground, cursing the bastard. The 10th behind also shouted along, while the 5th jumped high preparing to unleash a move. As soon as the 3 closed in, Vu Qua already held his sword ready, waiting only to slash each of them a few times. After dealing with the group, he turned to Doc Thur and happily exclaimed that she was still alive, truly fortunate, while Doc Thur, standing opposite, looked confused and asked what he meant. Without a single explanation, he rushed forward and kissed her cheek, and she sank into a daze without time to think. Her face flushed red as she smiled foolishly. After a few intimate gestures, he smiled brightly and promised that when he returned he would marry her. Finishing his words, he bent his leg and ran off, vanishing in an instant without a trace, leaving Doc Hat behind, who only regained his senses after a long while, glaring toward where he had disappeared and clenching his fist as he cursed the brat, who allowed him to speak of marriage on his own. Beside him, Doc Thur smiled with narrowed eyes, both hands holding her flushed face as she scolded lovingly that just yesterday he pretended to refuse her. Truly someone already addicted yet still shy. At the same time, in the area outside the city, Hancock was tightly bound to a wooden post, his mouth full of blood yet still smiling miserably, saying that he had truly been blind to trust the wrong person. It was not worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of arrows tore through the air and densely pierced his body. Hancock died standing on the spot. 2 soldiers guarding the execution at the outer edge heard movement from afar and turned their heads to look. Before their eyes was Vu Qua riding a horse charging over like the wind. Discovering a stranger, the 2 soldiers immediately grew alert and pointed their spears while shouting who was there. Stop. Blocked in his path, Vu Qua immediately pulled hard on the reins to halt the horse abruptly. The horse reared up halfway from the sudden stop. Dust billowed and caused one soldier to panic and fall to the ground. When the horse calmed, he looked at the soldiers with a stern expression and ordered them to return and inform Hang Thien that his grandfather Lai had returned. Time passed as swiftly as a dog running across a field at the official residence. Dyla rushed forward and hugged him tightly, joyfully calling Vu Qua's name. He smiled and embraced her head, then reached out to pat Tula's head, saying that while he was away they had worked hard. Tulu, upon hearing this, happily exclaimed that young master had finally returned. After the greetings, he stepped toward the other 2 and smiled in praise that Lao Feng had excellently devised a plan to sow discord between Kung Hang Thien and Tan Kuk. Cocken held the manuscript and humbly replied that my lord praised too highly. Hak Fuck beside him then asked what the next step should be. He stood before the 3 and raised one hand, saying that the enemy's next plan was that Kung Hang Thien had transported explosives from Khao Loi, intending to blow up the city wall tomorrow. The man with the green scarf on the left, upon hearing this, angrily cursed that this man wanted to force people into a dead end. Hak Fuck also clenched his fist, declaring they would absolutely not let him succeed. Seeing everyone agitated, he merely smiled to reassure them not to hurry. He already had a countermeasure. While later, outside the city, Qua stood atop the city wall looking down at the army below, then raised his voice loudly. Kung Hang Thien, you have repeatedly schemed to harm me. Now even Lian So has been killed by you. Today I will make you pay the price. Hang Thien rode at the front, looking up in shock and shouting Lai Vu Qua. Immediately afterward, that man angrily turned to the soldier beside him, asking, was he not said to be absent from the city? The soldier, pale and sweating, coldly, hurriedly replied that this lowly one did not know either. It was those bandits who reported so. A bearded soldier stepped forward and cupped his fists, respectfully reporting to the prince that everything was prepared. With only his order, the explosives would be triggered. Hearing this, that man looked at Vu Qua on the wall and smiled viciously, saying, good. Today he would make him and Phi Than disappear. After speaking, that man immediately gave the order to fire. At once, the soldiers behind uniformly raised their bows toward the city. Arrows soaked in fire were shot repeatedly, tearing through the air. They stuck straight into the barrels that had been arranged beforehand. But as soon as the arrows struck the barrels, they burst into brilliant fireworks of many colors shooting into the sky. Vu Qua raised his head to admire them, then smiled mockingly and said, what was this? Frightened, so they set off fireworks to amuse him. Should he spare them? As expected, Hang Thien below ground his teeth in rage and shouted, why had it turned out like this? Why had the explosives become fireworks? Vu Qua suddenly raised his index finger and laughed with delight, saying they wanted to play with explosives. He would play along with them. After speaking, he snapped his fingers to signal the detonation. Instantly, a series of explosions erupted within the enemy camp. Soldiers were blown apart or hurled away, leaving Hang Thien sitting frozen on his horse, not understanding what had happened. Continuous blasts caused the supply carts and enemy troops to sink into a sea of flames. The fire spread to where Hang Thien was riding, making him scream miserably. Kokken saw the plan take effect and smiled in admiration. My lord was truly resourceful, using goo insects to replace the explosives with fireworks. Without losing a single soldier, they had defeated the opponent. Truly brilliant. Hearing the praise, Vu Qua merely raised his brow and smiled, implying there was still another move. Hearing that he still had a trick in reserve, the three behind him immediately became excited and asked in unison what other surprise he had. At that moment, a soldier below cried out in panic that the eldest prince was in trouble. Their provisions had been eaten clean by the rhinoceros beasts. On the other side, Daila and Talo were reheating food and placing it into barrels for the rhinoceroses. Several sacks of grain torn open and scattered everywhere. On the city wall, Vu Qua smiled and said the rhinoceros beasts had worked hard building the wall for Phi Than. It was time to treat them to a meal. The three behind him immediately clicked their tongues in praise of his wisdom. As for Hang Thien, he was furious to the point of madness. Frowning as he roared Lai Vu Qua, did he think such despicable tricks could force him to withdraw his troops? He was dreaming. That man turned back and ordered, "Transmit my command. Whoever takes Lai Vu Qua's head will be rewarded 10,000 taels and granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households." Hearing this, the soldiers' morale surged, each of them roaring "kill once," their momentum soaring to the sky. But before they could charge to breach the city wall, a group of people suddenly appeared and surrounded them completely. Leading them was a robust giant python that rushed forward and grabbed a soldier by the throat, lifting him into the air. At the same time, that man's legs stomped down fiercely, knocking another soldier to the ground. In another direction, two female giant pythons used their tails to strangle two soldiers, killing them before they could even cry out. Hang Thien stood within the vanguard formation, the soldiers around him murmuring in confusion. Who were they? Were they the Spirit Serpent clan? Why were they attacking them? Suddenly, a girl leapt from afar, landing while loudly calling Big Brother. She stood before Hang Thien with a frown and said he should not continue making mistakes. Seeing the person who had just appeared, Vu Qua frowned and softly called So. Hang Thien was also stunned in disbelief, shouting loudly, "So, you are still alive." So slowly stepped forward to stand before him, calmly introducing herself. "The human Kung So is dead. Now I am the queen of the Spirit Serpent clan." Standing before thousands of her clansmen, So spoke clearly in explanation that it was Tan Kuk who imprisoned her, then let her escape, afterward even sending assassins to hunt her down. None of it had anything to do with Lord Lai Vu Qua. Her expression darkened as she sternly warned that anyone who dared harm the people of Phi Than would be the enemy of the Spirit Serpent clan. The soldiers under Hang Thien began murmuring among themselves upon hearing this. The princess was not dead, so had they marched for nothing. Only his face darkened as he secretly seethed. He had been just a step away from eliminating Lai Vu Qua, yet this woman had ruined it. He ground his teeth in hatred and thought to himself that Tan Kuk was right. Without this woman, there were still the 5th princess and the 6th princess. Kung So betrayed him first, so he could not be blamed for severing their sibling bond. After a surge of resentment, Hang Thien finally shouted loudly that it was all false, leaving So on the opposite side stunned. Immediately after, he drew his sword and fabricated a charge, declaring that Lai Vu Qua had not only killed the princess, but also colluded with foreign tribes to rebel against the court. Raised the sword high toward the sky, activating Golden Tyrant Blade and ordering them to kill them all, leaving not a single one alive. At once, he rushed forward with astonishing speed like lightning. As he charged, every swing of his sword cut down Spirit Serpent clansmen one after another. Witnessing this scene, So could not believe her eyes, clutching her chest in pain as she called out, "Big Brother, I never expected you to go mad to this extent. You would not even spare me." As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted loudly, "Uncle." At the same time, she took out an object, activated it with 2 fingers, and shot forward. Qua stood on the city wall observing. When he saw her make her move, he frowned in confusion. Was that not affectionate bond art? Could it be that So looked up and smiled as she called again, "Uncle." Understanding her intent, Vu Qua immediately rushed to her side. "Come here." The moment they met, they clasped hands tightly. Immediately, a massive heart-shaped formation appeared as affectionate bond art was successfully activated. The two figures floated in midair, twin swords pointing at each other, radiating dazzling light, blades united and unmatched beneath heaven. Hang Thien had not even reacted when two streams of blue and golden sword light struck from both directions, leaving him frozen in place. When the sword energy descended, he only had time to spit out a mouthful of dark red syrup. Seeing him collapse while still spewing blood, a soldier ran over in panic and cried out, "Eldest Prince." The soldier hurriedly lifted the unconscious Hang Thien onto a horse. After that, he turned back and ordered the troops to withdraw, retreat at once. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers threw down their weapons and fled in disarray, shouting continuously to retreat quickly. Seeing this, Doc Enhan excitedly shouted that the enemy had fled. Hakfuck also laughed loudly, saying they had won. The scene shifted to after the battle, inside a large hall. Li Yuguo's group, together with the Spirit Serpent clan, gathered to hold a celebratory feast. He stood up, raising his cup with a smile, and said in gratitude that he thanked the Spirit Serpent clan for rescuing Phi Than. Li Yuguo offered them a toast. The Spirit Serpent elder beside him merely half closed his eyes and replied bluntly that it was unnecessary. They only carried out the Queen's orders. The Spirit Serpent clan and humans could never become friends. Hearing her father speak so, Zamai protested unhappily, "Father," and he turned and shouted for her to be silent. Then he looked at Vu Qua and said he knew that Vu Qua had once saved his daughter. This time it was considered repayment. From now on, the Spirit Serpent clan would have nothing to do with him. After finishing the main matter, he reminded the Queen that since everything was over, she should return to Spirit Serpent Mountain. Seeing him eager to leave, Zamai softly advised him not to be so stubborn. So also voiced her agreement. Spirit Serpent Mountain was perilous, with many venomous insects and fierce beasts unsuitable for living. Uncle had agreed to let everyone stay in Phi Than, where food and water were more abundant. No sooner had she finished than he immediately objected fiercely. Living together with humans was impossible. Only then did Vu Qua slowly speak that he understood what the elder was worried about. He asked him to rest assured. The Spirit Serpent clan were benefactors of Phi Than, and here absolutely no one would dare bully them. Hakan also added that after this battle, Kung Hang Thien would certainly seek revenge. Spirit Serpent Mountain was no longer safe, and returning would be walking into a trap. He solemnly declared that as long as they stayed here, Li Yuguo would guarantee with his life that no one would be allowed to harm the Spirit Serpent clan, even by a single hair. Hearing this, Zamai persuaded her father that Lord Li was right. Phi Than was currently the safest place, while he closed his eyes in deep thought. In the end, So had to speak sternly and use her authority as queen to order that she required everyone to stay. Did he not obey? The old man hesitated and replied that this matter. He said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, please grant him some time to consider." Time passed quietly as the moon rose high in the sky. Stars shimmered across the night. The men of the Spirit Serpent clan hugged their wine jars and kept praising the taste. "Fine wine, give them another jar." This place was truly paradise, and the food was excellent. The elder who had opposed earlier now clutched a wine jar tightly without letting go. Zamai laughed teasingly, asking if he still wanted to leave, and he immediately replied that even if beaten to death, he would not go. Kaken and Hakfuck held their cups facing him and were left speechless. They had thought the old man was steadfast, yet he turned out to be a drunkard. Had they known earlier, my lord would not have needed to waste effort persuading him. Speaking of Li Yuguo, everyone suddenly realized that So was nowhere to be seen. In the night sky, the moon and stars shone brightly, yet were veiled by drifting thin clouds. So sat alone by a wooden frame outdoors, quietly gazing at the stars. The silence was suddenly broken by a call. So. Li Yuguo smiled as he walked over and said she was here. Seeing her low spirits, he thought to himself that this young girl had grown up in the imperial palace and never endured hardship. After so many upheavals, she surely found it hard to bear. Sat down beside her, saying, "Let him sit with her." So lowered her head and closed her eyes, sadly recalling the last time they watched the moon together when Ho Deep and Phi and Ga were still there, everyone drinking happily. Thinking of the past, she could not help but sob. Now the scenery remained, but the people were gone. During this, Vu Qua also felt heartache and comforted her that Tan Kuk was dead. It could be considered avenging them. He lowered his head and added that once he escorted her safely back to the imperial palace, he would report everything clearly. He would certainly make Kung Hang Thien pay. Upon hearing this, she panicked and asked if uncle wanted to send her back. Before hearing the answer, she sprang up saying no, she did not want to return, causing him to stare at her wide-eyed. Thinking she feared being forced into marriage, he smiled reassuringly that she need not worry. Kung Hang Thien had committed so many evils that the emperor would not marry her to him. She turned back angrily and shouted that uncle did not understand. As a royal princess, even if she did not marry the crown prince, she would become a political marriage tool. She did not want her marriage arranged anymore. She wanted to choose for herself. After speaking in one breath, Kung So lowered her head with a flushed face and confessed that she already had someone in her heart. It was. Before she could finish, Dila and Tila stepped over and interrupted in unison, calling, "Young Master Vu Qua." Seeing the two return, Vu Qua happily replied, "Dila, Tila, they were back." So stood frozen as if glued to the spot. Only then did the two girls notice her presence and cast curious glances. When she saw the other's face clearly, Dila immediately adjusted her posture and bowed solemnly, paying respects to the princess. Seeing that she had been recognized, So asked in surprise and confusion who she was and why she knew her. Dila introduced herself at once, saying that she was Dila, who had once been harmed by the eldest prince and forced to serve as an enchantress in the palace. Thus she had the chance to meet the princess. After hearing this, So understood. No wonder she had found her familiar. After the two finished speaking, Tila beside them gently bowed and added that she was Tila, the holy maiden of Moon City. So stammered in shock, "Holy, holy maiden." He observed Tila's delicate features and secretly assessed that such beauty was rare even within the imperial palace, pure as ice and snow. Once the three had exchanged greetings, Tila cheerfully praised that young master was truly brilliant. The rhinoceros beasts had eaten their fill today. Dila added that the remaining provisions had all been transferred into the city. Hearing this, he replied that they had worked hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Dila stepped forward and gently touched his cheek, saying with concern that the one most exhausted must be him. In just a few days, he had visibly grown thinner. He smiled brightly and added that she had devised several new dishes based on the menu he provided. Later, she would prepare a nourishing midnight meal for him. Hearing this, he smiled radiantly and said, "Good, there would be food tonight." Tila eagerly chimed in that she would also help sister Dila cook. Watching the three speak and laugh intimately, So could only stand quietly to the side, dejected and not daring to interrupt. Damai, standing not far away, felt heartache seeing her queen so lonely. After a while, night fell, and the early moon hung high in the sky. Walking behind her, Zamai complained indignantly, who said Lord Li was intelligent. She saw clearly he was a block of wood. The queen was so obvious, yet he did not realize. So replied bitterly that uncle had once said he only saw her as a younger sister, and now there were two beauties by his side. Hearing this, Zamai immediately retorted that she found the queen far more beautiful. Only standing beside Lord Li were they truly well matched. Zamai continued encouraging that as long as she confessed, she did not believe Lord Li would still refuse. So frowned and shook her head. She hated most the scene of concubines fighting for favor in the palace. She said in a low yet firm voice that rather than compete with other women, she would rather cultivate affectionate bond art to assist uncle in accomplishing his great undertaking. Behind her, Zamai clenched her hands and secretly resolved that she must help the queen achieve her wish. Scene shifted to So wielding her sword like a sweeping gale. Every move carried formidable force. The blade in her hand seemed almost sentient, gliding through the air. After completing the entire routine, So sheathed her sword behind her back. It appeared at some unknown time, clapping as he praised loudly that her swordsmanship was excellent. She immediately turned to look at him and called out, "Uncle." Seizing the chance, So sought guidance, saying that she had practiced affectionate bond art for so long yet remained at the first level and could not break through. Was she practicing it wrongly? He reassured her seriously that she had not practiced long, and reaching that stage was already very good. He analyzed in detail that cultivation could not be rushed and required steady step-by-step progress. Even so remained full of doubts, saying she had heard Lord Yama mention that in the past uncle cultivated with women and advanced very quickly, even breaking through a level in a single day. Struck at a sensitive spot, he blushed and inwardly cursed that old man for being improper. How could he say such things to a young girl? Innocent and not understanding, So continued to press that it was not right, There must be another reason, asking Uncle to tell her. He scratched his head awkwardly and stammered that matter. Unaware she was about to fall into a pit, she urged him to speak quickly. He helplessly muttered, "Fine, fine." Though his face was flushed, he still explained that the slow progress was firstly because her cultivation was not yet stable, secondly because affectionate bond art was quite special and required two people to cultivate together to comprehend its profundity. Hearing this, So-So's eyes lit up with interest. So that was it. What were they waiting for? Uncle should quickly cooperate with her. At the crucial moment, his gaze darted about, saying only that the method of cooperation was somewhat. She stepped closer and pressed him to explain how, telling him to speak quickly. The moment he revealed it, So immediately slapped him and scolded him as a rogue. He held his swollen cheek and complained aggrievedly that it was not that he wanted to say it. She had forced him to speak. Realizing she had overreacted, So changed her tone and urged him not to stand there but to go. He asked blankly where. This time it was her turn to blush, saying naturally to return to the room. Could they do that here? A pie falling from the sky left him in disbelief as he asked if she was serious. So did not dare look at him but stubbornly said she had already promised Lord Yama. The reckless air she declared that as queen she would do as she said, not only cultivate but also break through faster than Uncle's former women. One before the other, the two quickly left for a secluded place. What was cultivation? Sitting on the bed they still maintained propriety. Before beginning, So proactively warned that Uncle was not allowed to peek. He verbally assured her seriously to rest at ease, while inwardly adding that he was familiar with acting. Trusting him, So removed the cumbersome layers of clothing. The two touched hands and began the cultivation process. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zama had accidentally wandered up onto the rooftop. She gently lifted a roof tile and looked down. The scene below left Zama stunned. What were the Queen and Lord Li doing? Why were they not wearing clothes? Though she did not yet understand romance, she still resolved inwardly that regardless, it was rare for the two to have time alone. Zama took out a small treasure and muttered that this was truth powder which she had painstakingly begged from her father. Whoever inhaled it would become like one drunk and speak the truth. She hoped the Queen could confess her feelings. After saying that she blew the powder downward, clearly Zama intentionally directed it toward So. As soon as So lightly inhaled, her entire face flushed red. Noticing something wrong, he asked So what was the matter. She maintained her posture but her voice trembled, saying Uncle she felt so hot. So no longer restrained herself and only hurriedly wiped the sweat from her face. So uncomfortable was she that she clenched the thin curtain tightly in her hand. Then she suddenly threw herself into the arms of the person before her, causing him to cry out So. She rubbed against him without stopping, complaining that Uncle she felt so hot and her body had become very strange. Zama stood dazed on the rooftop, muttering in confusion about how everything had turned out like this. She lowered her head to look at the paper packet in her hand and checked it carefully. It was clearly truth powder, but a moment later Zama suddenly discovered a fatal mistake. Wait, the colors of these two packets were different. She was doomed. She had taken the wrong one. It was joyous union powder. Pain and embarrassment overwhelmed her, leaving her body limp as she could only shut her eyes tightly. Zama twisted slightly, her snake tail trembling as she cried out in alarm. Could it be that she had accidentally inhaled some just now? Filled with regret, she quietly left the rooftop, her heart echoing only two words: utter humiliation. Inside the room, he was also utterly bewildered. It was too hot. Could it be a cultivation backlash? He had never encountered such a situation before. He decided to summon the system for help, telling So not to be afraid and that he would help her cool down, a la mama. He grabbed the shower nozzle and sprayed cold water directly onto So. Artificial rain officially began. A stream of water made the thin clothing on her body cling tightly, nearly turning transparent. So gradually regained awareness, widening her eyes in panic as a trace of reason returned. She hurriedly crossed her arms over her chest and shouted that he must not look. He even teased that, after just a few months apart, the little girl had grown so quickly. So kicked the lecher off the bed and scolded Uncle as a bad man. Seeing his nose bleed, he quickly tried to explain that he truly had not seen anything. She sat quietly on the bed, tears falling drop by drop beyond her control. He was thrown into turmoil by the sight, wondering if he had gone too far with his teasing. He hurried over to apologize and comfort her, saying So he was wrong just now and sincerely asked her forgiveness. Unexpectedly, So suddenly changed to a serious tone. saying uncle she did not want to return to the imperial palace, did not want to be a political tool. She only wanted to stay by his side for a lifetime because. After a few seconds of gathering all her courage, she shouted the secret hidden in her heart. She liked him. The words had barely left his lips when his throat tightened, carrying a trace of embarrassment for having let them slip. Vuqua, standing opposite, was not much better, a rare solemn expression clearly visible on his face. He cleared his throat softly for a long while before slowly apologizing. All this time I treated you like a child, so I inadvertently overlooked your feelings. Only when I saw you blush and confess did I realize you had grown up. You no longer wished to be my younger sister, but wanted to become my woman. Even if you cannot be a princess, it does not matter. Even if you must share me with others, I do not mind. Is that still not enough to move your heart? How could a cat like Vuqua refuse fat? Of course, if it were not me, how could I possibly not like you? Soso was so overjoyed that she jumped up. That clearly meant he liked her. She immediately rushed forward and threw her arms around him, looking exactly like a starving wolf pouncing on prey. The sudden enthusiasm left Vuqua flustered. He blurted out, Soso, what are you doing? This time she cried even harder, crying as she complained. Uncle is so bad. If you liked me, why did you not say it earlier? You made me cry like this. Then Soso acted coquettish as she poured out her dilemma. Her body seemed to grow hot. I want you to help me extinguish this flame. The scene shifted to Hoa Van Kingdom, at the Chancellor Mansion. The courtyard was already crowded, everyone seeming to wait for orders. Chancellor was Didnt. He arrogantly declared, you all are talents selected through many rounds. Today is the time to test the results. Whether you can enter the Shadow Dragon Guard depends on your performance. Didnt heard this and sneered in response. The moment censor Cao On accused the Chancellor of embezzling relief funds, I slaughtered his entire household of more than 13 lives without sparing a single one. After speaking, he casually tossed a human head onto the ground. Didnt, standing nearby, showed displeasure. Her mocking voice rang out, boasting about killing weak scholars and the elderly women and children. How impressive. Insulted like that, Didnt sprang up in fury and shouted, filthy woman, what did you say? He shifted to a sarcastic tone toward her. Killing is not for pleasure. A mere golden core cultivator dares to contend with me. Be careful or I will leave you bedridden. Didnt did not retreat in the slightest, calmly replying, is that so? I would also like to see whether you have that ability. That she casually flung out a sack, its contents unknown. Then she strolled leisurely to stand before Didnt. Didnt caught the bag thrown over, his face full of suspicion as he asked, what is this? Didnt sat down on Didnt's lap and slowly said, not long ago the Chancellor entertained an envoy from Mok Long Kingdom. That man dared to ogle the Chancellor concubine at the banquet. A lecher like him, if he loses this thing, then even a celestial beauty before him would not earn a second glance. Didnt immediately understood what was in his hand, hurriedly threw it away and cried out, that is a man third leg. Didnt, upon seeing this, instead beamed like a blooming flower. Indeed, only Mankoi understands my intentions best. People below erupted in discussion. This woman is too vicious. Didnt is at the peak of nascent soul while she excels at manipulating hearts. It seems today the winner can only be one of the two. At that moment someone suddenly pushed the door open and stepped inside. He held a cold blade in his hand. Everyone immediately whispered, so it is the newcomer. Didnt angrily shouted, brat, what are you that you dare make the Chancellor wait? The crowd echoed, that is right. Arriving late means you have lost your qualification. Get out. That man was Bat Pham. He replied indifferently, it is not too late to decide after the Chancellor sees what I have brought. Interest showed clearly on Didnt's face. Very well, I will see what you have brought. After speaking, Bat Pham calmly threw a sack onto the ground. A severed ear rolled out, shocking everyone. Even Didnt could not help but be startled at the sight. The crowd kept murmuring, all of them are ears, and there are so many. Seeing the desired effect, Bat Pham spoke up. The 10 heroes of Jiangbai were ungrateful and dared refuse the Chancellor recruitment. People with ears yet deaf like them are useless to keep. Those around asked in astonishment, the 10 heroes of Jiangbai, it is said all 10 have cultivation above aperture realm. Could these be their ears? Didnt looked unconvinced, snorting coldly. Do not think picking up a few ears can scare me. I do not believe it. Pham replied coldly, if you do not believe it, then try. Hearing that, his face instantly turned pale with fear. Didnt spoke up in time to stop them. Enough. Today I have made my decision. He began calling out the names Didnt. Bok Tiat Lian, Lai Bat Pham, he clasped his hands and announced, "The three of you officially join the Shadow Dragon Guard. Your code names are Thien Cow, Man Koi, Ghost Blood. Follow me. I have tasks to assign." The scene shifted to a secluded secret chamber. The three now stood before Dean Ba and asked in unison, "May we know what task the Chancellor has for us?" Holding a sheet of paper, he said, "Three names are written here. Thien Cow. I order you within 3 days to make them disappear." Dean Ho accepted the order and replied, "This subordinate will certainly accomplish it." Dean Ba continued, "For the sake of alliance, the Emperor has decided to marry Princess Yen En Heen to the Crown Prince of Thai Track Kingdom, Ghost Blood. I order you to escort the princess to Thai Track Kingdom. Nothing must go wrong along the way." Bat Pham immediately clasped his hands and agreed. Dean Ba added, "As for my quest, I want you to go to Mok Long Kingdom to bring back someone named Triu Thien Long." The moment he heard those 3 words, Bat Pham clenched his hand tight, turmoil rising in his heart. Triu Thien Long. A Tine gaze swept over him, instantly noticing the abnormal change on Bat Pham's face. At that moment, Bat Pham suddenly spoke, "Chancellor, the princess is a noble lady. It may be inconvenient for a man like me to protect her. How about letting my Que and me switch tasks?" Dean Ba, after hearing this, said, "Your words are reasonable, but the Emperor's intention is to win over Triu Thien Long. This person is young yet exceptionally talented. If we recruit him as an insider in Mok Long Kingdom, it will greatly benefit our nation in the future." He continued with a confident expression, "When it comes to conquering a man-heart who can compare with my Que." Tien smiled and replied, "Chancellor, please rest assured, this subordinate will not fail the mission." Hearing that, Bat Pham lowered his head to conceal eyes filled with hatred. Scene shifted to Bat Pham room. He sat alone silently on the bed. In his mind, he recalled the beautiful moments with the one he loved and quietly pondered. In the beginning, if it were not for Triu Thien Ho deliberately stirring up trouble, Triu Thien Long shielding him, Miern and I would not have had to flee. Miern would not have ended up like this. It was all caused by those 2 brothers. He ground his teeth and swore that sooner or later he would personally chop that man into 100 pieces to avenge her. Just then the red handkerchief in his hand was suddenly snatched away. It turned out to be Tiat Tine. No one knew when she had entered. She even clicked her tongue in praise of how beautiful the bridal veil was. He curiously asked whether it belonged to his deceased wife. He immediately frowned and told her to return it, snatching the handkerchief back before rising to his feet. Tiat Tine laughed teasingly. "I never thought you were such a devoted man. We have known each other so long, yet I have never heard about you and your wife. How did she die?" After hearing that, he replied loudly, "That has nothing to do with you." Tiat Tine gave a faint smile and asked, "Could it be related to Triu Thien Long?" He was startled as if exposed and blurted out, "How do you know?" He chuckled softly. "As an assassin, the most important thing is to conceal oneself. Being so easily deceived by others makes it hard to live long." Then she continued, "Since you have a pleasing face, as long as you make Big Sister happy, I still have many things to teach you." As she spoke, she reached out and lightly stroked Bat Pham's chin. But he coldly refused. "I have no interest in a woman like you." Those words angered her and she pressed on. "What kind of woman am I? Shameless or wolf-hearted, using beauty to bewitch others? Is that how you see me?" Faced with that barrage of questions, he could only remain silent. Tiat Tine showed impatience. "Enough nonsense. I came today to make a deal. I can kill Triu Thien Long for you. In exchange, you must help me with one thing. I want you to retrieve my father's remains." Bat Pham asked in surprise, "Your father?" Tiat Tine straightened her back and spoke of her background. "My father was a former Shadow Dragon Guard. From the name alone, you understand what sort of person he was. The Shadow Dragon Guard are the Master Shadow, without name, without self. 7 emotions, 6 desires, or an ordinary life are nothing but illusions to them. My father was an exception. During a mission he met my mother. She did not know his identity. The 2 simply lived together through a rare peaceful time. After I was born, my father intended to take us into seclusion, but when he went on his final mission, mother died from longing and grief. Her last wish was to be buried with my father. Yet by the rules, the Shadow Dragon Guard carry secrets with them. Even in death, they are cremated and their ashes stored in the Imperial Palace archives." After that long explanation, Tiat Tine finally reached the point. "That is why I spared no effort to approach Ho Dean Ba." Bat Pham questioned, "If you have gained the Chancellor's trust, why not act yourself and need my help?" She spoke frankly, Even within the Shadow Dragon Guard, entering the Imperial Palace requires step-by-step promotion. By the time I qualify, who knows how many years will have passed, while you have the chance to escort the princess and access the archives. During this, Bat Fam felt as if he were about to be led by the nose. On what grounds should I trust you? Tiat Tine reminded him irritably. Just now you personally said you wanted to kill Triu Thien Long. If I wished to harm you, I would have already reported it to Ho Dien Ba. Moreover, once Triu Thien Long forms an alliance with Hoa Van Kingdom, he will be even harder to approach. Besides cooperating with me, what other choice do you have? Those blunt words made Bat Fam fall into long contemplation. In the end, he decided to take a gamble. Fine, I agree. The scene shifted back to So Princess residence. She was still diligently practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, blade and sword coordinating perfectly and supporting each other. When she executed the move Sea Wither's Stone, crumbles, her aura instantly surged. She excitedly ran toward Vu Qua to show off. Uncle, I have broken through to the 3rd level. This clinginess made him slightly flustered. Since that day, she dragged him to cultivate every day. How could her progress not be fast? But if this continues, I fear I will be drained dry. Vu Qua could only use words to save himself. So, do you know what is most important in cultivating the wolf affection tenderness art? It is to advance steadily step by step. At this stage, you should consolidate your foundation and practice the first 3 moves well. Otherwise, it is easy to suffer deviation. So disagreed and retorted, how can that be? I think the most important thing is to seize the moment. As long as Uncle works harder tonight, I believe I can soon break through to the 4th level. Fearing he would die of exhaustion, Vu Qua hurriedly ran away. Spare me, young lady. Even the most potent tonic cannot save me. So chased after him, shouting, do not run. The noisy atmosphere was quickly replaced by Dila's sweet voice. Vu Qua, time to eat. The 3 of them immediately sat down at the table together. So asked cautiously, why is everything raw with medicinal herbs added? Can this really be eaten? Dila quickly explained, this dish is called medicinal fire blossom. I learned it from a cookbook. Vu Qua has worked hard lately. I specially made it to nourish him. Vu Qua smiled indulgently. Dila truly understands people's hearts. Tila also brought out more treasures to the table. There is even chilled beer, young master favorite. Vu Qua took a long drink, feeling so refreshed he could almost float, truly satisfying. Only So sat at the side sulking. These 2 women have too many tricks. No, I cannot lose. Thus at the dining table, Vu Qua was attended like an emperor lacking only a dragon robe. Uncle, eat this bite. Drink beer first, then have some soup. Just as they were enjoying themselves, Kaken hurried in from somewhere calling out, my lord. But the scene of indulgence before him made him pause. It seems I came at the wrong time. Unexpectedly, Vu Qua was overjoyed, as if seeing a savior. You came at the perfect time. Lao Feng saved me. Kaken said with certainty. I took this map and asked around every gem and stone shop. All of them said they have never seen this kind of stone. Isla asked curiously what it was exactly. Vu Qua replied, it is scarlet crystal, a special stone that can fuse with weapons to increase their power. As he spoke, he thought, since there is frost crystal, then scarlet crystal should also exist. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Vu Qua immediately ordered, draw a few more copies of the map and expand the search area. Whoever provides clues will be heavily rewarded. Kaken accepted the order. After speaking, he turned and left. Dila followed behind and called out, Lord Feng. She asked, may I borrow this map? Kaken replied, of course, but what does Miss Huan intend to use it for? Dila answered, I want to go to the black market and the mines to ask around. Perhaps someone has seen it before. Kaken suddenly realized, that is right, how did I not think of that? As soon as the conversation ended, Dila wasted no time and set off straight toward the mine deep on the mountainside. As she walked, she told herself, the veteran miners say this is where the minerals are richest. Perhaps I can find the stone Vu Qua needs. I must bring him a surprise. That was her thought, yet looking at the vast mountain before her, she could not help sighing. This place is so immense that even 1,000 people might not find it. Where should I begin? Just then a cry for help rang out from afar and immediately drew her attention. Save me. She quickly moved deeper into the dense forest. Inside, a poorly dressed young woman lay on the ground, crying and pleading, please no, I beg you let me go. 3 lecherous men surrounded her tightly, laughing as they said, we have had our eyes on you for a long time. Today we finally have the chance. How could we let it slip? Another spoke up, little sister-in-law. We do not want to kill anyone. If you know what is good for you, then behave and let us brothers have some fun, and we will let you go. Suddenly a child cried out non-stop, "Mother, mother." Fletcher grabbed the child by the collar as he spoke. "You little brat, your mother is busy having fun. Do not interrupt." With that he flung the child away. Woman screamed in panic, "My child." Fortunately, the child was caught in time as Dyla rushed forward. Sudden appearance left the three men stunned. They quickly laughed wickedly. "What a beauty, our luck is incredible today. Even prettier than that sister-in-law." Dyla immediately shouted, "Broad daylight and you dare bully a weak woman, truly despicable." They burst into laughter and mocked. "Did you hear that? She says we are disgusting. When a woman curses it is quite amusing." One stepped closer with a grin. "Say a few more words for Big Brother to hear." As he spoke, he raised his hand to grope her. Sensing his vile intent, Dyla instantly kicked him hard in the face. She said coldly, "A beauty not only knows how to curse, but also how to fight." Seeing their companion injured, the others curse it. "You wretched woman, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, get her." At some point, a coarse, long whip had appeared in Dyla's hand. With one crack of the whip slicing through the air with force, the three were frightened out of their wits. They immediately knelt and begged, "We know we were wrong, Granny, spare us." Dyla snorted coldly, "At least you know what is good for you." The mother and child embraced each other trembling. "Mother, it is all right now." Zhang Sao hugged her child and tearfully explained, "My husband is a miner on this mountain. Every day I bring him meals. When strangers speak to me, I avoid them. Who would have thought those men were his co-workers? I never expected that today they would block my path and not let me return home. Yes, thank you so much." Hearing this, Dyla could only respond softly. Zhang Sao continued gratefully, "If we had not met you, then my child and I would have." Dyla hurriedly waved her hand shyly. It was nothing. Then she seriously warned, "Since they already harbored ill intent, they will not let this go easily. It is best you do not come up the mountain again." After talking for a while, Dyla finally remembered her purpose, right? "Your husband is a miner. Have you ever seen this kind of stone?" Zhang Sao looked at the drawing and answered honestly, "The iron ore on Flame King Mountain is usually red, but such a pure color I have never seen. If it exists, it would only be at the volcano on the other side." Dyla gasped, "A volcano?" Zhang Sao explained in detail, "The rich minerals of Flame King Mountain are thanks to the volcano at its peak. The closer you get, the higher the ore quality. But it is extremely hot, and there is danger of lava erupting, so no one dares mine there. I also heard elders say that ferocious demonic beasts live inside the volcano. Miss, you must not take the risk." After hearing that, Dyla put away the paper. As if she had made up her mind, she replied vaguely, "I understand, thank you." Not long after Dyla stood before the volcano Zhang Sao had mentioned. She stepped carefully and murmured, "This must be the place, it is truly hot." At that moment, Dyla felt grateful for the protective suit she had brought. It was a gift from Vu Qua after leaving the belly of the Goo King. He recalled his words, "This suit can withstand high temperatures and corrosion. If I am not by your side, use it to protect yourself." Dyla swiftly put on the protective suit in an instant. Clenching her fists, she silently resolved that she must obtain the scarlet crystal. Nearby, the lava continued to churn and flow endlessly. Dyla followed a rock crevice, fastening a rope and slowly descending. Halfway down, her gaze was drawn to something sparkling on the rock wall. Her heart leaped with joy. "It is scarlet crystal." She exerted all her strength to pry it from the rock face, but it clung so firmly that even the strongest glue would fail. Dyla immediately switched to her backup plan, using brute force. After much chiseling, she finally secured the scarlet crystal in her hand. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The rope suddenly snapped, and Dyla's body plunged toward the scorching lava. The despicable men who caused this burst into gleeful laughter. "Got it. You filthy woman dared ruin my good deed. Now let us see how arrogant you can be." After finishing, they quickly left the scene. "Let us go." They did not know that Dyla had only fainted temporarily. She was fortunate to fall onto a protruding rock ledge. Dyla groped around and gritted her teeth in a silent curse. "Those three bastards. I should have killed them all earlier." The heat gradually seared her hands and she panicked. "This is bad. It is even hotter here than above. The protective suit will not hold much longer. I must quickly return to the surface." Li Yuguo unleashed a stream of sword energy that slashed straight toward the python. The burst of sword energy was so ferocious that the demonic beast could not withstand it at all. Its body was hacked apart, leaving only a stark white skeleton. When the beast was destroyed, the dust slowly cleared to reveal a blazing red stone. Vu Qua bent down and picked it up. He joyfully held the stone before Dyla and asked, "Look what this is." She glanced at it in astonishment and replied, "It is scarlet crystal." so it was inside the body of that giant python. This is wonderful. With it, your blade technique can advance another level. As she spoke, the ground suddenly shook violently, and lava boiled and splashed as if about to erupt. Vuqua's expression changed as he shouted, "This is bad. The volcano is about to erupt." He hurriedly urged, "We must leave immediately." With that, he wrapped an arm tightly around Dila's waist, leaped up and roared invincible wind-fire wheels. Li Yuguo dashed swiftly across the jagged rock walls. The lava behind surged violently like a waking beast. The speed kept increasing. Dila's face turned pale with worry. The lava has already risen. Vuquo gritted his teeth and calculated, too fast. There is too little frost crystal in the poison strike. It cannot possibly freeze the entire volcano. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Then fight poison with poison. He said urgently, "Dila, hold on tight to me." She immediately answered, "All right." Vuquo carried Dila on his back, holding the sword in one hand and the python's scarlet crystal in the other, as he began fusing the sword and the stone. Before long, the sword merged with the scarlet crystal and burst forth with dazzling blue light. Vuquo poured all his energy into the sword and unleashed the move. Fire wind devours the sun. 3 ice dragons carrying immense energy shot straight toward the lava. The clash of the two forces sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Within the haze, a magnificent white palace suddenly appeared. Li Yuguo and Dila exclaimed in shock. "That is." Dila asked in confusion, "How can there be a palace beneath a volcano?" Vuquo replied, "We will know once we go inside." Two lightly landed before the palace and slowly entered. Vuquo's face turned solemn as he reached out and pushed open the palace doors. Dila followed closely behind and murmured, "It is so dark." Li Yuguo immediately turned on a light to illuminate the surroundings. As they walked, Dila bumped into something. Before her stood a man without eyes, his skin greenish-gray like a corpse. She let out a frightened cry. Dila retreated and clutched Vuquo's hand, trembling. "There is a ghost." Vuquo reassured her, "Do not be afraid, it is not a ghost. It is a person, more precisely a corpse." Before them lay a whole mass of dead bodies. Dila looked around in puzzlement. Judging by their clothing, they must be from hundreds of years ago. Dead for so long, yet their bodies have not decayed, and all of them have had their eyes gouged out. Vuquo observed and said, "It seems they died very suddenly. They did not even have a chance to flee. I wonder what they encountered in life." The two continued forward when Vuquo suddenly stopped. There seems to be something ahead. It was a statue, depicting a man holding a young woman in his arms. Dila said in surprise, "That is Kapka." Vuquo immediately asked, "What is Kapka?" Dila explained, "I once read in ancient texts that Kapka is an ancient evil god, also called the feathered serpent god, who once brought disaster to a region. Later, he was defeated by the storm goddess and forced to submit, becoming her mount. There are not many records about him. That is all I know." Vuquo pondered, "The feathered serpent god, then that woman must be." At that moment, the beam of light shone directly onto the statue. The statue immediately emitted a brilliant radiance. Within the light appeared a scene of a group of followers kneeling in prayer. Terror was evident in their eyes as they stared at something ahead. Image shifted to a fierce battle between a man and a woman. Then the man raised the sword in his hand. The woman's eyes bled and emitted a strange glow, clearly defeated and blinded. Thunderous explosion rang out as countless people scrambled to flee the palace. Seeing this, Li Yuguo understood. As expected, she was the storm goddess, and the sun god had blinded her and taken the lives of her followers. Suddenly, Diem Vuong appeared like a protagonist stepping forth and said in a low voice, "You have seen it all." Vuquo stroked his chin thoughtfully. The silver moon goddess, the earth god, the desert god, the sky god, and even the storm goddess were all killed by the sun god. Questioned Diem Vuong, "Why did he kill his companions? What secret does the history of the old gods conceal? You surely know, tell me." Diem Vuong sighed and replied, "Every era has its own rules. Even I cannot interfere at will. Everything can only be discovered by yourself." The main protagonist felt he had been set up and muttered irritably, "Damn old man, you throw everything at me." Diem Vuong asked again, "How goes the search for the Book of Life?" Vuquo forced a smile, thinking he should not reveal the matter of Ko Tai Mai yet. He answered vaguely, "It has been found." Diem Vuong urged, "Hand it to me at once." The main protagonist deliberately avoided the truth. It was snatched away again and is now in the hands of the high priest of Kim Ho Kingdom. Diem Vuong's voice turned cold. "What?" He roared angrily. "How do you handle matters? Was my journey here for nothing?" Vuquo covered his ears in annoyance and turned his face away. Feeling wronged, he retorted, You still dare say that? I risk my life on the front lines while you enjoy comfort in the hall of the underworld. Believe it or not, I will beat you flat. Dim Vuong was speechless and pursed his lips as if this had nothing to do with him. Dim Vuong consoled Li Yuguo. Young man, do not fuss. Present hardship will bring future blessings. The main protagonist replied, then I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea. Dim Vuong said smugly, I, the king of hell, always keep my word. I will certainly satisfy you. The old man continued with emphasis. Li Yuguo, you must remember, the book of life and death contains the power of laws and represents the order of life and death. It must never fall into the hands of others, otherwise the world will descend into chaos. Your bat hatches outside. Take it and go save this world. After speaking, Dim Vuong vanished. Vuguo looked around and muttered irritably, where is Bat Hatch? That damn old man is only good at talking. Ayla suddenly cried out, Vuguo, look, those people are gone. The corpses suddenly turned into light and gradually melted away. They completely disappeared. A golden bracelet fell from the air. The bracelet rolled to the feet of the main protagonist. He bent down to pick it up and immediately recognized it. This is the Storm Goddess bracelet. Strange buttons covered the surface of the bracelet. Vuguo did not understand their function and asked, what are these buttons for? He pressed one and the bracelet suddenly transformed into a sword. The main protagonist exclaimed in astonishment, impressive. It truly is a transforming artifact. Li Yuguo grew more delighted the more he looked at it. I wonder if it can change into other things. He kept tinkering with the bracelet as it shifted forms, at one moment turning into a long spear, and into a bow and arrows. He laughed happily. It seems I have picked up a great treasure. Dila was also intrigued. Legend says the storm goddess could control thunder. This bracelet must be her artifact. Seeing Dila like it, Vuguo said, I will give it to you. She was startled. Such a precious treasure cannot be given to me so casually. The main protagonist smiled. I will not give it for free. If you want it, you must promise me one thing. Dila held the bracelet and asked curiously, what is it? From now on, you must not hide things from me and go take risks on your own. His voice was full of worry and concern. Touched, Dila embraced him and softly called Vuguo. The two were immersed in emotion and did not notice the statue behind them beginning to crack. Feathered serpent god shattered the stone shell and stepped out with a furious roar, his glowing eyes fixed on them. Both were shocked. Dila screamed. Feathered serpent god, Vuguo replied in shock. It has come back to life. But the feathered serpent god seemed to harbor no malice and only stared intently at the bracelet in Dila's hand. Vuguo immediately stood in front of her and drew his sword defensively. Do not be afraid, I am here. Unexpectedly, the feathered serpent god suddenly knelt respectfully. He seemed to recognize the bracelet and acknowledged her as the new master. Dila said in a daze, me. Vuguo smiled lightly, try and you will know. She raised the bracelet and commanded, can you take us out of here? Feathered serpent god lowered his head in agreement. Dila and Vuguo climbed onto his back, and he immediately soared into the sky. Not long after, the three of them had escaped from the mouth of the volcano. By night, they stopped at Zhang Shao's house to stay for a night. It is so late, and we are troubling you both. We are truly embarrassed. Zhang Shao replied warmly, young master, do not be polite. If not for Miss Huanla, my wife and child would have been harmed by those bastards. Zhang uncle also added, that is right. She is the benefactor of our family. It is just that our home is poor and the food is simple. Please do not mind. Li Yuguo smiled, I am used to it. This is already very good. Dila also repeatedly thanked brother Zhang and sister-in-law Zhang. Zhang Shao arranged the bedding. The mat is ready. Tonight my child will sleep with Miss Huanla. Young Master Li will have to make do and sleep with my husband. Before she finished, she was interrupted by her husband. He laughed confidently. They are a couple, of course they should sleep together. Besides, on such a clear and breezy night, a lone man and woman are perfect for deepening affection. You should not interfere. Seeing her husband speak so boldly, Zhang Shao pinched him suspiciously and asked, how do you know so much? How many women have you been intimate with? He hurriedly explained, none, I would not dare. The atmosphere was cheerful. Dilu's expression suddenly dimmed. Night fell and the sky was filled with tranquil stars. Vuguo stood before the door and asked softly, Dilu, are you asleep? A voice came from inside, wait a moment, do not come in yet. Hearing that, Vuguo swallowed, not allowed in could she be. His mind instantly filled with wild thoughts. Seeing this, he pushed the door open and pretended to slip. Oh, the floor is really slippery. Dila blushed. There was clearly a burn mark on her hand from fighting the golden fire python. Seeing him enter, she hurriedly covered it with her sleeve. Vu Qua had already seen it, and his face turned worried at once. He stepped forward and reproached gently, "Dyla, silly girl, you are injured so badly, yet you did not tell me." As he spoke, he examined the wound carefully. He took out a pouch of medicine and said confidently, "Fortunately, I brought burn ointment. Apply it, and it will not hurt and will not leave scars." Vu Qua carefully applied the medicine to Dyla burn. Medicine took effect, and she smiled in relief. "It feels cool, so comfortable." But then she apologized sadly. "I did not want you to see me as useless, always causing trouble." He gently comforted her. "The fire snake flame carries poison. If not treated in time, it can be very dangerous. If something happened to you, I would regret it for a lifetime." Isla blushed and asked, "Vu Qua, why do you treat me so well?" Then she hesitated and asked, "Is it because of that woman named Manganachai?" Vu Qua was at a loss for words. Isla continued to press, "Who is she exactly? What does she have to do with me? Please tell me." Seeing her insistence, he sighed and said, "All right." After hearing Vu Qua's story, Dyla understood. "So she was your wife. You shared fate across 2 lifetimes, and I am only one of her reincarnations." She murmured sadly, "Just a substitute." Tears welled in her eyes. Vu Qua said seriously, "Dyla, you are not anyone's substitute. You are yourself. The only one in this world. In this life, the one I love is you." Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. Such sweet words. A mysterious figure stepped in and stood before Vu Qua and Dyla. The woman with an outstanding aura, breathtaking beauty, and captivating charm was none other than Ko Tai Mai. Even Dyla had to admit her beauty. Unable to hold back her praise, she truly was a rare beauty. She softly asked Dyla whether she felt that she looked somewhat like someone else. The corners of her lips curved up as she continued, because she was merely a substitute for Nap Lan Mong, causing Dyla's expression to shift slightly after hearing that. Tai Mai went on, "That man was so infatuated with Nap Lan Mong that it surpassed imagination. Any woman whose eyes, features, or expressions resembled her even slightly would be kept by him as a replacement. Once he grew bored, he would coldly discard her." She then asked Dyla whether he had also told her about their love from a previous life. Hearing that, Dyla froze at once, her face turning pale. Tai Mai continued to persuade Dyla. Father Nam's words were nothing but deception. It was his usual tactic. She must absolutely not believe it. Vu Qua hurriedly interrupted loudly, turning to Dyla and telling her not to listen to her nonsense. Tai Mai's face darkened as she retorted, "Am I speaking nonsense? Then do you dare swear that in this life you have never loved Nap Lan Mong?" Faced with that question, he was completely unable to open his mouth to deny it. It seemed Dyla had seen through everything. Her eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow as she softly called Vu Qua's name. "Sorry, I want to be alone." After saying that, she turned and left in tears. Vu Qua hurried after her, wanting to explain, but it was too late. Vu Qua turned in anger to reproach Tai Mai. "Ko Tai Mai, you said that on purpose to provoke her and make Huan-La leave, did you not?" Tai Mai answered frankly, "That is right, because I do not want outsiders to hear the next conversation." She began to report the information she had gathered. "Recently, I sneaked into the royal palace of Kim Ho Kingdom and entered T2 Nhak Bang's chamber. Although I did not find the life and death register, I discovered many secret letters exchanged between him and the crown prince." Vu Qua asked in surprise, "No wonder you were nowhere to be seen after leaving the 9th tier spell formation. So you went to investigate this matter." She nodded and continued, "That is correct. You once said Nhak Bang and the crown prince were not on good terms, and that was why they tried to win you over. It is very likely you have fallen into their trap, which made him fall into deep thought." She also mentioned another matter. After the battle in Phi City last time, Kung Huang Thien did not die but met Bok Nhan Tram and escaped the spell formation. Now Kim Kwang has been bought by him and is on his way to ambush you. Just as she finished speaking, Tai Mai suddenly heard an unusual disturbance coming from outside. She immediately guessed that assassins had arrived to hunt Vu Qua down. Their speed was indeed fast. Tai Mai mocked sarcastically, "That is why I say killing without finishing the job is no different from digging your own grave." Her tone left him sighing helplessly inwardly. Having a soul truly made a difference. Before leaving, she added, "Kim Kwang did help me for a time, so I have decided to stay out of this and not help either side. You should pray for your own fortune." Vu Qua stood alone in the room, his mind sinking into endless thoughts. Suddenly, the panicked voices of the team leader and his wife sounded from behind. "Young Master Lai, Miss Huan-La, something is wrong." two anxiously said that a group of bandits had gathered outside and told them to quickly escape through the back door. Vu Qua reassured them, "I am sorry, they are targeting me, but as long as I am here, no one will touch you." Outside the house, a group of people had already appeared, led by 3 leaders, 2 men and 1 woman. Leader was Kim Kwang, who loudly threatened, "Li Vu Qua, I know you are hiding inside. If you do not want me to burn this house down, then get out here at once." Vu Qua's voice came from inside. I wondered who it was, so it turns out to be boss Kim Kwang. He pushed the door open and stepped out, his voice full of sarcasm. "Being a bandit seems to suit you well. Why are you interested in coming here to mine ore?" Hearing the mockery, Kim Kwang trembled with rage and shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Today I have come to take your life." As he spoke, he unleashed killing intent, still bearing a grudge over the kick last time that left him bedridden for 3 days. Otherwise, Old Fifth and Old Eighth would not have died in the spell formation. Today, he would definitely take revenge. Hearing that, Vu Qua understood inwardly. No wonder the bald man and that scrawny mantis fellow were nowhere to be seen. Unable to wait any longer, Kim Kwang ordered his men to charge. "Brothers, follow me." Their shouts rang out with surging momentum. Revealed a sly and confident smile. "Today I have brought enough men and made thorough preparations. No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat sheer numbers." Vu Qua remained calm and fearless. "Then it can only mean you have no understanding of what true power is." As his words fell, he leaped high into the air, adopting a battle stance. It was time to reveal his true strength. Vu Qua drew his blade and swung it down with overwhelming force. Ice and fire dual heavens erupted. The slash carried both scorching heat and biting cold as it swept straight toward the crowd. One side was burned by searing heat, their bodies igniting in roaring red flames. The other side was frozen solid by ice, unable to move, screaming while trembling from the cold. Witnessing that scene, Kim Kwang's eyes widened in shock, utterly unable to believe it. This was not the power of the Mahayana realm. Seeing his reaction, Vu Qua smiled and said, "Of course it is not the Mahayana realm. It is not even human power. It is divine power." He raised his blade high and continued, "This weapon is a magic treasure left behind by the 9-pillar god. Within it lies the might of the silver moon goddess." A cold and domineering aura radiated from him as he warned the crowd that they were merely being used by villains. What happened just now was only a light punishment. If they knew what was good for them, they should retreat at once. If they persisted, then he would show no mercy. After hearing that, the subordinates turned pale and whispered in fear. They had heard that the governor of Phi City was an envoy of the moon goddess who could communicate with divine beings. Could it be true? If so, how would they dare oppose him? Kim Kwang suddenly shouted to steady himself. "Do not let him scare you. There is no such thing as divine power in this world." From within the crowd, Qian Kui and Ho Along rushed out. The 2 confident men gathered their strength and charged straight at Vu Qua. Qian Kui roared arrogantly with curses. Ho Along immediately followed up, contemptuously calling him a weak and incompetent fool. Ho Along smugly swung his sword and slashed out 2 streams of sword energy, then shouted for the brothers behind him to charge and coordinate. Seeing that, Vu Qua merely let out a disdainful chuckle. Truly a bunch who do not know the fear of death. Immediately after, he unleashed the Frost Arrogance art. Blazing Phoenix scorches the plains. The move caused the opponent to panic in an instant. 2 streams of sword energy, one blue and one red, shot forth from Vu Qua's blade. At that moment, Ho Along hurriedly circulated his power to defend, gritting his teeth as he raised both fists before his chest to guard his entire body. Seeing him block the move, Vu Qua could not help but feel surprised. This fellow could actually withstand my ice and fire dual heavens. Just as he was distracted, Qian Kui descended from above to ambush Vu Qua. That man roared, "Taste one of my punches." Vu Qua had no time to react and could only watch as he struck. Qian Kui's face showed extreme triumph as he shouted the name of his move, Mount Tai crushing down. The steel-spiked fist slammed down directly. Vu Qua instinctively raised his blade to block. The force of the punch was so great that he was pressed down onto one knee. Qian Kui delivered 5 consecutive punches in rapid succession onto the blade in Vu Qua's hand. However, in the blink of an eye, Vu Qua burst with power and shot upward, taking the initiative to disengage from Qian Kui. Vu Qua's hand trembled slightly as he received the heavy blow. Inwardly, he could not help but marvel at the opponent's astonishing strength. He thought to himself that within Bok En-Han Tram, there should not exist an expert of such a level. Then glanced at Kim Kwang, grinding his teeth in fury and cursed inwardly. truly despicable. He even brought in outside reinforcements. The opponent still wore a smug expression as he looked at him. Kim Kwang laughed gleefully and introduced, Hoa Long strikes as fast as lightning. With a mere swing of his weapon, he can create a raging gale. Next is Qian Kui, possessing endless strength. One hand is enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. His twin fists are forged from refined steel, so blades and spears can hardly harm him. Kim Kwang rejoiced inwardly. He had paid a considerable price to invite these two. This time he would see whether Li Yuguo had any path to survive. Dr. observed the battle and spoke anxiously. Hoa Long and Qian Kui are both peak fan than experts. For brother Li to fight 1 against 2 is truly too forced. Dr. turned impatiently to her brother and asked, Brother, are we really just going to stand by like this? Doc Hat scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Vuquar is my brother, but Kim Kwang is the boss. I cannot betray him. Do not make things difficult for me. At this moment Vuquar had completely calmed down. He said confidently, that move just now was passable. Now it is my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped hard on the ground and shot straight forward. Qian Kui frowned and thought, after taking one of my punches, his arm bones still have not shattered. This brat is somewhat interesting. Hoa Long coldly cursed, Fool, you simply cannot injure us. After saying that, he raised his weapon and formed a thin barrier, confidently declaring that before absolute speed everything is nothing but trash. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Vuquar appear right in front of him, startling him. He swung his sword fiercely and shouted, wanting to end it, but the opponent evaded in time. He spun his weapon rapidly, creating a strong gust of wind to escape. Vuquar laughed with interest. Do you enjoy playing with an electric fan that much? Immediately after, he threw a punch that sent the opponent flying into the air, leaving only a shrill scream behind. Seeing that, Qian Kui roared loudly, Big brother. He charged forward in fury and cursed, You bastard, you dare attack my big brother. With a furious roar, his eyes widened in rage. His fist clenched as he lunged toward Vuquar. Vuquar's movement technique was agile. He lightly turned and slipped past, causing the punch to completely miss. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind Qian Kui, at the same time swinging his sword down. A few seconds later, Vuquar still stood there proudly, while Qian Kui's body had already been split in two. He looked down at the corpse and said indifferently, Achilles has only his heel as a weakness, but you apart from your fists are full of openings. Continued, I truly do not understand where your confidence comes from. The crowd below witnessed this scene and cried out in shock. Too strong, truly strong, Hoa Long and Qian Kui actually lost so miserably. Suddenly he heard someone call, Young Master Li, and he turned his head. Before him was a purple-haired woman controlling the mother and child of Truong Tu. Truong Tu cried while calling his name, and the child's tears streamed down. Qua cried out in alarm, Brother Truong, sister-in-law Truong. Miu Du revealed a crafty smile and said, Lord Li, you would not want innocent people to lose their lives because of you. With one hand, she tightened her grip on sister-in-law Truong's neck. With the other, she squeezed the child's throat and coldly continued, Such an adorable child being chopped into 7 or 8 pieces would be pitiful. The child screamed for his mother while brother Truong behind them was extremely anxious. Vuquar roared angrily, Kim Kwang, you are truly a despicable villain. Kim Kwang laughed loudly in reply, Thank you for the praise. Being a good person is troublesome, just like the current situation. He clenched his hand viciously and said, I will count to 3. You cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, I will have their entire family beheaded. He began to count. 1. Vuquar was still frowning in calculation. He continued counting to 2. Miu Du tightened her grip on the mother and child even more, her face full of malice. Before he could count to 3, Vuquar suddenly burst into loud laughter. Seeing this, Kim Kwang asked in surprise, What are you laughing at? Vuquar folded his arms and replied calmly, I laugh because you are foolish, sold out by others yet still helping them count money. Then he pointed at each subordinate behind Kim Kwang and continued, And you as well. Death is already before your eyes, yet you remain unaware. Kim Kwang's face darkened as he asked, What do you mean by that? Vuquar patiently explained, Do you think that after killing me Kung Huang Thien will keep his promise to grant you an official post? He is merely using you. He continued, Once despicable, always despicable. What the royal family of Kim Ho Kingdom values most is honor. Kung Huang Thien is the heir to the throne. How could he truly join hands with bandits? Kim Kwang still stubbornly refused to believe and shouted back, Stop speaking such bewitching words. The crown prince keeps his word. He would never deceive me. Vu Qua replied coldly, matters of the royal family are not called deception. They are called schemes of power. He continued, Kung Huang Thien previously failed to frame me. If word spread, it would become a joke. That is why he sent you to kill me, then silence you afterward, conveniently claiming merit for exterminating bandits, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After hearing this, Kim Kwang's men began to waver. At this point, he frowned slightly and thought, it seemed he had shaken them. With just a bit more, he would have a chance to save them. Doc Hat spoke up, boss, Brother Vu Qua is right. Kung Huang Thien clearly wants us to be scapegoats. We cannot let him use us. Kim Kwang angrily cursed back, nonsense. If you had not brought wolves into the house, I would have long seized the treasure in the corpse tower and enjoyed wealth and glory. He immediately ordered Doc Hat, if you are still a member of Bok Enhan Tram, then go kill him for me. Doc Hat hesitated and softly answered, ah. Suddenly Doc Thur stepped forward and said, boss, leave this to me. Then she took up her weapon and advanced. Facing her, Vu Qua said, I do not wish to fight you. Doc Thur smiled and replied, is that so? Then many thanks for showing mercy to a delicate flower. After saying that, she executed her nimble movement technique and rushed forward shouting, give me your life. Unexpectedly, Doc Thur brushed past him with a fleeting smile. Immediately after, she changed direction and attacked Mu Du, the tip of her weapon stabbing straight into the woman's hand, causing her to cry out in pain and release the mother and child. At this moment, their family was finally able to stand together. Kim Kwang witnessed this scene and instantly fell into panic. Gritting her teeth to keep the wound from bleeding further, Doc Thur turned to the family and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Run now. Before leaving, Brother Truong looked back to thank her, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Vu Qua was also surprised by her action. He blurted out, a surprise attack, you. Doc Thur turned to look at him and said that recently she often dreamed of someone helping her and her brother escape the life of bandits to live a peaceful and good life. Perhaps it was a sign from the gods. He continued that because of this she believed him, and at this moment he seemed to be surrounded by pink bubbles of love. Kim Kwang angrily swung the 2 hammers in his hands. That man leapt forward and roared, filthy woman, you dare betray me, catching her off guard so she could only panic. A moment later, Kim Kwang's blow crashed down, sending earth and stones flying as dust billowed violently. Doc Hat cried out in fear, little sister. From within the haze of dust, a figure remained with an afterimage lingering in midair. It turned out Vu Qua had rescued Doc Thur in time from the killing strike. She gasped that she was still alive. Vu Qua replied that it was not a dream but a promise he had made to her. Doc Thur looked up at him blankly and asked when he had agreed why she could not remember at all. Smiled freely and replied that there was no need to be tense. As long as he remembered, it was enough. After setting Doc Thur down, he angrily said that this time he would not let anyone hurt her again. She called out emotionally, brother Li. Kim Kwang stepped out of the smoke, still gripping his weapons tightly, and said with disdain that this was not the time for romance. Vu Qua stepped forward and told Doc Thur to let him handle that man. Immediately he unleashed the ice-fire dual heaven technique. Kim Kwang refused to yield. That man sprang forward and shouted, windfall finger. Vu Qua swung his blade downward. Kim Kwang instantly blocked with his twin hammers. But the instant the 2 weapons collided, Vu Qua's blade suddenly snapped. Seeing this, Doc Thur cried out in alarm. Even Vu Qua had not expected it, his heart shaken as he thought, how could this be? The silver moon crescent blade had broken. Kim Kwang raised his hammer and laughed arrogantly. You are not the only one who possesses a relic of the 9 pillar gods. That man confidently continued that the eldest prince had not deceived him. The windfall hammer of the bountiful wind goddess was truly unparalleled, and as soon as he finished speaking, he charged at him. As Vu Qua dodged, he pondered the windfall hammer and how he had never found the shrine of the bountiful wind goddess, so it had been seized first by Kung Huang Thien. He suddenly recalled the legend that the bountiful wind goddess was the deity who refined metals, and most relics of the 9 pillar gods were forged by her. Vu Qua thought to himself that Kung Huang Thien had indeed paid a great price to deal with him. Kim Kwang growled fiercely that his blade was broken and asked what he would use to fight now, then told him to die. Yet Vu Qua remained calm and drew another weapon just before the opponent closed in. He moved past Kim Kwang at astonishing speed, and then both stood still. After a moment, Kim Kwang trembled and said, how could this be? That man lowered his head and discovered his body had been severed, screaming in horror. Only then did Vu Qua raise the axe in his hand. and calmly say that no one had told him that he possessed more than one divine weapon. Subordinates who witnessed it panicked and shouted that the boss was dead and asked what they should do. Miu Du raised his hand and shouted for the brothers to charge and avenge the boss. No one listened. The crowd fled while shouting to run. They did not want to die. Miu Du stood stunned before turning to flee as well, cursing the disloyal lot and telling them to wait for him. Qua looked at the broken blade in his hand and scratched his head in confusion, saying it had truly broken and wondering if it could be repaired. Suddenly, a blade was pressed against his neck. It was Doc Hat. Doc Thur asked in fright what he intended to do. He sternly said Kim Kwang was his boss, and since he had killed him, he must avenge him. Vu Qua pinched the blade between 2 fingers and asked if he thought he was a match for him. Doc Hat gritted his teeth and replied that even if he could not win, he still had to fight. Vu Qua turned to face him and said that among the 100-man slash, there were few who valued loyalty like him. But while he regarded Kim Kwang as a brother, that man had never thought so. Doc Hat asked blankly what he meant. Vu Qua slowly said that the 2 siblings were originally from Dithan village, which had been massacred by mountain bandits years ago. Their parents killed, so they wandered to the eastern border and lived as bandits. Was he wrong? Doc Hat asked in shock how he knew. He replied that every time he got drunk he told him the past, so of course he knew, though in truth he thought that Doc Kitch had revealed it in the 9-layer corpse tower. He thought to himself that he had asked Lao Feng to thoroughly investigate the events of that year, originally only to see if they had any surviving relatives, never expecting to uncover a shocking truth. Vu Qua then asked if they knew who had slaughtered Dithan village that year. Siblings fell silent, their eyes fixed on him awaiting the answer. Without hesitation, Vu Qua replied that it was Kim Kwang. Both were stunned in disbelief. Doc Hat shook his head and said it was impossible and that he was lying. Vu Qua explained that he had once said the leader bore a tiger head tattoo on his buttock. If he did not believe it, he could see for himself, as he pointed to Kim Kwang's corpse. Doc Hat gritted his teeth and stepped forward, personally removing that man's armor. Sure enough, the tattoo appeared exactly as Vu Qua had said. Doc Thur trembled and said it was truly him. She recounted painfully that the bandits had killed and looted in the village, killing men on sight and violating women, not sparing even pregnant women. She choked that her mother had died from humiliation and that she would never forget that pattern. Then the siblings embraced and wept bitterly. Vu Qua looked at them and said that Kim Kwang had long known their identities, but because they were pitiful and easy to use, he had taken them under his command. Doc Hat wiped his tears and angrily said that all these years he had risked his life for his enemy. He slashed fiercely at Kim Kwang's corpse while roaring, "Kim Kwang, you beast! I will hack you into 100 pieces to avenge my parents." Doc Thur said tearfully to Vu Qua, "Thank you, Brother Li. Without you, my brother and I would have been deceived for a lifetime." He seriously asked the 2 of them that now that they knew the whole truth, what they planned to do in the future, but both remained silent without answering. Vu Qua spoke up to suggest that the position of leader of the Fei City Executive Hall was currently vacant. He wondered whether Big Brother Doc Hat was interested in taking it. Doc Hat beamed with joy and asked again, "Are you serious? You want me to be the leader?" After that, he turned to boast to his younger sister. "Did you hear that? From now on, we no longer have to live licking blood off blade edges, fighting and killing every day." She replied happily, "That is wonderful, Big Brother." Suddenly, Vu Qua sensed something unusual and asked, "What was that sound?" Scene shifted to another space. The 3 of them had entered a dense forest and discovered a bracelet left behind. Vu Qua stepped forward and bent down to pick up the bracelet. He turned pale at a glance and said in alarm, "This is Daila's bracelet." Immediately after that, the cawing of crows rang out. Following the sound, they discovered Vu Za collapsed on the ground, his body covered with daggers. Vu Qua ran over while shouting loudly, "Vu Za then." Doc Thur hurriedly grabbed his hand to warn him, "Do not touch him. Be careful, there might be poison." Doc Hat observed for a moment, then said, "It is Old 11's poison darts. She is Kim Kwang's woman, the most skilled at using poison. She always follows him in matters big and small. It is strange that she is nowhere to be seen today." Doc Thur suddenly remembered something and spoke up, "I remember now." He continued, "Before setting off, Kim Kwang secretly called her away and ordered her to capture some enchantress and deliver her to the first prince." Vu Qua frowned and speculated, "An enchantress? It must be Kung Huang Thien who has taken Dai Lu away." Scene shifted to a magnificent residence. A palace maid hurriedly ran after her mistress, calling out, "Princess, please wait for this servant." Yen Enheen continued walking quickly. Only when she reached the door did she turn back to instruct, "Listen carefully. No matter who comes, say that this princess is taking a midday rest. No one is allowed to disturb me." Palace maid lowered her head anxiously and replied, "Yes." Entering the room, Yen Enheen closed the door and let out a soft breath. She turned and handed an item to the man inside while smiling. "Lai Lan, I have obtained it. That person is Lai Bat Pham." He replied happily, "That is great." Taking the item, Bat Pham said, "The Imperial Archive Room is heavily guarded and full of mechanisms. Without the identity of a princess, it would have been impossible to obtain this." Seeing him so happy, Yen Enheen smiled as well and asked, "What is inside?" Bat Pham answered that it was ashes. Yen Enheen turned pale upon hearing that and asked again, "Ashes?" Quickly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. These are the ashes of a friend's father. When he was alive, he was also an Imperial Shadow Dragon Guard." Bat Pham further explained, in Hoa Van Nation, when a Shadow Dragon Guard dies, he is not allowed to return to his homeland. His ashes are kept in the archive room. I promised to help her retrieve them to bury with her mother. And Enheen asked with slight sadness, "Stealing from the archive room is a capital crime. You do not regret taking such a great risk just to keep a promise. That friend must be very important, right?" With tears brimming in her eyes, she continued to ask, "Is it a woman?" Bat Pham stepped forward and lifted her face, saying, "Silly girl, are you jealous?" Yen Enheen still insisted on asking, "Who exactly is it?" Before she finished speaking, he kissed her. She blushed and responded, as if pink heart bubbles filled the air around them. After the kiss, Bat Pham looked straight at her and spoke sweet words. "In this life, the only woman I love is you alone." Yen Enheen blushed and softly called, "Lai Lan." Bat Pham held her and fell onto the bed. After a while, the situation reversed. Yen Enheen was sitting on top, both of them flushed and embarrassed as they looked at each other. The scene turned back to 1 month earlier in the Imperial Palace. The voice of a eunuch rang out, "This is the bedchamber of Princess Yen Enheen. From now on, you are only allowed to stand outside and serve. All matters will be conveyed by the palace maids, understood?" 2 palace maids stood anxiously waiting outside the door. The eunuch asked, "Has the princess refused to eat again?" The palace maid shook her head with a worried expression. She said, "Since His Majesty bestowed the wedding attire, the princess has locked herself in the palace and neither comes out nor eats or drinks, causing everyone great concern." The eunuch said in alarm, "Could it be that the princess has fainted from hunger? That would be terrible. The wedding day is approaching." The eunuch hurried to the door and knocked, calling out, "Princess, princess." At that moment, Bat Pham rushed over and shouted loudly, "Move aside." He kicked the door open and rushed inside, only to be horrified to see a pair of legs hanging in midair. The eunuch was so shocked he nearly fainted. The palace maids cried out in terror, "Princess." Bat Pham swung his sword and cut the rope. He hurriedly caught the princess as she fell. When he saw her face clearly, Bat Pham could not help but be stunned. He unconsciously called out, "Mean." Holding Yen Enheen in his arms, Bat Pham thought to himself that in this world there was actually a woman who looked so much like Mean. This time I will definitely protect her and not let her suffer any harm. Seeing him lost in thought, she looked up and asked, "Lai Lan, what are you thinking about?" Bat Pham replied gently, "I am thinking how fortunate I am to have met you. This must be heaven's favor." And Enheen hugged him tightly and said, "Lai Lan, promise me you will never leave me." Bat Pham quickly comforted her. "Do not think nonsense. How could I leave you?" Yen Enheen whispered, "I am a princess, but my mother passed away early. My father, the emperor, only sees me a few times a year. To him, I am more like a political chess piece than a daughter. In this imperial palace, I have never felt familial affection. Only since you appeared did I understand what true feelings are." He stroked Bat Pham's face and said, "Take me away. I do not want to marry that stranger. I only want to be by your side." Seeing her unease, he gently reassured her, "You are already my woman. How could I let you fall into another man's hands?" He continued, "I already have a plan. On the wedding day, I will drug the wine so that the bridal escort falls unconscious. Then we will leave this place." Two moved closer and exchanged a passionate kiss. Yen Enheen softly called, "Bat Pham." Suddenly, a group of people kicked the door open and rushed in. The emperor leading them shouted angrily, "Shameless." Bat Pham immediately stood up to face them. Yen Enheen cried out in fear, "Father Emperor." A palace maid covered in injuries knelt down crying, This servant is sorry. The prince discovered the affair between the two of you and interrogated this servant. This servant truly could not endure it. Person standing beside the emperor angrily shouted, "Your Majesty, Shui Z Nation came with sincere intent to form a marriage alliance with Huo Van Nation. Yet your esteemed princess has done such a thing. I hope your Majesty will give me an explanation. Otherwise, the next thing sent will be a declaration of war." The emperor hurriedly called out, "Prince." At this moment he turned and shouted at his daughter, "Look at the mess you have caused." And Enheen immediately knelt down to admit her fault. "Father Emperor, this daughter knows she was wrong. This crime deserves death 1,000 times. But this matter has nothing to do with Lai Lan. Please spare him." Bat Pham stepped forward to shield her and shouted loudly, "No, if you want to kill, then come at me." His Majesty was already furious. Seeing this scene, he became even more enraged. "You adulterous pair have done such a disgraceful thing. If you are not executed, what face will Hoa Van Nation have left?" Upon hearing the words execution, Yen Enheen's face turned pale, as if she could not believe her ears. She crawled to his feet and begged, "Please do not, Father Emperor. Yen Enheen is carrying Lai Lan's child. That is also your grandchild. Please let me give birth to this baby. As long as the child is spared, Yen Enheen will accept any punishment." Bat Pham stood frozen and asked, Yen, you are pregnant." She sobbed as she turned back to answer, "I only just found out. I have not even had time to tell you." His Majesty lost control and kicked Yen Enheen straight in the face, then roared in fury, "You still have the face to beg. How can this bastard be allowed to exist in this world?" Bat Pham roared in fury, Yen Enheen. He showed no regard for familial ties and coldly ordered the guards to rush forward and seize the pair. Bat Pham immediately drew his sword and fought back against the guards. Those people were no match at all and quickly fell beneath his blade. Suddenly, a ferocious-looking man lunged toward Bat Pham. Dinh Ba unleashed a heavy palm strike that hit him squarely. Faced with such overwhelming force, Bat Pham had no time to block. Clutching the spot where he was struck, he angrily said, "You." Dinh Ba sneered sinisterly in contempt, "Do not forget who bestowed that blade upon you. With such trivial skill, you still dare to act arrogantly before me." The scene shifted to the execution ground. At this moment, Bat Pham and Yen Enheen were already bound upon the execution platform. Yen Enheen shed tears as she said to him, "Bat Pham, I am sorry. I have implicated you." He gently comforted her. "Noon has not yet arrived. We still have hope." Bat Pham softly reminded her, "Do you still remember the friend I once mentioned?" Yen Enheen hesitated as if suddenly recalling something. He continued, "Her father's ashes are still in my hands. She will not stand by and watch us die. She will surely find a way to save us." Suddenly, a severed head was thrown down before them along with a mocking voice. "Are you talking about her?" Bat Pham immediately recognized that familiar hair. He cried out in shock, "Man Kui." Dinh Ba laughed mockingly and said, "She failed to assassinate Triu Thien Long. She could have escaped, but I captured her and brought her back." That man leaned close and grabbed Bat Pham's hair to boast. The soldiers stationed around there looked at her like hungry wolves. Before she died, she was tormented miserably. Only after Triu Thien Long accepted the gift did he finally agree to cooperate with me. Consider it her redeeming herself. Bat Pham could no longer endure it. He shook his head and glared at that man in fury. "Man Kui was your subordinate after all. How could you treat her like that?" Hearing this, Dinh Ba stomped hard on his face and said coldly, "When you colluded together, why did you not think of that? Once you are an imperial shadow, dragon guard, you are a dog of mine for life." That man increased the force under his foot and threatened, "A dog that bites its master has only one end." Drew his blade and pressed it to Bat Pham's neck, urging, "Go down and keep her company." Witnessing this scene, Yen Enheen cried out in panic, "Lai Lang." In an instant, memories surged through Bat Pham's mind. A contemptuous voice echoed in his head, "And you dare to act arrogantly before me? Trash like you is only fit to kneel at my feet for life." Immediately after, the image of mean in despair being trampled by a fat man appeared. The resentment accumulated over years made Bat Pham shed tears in agony. The scene of mean taking her own life from humiliation became the final limit. Tears of sorrow turned into fury. Why is it always like this? Why even when I give everything can I not protect the one I love? I understand now. I was wrong because I was too weak. If I were strong enough and powerful enough, I would never be trampled upon. The hatred accumulated, and Bat Pham fell into darkness. Terrifying violet-black energy erupted from his entire body. A beam of dark light shot out and struck Dinh Ba's wrist directly. Both of that man's hands were severed, He screamed in excruciating pain. The soldiers lined up around them were also horrified and pale. What is that? At this moment, Bat Pham had completely transformed. Horns grew from his head, wings and a tail emerged from his back. Yen Enhin was also terrified upon seeing that form. Soldiers were frightened out of their wits and fled in all directions. Monster, run quickly. But Bat Pham would not spare those who had once oppressed him. His claws instantly appeared before them. Didnt begged in fear, do not come closer. Bat Pham raised his sword and said, "You are not wrong. I am a calamity star by nature. Thank you for awakening me. Show my gratitude. You will be my first sacrifice." After that there was no after. Didnt died directly beneath a single strike of Bat Pham's sword. After killing him, he even absorbed the remaining aura of that man. Bat Pham closed his eyes in satisfaction, savoring the enchanting power of the Mahayana realm. Only then did he turn to look at Yen Enhin. She stood stunned and frightened, for a moment not knowing what to say. Bat Pham spread his arms and asked first, "Yen Enhin, can you accept me in this form?" With tears shimmering in her eyes, she smiled and called, "Lai Lang. No matter what you become, you are still the Lai Lang I love, the father of the child in my womb." Two embraced tightly. Bat Pham softly said words of thanks. "Thank you, Yen Enhin." But immediately after he bared his fangs and whispered something more terrifying, "Then merge into one with me." Bat Pham lowered his head and bit hard into Yen Enhin's neck. Let out a soft cry of pain. Her eyes gradually turned blood red. Her body also began to transform just like Bat Pham. When the transformation process ended, Yen Enhin finally spoke. Her tone calm, yet within her surged a sense of power coursing through her body, an experience both strange and wondrous. Bat Pham smiled in delight and affirmed that from this moment on no one and nothing would ever be able to separate the two of them. He stepped forward, gently lowered his head and placed a tender kiss upon Yen Enhin's forehead. At that very moment, a majestic voice resounded through the palace hall, the emperor announcing his decree of clemency. The palace maids wept bitterly, kneeling in despair as they begged the emperor to spare them a path to live. A guard suddenly bowed and reported that everyone in the princess's palace had been arrested and awaited his majesty's judgment. The emperor flew into a rage and shouted that it was these servants who had corrupted the princess and brought disgrace upon the imperial family. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ordered all of them to be executed. A guard raised his sword, preparing to strike down the person whose face had turned pale with terror. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from outside. The emperor impatiently roared, asking who dared to cause chaos out there. The palace doors burst open. A group of soldiers rushed in frantically, screaming about monsters and begging to be saved. The strange creatures lunged forward and wrapped tightly around them like hunting predators. Right after that, the figures of Bat Pham and Yen Enhin appeared, the two of them walking shoulder to shoulder straight into the grand hall. The emperor cried out in horror, "It is you." Bat Pham bared his teeth in a cold smile and said, "Your Majesty, the revered emperor, seeing me alive must disappoint you greatly." Then he turned to those from the princess's palace who were kneeling and said in a deep voice, "Do you know why he wants to kill you? Not because you did anything wrong, but because he does not want the matter to be exposed. Therefore he chose to kill to silence you. Those royal nobles regard themselves as exalted. In their eyes, human lives are no different from ants." Bat Pham spread his claws and coldly declared that the time for the end had come. He released rolling waves of dark aura and spoke, "You insignificant ones, rise up, rebel, and let the whole world see your strength." People filled with resentment toward his majesty immediately changed, their eyes empty as if their souls had been manipulated. They all charged forward together to attack the soldiers in the hall. The emperor shouted in panic for the guards to protect him at once. Yet every soldier who rushed forward fell with his body cleaved in two. His face was drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched tightly in extreme fear. A pair of feet slowly approached and stopped before him. The emperor hurriedly lowered his voice and called out tremblingly, "Yen Enhin." Though his face was as pale as a sheet, he still stammered in plea, "Do not kill me, I am your father." Yen Enhin coldly waved her hand and replied, "Your daughter died long ago. The one standing before you now is a vengeful ghost come to claim a blood debt." As soon as her words fell, blood splattered everywhere. Her hand pierced straight through his chest, causing the old emperor to breathe his last in an instant. After ending everything, she returned to Bat Pham's side and listened as he concluded that this world had completely rotted away. "When justice no longer exists, then I shall become a demon." He spoke those words before the survivors in the hall, to carry out justice in place of heaven and use darkness to redeem the world. And all of them shouted in unison that darkness would reign forever. Elsewhere, Vu Qua and the two poison scorpion brothers were hiding and observing. Dr. spoke first. This place is Mac Cao Loi, not far from Phi Than, yet as different as heaven and earth. Phi Than's main hall is on the verge of collapse, while this place is lavish and magnificent. Doc Hat added in a low voice that for generations, the officials governing this place had been hunting dogs of the eldest prince, protected by that man, and thus wealthy beyond measure. The three blended into the streets, and from behind saw one old and one young being escorted by soldiers. It was an old man and a child, both with their hands tightly bound. Vu Qua immediately asked a passerby what crime they had committed. Dr. followed up, wondering why even a child and an elder were involved. Passerby ground his teeth in anger and replied that it was great philanthropist Thoi of Mac Cao Loi. The eldest prince had ordered each household to send someone for forced labor to build his traveling palace. Great philanthropist Thoi had only spoken a few words in protest, and the eldest prince arrested his entire family, even declaring he would execute them by slow slicing to warn the world. As he spoke, the man shook his head in helpless frustration. The eldest prince was domineering and narrow-minded. Anyone who opposed him met no good end. It was said that a few days ago he even captured a purple-eyed young woman and imprisoned her in the traveling palace dungeon, where she was tortured daily. Truly pitiful. Hearing this, the two brothers were startled. Doc Hat guessed it was Miss Dyla. Dr. replied that the traveling palace was heavily guarded, and the three of them would find it hard to break in. Vu Qua calmly reassured them, saying that he already had a plan and only needed the two of them to cooperate. The three leaned close together and discussed their plan in whispers. Before long, they arrived at a luxurious residence and were stopped by a soldier who shouted for them to halt and demanded who they were. He loudly threatened that this was the eldest prince's traveling palace, and if they did not wish to die, they should leave immediately. Doc Hat clasped his hands and smiled amiably as he reported, "Elder Guard brother, we belong to the 100 Slay Squad, and were ordered by the eldest prince to capture Li Yuguo." As he spoke, he patted the sack beside him and said that the man had been captured and they had come to report back, asking the guard to inform their superior. Two soldiers exchanged probing glances upon seeing this. Once inside the hall, Doc Hat and Dr. knelt in salute and paid respects to the eldest prince. Hang Thien coldly asked why it was them and where Kim Kwang was. Doc Hat immediately played his role, tears streaming as he recounted that brother Kim Kwang had led the men into a desperate battle to capture Li Yuguo, but the opponent was too strong and all of them had perished. Hearing this, Hang Thien asked suspiciously that if even Kim Kwang could not defeat him, then how had they managed to capture him? The question left Doc Hat stunned before he burst into tears. Dr. quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, honestly explaining that the young woman had once shared a night of passion with him and had pretended to surrender, catching him off guard before using a poisoned needle to render him unconscious. Only then did Hang Thien smile in satisfaction. Indeed, men all die at the hands of women. After speaking, he waved his hand in praise of the two, saying they had done well and should withdraw to receive their reward. That man revealed a sinister smile and said with hidden meaning that he wished to reminisce with Lord Lai. Vu Qua was already unconscious at this moment, lying motionless on the cold palace floor. Inside a gloomy prison, layer upon layer of soldiers stood guard outside the door, leaving not the slightest gap. Doc Hat and Dr. hid outside to observe. Dr. softly said this was where Hang Thien imprisoned criminals. Doc Hat replied worriedly that with guards this dense, the two of them alone would find it hard to turn the situation around. She looked at her brother teasingly and asked if he was afraid. He stubbornly answered that Vu Qua had instructed them to use wit to overcome strength. After saying that, Doc Hat put on a sly expression and turned to say, "Little sister, this matter depends entirely on you." Under the clear sky, two guards were leisurely patrolling. Suddenly a sweet voice sounded behind them. "Why is it so hot today? You two elder brothers still have to work so hard on patrol." Dr. appeared in a seductive manner, swaying as she walked, making it hard for others to look away. "It must truly be hard on you." One soldier asked cautiously who she was. She obediently replied that she was a new maid who had just arrived and had gotten lost because the place was too large. She put on a pitiful expression and asked the two to show her the way. The eldest prince was strict, and being late would surely mean punishment. Seeing her beauty, one blurted out praise. The other clicked his tongue in admiration and remarked that the eldest prince truly knew how to enjoy himself. Even a maid could be so enchanting. He reached out with a lecherous look and reassured her, "Little sister, do not worry. This brother will lead the way." After walking a short distance, the two turned back to warn that it was the heavenly prison holding major criminals and best not to approach. She cheerfully replied, "Yes, I remember." Pointed ahead and said, "Go straight, then turn left to reach the main hall. You know that." Dr. smiled brightly and thanked the two elder brothers. At that moment his crafty face was revealed. Helping like this, and only saying thanks is not enough. His crude hand groped toward Dr.'s back and hinted that she should remember the favor well. She angrily flicked her hand. The two men were instantly sent flying and slammed into a beam. Dr. stood with hands on her hips and scolded, "You lecherous dogs, daring to touch me. You would not die unjustly." Inside the prison, candlelight flickered faintly. Doc Hat and Dr. disguised themselves as their men and approached the cell door. Dr. presented a token and said they were ordered by the eldest prince to escort a human trafficker. The guard respectfully stepped aside. The two walked inside. Dr. felt everything was going smoothly and could not hide the smile at the corner of her lips. Looking at the miserable people imprisoned, she sighed that they were all weak commoners. Doc Hat replied that most were good people retaliated against by Hang Thien. Heavy iron lock was opened. Seeing them enter, the prisoners panicked and begged not to be beaten. Dr. stood with hands on her hips and sternly said, "If you want peace, then answer me. Is there a purple-eyed girl here?" Everyone looked at each other and whispered. Someone shook his head and said only nobles had purple eyes. How could she be locked up together with them? Suddenly another remembered that the girl arrested yesterday had purple eyes. It was said she encountered the eldest prince on the street and was frightened into fainting. As he finished speaking, all eyes turned to the brown-haired girl lying on the ground. It was her. Dr. hurried over and called out, "Dyla, we have come to save you." But when Doc Hat helped the girl up, he discovered she was not the person they were looking for. She was not Dyla. In another cell, Vuqua lay unconscious, tightly bound to a cross-shaped pillar. After a while, he painfully opened his eyes and lifted his head to look around. Vuqua was startled and asked where this was. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pain through his body. He realized he was firmly tied to the pillar. A clear cut on his wrist marked the artery. His legs were also covered in wounds, the blood not yet dry. Hang Thien stood aside, laughing loudly, and said, "Do not struggle in vain. I have crippled the tendons in your hands and feet. Now you are nothing but a useless cripple. I, Vuqua, you surely did not expect to still fall into my hands in the end. You humiliated me many times. Today I will slowly torture you until you taste a fate worse than death." Vuqua coldly exposed his crimes. "I only defeated you once, and you harbored hatred, framing me for building a shrine to rebel and forging an imperial decree to punish me. Then out of jealousy for favor your male favorite assassinated so. When he failed, he blamed me. You even sent troops to massacre the people of the city, nearly turning Phi Than into a land of death, and finally hired the 100 Slay Squad to kill me." At this point, Vuqua raised his voice. "Kung Hang Thien, a narrow-minded man like you is utterly unworthy of being emperor." Hang Thien did not grow angry but laughed loudly. "That is right. I did it all. But as long as you die, the secret will be buried and no one will ever know." He said sinisterly, "You can only become a resentful ghost while I remain the king of Kim Ho." At that moment, a strange chant sounded by their ears. "King of Kim Ho, mighty Tiger King." Hang Thien turned around in confusion and asked what that sound was. From outside, another, Vuqua walked in holding a recording device, smiling as he introduced Alamama's new product, a live broadcast device that even added its own background music. Seeing two identical people, Hang Thien cried out in shock, "How can there be two Vuqua?" Vuqua, who entered, stroked his chin while looking at the hanging substitute and remarked, Well, you tortured my handsome double quite miserably." Hang Thien stood stunned and blurted out, "A double." Vuqua's double took a deep breath. Then it turned into a deflated balloon and flew back into Vuqua's hand. He held it up and said, "It has not been 7 days yet. I wonder if it can be returned." Hang Thien pointed in panic and asked what kind of devilish thing that was. Vuqua raised the recording device and said, "This is a fine item. Every word you just performed has been recorded. A perfect script of a foolish villain." In the recording, Hang Thien personally admitted his crimes, saying that as long as Vuqua died, the secret would be buried. and he would remain the king of Kim Ho. Outside, the people saw that image on the screen and their anger erupted. If such a man became emperor, how could the people survive? Facing Hang Thien's vicious face on the screen, everyone raised their fists and shouted in opposition to the eldest prince proclaiming himself emperor. Inside the prison, Hang Thien ground his teeth and roared, "Vu Qua, you deceived me." Shook his head and replied, "This is you reaping what you have sown. From now on, the name Kung Hang Thien will become a laughingstock in the history of Kim Ho." Hang Thien howled in denial, "No, I was born to be emperor. How could I lose to a mere commoner?" His face gradually turned ferocious. He roared that as long as everyone here was killed, no one would know. Then drew his sword and charged forward. With bloodshot eyes, he rushed toward Vu Qua, and he calmly said, "An evil nature never changes. Today I will return justice to the innocent." He raised the weapon in his hand high and shouted, "Windfall hammer." Hang Thien was forced into panic by the pressure from the windfall hammer, involuntarily retreating step by step. Vu Qua charged forward and struck him straight in the face. "One hammer for So-So, one hammer for Ho-Di." Each word came with a blow. The next strike smashed into his abdomen and made Hang Thien spit out a mouthful of blood. Vu Qua did not stop at all, calling out names as he swung the hammer. A strike to the back made his whole body tremble and sent him crashing forward. "And this hammer is for my double." Hang Thien widened his eyes at the spiked ball hurtling straight toward him. Yet he could not escape being smashed into the wall, simply because his very presence offended the eye. The more arrogant he had been before, the more miserable he was now. Through the cloud of dust appeared Hang Thien's face, swollen like a pig's head. Even so, he still forced out a threat. "You cannot kill me. Dilo is still in my hands." Vu Qua's expression darkened as he spoke. "Thank you for the reminder." He lifted his weapon and coldly warned, "Then take another hammer from me." Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a shout rang out beside his ear, "Brother Vu Qua, we found the wrong person." Poison Scorpion brothers hurried in to report, "That woman is not Dila." Vu Qua grabbed Hang Thien by the collar and demanded, "Speak, where is Dila?" He sneered that one does not shed tears until seeing the coffin. Who would have thought that temptress meant so much to you? Hang Thien continued, provoking, "If you want to know, then kneel and beg me. Perhaps I will consider telling you," Vu Qua shouted you. Thinking he held the advantage, Hang Thien regained his arrogant tone. "Do not dream of torturing me. If you dare, I will bite my tongue and kill myself. By then you will not even find Dila's corpse." Dr. patted Li Yuguo on the shoulder and said, "Brother Li, let me try." Hang Thien was now pinned tightly to a massive cross-shaped pillar, struggling and shouting, "What are you trying to do?" Dr. smiled and replied, "Nothing much. I only heard that the eldest prince is quite fond of male beauty in his palace." After speaking, she clapped her hands as a signal. A group of strong, naked men walked in. "These are the finest men of Mac Cao Loi. Today we invite the eldest prince to taste what it feels like to be favored." Hang Thien clenched his teeth in horror at the sight. Dr. coldly ordered, "Attend to the eldest prince thoroughly." Men moved closer, pressing in as they recounted grievances. "Kakata was taken by you to build the traveling palace and died of exhaustion. You look down on commoners. Today you will taste the blood of commoners. Since you like to suck, then you shall have your fill." He screamed in terror, do not come closer." The men flushed with excitement, ignoring his pleas as they rushed forward. Outside, Vu Qua turned to ask Dr. how she knew he would not bite his tongue to kill himself. She calmly explained that the higher one's power, the more one fears death. Besides, this is not even torture. He seems to be enjoying it. Witnessing his sister's actions, Doc Hat trembled and said softly, "Little sister, you are truly ruthless." Inside, the men had already torn Hang Thien's clothes apart and mocked, "Worthy of a prince. His skin is even whiter than my wife's, so soft. I wonder how he tastes." Immediately, one of them bent down and bit hard. Unable to endure it any longer, Hang Thien howled for mercy. "Let me go, I will speak." Dila was taken away by Nhak Bang. Qua turned his head in surprise and asked, "Nhak Bang, why would he capture Dila?" Hang Thien hurriedly replied that he did not know, only that Nhak Bang needed 10 women born at the hour of noon. Dila fit the condition. They should have reached Ban Tai Than by now. Hang Thien's clothes were shredded, though he screamed and begged. Vu Qua had already turned away and set off at once for Ban Tai Than. He frantically changed his tone and pleaded, "Wait, I have said everything, release me quickly." Dr. turned her head and reminded that it depends on whether they agree. Outside the cell, only Hang Thien's miserable cries echoed, "Do not." A candle hanging on the wall burned quietly. A man with a grotesque face stood guard beside it. At the sacrificial execution ground in Ban Tai Than, 10 pillars stood in the yard with 10 people hanging from them. At the center was an eye-catching star-shaped magic array. Those hanging were all young women, each one terrified to the extreme. Hak Bang raised his hand and shouted that this moment had finally arrived. Dyla cried out in panic, "High Priest, what are you going to do? Release me at once. Otherwise Vu Qua will not spare you," he disdainfully repeated, "Li Vu Qua." Hak Bang turned back with a sinister smile and continued, "I should even thank him. Without him drawing Kung Hang Thien away, I could not have swiftly seized Ban Tai Than to prepare for the resurrection of the sun god." Dyla listened in shock, her heart filled with doubt. What exactly is the sun god? Hak Bang held his scepter and pulled a book from his robe, saying that his teacher once opposed his decision and wanted to destroy this book. Hak Bang threw the book into the air and shouted, "Great sun god, please accept this sacrifice." From the life and death tome erupted a tremendous surge of energy. Reborn within these flames, suddenly the stone before Hak Bang shattered. Inside was revealed a shriveled corpse. Blue flames from the life and death tome began attacking the girls bound to the pillars. One girl was sucked into the magic array, her mouth opening before a scream could emerge and then falling silent. Her life force was swiftly drained by the entity beyond. That corpse was like a starving ghost, greedily devouring vitality. After draining one girl dry, the shriveled corpse became more filled out. Seeing this, Hak Bang laughed madly, "Ha ha ha, it has succeeded." The remaining girls were drained of blood and flesh one after another, able only to scream in despair. That corpse continued absorbing without pause. With a vicious face, Hak Bang shouted that now only the last one remained. Once absorbed, the sun god would be revived. Isla screamed in panic, "Do not." At that very moment, a green umbrella suddenly appeared, blocking the surge of dark energy before her. Tai Mai had arrived at some unknown time, swiftly rushing forward to untie Dyla. Dyla stared at her savior in shock while thinking, "It is her. I remember Vu Qua once called her Ko Tai Mai. Could it be that he has come to save me?" Hak Bang's face twisted in fury as he roared, "It is you." Tai Mai calmly replied, "It seems your memory is not bad. You still remember that the life and death tome originally belonged to me." He leapt forward and shouted, "It is time for the object to return to its rightful owner." Hak Bang waved his hand and ordered the guards, "Only one final step remains. Absolutely do not let her ruin it. Seize her at once." The men wielding axes charged at Tai Mai. She struck with ease, knocking each of them away with light punches. Isla drew her weapon and rushed in to assist. "Let me help you." She swung her weapon to bind 2 men tightly and hoisted them into the air. Tai Mai smiled and praised her, "Well done." After clearing out the underlings, Tai Mai strode straight toward the life and death tome. With a single leap, she reclaimed the treasure. Tai Mai exclaimed in delight, "I finally got it back." Suddenly from behind, a sword pierced straight through her abdomen, leaving her frozen in shock. Turning her head, she saw the dried corpse had moved, gripping the sword hilt, the life and death tome slipping from her hand to the ground. Dyla cried out in alarm, "Miss Ko." Tai Mai's face turned pale as she thought, "It hurts. This is the first time this body has felt pain. Is it because of that woman's soul?" Her body swayed as a thought echoed in her mind. So this is what it feels like to be on the brink of death. Hak Bang held his scepter and shouted excitedly, "Sun God, you have finally been revived." The wrappings around the dried corpse burst apart, revealing the true form of the sun god. He floated in midair, standing beneath the blazing sunlight. Followers below raised their fists in unison and chanted, "Sun God, Sun God, Sun God." Outside Ban Tai Than, the 3 of Vu Qua rode swiftly toward the city gate. Suddenly Vu Qua cried out in sharp pain. Dr. asked anxiously, "Brother Li, what is wrong?" He hesitated and replied that he did not know why, but his heart had just ached sharply as if something had been torn from his body. From afar came a shout, "Uncle." He turned his head and saw a group of riders charging toward them. Calls rang out in succession, "Young master, my lord boss." Qua recognized them with joy. "It is So-So's group, and old Feng and Tula are here as well." When the group of beauties drew near, Vu Qua asked why they had come. So-So answered quickly that Mai saw fireworks above Ban Tai Than. It was a royal signal for help, so she guessed something had happened in the palace. Kakan added, "We came to protect the princess." Xa then asked, "Boss, were we not searching for Dyla? Why are we here?" Vu Qua replied sadly that in short Dyla had been captured by Hak Bang. Kakan exclaimed in shock, "What, will Sister Dyla be all right?" Vu Qua said sternly that it was still unclear, but he had a very bad feeling, and everyone must be extremely careful. Bang stood atop the city gate and sneered calmly. Li Yuguo, as expected you still came. I knew that useless Kung Hang Thien could never be your match. Yuguo angrily shouted his name, Bang. You have always used me. From above he looked down and replied that Yuguo was wrong. He was saving him. Bang then turned to the people around Yuguo. And you as well, foolish humans. The sun god granted you life and founded Kim Ho Nation. Yet you forgot him. Today is the day of judgment. But the god is merciful. As long as you swear loyalty and become servants, you will continue to be protected. So repeated in confusion, loyal to the sun god. Cock and beside Yuguo whispered what nonsense he was talking about. Yuguo shouted, "Stop your nonsense. Where is Dila?" Bang no longer bothered to tempt them. Behind, a servant led out a motionless corpse. Since you refuse to accept my goodwill, do not worry. Soon you will be reunited with her. As he finished speaking, the servant hurled the corpse down below. Appeared before everyone's eyes was an emperor. So cried out in shock, "Father Emperor." Tears streamed down her face as she pointed at Bang in fury. "You dare to kill my father." Bang replied indifferently that not only him, but also her brothers and sisters, and the ministers who rushed to save the throne were all dead. They had the chance to become like him, to become gods and gain eternal life, but they chose death themselves. So roared in anger that she would kill him. A snake-headed figure raised a hand to the sky and shouted for the conservative queen. Yuguo spurred his horse forward and shouted, Bang, pay with your life." The two beside him shouted together, "Big brother, we charge with you, kill." Bang atop the wall showed no fear, only curling his lips as he raised a hand. "You overestimate yourselves." Then coldly ordered the city gates to be opened. A crowd dressed in strange attire, their bodies covered in talismanic markings, poured out screaming kill. Both sides rushed at each other with blades and axes, steel flashing amid the clash of slaughter. Everyone's momentum soared, killing intent rising as the battlefield was swiftly engulfed in dust and chaos. Suddenly, a massive golden force descended from the sky. Yuguo exclaimed in shock at the terrifying pressure. Where could it have come from? Sensing something wrong, he immediately shouted a warning that something was not right and they must retreat. That power had now enveloped the entire chaotic battlefield. Wherever that light spread, the soldiers there were instantly reduced to shattered bones and flesh. In mere moments, before the city gate remained only a ghastly sludge of those who failed to escape the light and were completely devoured by it. A snake-headed man shouted in panic, "Protect the queen." Zamai did not hesitate and rushed forward to embrace so tightly. Beam of light grew ever stronger, condensing into a pillar of energy that shot straight toward the crowd. The poisoned scorpion group had just finished their fight and were horrified at the sight. Yuguo stepped forward and swung the windfall hammer to confront that terrifying force head-on. The moment his weapon struck the energy pillar, it erupted. A violent shockwave spread in all directions. A gigantic arm appeared, causing everyone to scream in unison, "That is." Then the figure of an orange-haired man floating in midair emerged. It was the sun god. Trembling whispers rose from the soldiers. The sun god truly exists. Even Yuguo was stunned and exclaimed, "The sun god has been revived." Seeing him holding the windfall hammer, the sun god asked who he was and why he possessed that divine weapon. Yuguo raised the weapon and replied solemnly, "You mean this? Of course the windfall god entrusted it to me." Sun god asked in surprise, "The windfall god?" Yuguo looked straight at him and said not only the windfall god, but also the silver moon goddess, the earth god, the desert god, and the storm god have all accused him of being the one who killed them. Hearing this, Bang angrily shouted, "How dare you insult the sun god?" Yuguo scornfully cursed, Bang, you fool, and all of you as well, you have all been deceived." He emphasized each word. "That man is not a god at all, he is merely a human." The sun god's gaze turned dangerous as he coldly asked what proof he had. Yuguo replied in a deep voice that he once entered the tomb of the 9 pillar gods, where murals on the stone walls recorded the causes of their deaths, but none were complete. Out of curiosity, he copied them down, and later discovered that, when the mural fragments were overlaid together, the full truth was revealed. So-called 9 pillar gods were never deities, but ancient humans possessing terrifying power, and he was the first to cultivate to the immortal realm. Afterward, he used that power to found Kim Ho Nation, and nurtured the 9 pillar gods into his closest companions. Yuguo continued exposing him. Though he had everything, he still feared losing power and began seeking immortality. By chance he obtained an evil technique, stating that sacrificing lives could grant eternal life. The Silver Moon Goddess discovered it and joined the 9 pillar gods to stop him, but they were all killed by him. After finishing, he confidently asked where he was wrong. Upon hearing this, Tula's group angrily spoke up one after another. So that is the truth. The 9 pillar gods were killed by him. What sun god? Clearly an evil god, sacrificing lives and murdering companions, utterly unacceptable. The followers of the sun god began looking at each other in confusion. Only Enhak Bang stubbornly retorted, "Do not listen to his lies. The sun god is the guardian deity of Kim Ho. How could he do such things?" The sun god coldly seized Enhak Bang by the throat and asked indifferently, "So what if it is true?" Enhak Bang felt as if struck by lightning. The sun god arrogantly continued, "They were merely mortals as weak as ants. I granted them power and glory, yet they dared betray me." He laughed cruelly, "Those who follow me lie. Those who oppose me die. Those who refuse to submit are fit only to become stepping stones on my path to godhood." Enhak Bang collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. Unwilling to hear more, "Sun God, how can this be? I do not believe it." Then he sprang up and roared in anguish, "I was loyal to you, even killed my benefactor to help you, only to revive an evil god." The sun god glanced at him and said coldly that he had done well and had not disappointed him. "Now offer up the last bit of your value." As soon as he finished speaking, the sun god unleashed his power and drained Enhak Bang's life. In an instant, Enhak Bang lost all vitality, his face shriveling like an old man. The life and death tome was also drawn out from his body. Sun god took the tome with a look of satisfaction. Ukwa cried out in shock, "The life and death tome." Depleted of life, Enhak Bang's body was like a wax statue, collapsing and shattering upon hitting the ground. The followers screamed in panic that the high priest was dead and that he would kill them all. The soldiers shouted for everyone to run. The sky gradually darkened as the sun god stood before the sun and said disdainfully that these insects were unworthy to be his servants, raised the life and death tome high, and shouted that all of them should become sacrifices. A terrifying pressure descended, freezing those who were fleeing so they could not move. The ground suddenly split open into countless cracks. From those fissures, countless armored skeleton soldiers emerged. Cockhat asked in alarm what those things were. Cocken quickly replied that they were fallen soldiers from the ancient battlefield. Vuqua said sternly that he was using the life and death tome to summon an undead army. Tai Duong immediately ordered the bone soldiers, commanding his warriors to awaken and unleash solar radiance once more to sweep across the land in slaughter. Receiving the order, the bone soldiers roared excitedly and surged straight toward Vuqua. Two sides had barely clashed when fierce combat erupted at once, the cries of killing resounding across the battlefield. Vuqua swung his hammer in sweeping arcs, repeatedly knocking back the bone soldiers closing in. Fuck also charged forward, swinging his blade and hacking fiercely into the neck of a bone soldier. Yet in the blink of an eye, the severed head reattached itself as if nothing had happened. Cockhat cried out in alarm that they were regenerating. Doctor anxiously realized these were all corpses that felt neither pain nor fatigue. Continuing the fight would only lead to defeat. Hounded closely by the bone soldiers, Tula was so frightened she burst into tears, running while shouting for everyone to retreat quickly. That moment, Vuqua took out a radiant golden artifact named Desert Scepter. He slammed the scepter hard into the ground, causing the earth to quake violently. Surrounding space was suddenly filled with hazy golden smoke. The smoke rapidly spread and rolled forward, halting the advance of the bone soldiers. Vuqua spoke up and analyzed that to quell the undead army they had to capture the commander. Reclaiming the life and death ledger would be enough. He threw his head back toward the sky and roared, "Vu Za then." Immediately afterward, Vu Za then coiled through the air and flew around his body. Vuqua leaped onto the back of Vu Za then. So followed at once and shouted that Uncle had come to reinforce the battle. Vu Za then pierced through the golden smoke and shot straight toward Tai Duong. Vuqua and So both sprang into the air and unleashed a chained ultimate technique. Love Bond triple fusion combined with seas dry and rocks crumble, creating a terrifying pressure. Witnessing this, Tai Duong narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh, his face filled with contempt. That man swung his blade in a slash that tore apart the combined attack, The pitiful Vu Za then was split into two pieces. Vu Qua and So lost their momentum and fell straight down. Meanwhile, the bone soldiers had already shattered the ancient insect barrier that Vu Qua had just erected. The soldiers of Vu Qua's side saw that the bone soldiers were unharmed and panicked, shouting that the barrier had collapsed. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The warriors could only cry out in despair. Serpent-headed army-wielding staffs charged forward desperately to protect the queen. Ngai Za saw Vu Qua injured and loudly called out benefactor. But before long, the serpent-headed army and Mai Za were pierced through by hundreds of spears. Seeing the situation collapse, Doc Hat immediately ordered Doc Thur to take Lao Feng and to lure away. This place was too dangerous. Kokken stubbornly continued recording while shouting that he would not leave. The people of Kim Ho Nation had to know the crimes of Tai Duong then. They also refused to step back, saying that as the holy maiden of Phi Than, protecting everyone was her duty. Suddenly a stream of chilling dark force pierced straight through Kokken and Tala. The instruments in their hands fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Fuck witnessed this and his eyes turned bloodshot as he roared Lao Feng. Doc Enhan behind him also ground his teeth and screamed Holy Maiden. But Doc Enhan was immediately struck by an arrow through the chest, while Hack Fuck hurled himself onto the spears of the bone soldiers. Doc Thur gnashed his teeth in fury and leaped up, shouting that he would stake his life against these damned bones. Doc Thur sensed the danger and shouted loudly to warn her younger sister to be careful. Doc Thur stood stunned, staring at the ghastly white skeletal hands piercing through the bodies of the two mysterious sisters. Across the battlefield, now there were only corpses strewn about like a graveyard. Seeing that scene, Tai Duong burst into filthy and delighted laughter. Afterward, that man exerted his power to draw the magical treasures from Vu Qua, praising that the other party was truly capable to gather all 9 divine relics. Tai Duong spoke with satisfaction that what remained were his shield, Nether God's spear, and Lick Duong holy sword. That man boasted that these artifacts contained the power of the 9 pillars, the final step to becoming a god. Back then they died rather than hand them over. In his elation, Tai Duong feigned mercy, thanking Vu Qua for helping him gather everything to bestow as a reward. That man tossed the women back. Tai Mai unconscious fell right at Vu Qua's feet. Isla beside her was in no less miserable a state. Vu Qua's eyes were empty. He did not dare look further and only muttered the names Tai Mai and Daila. His whole body ignited with flames of hatred, roaring that he would stake his life against Tai Duong. Vu Qua gathered his strength and leaped high, striking straight at the enemy. In the next instant, he was counterattacked by Tai Duong with a heavy blow. Vu Qua was smashed down to the ground with terrifying force. Tai Duong laughed arrogantly and said that killing people endlessly had become boring. The man excitedly waved his hand in signal, declaring that everyone would witness with their own eyes the birth of a god. Tai Duong raised his hand high and activated all the artifacts. Together with him, they shone brilliantly in the sky. Lying below, Vu Qua looked up, his eyes gradually filling with sorrow. He called out the names of each comrade in turn, starting with Daila. Familiar faces surfaced in his mind: Tai Mai, So, Doc Kitch, Tula, and everyone else. Vu Qua was so hollow that he wondered whether this time everything had truly come to an end. Thinking so, he clenched his teeth unwillingly, telling himself that in a story written by his own hand, how could he let another overshadow him? As if suddenly realizing something, he revealed a cold smile and stood up to warn Tai Duong not to celebrate too soon. Tai Duong still laughed arrogantly at him, praising that after taking a direct hit and still standing, he was indeed extraordinary. But in the end, that was all. After all, this was the insurmountable boundary between God and mortal. Not giving him the chance to continue gloating, Vu Qua took the initiative to cut in. You do not know the time God left me something else. He leisurely took out an hourglass in his hand. Tai Duong's face instantly turned pale. His earlier arrogance vanished. He asked in alarm the space-time hourglass, "What are you planning to do?" Vu Qua lightly flicked his wrist and calmly replied, "Reverse time." Sight made Tai Duong lose his composure as he lunged forward and shouted, "Stop at once." But he was utterly powerless as Vu Qua was pulled into another space in an instant. Immediately after, Vu Qua fell straight down from the sky into a crowded marketplace. He sprang up from a deep pit, rubbing his back while complaining, "Again like this, could you not be gentler? My butt is not made of iron." Vu Qua calmly stood up, brushed the dust off himself, and muttered, "Exactly which point in time is this?" Before him was a tightly packed crowd gathered together. the atmosphere extremely lively. Curious, he patted a brother beside him on the shoulder and asked, "What is going on? With so many people, where are you all heading?" The man replied enthusiastically, "You do not know such a major event. Today the high priest is holding the succession ritual. Everyone is heading to the divine temple to watch." Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, "The high priest." Vuquois calculated inwardly. That meant at this time the old priest was still alive. Excellent. As long as he stopped Enhac Bang from obtaining the life and death ledger, everything would still be in time. The scene quickly shifted inside a room. Enhac Bang was kneeling in salute before his master, respectfully addressing him as teacher. The old priest turned his back and asked, "Enhac Bang, do you know why I summoned you?" He still lowered his head and replied, "It is because of the priest succession ritual." Only then did the old man turn around and continue, "Among my disciples, you are the most outstanding, gifted, and powerful, also the most promising candidate to inherit the position of priest." During that, Enhac Bang revealed a pleased expression and lowered his head to say that he would certainly not disappoint his master's expectations. But the next words left him frozen. "Precisely because of that, I cannot pass that position to you." The old priest spoke sternly, "You are strong, yet your heart is too sinister. Over the years, you have secretly eliminated more than 35 fellow disciples. Did you think I was unaware?" Enhac Bang waved his hand in rebuttal, "Master, everything I did was for the divine temple. They were greedy for pleasure, colluding with the court and manipulating power. Sooner or later, the temple would become the emperor's pawn." The old priest questioned back, "So you killed them? They were all senior and junior brothers who grew up with you." He turned his back and continued, "Since the fall of the 9-pillar gods, the court and the divine temple have maintained a fragile balance. Your actions will only hasten the emperor's suppression." After saying that, he declared he had decided to pass the position of successor priest to Enhac Thur, though not as strong as you, but kind-hearted and mindful of the greater good. The old man continued his admonition without noticing Enhac Bang's expression darkening. "For the honor of the divine temple, I will not reveal your deeds, but you need not remain either, Li." Enhac Bang no longer showed respect, but coldly said, "Very well, but I have one request. Please lend me the life and death ledger." The old priest turned around in shock and asked, "How do you know about the life and death ledger?" Enhac Bang replied calmly, "Of course the sun god told me. He knows everything." The old priest shouted in alarm, "The sun god? What nonsense are you spouting?" Enhac Bang strained his neck in rebuttal. "Since I came of age, he has always sent me dreams because I am his most loyal believer. He also said that you and those weak traitors have all betrayed the faith and are unworthy to serve the gods." After saying that, Enhac Bang suddenly grabbed his master's throat. The old priest could not resist and could only clutch at his hand. Enhac Bang continued viciously, "Therefore let me replace you." Being strangled, the old priest could only laboriously utter, "Enhac Bang you." At that moment, an attack struck from outside the door. Enhac Bang was caught off guard and released his grip. The old priest collapsed, clutching his throat. Vuquois hurriedly rushed in, maintaining his stance and letting out a breath of relief. "Luckily, I arrived in time." Enhac Bang frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Vuquois crossed his arms and replied irritably, "You do not know me, but I know you very well." Vuquois leaped up, gathered his strength, and kicked straight into his face, then cursed, "Truly a foolish pawn of the sun god. You nearly destroyed Kim Ho Nation and the entire world." After striking, he explained clearly, "The sun god you worship is in fact an evil god. He used your life as a sacrifice to seek immortality. The 9-pillar gods were also killed by him." Enhac Bang clutched his swollen face and roared in rebuttal, "Shut up. You dare slander the sun god." The old high priest was still sitting on the ground, clutching his throat, and spoke up, "What he says is the truth." Seeing Enhac Bang's attention, the old man painfully recounted the secret of the divine temple, known only to each generation's high priest. The sun god did not disappear, but was punished for an unforgivable crime. He was once the supreme god of Kim Ho Nation, revered like the sun itself. But at some unknown time, he became brutal and warlike, disregarding the lives of the people and plunging the nation into slaughter year after year. Later, the emperor discovered it was a massacre scheme for him to sacrifice lives in pursuit of immortality. Not stopping there, he personally killed the Silver Moon goddess, framed her, and caused the other 9-pillar gods to perish. In the end, the imperial priest and the mages of the entire nation joined forces to seal him. Because the people needed faith, the truth was concealed. leaving only legend behind. The old priest grew more indignant as he spoke, for the true purpose of the divine temple was not worship, but to suppress the vengeful spirit of the sun god. Hearing this, Enhakbang stood stunned and blurted out no. He lost his sanity and charged forward shouting, "Impossible, you are lying to me. Master is only fabricating this to survive." Enhakbang gripped his weapon and rushed toward the old priest, shouting that you have been bewitched by demons, die. Seeing this as an eyesore, Vuqua unleashed a blow that sent him flying. Enhakbang immediately rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth and fainted. Vuqua looked down coldly and said, stubbornly blind. After that, Vuqua turned to request that the old priest hand over the life and death ledger. The old man hesitated and replied, "This matter." Seeing his hesitation, Vuqua snapped, "What is there to hesitate over? That thing never belonged to you." He continued that the old man knew clearly its power. If the true owner came seeking it, he would hardly keep his life. Hearing this, the old priest hurriedly handed it over, saying he had never used it for evil. Holding the life and death ledger, Vuqua asked where the body of the sun god was. The old man must know. The question frightened the old priest. He shook his head and said this was a secret of the divine temple that could not be disclosed. Understanding that concern, Vuqua explained that the soul of the sun god was recovering. Enhakbang was merely a pawn. Only by destroying the body could he be stopped. Did the old man want Kim Ho Nation to sink into a sea of blood again? The old priest asked with a trembling voice if it was true. Vuqua immediately countered, "Otherwise, what do you think Enhakbang needed the life and death ledger for?" In the end, the old man collapsed and yielded, letting out a soft sigh as he replied, "Very well, I believe you." The old high priest turned around and instructed him, "Follow me." When they reached a fixed position, the old man slammed his staff hard against the ground. A layer of barrier immediately appeared across the floor. Upon that barrier, a golden chest quickly condensed into form. Vuqua carefully observed the golden chest before him. After a long silence, he finally asked, "Is the sun god inside this?" The high priest replied, "That is correct." The old man lowered his voice and looked down, saying that the divine temple had guarded this secret for Kim Ho Nation for 1,000 years, never expecting this outcome. Vuqua calmly looked at the chest and replied, "The people need faith, but they cannot worship a selfish and cruel evil god." He rushed forward and shouted loudly, "Let everything end here." Enhakbang burst out from nowhere and shouted, "Do not do it," leaped forward, and used his own body to take the full force of Vuqua's palm strike. Vuqua was momentarily at a loss for words at his foolishness. The high priest cried out in shock, "Enhakbang." The old man helplessly closed his eyes and sighed, "Enhakbang, you already know the truth. Why remain so stubborn?" Struck by the palm and covered in blood, Enhakbang still struggled to speak. "Master, do you remember? When I was 5 and entered the divine temple, it was you who said the sun god was the greatest deity of Kim Ho Nation. He could accomplish anything. Wherever he set foot, that place became the truth that illuminated all." From that moment, the disciple swore to devote his entire life in loyalty to him. With despair in his eyes, Enhakbang asked, "If he is an evil god, then was my entire life nothing but a joke?" The high priest, at a loss, did not know how to answer. After a moment of silence, the old man spoke heavily, "My disciple, it is I who have wronged you." Enhakbang no longer had the strength to hold on, whispering that I have met the sun god. He has come to take me. At that very moment, the blood beside the chest suddenly began to move. The blood spread outward in an eerie manner, causing Vuqua and the high priest to panic. Vuqua exclaimed in shock, "The sun god is still absorbing Enhakbang's blood." He immediately unleashed all his strength and struck straight at the chest while shouting, "Do not even think of reviving again." This time no one stopped him, so Vuqua easily landed the blow. Chest exploded, the shockwave blasting Vuqua away and forcing him to brace himself with his hands. From behind the thick smoke, 2 vague figures emerged. A bandaged arm wrapped in white cloth was gripping Enhakbang's throat and draining his essence blood. In the blink of an eye, his body was drained dry and dissipated into the air. Enhakbang. Vuqua and the high priest were both stunned by the horrifying sight. The corpse removed the cloth covering its face, revealing a ghastly visage as it spoke. He was a decent pawn, but only useful up to this point. Ai Duong looked at Vuqua and continued, "One from the future, I have calculated everything. Only you are the exception. But that changes nothing. No one can stop my grand undertaking." After speaking, he shot away. Seeing him flee, Vuqua chased after him and shouted, "Stop." Before he could pursue far, the ground suddenly exploded violently. Fortunately, Vu Qua leaped aside in time to dodge. Shattered stones flew everywhere, powerful enough to bore countless holes through the nearby pillars. Though he avoided the first strike, luck did not repeat itself. The fragments hurtled toward him too fast for him to react. At that moment, Tai Mai suddenly appeared and shouted, "Be careful," then launched her umbrella. The umbrella opened like a sturdy shield, easily protecting Vu Qua from the barrage of attacks. Tai Mai. Only then did he suddenly remember, right, this was precisely the time Tai Mai returned with the life and death ledger. Contrary to his delight, Tai Mai looked at him with dissatisfaction and asked, "Were you not in another world enjoying yourself? Why are you here?" He avoided the question and replied that it was a long story, for now they had to eliminate the sun god first. Suddenly the high priest appeared behind them and cut in. "That is impossible," the old man declared firmly. "You do not understand how terrifying the sun god is. My master once said that if he revived it would be the end of Kim Ho Nation." But Vu Qua refuted, "I have witnessed his power with my own eyes. He has not fully recovered yet. His body is still weak. This is the only chance." After speaking, he turned to ask Tai Mai for support, but she coldly refused. "The fate of this world has nothing to do with me." Her answer made Vu Qua sigh helplessly. "I know why you came here." With that, he took out a thick book and held it before Tai Mai. Seeing it, she was stunned. The life and death ledger. Vu Qua slowly explained that the King of Hell already knew she had stolen it and had sent him to capture her. Tai Mai composed herself and silently listened as he proposed that as long as she helped eliminate the sun god and save this world. His voice carried a hint of pride. "Not only would it count as merit to atone for your crime, but I could also help you fulfill your wish to truly become human." Even so, Tai Mai remained doubtful and asked if it was true. Vu Qua smiled and replied, "You know I have never deceived a woman." Tai Mai still hesitated and did not make a decision immediately. After careful consideration, she nodded in agreement. "Very well, let this be our pact." At the same time, in another place, the scene appeared strangely peaceful. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from inside the palace. Countless people fled in panic from the pursuit of a horrifying creature, running while shouting for help. "There is a monster." At this moment, Duong, then, was no different from a mad dog, lunging to bite and tear apart the plump prey before him. Immediately after, Shizo was blasted far away, his body spinning through the air. His palms shot out, writhing dark red tentacles. Duong then manipulated those tentacles to drain the life force of the people inside the palace, bit by bit increasing his own power, until all that remained were dry skeletons scattered across the ground. He was still not satisfied, roaring repeatedly, "Not enough, I need more." As if struck by a new idea, Duong then immediately gathered energy into both hands. Skeletons lying scattered began to tremble, then automatically piled together under his control. In the blink of an eye, they fused into a massive, ferocious bone dragon. In stark contrast to the horrific scene within the palace, Ban Tai Than was still crowded and bustling at this moment. The appearance of Duong then quickly shattered that fragile peace. He bared his teeth in a triumphant grin and declared, "People of Kim Ho Nation, offer your lives to me." A blinding beam of light descended from above, causing everyone to look up, unaware that danger was drawing near. Pure yang fire erupted fiercely, carrying terrifying heat as it plunged toward the ground. Yet Vu Qua still charged straight toward the fireball, his gaze stern without a trace of hesitation. He spread both arms and directly pressed against the massive blaze. The collision of the two forces made the surrounding air quake violently. Vu Qua gritted his teeth and poured out all his strength to block the attack. At last, he forced the fireball to halt in midair. Witnessing this, Tai Duong cried out in shock, "Impossible! A mere mortal can withstand my pure yang fire." Vu Qua flung his hand and hurled the fireball back, shouting, "Take it back." The fireball shot back toward Tai Duong, who stood atop the bone dragon, its speed undiminished. Tai Duong merely waved his hand and split the terrifying sphere into two halves. At that moment, Tai Mai suddenly appeared behind him, holding her umbrella. The bone dragon's tail coiled and shot straight toward Tai Mai. Tail wrapped tightly around her body in several coils, locking her in place and preventing her from moving. Tai Duong raised his hand toward her and said coldly, "Seeking your own death." Liquid from Tai Mai's body was drawn out in streams and sucked toward him. At the moment it touched him, the liquid ignited in flames, causing Tai Duong to start in shock and exclaim, "What is happening?" Tai Mai immediately shattered the bone tail and broke free from the restraint. Vu Qua flew up level with his companion and laughed loudly. "Tai Mai is a demon puppet. There is no blood in her body, only oil. You brought this upon yourself." Enraged, Tai Duong drew his sword and roared madly, "Those who block me die." Qua raised his hand and condensed spiritual power into a righteous sword, replying, "As long as I am here today, you will not harm anyone of Kim Ho Nation." The two clashed in midair, each collision resounding across the sky. People inside the palace rushed out in panic to look. What on earth has happened to cause such chaos? Seeing Vu Qua dueling Tai Duong in the sky, the emperor asked in astonishment, "What is that?" The old high priest immediately stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, the one riding the bone dragon is a bloodthirsty demon who slaughtered the divine temple and stormed the imperial city, even attempting to destroy the capital with a fireball." He turned toward the battlefield and continued, "The armored figure is a messenger sent by the heavens to eliminate demons and vanquish evil." The old high priest clasped his hands and affirmed, "If the demon prevails, Kim Ho Nation will face great calamity." Upon hearing this, the emperor asked in alarm, "Is it truly that serious?" The emperor immediately ordered, "Soldiers, exert all your strength to aid the messenger and annihilate the demon." Peng Thien watched the battle as if admiring a prodigy and exclaimed, "This man's cultivation is astonishing. Once he wins, I must recruit him under my command." Tan Kuk, standing beside him, teased upon hearing that, "Has the prince taken a liking to him?" Peng Thien pulled her into his arms and laughed, "Foolish girl, are you jealous?" Tan Kuk blushed and scolded, "Your Highness is so wicked." So shouted in her soft voice again and again, "Go on, go on." Manga hurriedly advised in a low voice, "Princess, do not be too loud." Ho Deep also reminded, "We were planning to leave the palace. If we do this, we will be discovered." So coquettishly replied, "With such excitement, why leave the palace?" Nga worriedly asked, "But how do you know who is good or bad?" So innocently answered, "The face reflects the heart. The one riding the bone dragon looks like a monster, so he must be evil. That uncle over there is handsome and full of righteousness. He must be a good person." Thinking of that, she suddenly paused and wondered, "Wait, why am I calling him uncle?" So quickly brushed the thought aside. "Whatever, let us shout together." Three shouted in unison, "Uncle, go on, defeat that demon." In another quieter courtyard, the women gathered and whispered in fear, "I heard it is a man-eating demon. Many palace maids have been killed by him. Earlier there were screams from the side hall. It is terrifying. The messenger must win." One person suddenly looked at the woman who was crying and asked, "Dila, why are you crying?" Dila choked out, "I do not know either. It is just that the person up there," raised her head to look at Vu Qua in the sky and blurted, "Feels very familiar." Rapid footsteps clattered across the tiled rooftops. The soldiers were carrying out various war weapons. They were actually large crossbows, all fired at once. Massive arrows shot one after another toward the bone dragon above. They were completely ineffective. The arrows bounced off the dragon's body without leaving a single mark. Seeing this, Tai Duong angrily shouted, "I am the sun god. How dare you show such disrespect?" People below continuously cheered for Vu Qua. "Messenger, go on. Kill that man-eating demon." Hearing those shouts, Tai Duong could not help but freeze in shock. Vu Qua sneered and said, "This is the will of the people. You deceived them, so they have turned their backs on you. Now die." Tai Duong's entire body blazed with golden-orange light. In his hand condensed a multi-spiked circle like the sun. Then he sneered, "You truly do not know your limits." He swung his arm and hurled that artifact downward, the shield spinning like a flying blade. The circle screeched as it spun at high speed, shooting straight toward Vu Qua. Vu Qua curled his lip in mockery, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you think you are the Golden Wheel King? Let me show you what it means to catch a blade barehanded." After speaking, he raised both hands to receive the blazing ring. Vu Qua braced himself and drew his arms back for momentum, letting out a low roar. He flung the artifact back toward Tai Duong, using your own method to return it to you. The ring slashed through the bone dragon and made it reel as if about to collapse. Tai Duong staggered atop the bone dragon, struggling to maintain balance. Seeing this, Tai Mai immediately said, "He can no longer control the giant dragon." Vu Qua laughed in satisfaction and explained, "The blood he absorbed was too little. His power has diminished." Vu Qua instantly seized the chance and charged straight at Tai Duong, not forgetting to tell Tai Mai, "While he is weak, finish him." Unexpectedly, though the ring had flown far away, it suddenly curved in a perfect arc and struck back in a sneak attack. Tai Mai hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." As soon as Vu Qua turned his head, he saw the golden wheel already upon him. He had no time to dodge and was struck in the spine near his waist by the golden wheel. The crowd watching below were horrified. their eyes wide in shock. Vu Qua was like a kite with its string cut, falling straight down toward the bone soldiers below. Red-orange flame flared up behind him. Vu Qua grimaced and muttered, "That is truly hot." At that moment, a red silk ribbon suddenly flew toward him. Vu Qua grabbed the ribbon, steadied himself midair, removed the burning piece of armor and exhaled. Luckily, it arrived in time. He looked at the flaming armor and laughed. A moment slower, and I would have been roast chicken. The armor fell to the ground, cracking the surrounding earth. The people stood stunned as if in a dream, unable to believe it as they murmured, "Has the messenger lost?" Tai Duong laughed wildly. "This is the gap between God and man. A mortal body shatters at the slightest injury, while my power never runs dry, as long as I wish you are all sacrifices." His whole body ignited with massive golden-orange flames, white bands like living beings writhing around him. Tai Duong roared, "Now pay for your stupidity." The white bands extended downward, binding the people tightly and dragging them into the air. Screams for help echoed everywhere. Seeing this, Vu Qua urgently said, "He is draining lives to recover. We must stop him." Tai Mai's eyes flashed as she asked, "Do you remember the state of the affection unity art?" Vu Qua froze and repeated, "The state of the affection unity art." Though puzzled, he still reached out, but that move requires mutual understanding of hearts. So has not learned it, who can coordinate with me. Tai Mai immediately said, "Have you forgotten I am the demon puppet you created, who understands you better than I do?" Vu Qua suddenly realized and replied, "Right, how could I forget?" He scratched his head with an awkward smile. "I am used to seeing you as a brother, so I forgot you are also a woman," Tai Mai asked coldly. "So you do not need my help." Below, more and more people were swept away by the white bands, their screams shaking the sky. Watching Tai Duong slaughter without restraint, Vu Qua decisively said, "Deal with him first." Crescent-shaped sword energies sliced through the white bands. Tai Duong turned his head with disbelief in his eyes. "You are still alive." Vu Qua spread his wings and shot straight forward. As he charged, he shouted, "The one who must die is you." Tai Mai appeared behind him, and together with Vu Qua shouted, "Affection Unity Art, highest tier." Blue-white spiritual power enveloped Vu Qua. Pale pink spiritual power surrounded Tai Mai. Both shouted at once, "Come and meet your death." The two streams of spiritual power intertwined and fused into a massive sword net that shot straight toward Tai Duong. Tai Duong still arrogantly roared, "Useless, you cannot be my opponents." The bone dragon screeched and dove down, collided head-on with the blazing red sword. At the moment of impact, the bone dragon's head exploded instantly. Sword tip advanced unstoppable toward Tai Duong, making him widen his eyes in horror. Tai Duong was pierced by the blade and screamed unwillingly, "Impossible." Even while dying, he roared, "I am a god. How can I be defeated by humans?" Immediately after, his body turned to ashes within the sword energy. People below burst into cheers. "The demon has been destroyed. The messenger has won." Dyla smiled and looked up. So and the two maids held hands and jumped. "Uncle has won. Wonderful." Cheers continued without end. "The demon is dead. We are saved. Long live the messenger." Vu Qua landed on the ground. He revealed a triumphant smile and said, "We have won." Tai Mai remained silent in a strange state, her whole body trembling with sounds like cracking metal. Immediately after, she lost control and fell freely downward. Vu Qua cried out in alarm, "Ko Tai Mai." Caught Tai Mai and anxiously asked what happened. She calmly replied as expected. Tai Mai reminded him, "This body cannot withstand the intensity of the previous attack." Vu Qua frowned and asked, "You already knew yet still risked it with me." He took out medical tools, working while reassuring, "It is fine, just a minor malfunction. Replace the parts and it will be fine." Tai Mai weakly shook her head, "Useless. This time is different. You must have noticed the demon core within me." A tear suddenly fell and shattered upon Tai Mai's face as she softly said, "It has already shattered." Tai Mai blankly raised her hand to wipe her face and murmured in confusion, "What is this? Puppets are not supposed to shed tears." Qua sobbed as he poured out his heart. "Every time I enter a new world, Mong Na Chai and the others forget me. Only you remain by my side, and now even you intend to leave me." Tai Mai lowered her voice to comfort him. "Even if I cannot become human, having someone shed tears for me like this is already enough." Girl clasped his hand tightly and said her farewell, promising they would meet again. Vu Qua. Vu Qua shouted Tai Mai's name. "The promise I made to you is not yet fulfilled. You must not die. I will definitely find a way to save you." At that moment a voice rang out, startling Vu Qua. "It seems your mission has been completed." Looked up and saw the familiar face of old Dame Vuong. Vu Qua immediately questioned him. "You came at the right time. You must know how to bring Tai Mai back to life. Dim Vuong glanced down at Tai Mai and said coldly, "She stole the book of life and death and caused a great calamity. This sin is as heavy as the heavens. Even 10,000 deaths would not suffice. If she were not a puppet, I would have long since sent her to taste all 18 levels of hell. And you still expect me to save her? Do not dream." Vu Qua desperately begged. "She was created by me. I will bear all the blame. I only ask that you grant her a path to live." Dim Vuong spoke gently yet firmly. "Resurrection is impossible, not in this life. Since you say so, I will reserve a place for you in hell." Hearing this, Vu Qua stopped yielding and flared up. "You old man." Vu Qua aggressively demanded, "When needed, I am present. Now you turn your face away." Dim Vuong turned aside and replied calmly, "I have always been impartial, fair, and selfless." Vu Qua raised the book of life and death as if to tear it apart, snorting coldly in dissatisfaction. Dim Vuong immediately panicked and moved to stop him, hurriedly saying, "Do not tear it." Dim Vuong sternly advised, "If the book of life and death is destroyed, countless ghosts of hell will flood out and the world will fall into chaos. Do you truly wish to harm all living beings for the sake of a puppet?" Vu Qua replied coldly, "Do not accuse me. I am not that selfish. I only see someone obsessed with web novels, so careless that he lost the book of life and death, unworthy of this seat. I will report to the heavenly court to replace you with someone more deserving." Dim Vuong immediately softened his tone to negotiate. "This matter is not beyond discussion." Vu Qua arrogantly gestured, "Speak and let me hear." Dim Vuong slowly explained, "A human has 3 souls and 7 spirits. Lacking even one is impossible. Body snatching is merely an exchange of life and death. Nothing can be created from nothing. Tai Mai is a puppet you created. Even I cannot create an extra soul without cause." After hearing this, Vu Qua muttered, "So there is no way to turn her into a human." Vu Qua took out a communicator and tapped a few times. The message was ready to be sent to the heavenly court. Dim Vuong hurriedly shouted, "Stop." Dim Vuong sincerely advised, "Listen to me to the end. What I said just now was only the rules on my side." Dim Vuong came up with an idea combining East and West. "Have you ever heard the story of Eva?" Vu Qua repeated doubtfully, "Eva." In the West, Adam was the first man created by the supreme God. Seeing Adam's loneliness, God took one of his ribs. From it, he created a woman to accompany him and named her Eva. Two lived in the Garden of Eden without worry, enjoying everything except the apple on the forbidden tree. But Eva could not resist temptation and persuaded Adam to steal and eat the apple. Their act was discovered, and God expelled them from the Garden of Eden. Vu Qua curiously asked, "What does such an old tale have to do with saving Tai Mai?" Dim Vuong answered decisively, "Of course it does. A few years ago I was sent there for exchange and learned this secret method. No one else knows it." Vu Qua was overjoyed upon hearing this. "You mean using my rib can save Tai Mai?" Dim Vuong admitted it was correct, but the process would be excruciatingly painful. "Whether you can endure it depends on you." Looking at Tai Mai lying there, Vu Qua firmly said, "She ended up like this because of me. What is a little pain?" Vu Qua spread his arms wide, his gaze resolute. "Begin." Dim Vuong raised a sharp blade and solemnly instructed, "Endure it for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed the blade straight into Vu Qua's right abdomen. Dim Vuong used his power to extract a piece of rib from Vu Qua's body. He then placed that rib into the abdomen of the unconscious Tai Mai. The skeleton within the girl's body quickly fused into a complete whole. Tai Mai slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and looked at her hands in confusion, wondering if she was still alive. He folded his arms behind his back and observed before saying, Tai Mai quickly thanked Lord Dim Vuong. "You now possess a complete human soul." Tai Mai was both delighted and incredulous as she cautiously asked, "Am I truly human?" Dusk gradually fell, golden light draping over the 3 of them and stretching their shadows behind. Tai Mai was moved to tears as she exclaimed, "So this is the color of the sunset. It is beautiful." She slightly tilted her head to thank the person behind her. "Vu Qua, thank you." He closed his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. After completing the transaction, Dim Vuong asked, "The matter is settled. Can you return the book of life and death to me now?" Vu Qua respectfully presented it with both hands and did not forget to flatter him. Of course, a benevolent Dim Vuong like a bodhisattva. No one under heaven is more suited to be Dim Vuong than you. Dim Vuong tucked the book into his sleeve and said sternly, "Enough idle words. Now we discuss serious matters. Although the sun god is dead, everything has not ended." Quickly became serious again and asked, "What do you mean? Please clarify." You used the time clock twice, yet the two parallel worlds remain in danger and are even affecting this world. Only by eliminating the villain in both worlds can peace be restored. Wu Qua angrily shouted, killing the sun god when he was weak already cost me everything. And now you want me to face him at his strongest. I will not do it. Team Vuong looked at him and slowly said, not only the sun god but also Bat Fam. Qua cried out in shock, Bat Fam. Deem Vuong began to recount. After you left the military camp, Bat Fam and Ho Mi. The sky quickly darkened like ink. Team Vuong concluded wearily that this was how everything happened. Vu Qua ground his teeth and clenched his fists. I thought stopping Triu Thien Ho from bullying Ho Min would change their fate. Who would have thought? Deem Vuong continued. In the first world, Bat Fam became the Dark Great Emperor and ruled the world. Because he invaded Cam Ho Nation and killed Enhak, Bang, the sun god, never had the chance to revive. While in the second world, the sun god destroyed Bat Fam and unified the land. Deem Vuong left behind one final sentence before disappearing. Now both of them are invading this world. Everything depends on you. Vu Qua irritably shouted, at least finish speaking before leaving. Deem Vuong's voice echoed in the air. Rest assured, this time your efforts will not be in vain. Once you complete the mission, I have prepared a special reward. Tai Mai placed her hands on her hips and looked at him as she asked about the next plan. Vu Qua replied wearily, Bat Fam becoming like that was indirectly caused by me. I must pull him back onto the right path. Will you stay and help me? Tai Mai answered decisively, no. Vu Qua lowered his voice and admitted that is true. She struggled so hard to become human. I should not selfishly keep her by my side. He smiled optimistically and said that there are countless beautiful things in this world he wants to take her to experience. It is only a pity that time does not allow it now. Tai Mai should live to the fullest. If fate allows, they will meet again. Tai Mai suddenly covered her mouth and laughed softly. I said I would take you along. How could you not understand? Vu Qua stood frozen in place. Take me along. Tai Mai stepped close and patted his shoulder, pushing him down slightly. Did Deem Vuong not say those two monsters are invading this world? If they are not eradicated, how long could I enjoy myself? So do your best, brother. Tai Mai struck a Sailor Moon pose and loudly declared, in the name of the moon, I will destroy you. Vu Qua looked at her exaggerated manner and began to doubt life. Could it be that this soul was designed by Deem Vuong according to his personal taste? Suddenly, two soldiers ran over from afar, shouting as they came, Lord Envoy. Two knelt and clasped their hands in salute, thanking the envoy for slaying demons and eliminating harm for Kim Ho Nation. His Majesty has sent us to invite you into the palace. The imperial palace of Nguyen and Ga appeared magnificent and resplendent. Vu Qua followed two palace maids to a vast bathing area. One politely said, Envoy, who slew demons must be weary. The emperor has prepared a celebratory banquet in the main hall. This place is reserved for the emperor and empress. Please bathe and change your garments. Vu Qua broke into a radiant smile. He did not expect the palace to have such a place. The old emperor truly knows how to enjoy himself. He pulled at his robe, preparing to remove it. It had indeed been a long time since he had bathed properly. His outer robe and inner garments were tossed aside one after another, his body quickly sinking into the water. Then I will not stand on ceremony. Vu Qua soaked with his eyes closed and sighed after feeling it. Truly comfortable. He asked the short-haired maid nearby, where is the young lady who came with me? She replied, does my lord mean Lady Ko? She was just seen heading to the imperial kitchen. Fragrant aroma of food drifting from the kitchen caught Tai Mai's attention. What smells so good? He stepped inside, picked up a slice of watermelon cake and brought it to her mouth. As she chewed, she exclaimed in delight, it is delicious. Tai Mai walked along the table tasting each dish. Praising everyone, the imperial chefs grew angry at the sight and asked among themselves, what is going on? Who is she? The entire table of food quickly vanished into Tai Mai's stomach. A palace maid looked at her petite belly in worry. Lady Ko has eaten too much. But the imperial physician said it is fine. A digestive medicine will suffice. Vu Qua rested his chin on his hand and muttered, I did not expect Tai Mai to be such a glutton. It seems I will have to teach her many things in the future. The two palace maids sitting opposite asked, if my lord does not mind, allow us to attend to your bath. You are the hero of Kim Ho Nation. Serving you is our honor. Vu Qua stared in surprise, truly. Soft hands held a white towel and began scrubbing his back. Maids' garments were soaked and clung to their bodies, clearly outlining their curves. The other took bath milk, her fair legs exposed. Vu Qua looked at the spring scenery before him and flushed red, a nosebleed flowing. No wonder every man wishes to be emperor. This feeling is overwhelming. In the underworld, Dim Vuong roared angrily. Is this the time for enjoyment? Looked into a mirror and ground his teeth, shouting that this fellow is so infatuated with beauty, he has forgotten official matters. Dim Vuong looked at the treasure in his hand and muttered, this crystal ball preserves his harem memories from the previous time-space. I had planned to surprise him after everything was done. He revealed a dangerous smile and said in a low voice, since that is the case, I will do it now. Dim Vuong crushed the crystal ball, and the sealed memories surged out. A stream of memories shot straight into a spacious courtyard, where the sound of counting beats echoed. A long whip lashed harshly across Tila's body, reminding her not to be lazy. The matron holding the whip scolded, you are merely enchantresses. Do not dream of meeting the envoy. Diligently training to serve nobles is your duty. She pointed at Dila without noticing the memories entering her mind. Look at how diligent Dila is. You must learn from her. Old memories suddenly surfaced in Dila's mind. The first image was Vu Qua smiling at her, then his energetic and vibrant expression. The times she silently followed behind Vu Qua. Dila widened her eyes and murmured, I remember now, he is. She rushed out the door calling Vu Qua's name. Till appointed and reported matron, Dila ran off. The matron froze and shouted, quickly capture her. Dila ran straight toward the arched gate. Suddenly, she collided with someone who had just entered. Dila cried out in shock, So-So. So-So did not wait for her to finish and blurted out, Sister Dila, I remember everything. It was Uncle. The envoy who defeated the sun god was Uncle. Very quickly she grew dejected. Uncle came to this world to protect us. Yet we forgot everything. He must have been heartbroken. Dila's face also grew sorrowful. At our last meeting I even misunderstood and quarreled with him. I was truly too much. As if sharing tacit understanding, they spoke at the same time. Let us go find Uncle. The bath chamber, the scene of joyful indulgence continued. Lord Envoy, is this strength acceptable? Vu Qua was so thoroughly attended that he praised in delight. Very good, excellent. He blushed deeply and generously complimented little sister. Your massage skills are very professional. Have you trained before? The palace maid flushed shyly at his teasing. My lord truly knows how to tease. The other maiden refused to be outdone and invited him. My lord, please have some fruit. Vu Qua ate while urging them. It is sweet, you should eat as well. The cup beside them suddenly tilted slightly forward. The two maids, though drenched, still pouted and complained coyly. It is all wet, how annoying. That moment Dila and So-So suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, Uncle Vu Qua. Vu Qua cried out in shock, Dila so. Before he could recover, he received a punch to the face from each side. You rotten man, filthy pig. It was unclear when Taimai had appeared. She was completely indifferent to the jealous quarrel before her, sipping as she praised, this coconut water is truly delicious. Dila bandaged his wounds while apologizing guiltily. Vu Qua, I am truly sorry for misunderstanding you. So-So still replied coldly, if you do not speak, then who would know? Vu Qua gave a helpless, bitter smile. The moment you arrived, you started hitting me. When would I have had time to explain? For long, Vu Qua's face revealed clear joy. As long as you remember me, then everything is worth it. Meanwhile, in another place, Bat Pham was still tirelessly training without pause. Mean praised excitedly, Brother Bat Pham, your swordsmanship has improved again. He happily turned his head and asked, Mean, why are you here? She honestly replied, I came on purpose to find you. Mean shyly confessed a maiden's thoughts. Tomorrow is the maiden festival. All the girls stroll the streets to admire the lanterns. It is said that on that day the goddess of fate descends. As long as you write the name of the one in your heart and hang it on the destiny tree, your wish will come true. Brother Bat Pham, can you go with me? Hesitated slightly, then sighed. Recently the situation has been unstable. The people are disputing water sources with Thai Track Nation. War could break out at any time. I am the captain and cannot leave my post. Mean angrily turned her back and left, fighting. You men only know that. If father will not go with me, then you are the same. She sulked and complained. The maiden festival only comes once a year. Whoever chooses this time to fight deserves to be lonely for life. Bat Pham flusteredly coaxed her. Do not be angry. At worst, I will go with you. Hearing that, she immediately brightened. Truly, I knew Brother Bat Pham treats me the best. Mean blushed and softly continued. Actually, I have already written the name of the one in my heart. Tomorrow, can you hang it for me? At that moment, Bat Pham suddenly collapsed in pain. Mean cried out in panic, Brother Bat Pham. He let out a miserable scream of pain that made her flustered. Brother Bat Fam, what is wrong? Where does it hurt? Unable to hide her worry, she hurriedly turned and ran off. I will call a physician. He suddenly grabbed her ankle tightly and shouted, mean, mean. Bat Fam gritted his teeth and pleaded, save me. Before she could react, his body erupted in a violent red glow. Mean Mean was terrified as she saw him suddenly transform into a demonic beast. Fear was clearly written across Mean Mean's face. Bat Fam's eyes were still filled with emotion. Mean Mean, what is wrong? Do you not recognize me? I am Bat Fam. She retreated several steps, her hands trembling in fear. You are not Brother Bat Fam. You are a monster. Mean Mean resolutely drew her sword and shouted, it was you who killed Brother Bat Fam. She charged her sword forward desperately. I must avenge Brother Bat Fam. The sword tip had just touched Bat Fam's body when it snapped in two. Astonishment mixed with confusion appeared on Mean Mean's face. What stunned her even more was Bat Fam spreading his arms and tightly embracing her. Mean Mean squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, do not, monster, let me go. During that time he kept whispering, my Mean Mean, I have finally met you again. You are mine, no one can take you away, not even myself. From now on we will always be together. No one can separate us anymore. Before Bat Fam could finish speaking, her body was already enveloped in black smoke and began to change. Lan suddenly appeared from somewhere and called out her name loudly. The three stared at one another in shock, no one able to speak. The scene shifted to the clear blue sky. Sunlight shone across the vast altar. A soldier hurried over to report, Lord Envoy, the imperial altar has been completed. Vuquan nodded in praise, yet Dyla was worried. Vuquan, do we truly have to summon the sun god? So also uneasily added, if something happens again. He smiled to reassure everyone, sooner or later he will come. We might as well take the initiative. Dim Vuong once said that to traverse time and space one must rely on one's own bond, and the only key is him. As long as we use his remains in conjunction with the summoning array, it will be enough for him to sense it, Vuquan said. He held the jar of the sun god's ashes and threw it straight into the formation. The small jar instantly shattered. Formation took effect, and a dazzling light burst forth. Vuquan stood atop the altar amid the raging wind and whispered, he is here. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent whirlwind appeared, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Sun God stepped out from the whirlwind and calmly greeted Li Yuguo. His face emitted a chilling, killing intent. We meet again. The Sun God sneered at everyone. Last time I was careless and let you destroy the hourglass. This time you will not escape. Vuquan revealed a confident smile. Look around. This time I have prepared thoroughly. The one who cannot escape is you. Around the altar were arrayed magical treasures arranged by him. Each one emitted a brilliant light. The sun god refused to be outdone and mocked while displaying the treasure in his hand. I thought it was something formidable. Your memory is truly poor. No matter how many artifacts you have, they will all end up mine. Vuquan calmly provoked, then try it. Under his control, iron chains shot straight toward the sun god. The chains split apart and tightly bound him from all directions. Sun God was shocked to be tied up like a rice cake. This fellow has actually refined the artifacts. The shock quickly turned into fury. Do you think this can imprison me? Under the Sun God's destructive force, cracks gradually appeared along the chains. Dyla swiftly circulated her spiritual power and rushed forward to reinforce him, warning coldly, do not even think about escaping. Silk ribbon flew toward the broken section of the iron chains, skillfully patching it to prolong the time restraining the sun god. The two girls behind Vuquan lowered their voices as they channeled energy to support him. Uncle, do your best. The high priest could not hide his anxiety and softly called out, Lord Envoy. At last he took the initiative and shouted loudly, we will also come to assist you. The sun god flexed his arm with force, causing the chains to tremble violently. He curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. Is that all? After a thunderous roar, he easily shattered all the shackles, too weak. A violent burst of force hurled Vuquan and his group backward, leaving everyone in pain. Dyla's voice trembled in fear. How can this be? Even Vuquan was briefly bewildered. What is happening? His strength far surpasses the sun god of the second time space. The sun god over there laughed madly. Foolish mortals. I am not the sun god of this world to be injured by such ant-like attacks. After you left, I conquered 5 nations and absorbed the cultivation of thousands of experts. Current power is unprecedented. Even a true deity would struggle to face me. Let me open your eyes. But the sun god's expression abruptly changed. when a stream of white aura suddenly enveloped his body. Entangled by the heavy aura, the sun god shouted in shock, "What is this?" Qua replied calmly, "Did you think this formation was only for summoning? Its true function is to guide resentful spirits unwilling to reincarnate back to the mortal world. They once regarded you as their lover, their confidant, their life-saving benefactor, yet you exploited that trust to drive them to their deaths." Qua's voice rose with fury. Today is the day they return to claim their blood debt. The vengeful spirits lunged at the sun god like starving beasts, each screaming their resentment. "I loved you so deeply, why did you betray me? My body was shattered for you in unbearable agony. I lost these eyes, give them back to me." The sun god roared selfishly, "Get lost. Who told you to block my path to godhood? You brought it upon yourselves." Nearly swallowed by the resentment, he still stubbornly howled, "I will not regret it, absolutely not." Amid desperate screams, the sun god and the resentful aura exploded in midair. The shockwave from the explosion swept violently across the sky. So stammered in shock, "Is the sun god dead?" Dyla beside her let out a relieved breath. "It is finally over." The others burst into cheers. "This is wonderful, we have won." The old high priest looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes, thanking the heavens for protecting Kim Ho Nation. Their joy had not lasted long when soldiers rushed over with bad news. "This is not good, high priest." A sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. "What matter is so urgent?" The soldier bowed and reported, "Half a month ago a man claiming to be the Dark Great Emperor appeared in Moklong Nation. He killed the emperor and proclaimed himself king, continuously invading other nations. Thai Trak, Hoa Van, and Tho Lin have already fallen. That is not all. Scouts report that the Dark Army is advancing toward Kim Ho Nation. His Majesty orders you to discuss countermeasures." Upon hearing this, the old high priest exclaimed in shock, "What?" Tai Mai spoke with certainty. "That Dark Army must be Bat Pham. He has also come to this world." Vu Qua nodded. "It seems this battle cannot be avoided." Tai Mai asked bluntly, "Bat Pham is not the sun god. At the moment of life and death, can you strike at him?" Hearing that question, Vu Qua did not answer and only lowered his head in silence. At the same time, in a rural area, villagers were diligently harvesting rice. Sickles swung swiftly in the farmers' hands. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon caught their attention. What is that? A swarm of insects gathered into a massive curtain that covered the sky. Someone cried out in panic, "Locusts." As the swarm rushed toward them, they ran while screaming, "Monsters, run." Monsters were faster than humans, tearing apart anyone in sight before circling and shrieking, "Loyal to the Dark Great Emperor, this world belongs to us." In the following days, news of massacres continuously reached the palace. The emperor said anxiously to Vu Qua, Lord Envoy, "It is said the Dark Great Emperor is extremely cruel. Wherever he passes, none survive. Do we truly not need to send troops to reinforce?" Vu Qua replied coldly, "This is a grudge between him and me. Others coming would be useless. With his current strength, ordinary people would only be courting death." The emperor could only clasp his hands and say, "Then everything is entrusted to you. I and the people will pray for your triumphant return." Vu Qua suddenly realized something was missing and tilted his head to look behind the emperor. The emperor understood and smiled awkwardly. "As for So-So, knowing you are about to depart, she is nowhere to be seen at this crucial moment." Vu Qua smiled faintly. "I did not allow her to follow, so she is probably angry with me." Hang Thien responded, "This journey is too dangerous. You did it for her own good. She simply does not understand yet." Before setting out, Vu Qua instructed, "Please, Your Majesty, help me take care of Dyla and So-So. When I return, I will personally apologize." The emperor immediately nodded. "That is our responsibility." Seeing that it was getting late, Tai Mai reminded, "It is time to depart." Finally, their group boarded the carriage and left, heading straight toward the domain of the Dark Great Emperor. Sitting inside the carriage, Vu Qua exclaimed excitedly, "I did not expect this emperor to be so generous." He looked at the pile of supplies before him in admiration. "He prepared everything for us, from clothing and silver to weapons." Vu Qua's gaze swept to the rear, the Star Moon Crescent blade resting against his back. He picked up the blade in confusion. The Star Moon Crescent blade. Vu Qua pondered carefully. After the sun god died, the 9-pillar divine artifacts also disappeared. So why is the Star Moon Crescent blade here? Could it be that the Star Moon goddess deliberately left it behind to thank me for avenging them? Tai Mai, sitting opposite, asked curiously, "What is inside that chest?" She swallowed and moved closer. "Is it delicious food?" Suddenly a sound came from inside the chest. Tai Mai reported in confusion. It moved. Vu Qua was startled and guessed, could a demon beast have snuck in? Acting immediately, Vu Qua pushed everyone behind him and shouted, "Tie my step aside, let me cut it down." So inside the chest hurriedly poked her head out and pleaded, do not cut, uncle, it is me." I exclaimed in surprise, "It is Palace So," while Vu Qua seemed to have expected it and calmly said, "I knew long ago." He lifted the curtain and stepped out, softly reminding, "There is still a beauty sitting outside in the carriage, come in." The girl wore an enigmatic and unreadable expression. She let out a smug laugh. Dyla quickly removed her hood and asked Vu Qua, "When did you notice?" He glanced at So and teased, "I heard your thunderous snoring, it was hard not to know." She blushed and retorted, "Annoying, I do not snore." Saying that, she turned her face away and warned petulantly, "And do not talk to me, I am still not over being angry. If Dyla had not insisted on following, I would not even bother with you." He hurriedly explained, So do not be stubborn. I did not let you follow because I wanted to protect you." Vu Qua's face grew serious. Bat Pham is no longer who he used to be. According to Deem Vuong, he absorbed the power of experts from the old-time space. The image of Bat Pham, fierce and brutal, flashed through everyone's mind. Vu Qua clenched his fists and frowned. "Even I am not fully confident. How could I let you follow and take risks?" So was moved and lightly punched his chest in affectionate reproach. "Fool, the more dangerous it is, the more I must stay by your side." Isla interjected in a deep voice, "Have you forgotten what I said?" She said seriously, "I once swore to the heavens, if you die would you have me live on alone?" Qua was stunned, speechless. "You all." Dyla's gaze was firm as she declared, "We are not weak women. If we are your women, then we must fight shoulder to shoulder with you." So sprang up fervently to echo, "That is right. Let that dark fellow taste the power of the love bond technique." Tai Mai immediately corrected her, not dark fellow, but the dark great emperor. Tai Mai covered her mouth with a sly smile and asked, "Speaking of the love bond technique, Vu Qua and I have already cultivated it to the stage of life bound unto death. What about you?" So exclaimed in shock, "Life bound unto death? Is that not the highest level?" He sighed gloomily. "In the previous time, Space Uncle and I struggled to reach only the 3rd level. How many times have you cultivated it?" Hearing that, Vu Qua hurriedly explained, "Listen to me, Tai Mai. The situation was special. It is not what you think." So stepped forward and grabbed his hand coquettishly. "No, how can this princess lose to her? I refuse to accept it." Tai Mai refused to be outdone and swayed as she said, "You reminded me. Last time my body could not endure life bound unto death, because although our hearts were in sync, we lacked the dual cultivation process, so the foundation was unstable." Saying that, she moved close and gently took his other hand. "We still have time anyway." Tai Mai stroked his face invitingly. "Take this chance to consolidate our cultivation a bit more." Vu Qua awkwardly replied, "It is not to the extent that even our whole bodies must." Before he could finish, Dyla decisively cut in, "That is right. The higher the cultivation, the greater the chance of victory." She smiled excitedly. "If it can help Vu Qua, I also want to learn." After speaking, Dyla did not hesitate and joined in directly. 3 girls were like thirsty wild cats, making Vu Qua cry out in alarm, "Do not all come at once." Inside the carriage, a fierce and unpredictable exchange immediately unfolded. The exchange lasted until the next morning. At this time, So's voice sounded full of admiration. "Uncle is truly formidable." She proudly displayed the result. "I have reached the 5th level. Dylu is not bad either, reaching the 3rd level." No one noticed Vu Qua sitting exhausted in a corner lamenting his drained strength. Tai Mai said in frustration, "Why is it only me who has not improved? Could my cultivation method be wrong?" After speaking, she cast a meaningful glance at Vu Qua. "It seems tonight we need further discussion." Vu Qua replied wearily, "You started at the peak already. What improvement is there?" He sighed inwardly, "I must find a way to stop them. Before reaching Mok Long Nation, I am already exhausted." Suddenly his eyes widened. The horse outside neighed loudly and came to a halt. Murmurs rose. "Why has the carriage stopped? Something ahead seems wrong." Everyone looked outside. Tai Mai said seriously, "I smell it too. The scent of blood is very strong." The carriage slowly entered the city. Inside it was silent, without a single soul. Corpses lay everywhere, the air gloomy and heavy with the stench of death. After observing for a while, everyone was horrified. The bodies had turned into skeletons. Someone trembled and said, "How could so many die?" I might analyze. Judging by the condition, they are all commoners of the city. Dyla asked in confusion, "What exactly happened here?" Vu Qua quickly stepped down. From afar came a panicked cry, "Help!" Didnt Ho shouted hoarsely, "Save me." After speaking, he collapsed to the ground with severe injuries. I jumped down to check his condition. She placed her hand before his nose to check his breath. Her face turned pale as she reported, "He is dead." Didnt Ho's body suddenly deformed, his flesh rapidly dissolving. I was so frightened she nearly fainted. His large body in moments reduced to a mass of pulp. So stammered, "It dissolved." Dila frowned in doubt. What poison could turn a living person into liquid blood so quickly? Yuguo seemed to realize and said, "This is not poison." But rather, before he finished, he stared intently at that face. "Why does this person look familiar?" Exclaimed in shock, "I remember now. It is Didnt Ho. Why is he here?" Suddenly, from afar, a group of people flew over and answered, "I brought him here." The one who appeared was Bat Pham with two beauties by his side. In an instant, he landed lightly and spoke, "Big brother." Bat Pham smiled and continued, "We have finally met again." Yuguo's entire group stood frozen, staring at the ferocious figures before them. They looked no different from living nightmares. The one standing opposite had changed far too much from the past, making him unable to suppress his doubt as he asked again, "Are you Bat Pham?" Immediately after, his gaze shifted to the girl standing beside him. It was me. Yuguo could not hold back his shock as he spoke. "Why have you become like this?" Bat Pham patted his chest firmly and replied, "Big brother, rest assured. I am very satisfied with my current form because it is the mark of power." Yuguo was filled with guilt and self-reproach. "If I had not passed the blood-robe blade art to you, things would not have turned out like this. I harmed you." Bat Pham laughed freely and denied it. "It is not like that. You did not harm me. On the contrary, the blood-robe blade art saved me." He waved his hand to emphasize, "Do you still remember how Zhao Tian who treated me and mean in our previous life? Without him, we would not have left the military camp and would not have gone through that chain of tragedies." Bat Pham glared with deep hatred and continued, "Therefore, when I came to this world, the first thing I did was track him down. I did not kill him. I let him live in torment, suffering torture every day, unable to live yet unable to die." Bat Pham's voice was filled with fury as he recounted, "That man knelt at my feet, begging like a lowly dog. As for those who once humiliated and hurt me, I made them all pay the price. That is the power the blood-robe blade art granted me." Bat Pham laughed madly in delight before continuing, "My dark army has swept across 4 nations. Only Kim Ho Nation remains. Soon the world will belong to me." He looked at Yuguo with expectation. "Big brother, I have searched for you for so long. Now that we are reunited, join my army. As long as we stand united, this world will be in our hands." Yuguo replied in a low, sorrowful voice, "Unfortunately, I did not come to reunite, but to stop you." Hearing that, Bat Pham's expression darkened. "Stop me, why?" Yuguo spread his arms and shouted in anger, "Look around you. What crimes have you and the Dark Army committed?" He bluntly listed each brutal act the other side had carried out, stirring up war everywhere, invading territories and plunging the common people into misery, forcing them to live in endless fear with no escape. Yuguo frowned and demanded, "Bat Pham, you have killed too many people and committed too many sins. Will you still refuse to stop?" Bat Pham curled his lips into a cold sneer and retorted, "Wrong. The one at fault is not me but them." Dilo immediately objected, "They are merely innocent civilians." So standing beside her nodded in agreement. "That is right, they have never harmed you." Bat Pham stomped his foot in rage and shouted, "Weakness is a sin." His eyes turned frenzied and inhuman. To become a leader, one must pile up countless corpses. Since ancient times, the strong rule while the weak are nothing but obstacles. That is the law of the world. Yuguo lost all patience and clenched his fist as he called for his treasured blade. "You have fallen into deviation. Further words are useless." The moment he finished speaking, he swung his sword straight at Bat Pham. "Take this." Bat Pham raised his bare arm and directly blocked the slash. He stared at Yuguo and said in a low voice, "Big brother, you are the only family I have in this world." His remaining eye flickered with deep sorrow. "I did not expect that even you would not understand me." He let his blood-soaked hands hang down, his voice turning resolute. "If that is the case, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me." After saying that, he swung his sword straight toward Yuguo. Yuguo could not dodge in time and was blasted backward by the overwhelming force, falling onto his back. He hurriedly pressed his toe against the ground to steady himself, preventing his body from sliding back too far. Yuguo looked at his opponent and frowned, thinking to himself, He can already wield the crescent moon spirit blade at will like this. Seeing the critical situation so anxiously shouted, "Uncle." Dailu immediately called out as well, "Vu Qua." Tai Mai loudly asked to join the fight. Min coldly warned, "I will not let you advance." Yen En arrogantly added, "No one can obstruct Lai Lang's great cause." Daila moved like lightning, raising 2 fingers to unleash a move while scornfully cursing, "Ugly creature." Tai Mai immediately gathered her strength to control the umbrella and sent it flying forward, at the same time shouting, "Do not block the way." Min, anger surging after being insulted, quickly gathered 2 energy spheres in her hands and roared, "Who are you calling ugly? I will tear your face apart." Yen En said nothing. She forcefully flapped her wings and knocked So away, causing her to cry out in pain. So immediately summoned her long sword and angrily shouted, "You dare injure this princess? We'll fight you to the death." As soon as the words fell, the sword fully formed and stabbed straight forward. Seeing this, Yen En flapped her wings and flew high, mocking, "A wild girl like you dares call yourself a princess? Kim Ho Nation truly has no one left." While Yen En was controlling So and fending off Daila, Min and Tai Mai calmly fought one-on-one. Seeing the blood-robed blade of Bat Pham slash straight toward him, Vu Qua immediately tilted his body to dodge. Immediately after, he used his own sword to block that vicious blade strike. Vu Qua could not help but feel shaken inside. The blood-robed blade art has reached this level. Just how many people has that man killed? Seeing his worried expression, Bat Pham sneered, "Big brother, after so long you still have not improved at all. You truly disappoint me." Qua angrily knocked him away and shouted back, "Do not call me big brother. I do not have a murderous younger brother like you." As Bat Pham gathered energy into the blood-robed blade, he coldly said, "Those who follow me live, those who oppose me die. If you were not my elder brother, you would already be like them. Become nourishment for me." After saying that, he lunged forward and aimed the blade tip straight at Vu Qua. Tai Mai suddenly shouted, "The one who deserves to die is you." As soon as the words fell, the umbrella snapped open and blocked in front of Vu Qua. But unexpectedly, the blood-robed blade merely brushed against it, and the umbrella shattered into pieces. On So's side, she was swinging her sword toward Yen En, who immediately used her wings to block the strike. Taking advantage of the opening from both of them, Daila swiftly unleashed her silk ribbons. She easily bound both of them tightly. Yen En roared in fury, "Am I really tied up?" After dealing with the 2 opponents, the 3 girls immediately rushed toward Vu Qua. He hurriedly ordered them to use that move. Hearing that, Tai Mai gripped her sword and chanted, "Wolf's affection." Daila raised her sword before her chest and shouted, "Consort's devotion." So immediately followed up decisively, "Sparrow mate." Right after that, all 4 of them simultaneously pointed their sword tips straight ahead and shouted in unison, "Shock." Everything happened so suddenly that Bat Pham only had time to widen his eyes in astonishment. In the very next instant, the combined strike of the 4 slammed straight into him, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. The surrounding earth and rocks were blasted in all directions, the scene descending into chaos. Seeing this, Min cried out in panic, "Bat Pham." Yen En also called out anxiously, "Lai Lang." So smiled in delight and said it succeeded. Witnessing the power just now left Daila stunned by the terrifying might of their combined attack, Tai Mai let out a relieved breath and added, "Vu Qua's hard training with us these past days was truly not in vain." Vu Qua sternly denied it. "No, it is not over yet." A low voice rang out, tearing through the white smoke. "Is that all your ultimate move amounts to?" Bat Pham's tall figure gradually emerged. He laughed loudly in mockery. "It is not even enough to scratch an itch." Daila, Tai Mai, and So stared at the sight in shock. How can this be? At the same time, the bindings that were tightly restraining Yen En and Min were severed. Freed, Yen En looked coldly at her opponents with sharp eyes. Bat Pham has broken through to the immortal realm. Attacks of this level cannot harm him at all. Bat Pham laughed excitedly and threatened, "All of you will become my blood sustenance." After speaking, he tightened his grip on the sword and strode fiercely toward them. Suddenly, Bat Pham felt something was wrong. He cried out in alarm, "What is happening to my hand?" Vu Qua narrowed his eyes at him and said in a low voice, "That is backlash." Bat Pham's entire body stiffened. He clutched himself and asked in confusion, "What is backlash?" Vu Qua replied coldly, "I once reminded you that when cultivating the blood-robe blade art, you must hold firm to your true heart. Never let it control your will." Hearing this, Bat Pham seemed petrified, his limbs gradually losing sensation. Vu Qua continued, The deeper you fall into demonic deviation, the greater the power. But the sacrifices also increase. When cultivated to the extreme, it can only use your own body as blood sacrifice. Hearing that, so inwardly cursed serves him right, Dila coldly echoed. After draining the lives of so many people, he should taste what it feels like to become nourishment. Bat Pham struggled in panic to move, but could not. He howled in pain, "My power is disappearing." His face gradually returned to normal. Bat Pham cried out in despair, "No, do not take my power away. I do not want to go back to being a worm trampled by others." Enheen and Mean stared in horror at the scene and shouted together, "The blade is still absorbing Bat Pham. Destroy it quickly." Bat Pham forced himself to pull the sword out of his own body. A stream of energy spread from the sword and swept toward Enheen, making her cry out in shock. On the other side, Mean was also caught by the ring of energy, her whole body stiff and unable to move. Bat Pham painfully raised the sword high and shouted, "Enheen, Mean." He let out a long groan filled with agony. Vu Qua gritted his teeth in distress. Immediately after, he gathered all his strength and rushed toward Bat Pham. The sword in Vu Qua's hand was thrust straight toward his opponent. Piercing clash rang out when his sword struck the blood blade. From afar, Dila, Tai Mai and So cried out in alarm, "Vu Qua, what are you doing?" Vu Qua poured all his strength into pressing the sword down. If you do not want to be devoured by the blood blade, then the only way is to transfer it to someone else. The energy gradually spread and enveloped Vu Qua's sword. The blood blade on Bat Pham slowly shifted toward him. Bat Pham looked at Vu Qua, risking his life to save him, and cried out emotionally, "Big brother." Dila, Tai Mai and So shouted anxiously, "Vu Qua, let go quickly. You will be absorbed as well." The energy from the blade grew increasingly violent. It swiftly spread and covered Vu Qua's arm. He strained to push the blade away, gritting his teeth and shouting, "I will not be bewitched by you." Immediately after, a blinding light erupted. Vu Qua threw his head back and let out a long cry. The energy within the blood blade suddenly exploded, brilliantly illuminating the entire sky. Vu Qua trembled as he opened his eyes to look at the blade in his hand and exhaled. The blood blade had shattered. Standing behind him, Dila cheered joyfully. It succeeded. He looked worriedly at his sweat-drenched face and asked, "Vu Qua, are you all right?" Tai Mai immediately teased, "Risking your body to save an enemy truly makes you a fool." So beside them held her chest and breathed out in relief. "That really scared me just now." Vu Qua smiled at the three girls and said, "Rest assured, with you caring for me, how could I bear to die?" Over there, Bat Pham looked at Vu Qua timidly and asked, "Why did you save me?" Vu Qua gazed into the distance coldly and replied, "Because I do not want to see a second Deep Quinn." Bat Pham stared at him curiously and asked again, "Who is Deep Quinn?" Vu Qua said calmly, "He was another younger brother of mine who lost his way and made grave mistakes. I do not want that tragedy to repeat. If you call me brother, then for the rest of my life I will protect you." Bat Pham's eyes blurred with tears. Vu Qua's words were like stars carved deep into his heart. "No matter how wrong you are, I will not abandon you." He choked out, "Big brother." Then Bat Pham burst into tears like a child, repeatedly murmuring, "I was wrong." Suddenly a sinister stream of life force extended and wrapped around Bat Pham. A hoarse voice rang out, "What a touching scene. But I will not let you have your way." That stream of life force immediately spread and enveloped Bat Pham's entire body. Bat Pham fearfully reached out toward Vu Qua for help, his mouth repeatedly shouting, "Big brother." Vu Qua rushed forward in panic and shouted loudly, "Bat Pham." A long slash tore through space and shot straight ahead. That sinister stream of life force tightly wrapped around Bat Pham in an instant and then vanished, leaving only a cry that tore through the sky. Vu Qua. At that moment, from the strange smoke emerged a treacherous face curling its lips in triumph, coldly threatening, "We will meet again." After speaking, he vanished into the void. Vu Qua stared blankly after him, the mad laughter still echoing endlessly. Dila stepped closer anxiously and asked softly, "What exactly was that thing just now?" Vu Qua's face darkened as he looked at her and answered briefly, "That was the sun god." The other three cried out in shock, "Is not the sun god already dead?" Vu Qua gently shook his head in thought. Perhaps only one person knows the answer. And he and Tai Mai spoke a name at the same time, Yama King Jia. The group immediately rushed to the hall of Yama to seek clarity. After listening, Yama only sighed and shook his head. "I did not expect the sun god's divine power to be so strong. Even after being devoured by the wraith of the 9 pillar gods, he still retained a remnant soul." After hearing this, Vu Qua stroked his chin thoughtfully. As expected, it was him. Yama continued, After that battle, he was severely injured. It will be difficult for him to recover in a short time. Moreover, his body has been completely destroyed. He needs a new vessel to house his soul. Understanding everything, Tai Mai nodded and said, that is why he took Bat Pham away. While Vu Qua felt uneasy, where did he take Bat Pham? Yama casually summoned a spatial vortex and said in a deep voice, he knows he is not your opponent now. Staying would only lead to being found sooner or later. So he took Bat Pham through to another time and space. After speaking, Yama stared intently at the swirling vortex. Suddenly he exclaimed excitedly, found it. Coldly instructed, this time it is not your territory. If you do not completely eliminate him, then do not return to see me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yama waved his hand and flung Vu Qua into the vortex. He had no time to react and only managed to shout, wait, this is too sudden. He returned to the ground. Vu Qua jolted awake and sprang up, eyes wide as he cursed inwardly, that damned old Yama. He shook his head in frustration. At least he should have let me say goodbye to Daila and the others. Immediately after, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, his gaze darting around. Vu Qua froze and murmured, where is this place? Still dazed, he tried to observe and piece together the surroundings. When he realized he was in the modern world, he shouted, this is a hospital. I have returned to the original world. Nurse heard the noise and hurried over. You have finally woken up. Vu Qua scratched his head blankly and asked, how long have I been lying here? The nurse irritably tapped his head and scolded, who are you calling miss? I am 2 years younger than you. Vu Qua asked in surprise, how do you know how old I am? Nurse pointed at the card on the bed and said, it is clearly written on your ID. The ID card clearly stated, Vu Qua male, 29 years old. After reading the name, he was utterly confused. Vu Qua, why is it not Lu Mang? He rushed to the mirror. The reflected face was still the one from his transmigration. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Could it be that Yama changed my identity? The nurse replied impatiently, how would I know whether you are Lu Mang or not? You fainted in front of the hospital and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Now that you are awake, hurry and pay the hospital fees. Vu Qua took a deep breath to calm himself and asked, fine, how much? The nurse glanced at the paperwork and replied, medicine, nursing and bed fees total 3,800 yuan. Vu Qua searched his empty pockets and cried out in dizziness, what? He ran straight outside in grievance, cursing as he ran, that damned old man grows stingier by the day, not even giving me a single coin. Behind him, 2 nurses chased while shouting to catch him. After leaving the hospital, Vu Qua looked around, a sense of nostalgia rising in his heart. Is this not the old district where I once lived? He strolled leisurely and could not help but marvel. I spent hundreds of years in that other world, yet this place has not changed at all. Standing before a food stall, Vu Qua suddenly felt warmth in his heart. The wontons here used to be famously delicious. With extra broth I could eat 3 bowls. Familiar aroma of the broth spread through the air, making his nose sting. It is still that same flavor. I do not know why I want to cry. Vu Qua suddenly paused and stroked his chin in thought. Wait, if I am Vu Qua, then where is my former self? Could he have disappeared? Just then a woman's terrified scream rang out nearby. Vu Qua turned and saw an ambulance parked in front of an apartment building. Medical staff were carrying out a body. The surrounding crowd gathered to watch. He suddenly remembered, is that not the rental building I used to stay in? What happened? People eating wontons were gossiping that a young man renting there had died. A novelist with no job and no relatives, discovered only after 3 days. Truly pitiful. Vu Qua felt as if struck by lightning. That young novelist was not that me. He immediately pushed toward the ambulance, shoving through the crowd while shouting, move aside, let me through. Vu Qua stood beside the body, his eyes reddened, unable to suppress his emotions. He dropped to his knees and cried loudly, Lu Mang, how could you die so young? Are you jealous of me? Someone suddenly struck his head and shouted, who are you calling Lu Mang? Vu Qua turned to see a middle-aged man angrily saying, that is my son. He cried out blankly, huh? Realizing he had misspoken, he scratched his head awkwardly and apologized. I have a friend named Lu Mang, so I mistook him. The man grew even angrier. Who would name their child that? If I were not in a hurry to the hospital, I would deal with you. The ambulance drove off with its siren blaring. Vu Qua waved and muttered curses. What is wrong with the name Lu Mang? An annoyed voice sounded behind him. What is wrong with the name Lu Mang? Vu Qua found it familiar and quickly turned around. Before him stood Lu Mang from his previous life, chewing bread noisily while scolding. Writing such a name in the household register must show no culture. Seeing that other self safe and sound, Vu Qua exclaimed in delight. Lu Mang rushed forward and grabbed the man's shoulders, speaking rapidly. "You are alive, that is wonderful," Lu Mang asked with a face full of question marks. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Lu Mang shook off his hand and said coldly, "I am not buying a car, not buying a house, not buying insurance, and not applying for a card. Do not waste time on me." Realizing he seemed too strange, Vu Qua hurriedly explained, "Do not misunderstand. I am not a salesman. My name is Vu Qua. I just arrived in Long Kin and want to rent a room." He forced a friendly smile and continued, "You look like you rent here. Could you show me around?" Lu Mang became even more wary and quickly refused since they did not know each other. Vu Qua casually draped an arm over Lu Mang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Meeting does not mean knowing. More friends mean more paths. We even share the same name as my friend. Is that not great fate?" Lu Mang struggled uncomfortably and cried, "Let me go." After struggling for a while but unable to break free, he helplessly took out the key to open the door, his heart full of suspicion. What a strange person, talking to himself and following someone home. Could he be up to no good? Lu Mang felt a weight in his chest and secretly decided, it is too late to call the police now. There is nothing valuable in the house anyway. Better to let him look around and give up on his own. Lu Mang introduced gloomily, "This is my home." Before Vu Qua stood Truong Fai wearing headphones, speaking in an affected tone. "Why do you want to get engaged to that woman?" Even more outrageous, he lay flat on the floor acting spoiled. "Am I still not enough to satisfy you? I love you so wholeheartedly, my good brother." Lu Mang could not help knocking him on the head before his eyes were polluted. "How many times have I said do not use my computer for this stuff?" Truong Fai removed his headphones, covered the screen and laughed. "Cannot help it. Your computer is more powerful than mine." Vu Qua recognized him and was startled. "Truong Fai, why are you here, right? When I first came to Long Kin, I shared a place with him." He suddenly recalled old memories. This guy also loved web novels but worked as a voice actor. Thanks to his clear voice, he often dubbed brotherhood romance stories and gained quite a few female fans. Later he earned some money and moved out. It was said he developed quite well. Vu Qua pondered. "If he lives here then at this time, I had just graduated from university and moved here for a year. 4 years have passed since meeting Yama." Truong Fai pleaded softly, "Do not be so petty. Writing novels does not mean girls will like you. No need to worry about misunderstandings." Lu Mang raised his voice. "So what if I write novels? Do not look down on people." He lifted his head proudly. "Let me tell you, I just signed a contract with a website. The monthly bonus is nearly 1,000 yuan. If it goes well, there is another 2,000. Truong Fai sneered. "That campus beauty bodyguard novel, right? 800,000 words and only 100 votes. Failure is already written in your fate. You might as well learn dubbing from me and save on rent." He leaned close to Lu Mang and whispered, "Most importantly, you get to know many pretty girls." Hearing this, Lu Mang immediately cheered excitedly. Pretty girls. In the blink of an eye, Lu Mang pushed Truong Fai away and retorted, "Stop using that trick. Every beginning is hard. I believe if I persist, my novel will become popular." Vu Qua interjected in a low voice, "He is not wrong." Truong Fai was startled. "Why is there someone else in the house?" Lu Mang answered wearily, "He came to see the room." Vu Qua continued seriously, "Writing web novels is like a pyramid. People only see the very top. Most authors sink into darkness unknown to anyone. Right now you are young and believe that passion alone can accomplish something." Vu Qua spoke frankly. "In a few years, passion will be crushed by reality. When you are so poor you cannot afford food and want to change careers, it will be too late, and society will have left you behind. The ending may very well be like those we just heard about, wasting a lifetime and dying in a foreign land." After speaking, he asked Lu Mang seriously, "Even so, do you still want to continue?" He clenched his teeth, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The end, Lu Mang answered firmly, "I will definitely persist." Lu Mang met his gaze steadily. "I believe even a pyramid will shine one day. This is my dream. Even if I am bruised and battered, I will not give up." Vu Qua shook his head with a light smile. "That really is me." Lu Mang was startled by the strange remark and turned to Vu Qua in surprise. "What did you say?" Just then a book flew over and Lu Mang caught it in panic. "What is this?" Vu Qua turned his head and explained, "The key to writing web novels is the hook. This is something I wrote in my spare time. I do not need it anymore." After speaking, he left waving his hand. Take it as a gift. I hope it helps you find more inspiration. As soon as he disappeared from sight, Truong Fai popped out and said irritably, Great Golden Storm Chronicles. Frowned in confusion. Why does this person love showing off? But right after that, Truong Fai's expression changed, revealing a fangirl-like infatuation. Though a bit rough, I like it. At the same time, Vu Qua looked at the road ahead and told himself, since I have chosen this path, I must bravely continue. Holding his rumbling stomach, he thought, I am not much better off than him. I should worry about myself first. Suddenly remembering something, Vu Qua blurted out, Write the word space. The system coldly notified, the player has returned to the original world. The word space has been deleted. After hearing this, he cursed angrily, Damn it, even the word space is gone, truly forcing me into a corner. Just then he saw a little boy holding a sausage and eating it as if it were treasure. Vu Qua immediately put on a friendly smile and approached to coax him. Kid, I see you have extraordinary bones and are a rare talent. I will trade you a martial arts manual for that sausage. Seeing his appearance, the boy was frightened and burst into tears. Mom. Truong Dai immediately rushed over and shouted, Where did this brat come from daring to trick the landlady's son? Before he could explain, she swung her slipper at him while scolding loudly, Extraordinary bones, martial arts manual. I will beat you into a sausage. Vu Qua ran while crying out injustice. Sister, listen to me first. Amid the chaos, a truck suddenly sped toward them from afar. The driver was driving drunk, completely failing to see the boy standing in the middle of the road. The truck charged straight ahead. Seeing this, Truong Dai screamed in terror, My son. Vu Qua rushed straight toward the truck without hesitation, raised one hand to block the oncoming vehicle. In an instant, the driver's head smashed into the shattered windshield. He cried out in pain. The boy sat on the ground staring in shock at Vu Qua, stopping the truck with his bare hand. Driver, not yet fully sober, shouted, What just happened? When he saw the dented front of the truck, he screamed in horror, My truck. Then he turned angrily and demanded, Who did this? Vu Qua weakly explained, I am sorry. It was urgent just now, so I used a bit too much force. Driver got out and pointed at Vu Qua while scolding. I just changed this truck and you ruined it. If you do not pay 180,000, do not even think about leaving. Truong Dai stood right there, and without mercy slapped the drunkard across the face with her slipper. You drunken bastard, you almost ran into my son. Kept hitting and cursing loudly. You nearly cost us lives and fortune, 180,000. I will call the police and have you locked up for 10 years to learn your lesson. Hearing the word police, the driver panicked and begged repeatedly, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. After teaching him a lesson, Truong Dai turned and smiled apologetically at Vu Qua. Young man, I did not expect you to be such a master at your age. Kim Bao Nhi, hurry and thank him. Kim Bao smiled obediently, Thank you, uncle. He repeatedly thanked Vu Qua. If not for you, my son would have faced disaster. I do not know how to repay you properly. He only smiled and replied, It was nothing worth mentioning. During his polite refusal, Truong Dai immediately objected. No, my family is only Kim Bao Nhi. You saved him and are our great benefactor. She did not allow him to refuse and asked directly, Where do you live? I must bring my son to thank you. Vu Qua scratched his head and honestly said, I just arrived in Long Kin and have not found a place to stay yet. Hearing that, Truong Dai's eyes lit up. Is that so? After speaking, she led Vu Qua aside and introduced, It is a small matter, come with me. Standing before a door, she said, I bought this building when prices were low. I plan to demolish it but have not done so, so I usually rent it out. It has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room with full utilities. The previous tenant just moved out. It is a bit old but fine to stay for now. If you do not mind, you can live here first. Vu Qua smiled in satisfaction and answered at once, I do not mind. It is even better than where I used to live. But he cautiously added, I do not have money at the moment. How much is the rent? Can I pay at the end of the month? Truong Dai waved her hand. You saved my son, so what is money? Just stay and pay whenever it is convenient. Hearing that, Vu Qua felt relieved. Then I will not stand on ceremony. Once I have money, I will definitely give it to you. While they were talking, a female voice sounded, Is this the new brother who moved in? Lahoa looked at him without blinking and praised frankly, He is really handsome. Seeing his face redden, she stepped forward. I am Lahoa from downstairs. We will be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me. Truong Dai immediately waved her away. Go, go. Separated by a whole floor, what neighbor? Lahoa swayed and replied, Aunt Truong, you are mean. Do not push me. As she walked away, Truong Dai sincerely advised, Most people here are not decent. You do not need to bother with them. If anyone causes trouble, tell me. Vu Qua nodded. I understand. Thank you, Aunt. Night Vu Qua lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Housing was settled, but food and daily expenses would all require money. He could not keep relying on others. He recalled the past when money had never been an issue. In any world he spent freely, yet now he had to worry about it. Thinking of this, he sat up irritably. It is all because of that damned old Yama who did not leave me any capital. He sat at the desk, turned on the computer, and began searching for ways to make money, going online to see if there were opportunities. Suddenly glancing at the date on the screen, Vu Qua was startled. May 23rd. He stroked his chin and recalled. This year the stock market once surged wildly, plummeting in the first half and soaring in the second. There were a few stocks that skyrocketed which I failed to catch back then. Thinking of a way out, his eyes lit up. Is this not the best opportunity? If I enter early, I will surely make money. But the harsh reality immediately struck him. Where will the initial capital come from? He sprang up from the chair, raised his hand to point straight at the ceiling, and lamented, Heavens above, are you deliberately toying with me? As if the heavens answered without warning, peals of thunder crashed in succession, startling Vu Qua. Fine then, I will pretend I said nothing at all. Yet he suddenly realized that something had just flashed in the direction from before. Curiosity surged, prompting him to fling the window wide open at once. Standing on the balcony with the wind howling around him, he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A towering structure came into view and made him fall silent in thought. That light had clearly come from there. Not long after, thick clouds rolled in to cover everything. Even the moon was swallowed by layers of dark clouds. Atop a lofty hall, two figures faced off in a tense struggle, brilliant halos radiating from their bodies. Truong Nhai emitted a golden aura from head to toe, and coldly told his opponent that all matters have order. I discovered this place first. I hope you will abide by the rules. Thang Huck did not grow angry. Instead, he calmly negotiated, stressing the principle of respecting elders. I am already this old and cultivation is arduous. Why not each take a step back? We split this spirit stone in half. What do you think? However, Truong Nhai bluntly refused. Having lived to this age, he understood even more how vital a spirit stone was. There was no way he would share it. He shouted impatiently and charged forward. Words are useless. Let us fight. Knowing reconciliation was impossible, Thang Huck immediately assumed a stance. Please allow me to learn from you. In the blink of an eye, Vu Qua had reached the hall, placing a hand on the roof tiles as he prepared to observe in secret. After witnessing the scene, he muttered in astonishment, What are these two wearing? Are they filming a historical drama in the middle of the night? Sound reached the ears of the two men locked in combat, and they halted at once, turning their heads in alarm to demand who was there. Not wishing to cause trouble, Vu Qua turned to leave. I was merely passing by, sorry to disturb you. I will be on my way. Truong Nhai did not believe him, shouting that he must be after the spirit stone and would not be allowed to escape. Seeing Vu Qua continue to walk away, he immediately cast a spell. An oppressive force surged forth. Realizing the other party was determined to keep him there, he had no choice but to stop. He said nothing, merely extending his hand with a gentle push. A rebounding force erupted instantly. Truong Nhai could not withstand even that minor strike, staggering out of balance and crying out miserably. He screamed as he tumbled down, and Vu Qua explained apologetically that he had not meant it. It had only been a natural reflex. At some unknown moment, Thang Huck was already behind him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Little friend, do not worry. That man is at the out-of-body stage. At this distance of 100 meters, he will not die. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Vu Qua turned and asked what the out-of-body stage was. Noticing certain similarities, he eagerly asked further, could it be that there are still cultivators in this era? Thang Huck answered calmly, what is wrong, little friend does not know. Faced with this question, Vu Qua felt somewhat awkward about that. Mind spun swiftly, and he immediately fabricated an excuse, saying he had been in seclusion for many years and had only recently emerged, so he had not yet grasped the changes of the world. Upon hearing about Vu Qua cultivation time, Thang Huck immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. So you are a senior. This humble Taoist is named Thang Huck. He took the opportunity to ask whether the senior had ever heard of the three great Dharma phases, and inwardly Vu Qua thought that if he said no, he would be exposed. So outwardly he smoothly replied that he had heard of them, but did not understand them in detail. Without the slightest doubt, Thang Huk slowly explained that the great Tao of heaven and earth cycles endlessly. The proper Dharma age, the degenerate Dharma age, and the extinction Dharma age rotate in turn, like a gigantic battery in which spiritual energy is the stored power. Recounted a distant era, the proper Dharma age when heavenly treasures were inexhaustible and spiritual energy abundant, the most ideal time for cultivators. Then came the degenerate Dharma age. Spiritual energy waned and the world trembled. Everywhere people fought over resources, competing and seizing. Demons ran rampant, killing to claim resources and throwing heaven and earth into chaos. When the extinction Dharma age arrived, spiritual energy was completely exhausted. The world sank into darkness, waiting only for power to accumulate once more. At this point, Thang Huk looked up at the moon and asserted that the present was a degenerate Dharma age seen once in 1,000 years, coupled with the explosion of science and technology over the past century that led people to worship science and dismiss all that was hard to explain as superstition, forcing cultivators to hide themselves in practice. Fuqua nodded thoughtfully. So that is how it is. No wonder after coming out of seclusion I have not encountered any cultivators. According to you, spiritual energy has weakened. Then what do you rely on to increase your cultivation? Thang Huk looked straight at him and said sincerely that since spiritual energy had dried up, the path of cultivation had become extremely arduous, and the remaining spirit stones were the only shortcut. He also explained his reason for appearing. He had seen spiritual light flash here earlier and guessed there was an ultimate grade spirit stone, never expecting someone to arrive first. Suddenly, Thang Huk took out a sparkling green spirit stone and offered it to him. Thanks to Senior stepping in to help. Please accept this as a token of gratitude. Fuqua waved his hand and politely declined, saying that would not be appropriate. Yet Thang Huk earnestly insisted that meeting Senior was an honor, and without him he might not have retreated with his life intact today. After speaking, he pulled out a business card and handed it to Fuqua, saying, "This is my card. If Senior does not mind, you may visit any time to offer guidance." Fuqua held the card and murmured as he read, "Taoist Thang Huk, Thin Duong Feng Shui Office." He was both bewildered and astonished by the flood of new information, never expecting that old man to be a Feng Shui master. Caught Fuqua's attention most was the string of numbers printed below. His eyes widened in disbelief. Just consultation costs 100,000. How wealthy is this old man? Fuqua lay sprawled on the sofa lamenting to himself. I should have asked for a bit more money earlier. Spirit stones cannot fill the stomach. Suddenly realizing someone was standing outside the door, he turned his head and called out, "Who is it at this late hour?" A voice came from behind the door announcing that your delivery has arrived. Fuqua searched his memory in confusion. I did not order any food. The voice outside continued, "Our shop just opened and we are offering free samples. Please open the door." Hearing this, he rose curiously. Free samples really exist. Door opened, and Lahore appeared with a smile. "Hello, big brother." He looked at the unfamiliar girl in confusion and asked who she was, and Lahore immediately replied that they had met during the day. After speaking, she blushed and put on a delicate pose. "I am this pretty and you truly forgot me." Faced with the awkward situation, Fuqua blurted out, "I remember now. Your surname is Wang." Lahore exclaimed in surprise, "Wang," and he smiled with narrowed eyes as he explained that the melon-selling granny who praises her own melons is you. On the surface, Lahore forced a smile, but inwardly she cursed, "Is this guy blind?" Although her looks could not compare to celebrities or famous TikTokers, no one in this building had met her without being captivated. Leaning against the door, she flashed a seductive smile to salvage the situation. "My surname is not Wang but Duong. I am a massage therapist." After introducing herself, Lahore proactively offered help. "You must be exhausted from moving all day. Let me give you a massage and guarantee you will feel very comfortable." Hearing this, Fuqua turned his face away and bluntly refused. "No need, my mother said ugliness is contagious. I do not want to become ugly." She cried out in shock, "Am I ugly?" In her heart, Lahore cursed Fuqua mercilessly. Truly blind as a dog. This guy was not blind but foolish. Yet outwardly she endured and said that his mother was only joking. "Besides, I am a great beauty." She laughed while boasting of her romantic conquests. "Back in my hometown, suitors lined up from the start of the village to the end." She boldly revealed another secret. "I also know magic," making him blurt out in disbelief, "Magic?" Lahore raised both hands in affirmation. "That is right. These hands can cure 100 ailments. Just a little massage, and even a fool can become clever. Hearing this, Vu Qua became interested and wanted to try at once. Is that so? Then I want a massage. She rolled her eyes disdainfully, thinking to herself that he truly was a fool. After saying that, Lahoa pointed toward the sofa and softly told him to go sit over there. He smiled like a blooming flower and made up an excuse for him to follow her instructions, telling him to close his eyes because the magic could not be seen by outsiders. He agreed at once without hesitation. All right. Lahoa happily asked if he was ready. Vu Qua impatiently replied that everything was ready. Unexpectedly, she suddenly yanked open her white shirt, exposing her body. Then she shrank into a corner, hugging herself tightly and wailing as if she had lost control. Before Vu Qua could even recover his senses, she escalated her crying into a loud commotion. Help, there is a pervert. Hearing the noise, Ho-Ka rushed straight into the house and shouted loudly, which bastard dares to cause trouble? Holding a stick in his hand, Ho-Ka roared in anger, who is making a move. Lahoa hurried to hide behind him and pointed forward to falsely accuse. It is him. She began acting even more dramatically. He told me to come into his room for a massage at midnight. Who would have thought that while I was massaging him, he molested me? And also, before she could finish her sentence, Lahoa burst into heart-wrenching sobs as if she had never cried before. After hearing this, Ho-Ka flew into a rage and was about to rush over to hit him. You look decent, but you are a beast. Today I will cripple you. She pretended to be worried and quickly tried to stop him. Forget it. We are neighbors. We see each other all the time. I do not want to make a big scene. Going along with it, he set the stick down and pulled out his phone, speaking in a negotiating tone. Fine, I will spare your life today, but this matter will not end so simply. Ho-Ka raised his phone toward Vu Qua and snapped a photo. Believing he had secured evidence, he revealed his true face. If you bully someone, you must pay the price. Medical expenses and emotional damages add up to 100,000. Transfer it to this account within 3 days. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Vu Qua stood to the side and replied calmly. I wondered what it was. Turns out it is an old scam. Hearing this, he angrily shouted, What did you say? Lahoa stayed in character and advised, Brother Ho, his mind is not right. Do not bother with him. Ho-Ka lost control and raised the stick to strike him. He has not shed tears until he sees the coffin. I will cripple one of his legs first. He calmly raised his hand to block the blow. By reflex, he flung him away, sending him crashing into the wall as he screamed miserably. He lifted his shoe-clad foot and stomped hard onto his thigh. In a dominant position, Vu Qua bent down and asked coldly, Whose leg did you say you would cripple just now? Terrified, Ho-Ka clasped his hands and begged repeatedly, I was wrong. I will not dare again. Spare me. Seeing that he was already scared out of his wits, Vu Qua turned to deal with Lahoa. Take your clothes off. Ho-Ka also chimed in and shouted at her. If he tells you to laugh, then laugh. It is your fortune that Big Brother has taken a liking to you. Do not be ungrateful. Qua calmly gave the order to him as well, you too. Ho-Ka panicked and pleaded, Big Brother, are you really going that far? His foot pressed harder and harder on his thigh. Are you taking them off or not? In unbearable pain, he cried out, I will take them off. After that, Vu Qua leisurely picked up his phone and took several photos, even reminding them subtly, do not be shy, strike a few poses. He aimed the camera and shot close-ups of the two naked figures without mercy. After finishing, he made the same demand Ho-Ka had made earlier. No need to repeat the rules. If I do not see 200,000 in 3 days, you know the consequences. Hearing the amount was too large, he quickly objected, Big Brother. In this line of work, the maximum is 100,000. It cannot increase like that. Lahoa also complained anxiously. Where would I get 200,000? Hearing the two of them constantly making excuses, Vu Qua's face darkened. Ka and Lahoa hurriedly agreed and scrambled to flee. We will definitely bring the money. Suddenly, he noticed a few suspicious marks exposed on her neck. Qua stared for a long while and remained silent. In a rented room near Vu Qua's home, Hoa was grabbed firmly by a powerful hand without the slightest slip. Ho-Ka sat on the sofa cursing loudly, You rotten woman. Did you not say that guy was a country bumpkin easy to trick? She lowered her head and explained sincerely, Brother Ho, how would I dare to deceive you? I only knew he had just arrived in Long Than. Who would have thought he was so formidable? After hearing this, he curled his lip in disdain. No matter how strong he is, he cannot overcome local power. Just wait, I will take revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he groaned from the lingering pain of the beating earlier. His mouth hurt unbearably. He stood up and shouted at Lahoa, who was trembling on the floor. "What are you still sitting there for? Come here and massage me," she answered with a trembling voice, placed his filthy feet on her thighs, and began ordering her around. Ho-Ka gaze unconsciously fixed on the body right in front of him. He grunted in his throat with pleasure. His restless feet roamed about, causing Lahoa to cry in fear, "Brother Ho, do not do that." He grabbed her hand and uttered vulgar words. "Why pretend to be innocent in front of me?" Ho-Ka laughed sinisterly and threatened, "Do not forget how much money you owe. If you did not obey, I would have chopped off your limbs long ago." Lahoa hurriedly replied, "I will repay on time. You know I would not do that." Losing patience, he pushed her down onto the sofa. "Repay what? You do not even have this month's rent." Knowing she could not escape, Lahoa called out tearfully, "Brother Ho." He replied coldly, "Let me enjoy myself first. Maybe if I am happy, I will let you delay a few days." He lunged forward and pinned her down, making her scream in terror. "Do not." Suddenly a kick from somewhere sent the wooden door flying. Ho-Ka jolted and turned his head toward the door. Vu-Qua appeared and delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall. After striking, he coldly reproached, "You have so much excess energy, yet you bully a woman. It seems there is no need to wait 3 more days." Ho-Ka ground his teeth in fury. "It is you again." He pointed and threatened, "Brat, do not go too far. I am not easy to bully. Believe it or not, one phone call from me will make sure you never see the sun tomorrow." Vu-Qua sneered and asked back, "Is that so? If you have that many brothers, then call them all here." Under the star-filled sky, miserable screams rang out from a house. After being beaten into remembering the lesson, Ho-Ka obediently handed over the money. "Big brother, here is 200,000. Take it and use it slowly." Not only him, but also his underlings behind him were bruised and battered, competing to flatter and beg for mercy. "If you need anything, just call us. Do not treat us as outsiders." Vu-Qua took the stack of cash and said with satisfaction, "Since you know your place, then get lost." Hearing this, the entire group covered in injuries hurriedly fled from the room. "Run quickly." After that, he turned to Lahoa with an unreadable smile and said that his matter was settled. Now it was her turn. She cut him off before he could finish, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "Big brother, I truly do not have that much money." Vu-Qua let out a cold laugh and offered another condition. "If you do not have money, then use something else to make up for it." Lahoa complained bitterly about her fate. "As expected, men are all the same. Since I cannot escape anyway, it is better to give it to you than to that bastard." After saying that, she let herself fall onto the sofa as if giving up everything. "Come on." After waiting a long time without any movement, she raised her head to look and saw that there was no one left at the door. Where did he go? Following the sound, Lahoa opened the kitchen door and looked around in confusion. Vu-Qua was rummaging through the cupboard for instant noodles and cheerfully asked back, "I helped you just now. Eating some of your noodles should not be too much." Not long after, freshly cooked dishes steaming hot were laid out on the table. He devoured the food as if he had been starving for days, clicking his tongue in praise. "It is truly delicious. I did not expect your cooking to be this good." Lahoa weakly admitted, "My boyfriend used to say the same." Before he had even swallowed, he looked up in surprise and asked, "You already had a boyfriend?" He could not understand why that man had allowed her to be bullied like that without caring. Lahoa fell silent for a long while before breaking down in tears. "My hometown is in the countryside. After graduating from high school, I followed my boyfriend to Long Kin to work." In her mind appeared the image of the two of them once sitting side by side, happily admiring the moon. Then came the scene of them opening a small eatery together. They had some capital and knew how to cook, dreaming of opening a restaurant. Who would have thought he dreamed of getting rich, plunged into stock trading, lost all 30,000, and fell into heavy debt before running away. Returning to the present, Lahoa said sadly that Ho-Ka was a debt collector, unable to find him, so he took it all out on me, even threatening to go back to my hometown and harm my family if I did not repay. Left with no choice, I had to work for him. Vu-Qua picked up his glass, took a sip of water, and sighed. "A man like that is worse than a beast." Suddenly he slammed the glass onto the table and asked, "Exactly how much do you owe?" Lahoa answered in panic. "At first it was just over 10,000, but after 2 years the interest has reached 130,000. Vu-Qua calmly pushed several stacks of cash over. "Here is exactly 130,000. Take it to repay the debt. If Ho-Ka troubles you again, then come find me." Seeing the money in front of her, Lahoa was stunned and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Then she blushed shyly and guessed, "Could it be that you are interested in me?" Vu-Qua shook his head decisively. You are overthinking. I have a wife, and she is much prettier than you. Lahoa stared at the money and said guiltily, I cannot shamelessly accept so much. Then how can I repay you? Frankly offered a solution. It is simple. I live upstairs. From now on, just cook for me every day. Upon hearing this, Lahoa happily agreed. That is not a problem. On the television, a reporter was delivering breaking news. Today, a fire broke out in a building in Long Kin. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The cause was an electrical short circuit. The reporter is now interviewing at the scene. Camera shifted to two young men arguing. It is all your fault. I told you not to use a cheap pot. How can you blame me? As if you did not eat. Hearing the voice from the television, Vu Qua turned his head to look. Why does it sound so familiar? The two on the screen continued arguing loudly about wiring and a broken computer. Vu Qua suddenly realized, are they not Lu Mang and Truong Fai? In the next instant, those two miserable faces appeared timidly at his door. Can we really stay here? Vu Qua smiled and explained, I have already spoken with the landlord. The place is a bit small with only one room, but it is better than sleeping on the street. Lu Mang and Truong Fai were so moved that they hugged him and cried, Big brother, we do not know how to repay this kindness. From now on, you are our real brother. Vu Qua reluctantly pulled his hand back and said bluntly, cut the sentimentality. You still pay your own rent. Lu Mang quickly replied, that is fine. My royalties are enough for a few months. Truong Fai asked in confusion, did you not give all the royalties to the landlord? Where is the money from? Lu Mang smiled and explained, thanks to the book Brother Li gave me inspiration. I just posted 2 new chapters and an editor contacted me to sign a contract. It should be fine. At that moment, Lahoa stepped out and greeted with a smile Vu Qua. With her alluring figure, she leaned against the door and curiously asked, what are you all doing? Seeing her, Lu Mang blushed like a tomato and inwardly praised how beautiful she was. Lahoa looked at the two unfamiliar men and asked curiously, you have no relatives in Long Kin. Who are they? Vu Qua replied, they are a few younger brothers I just met. Lahoa immediately reminded him, you are too kind. There are many unemployed people here. Be careful, they have no money and rely on you. Hearing this, Truong Fai grew angry and retorted, who is unemployed? We are online novel authors. Crossed his arms and probed, judging by your accent you are not local. What do you do? Lahoa replied frankly, I am Vu Qua neighbor, I live here. Truong Fai curled his lip and mocked, you do not look very decent either. Big brother, be careful, she clings to you. Hearing this, Lahoa angrily shouted, you effeminate brat, who are you calling that? Truong Fai refused to back down. Who are you calling effeminate? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Mang quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, stop arguing. Lahoa, still fired up, raised her hand and shouted, I will beat you to death right now. But the one who was hit was not Truong Fai. It was the unlucky Lu Mang. He staggered and fell to the ground as if about to faint. Vu Qua asked worriedly, are you all right? Lahoa hurriedly explained, I did not use strength. Do not pretend. Truong Fai calmly said, he is just too hungry. As he helped his friend up, he explained, since Big Brother left, he has been writing non-stop without eating. I was cooking hot pot when the electric pot exploded. Vu Qua closed his eyes and gave a bitter smile. I thought he was really dying. Who knew he starved himself like this? Truly foolish. After saying that he took the initiative to invite everyone, let us go. I will treat you all to barbecue. At the restaurant, a voice exclaimed, I did not expect you to have such circumstances. Turned out the 3 men were discussing Lahoa past. Her boyfriend ran away, and she had to repay the debt in his place. Even more miserable than their days of going hungry. Lu Mang held a skewer and sighed. No wonder books often say devoted women meet heartless men. Today I have truly seen it with my own eyes. Lahoa sat beside them, half understanding but feeling it sounded profound. So she asked, little brother, what do you do? Truong Fai casually replied, he writes novels. She praised with interest, so you are educated. I respect educated people the most. Lu Mang shyly said, I do not deserve it. Lahoa's eyes flashed with sadness and regret for the past. If I had studied a few more years like city girls, I would not have ended up like this. Then she suddenly changed her tone, raised her glass and said with a smile, I toast to you. Vu Qua sat amid the noisy crowd clinking glasses, forcing a smile. Just moments ago they had been arguing loudly, and in the blink of an eye they were as close as friends, bottoms up. At that moment the chef came out and loudly asked who had ordered kidneys. Hearing this, Vuqua immediately raised his hand and answered quickly, "Boss over here." Suddenly a luxurious black car sped over. He turned his head curiously and froze when he recognized someone familiar, Dila. Without a word, Vuqua chased after the car, causing Lu Mang to call out in panic, "Brother Li, where are you going?" He only had time to throw back a sentence, "I have something to do. After you finish eating, go back first." The two of them nearly burst into tears upon hearing that, but we do not have money to pay. A black car carrying Dila drove into the spacious plaza in front of a building. She stepped out of the car in a pair of pure white high heels. She wore a light pink evening gown that further highlighted her noble temperament. The reporters saw Dila and immediately pushed forward, shouting excitedly, "The big star is here. Miss Dila looks truly beautiful today. She will surely shine at the awards ceremony. Your requirements for film roles are very high. You feel confident about winning Best Actress tonight? If you win, you will be this year Queen of Film. Do you have any thoughts to share?" Vuqua finally ran up in time and was stunned when he heard the term, Queen of Film. Dila stood before the cameras and raised her hand in thanks. "Thank you for your concern. I am still a newcomer, and my acting still needs much learning." At the same time, she said that the actresses nominated today were all outstanding seniors, and whoever won would be fully deserving. Kai T, standing beside her, reminded everyone, "The award ceremony is about to begin. Please make way. Questions will be answered later." After saying that, he and Dila walked into the hall, leaving behind the endless calls of her name. Vuqua hurriedly squeezed forward. During the commotion, Dila curiously turned her head back. Vuqua grabbed her hand with one hand and called out loudly, "Dila, it is really you. This is wonderful." He spoke as if forgetting everything around him. "Even in my dreams, I never thought I would meet you in this world. But why are you here? Could it be that bastard King of Hell?" Reporters immediately snapped photos and gossip. "Who is this kid, a fan or a boyfriend? This is hot news, hurry and shoot." Suddenly, Vuqua was forcefully pushed in the chest by a hand. Kai T politely yet firmly reminded him, "This fan, please remain calm." Vuqua replied unhappily, "You misunderstood. I am not a fan but a friend of Dila." The reporters immediately pressed in with questions. "What kind of friend, a boyfriend?" "Dila, please answer. You have always said you are single. Could it be a secret relationship deceiving the audience?" Kai T shot a sharp look and said, "Please speak carefully, or we will reserve the right to pursue responsibility." Vuqua was just about to explain their relationship, Dila and I are. Unexpectedly, she coldly cut him off. "I do not know this person." The words left him stunned. Dila continued in a distant tone, "This gentleman has probably mistaken me for someone else." Under his gaze, she turned to Kai T and softly said, "Let us go." The surrounding people immediately mocked, thought we had big news, but it was nothing. Miss Dila grew up in an overseas aristocratic school. Even if she dates, it must be a rich man. How could someone so poor catch her eye? Brainless fans are truly extreme. Hearing those words, Dila suddenly turned her head back, but in the end, she still turned and walked inside. Beneath the night sky and the hazy moonlight, Vuqua silently returned home with a heavy and irritated heart. He sat on the sofa and opened a film starring Dila. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen. Finally, Vuqua sprang up and concluded, "No matter how I look at it, she is Dila." He moved closer to the television and affirmed, "I cannot be mistaken. How can there be two people so alike in this world? Even their names are the same." Question marks seemed to fill his head. Why did she react like that when she saw me? With Dila personality, perhaps. He imagined Dila gently running toward him, embracing him and saying, "Vuqua, I miss you so much. I do not want to break up anymore." Covering his mouth with one hand, he pondered everything again. Could transmigration have caused her to lose her memory, or is there some other hidden reason? Vuqua propped his chin and let his thoughts wander. Moreover, Dila did not know how to act. How could she enter the entertainment industry? He recalled some dark stories and seriously speculated. "I heard there are film companies that specialize in deceiving naive girls with promises of training them into stars." The image of her being tricked into taking sensitive photos surfaced in his mind. After becoming famous, those photos would be used to threaten and exploit her for life. Dila originally did not understand the dangers of modern society. Could she have fallen into a trap and been controlled? Thinking of this, Vuqua sprang up from the sofa. "No, I must find her and ask clearly." At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Visitor was Kai T. He politely greeted, "Hello, Mr. Vuqua." Vuqua found him familiar and blurted out, "Just now you were." Knowing he had not remembered, Kai T introduced himself. I am Dai Lo assistant. I came especially to see you tonight. Yuguo excitedly grabbed his hand and questioned him. You know my name, which means I did not mistake the person. He frowned and demanded, why did she say she does not know me? Did you threaten her? Kai-Ti was startled and hurried to reassure him. Brother Lai, please calm down. Daila has her own difficulties and hopes you can understand. During that, he released his hand and asked seriously, what difficulties? Kai-Ti took out a USB drive and handed it over mysteriously. It is better for her to tell you about this herself. Yuguo held the USB in his hand, his emotions complex and indescribable. The night sky was clear with moonlight shining down. On the computer screen, the time 3 in the morning was clearly displayed. Yuguo swiftly inserted the USB into the computer. The image that appeared on the screen made him unable to restrain himself as he blurted out, Daila. With a solemn expression, she slowly explained, Yuguo, I know you will find it hard to understand why I appeared in this city, why I pretended not to know you. Next words left him stunned for several seconds, because I am no longer the person I used to be. In the past, I naively believed love was everything. But after coming here, I understood that before harsh reality, love is so fragile it is not even worth mentioning. During the days without you, I endured enough suffering. When I first arrived with no money, I wandered the streets, almost harmed by bad men, fainted from hunger. At times, I even thought I would not survive. At my most desperate moment, it was Kai-Ti who helped me. But I will never forget that period of hardship. After saying that, Daila solemnly affirmed, now I have my own career, and I truly cherish my current life. She lowered her head and continued sadly, Kai-Ti gave me a new life. What he gave me you cannot give. Yuguo, I am sorry, we cannot go back. If you still love me, then forget me. Kai-Ti, standing beside her, quickly added, you also know Miss Daila has signed a contract with the company. If the past is exposed, it will seriously affect her career. I personally witnessed her struggle in the entertainment industry, shedding so much sweat and tears to reach today. Continued to emphasize, if you are a man, then do not destroy everything she worked hard to build for your own benefit. Suddenly, Yuguo let out a mocking laugh. That laughter made Kai-Ti stare at him in confusion. Yuguo sneered and said, worthy of someone who works with stars, truly eloquent. He looked straight ahead and analyzed. After saying so much, is it not simply because you climbed higher and now despise the poor while favoring the rich, wanting to break up with me? Kai-Ti smiled and took out a black card, handing it over. Rest assured, we will not let you suffer. There are 500,000 in this card as compensation from Daila. Yuguo held the card in his hand and muttered bitterly, so this is the breakup fee. Immediately afterward, he crushed the card, then threw it straight toward the man opposite. Yuguo said calmly, rest assured, even if I am poor, I do not take a woman money. Go tell Daila I am not the type to cling. From now on, we are strangers. I wish her a bright future. Unexpectedly, Lu Mang and the others appeared from nowhere and applauded. Well said. Seeing everyone on his side, Yuguo smiled and called out everyone. They all spoke to comfort him. We heard everything. Big brother, do not be sad. A fame-hungry woman like that is not worth it. Losing you is her loss. Sooner or later, she will regret it. Lahua pointed at Kai-Ti and scolded, profit-seeking villain, take your money and get out. He smiled meaningfully in response, I hope you can keep your word. After saying that, Kai-Ti leisurely left, leaving Yuguo utterly exhausted. Beneath the moonless and starless night sky stood a magnificent white mansion. Inside was a luxuriously decorated room with a sofa bearing elegant patterns. After a tiring day, Daila finally had time to rest. Everything was considered settled. She massaged her aching feet and complained, I truly do not understand why women in this world love wearing high heels so much. It hurts terribly. Sitting on the sofa, she thoughtfully recalled what had happened earlier. In front of so many reporters, I could not show that I knew Yuguo. She worried to herself, he will not be angry, will he? Thinking that, she quickly stood up and decided to go see him. I must explain clearly right away. Just as she was about to go out, Xiaojai came downstairs holding 2 glasses of wine and asked, Daila, where are you going? She startled and called out, Sister Xiaojai. Xiaojai warmly handed her a glass and congratulated her. I heard about tonight. Congratulations on winning Best Actress. Daila accepted the glass politely and replied, thank you, but I have something important and need to go out. As if she had already guessed, Xiaojai asked, going to find that man? Daila nodded frankly, yes. Seeing that she was unconvinced, she further explained, I already said I came here to find someone. It is him. Xiaojai understood and responded, So it is him, Dila said anxiously. You also know artists cannot date, but I truly cannot be without him. Dila calmly proposed, if this affects the company, I am willing to terminate the contract. I will not take a single cent of the money I earned as repayment to you. Xiaojai replied sadly after hearing that, listen to what you are saying. Am I that unreasonable? He smiled in understanding and supported her. After waiting so long to reunite with the one you love, I am happy for you. How could I stop you? Hearing that, Dila happily asked, really? She rushed forward to hug Xiaojai and thank her. Xiaojai smiled and patted her head, silly girl. Xiaojai reminded her further, but tonight there is heated discussion online. Security said there are reporters all around the mansion. She analyzed, everyone is waiting for hot news. If you go to find him now, you will definitely be photographed. It would be better to wait a few days for the storm to calm down, and then I will arrange for you two to meet. Dila hesitated, but before she could finish, Xiaojai smiled and cut her off. You have waited so long already. Are you lacking these few days? She swirled her wine and continued. Moreover, if the relationship is exposed, you know the consequences. I think you do not want to cause trouble for him, right? Dila faltered about this. Dila frowned, then smiled in acceptance. All right, I will trouble you then, Xiaojai happily replied. Do not worry, leave it to me. Xiaojai's face suddenly turned cold, though her voice remained sweet. There is a celebration banquet tomorrow morning. Go rest early. She took a sip of wine and added, for women, sleep is more effective than any cosmetics. Dila nodded happily, yes. Xiaojai intently watched Dila back as she left. Immediately afterward, she angrily knocked the wine glass to the floor and gritted her teeth. Ungrateful thing. Suddenly, Kai Ti pushed the door open. Seeing wine spilled all over the floor, he asked, what is wrong? What made you so angry? Xiaojai propped her legs on the table and said irritably, who else but Dila? Does she not think about who dragged her out of that noodle shop in the beginning? From a dish-carrying girl to a big star. She rubbed her forehead and continued, I thought that face would be a golden goose. Who knew she was so stubborn, refusing to please directors and not drinking with guests, ruining so many plans. Now she is causing trouble again. It infuriates me. Kai Ti stepped forward and knelt down to comfort her. She is just a girl. Is she worth making you so angry? Kai Ti obediently massaged and flattered. Dailu is popular now, so we follow her wishes to avoid trouble. In a few years, with foster mother methods, no matter how stubborn she is, she will not escape. After hearing that, Tiu Kayat curled his lips into a meaningful smile and nodded in approval. Just wait until then and see whether mother can squeeze back both principal and interest from that woman. Suddenly, she remembered something and immediately widened her eyes to press for answers. How has everything been handled? Kai quickly replied, the video we staged was completely airtight. There were no loopholes. The other side believed it without a doubt and even promised not to seek out Dila again. It is just a pity that he refused to pay. Tiu Kayat shut his eyes tightly, looking utterly satisfied, not forgetting to sneer a few mocking words. What an idiot, he deserves to be poor. Dila carefully warned that the brat must not be underestimated. Keeping him around would sooner or later become a disaster. Kai Dat confidently reassured her. Mother, just rest assured. I have already arranged people. Tonight I will definitely drive him out of Long Kin. Tiu Kayat asked suspiciously who it was and whether he was reliable. He smiled with certainty and answered, of course he is reliable. Kai Dat revealed a sly and smug expression, introducing him as the biggest underground boss in the area. Once that man takes action, that brat will wet himself in fear just hearing the two words Long Kin in the future. Tiu Kayat looked extremely satisfied, reaching out to gently stroke Kai Dat's cheek in praise. You are still the most reliable, he laughed wildly in delight. On this side, Vuqua aggrievedly recounted everything to his friends. Lahoa angrily slammed her glass onto the table and sneered, that so-called love stronger than gold, those eternal vows, all of it is a lie. Vuqua sat in the middle of the drinking table complaining non-stop. Real life is nothing like novels. After going through life and death together so many times, in the end he still lost to milk and bread. How ridiculous. Truong Fai held his beer glass and added irritably, where is there any true love in this world? It is all just lip service. Lu Mang sat beside them painstakingly piecing together the broken black power card, muttering that money was still necessary and wondering whether it could still be used after being put back together. Hoa angrily knocked it away. Why bother piecing it together and exhausting yourself? She crossed her arms over her chest and declared with imposing momentum, A man must have capability. After saying that, she turned to encourage Vu Qua. I support you. A good man like you will not lack people who need you. He sat silently and tilted his head back to drain the entire bottle of beer in one gulp. Hoa continued boldly, tomorrow I will introduce you to a few sisters. I guarantee each one is prettier than that movie queen. At that very moment, a group of thugs appeared outside in a fierce manner, preparing to storm into the shop. Leading them was Ho Ka. He looked ahead and asked, "Is it them?" A ferocious-looking man replied, "Yes, this small matter was not worth troubling Ho Ka, but I heard the other side is not alone." Another man interjected smugly, "No matter how many people he has, they must kneel and call grandfather when they meet Ho Ka." The one beside him narrowed his eyes and echoed with a grin, "That is right." Ho Ka frowned and barked, "Stop the nonsense. How much did they pay?" The blond man raised 3 fingers and said, "This is a big deal. Once it is done, we will get this amount." Ho Ka laughed gleefully, cracking his wrists and muttering, "These past few days have been nothing but unpleasant matters. Heaven has finally opened its eyes." Ho Ka waved his hand decisively and ordered his underlings, "Follow me." Immediately after, he viciously kicked the door open and rushed in, shouting, "Beat them." Vu Qua's table heard the commotion and turned to look. The moment Ho Ka saw Vu Qua, his face turned pale. Even the little bird fell silent from then on. He immediately turned and shouted at his underlings, "Retreat, all of you." But Vu Qua had just been dumped and was furious. How could he let it go? He herded the whole group into an alley and gave them a brutal beating. After beating them to his satisfaction, Vu Qua bared his teeth in a grin and asked, "So you not only lend money at high interest but also take on hired beatings? Quite an impressive business expansion." Ho Ka's face was swollen and bruised. He begged in panic, "I did not know it was you. Even if you gave me 8 more guts, I would not dare make a move." Lu Mang looked at them suspiciously. Vu Qua has only been in long kin for a short time and has not made enemies with anyone who would spend so much money to target him. Truong Fai glared and shouted, "Speak, who sent you?" Ho Ka glanced at the thug beside him. "Are you not going to confess?" That man with the swollen cheeks stammered, "I do not know him. He did not say his name. I only know he is a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He also instructed us to break your arms and legs and drive you out of long kin." Hearing this, Vu Qua's expression darkened, and he blurted out a name, Kai Dat. Hoa cried out angrily, "What, that man again?" Lu Mang said in shock. "Big brother Vu Qua already agreed to break up and he still wants to hunt him down. That is too much." Truong Fai took out his phone. "No, I have to expose him online." In contrast, Vu Qua was extremely calm, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Dyla knows my strength very well. She would not just send these worthless lackeys. It must be Kai Dat's idea." He suddenly remembered what had happened earlier. Could that video also be related? While deep in thought, he suddenly sensed spiritual energy fluctuating around him and exclaimed in shock, "This is spiritual energy." He swept his gaze toward the row of houses opposite, where the fluctuation was coming from. Vu Qua frowned and speculated. In this era of declining Dharma, there is still someone releasing such powerful spiritual energy. Could it be? The image of the sun god suddenly appeared in his mind. Thinking that, he immediately vanished from the spot. Everyone finished arguing and turned back. He was already gone. Where did big brother Vu Qua go? Lu Mang only thought about the drinking bill and muttered. He ran off again without paying. On this side, Vu Qua swiftly leapt across rooftops, quickly heading toward the place where the spiritual energy erupted. A massive stream of spiritual energy gathered into a distinct band of light. It was right there. Upon arrival, Vu Qua landed neatly, his gaze locking onto the point emitting the powerful spiritual energy, confirming the source. He curiously reached out to touch the glowing stream of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot straight at his face. The light was so blinding that he could not open his eyes. Vu Qua hurriedly raised his hand to shield them and cursed repeatedly, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" When he finally opened his eyes, he was immediately stunned. Vu Qua discovered that he had wandered into the nascent soul realm. In front of him were half-human, half-beast creatures wandering around. He looked around at the ancient structures and exclaimed in shock, "Where is this?" The ancient era, looking at the rooster yawning lazily in front of him. He was utterly speechless. Vu Qua scratched his head and wondered, could it be that I have transmigrated once again? Figure resembling the bull demon king, with bulging muscles and six-pack abs, was enthusiastically hawking goods. Fellow cultivators passing by, do not miss this. Freshly made great strength ox emperor pills. Fakes can be exchanged. strengthens the body. He pushed the goods right in front of Vu Qua and advertised, not 998, not 98, only 3 spirit stones. Fellow cultivator, would you not take 2? He waved his hand and refused directly, no need, thank you. At this moment, Vu Qua felt his footstep on something and immediately turned around in shock. He cried out in alarm, a mouse. The other party immediately shouted in displeasure, are you blind? Have you ever seen a mouse with such a magnificent tail? This great master is an 800-year-old squirrel. I am in a hurry, move your foot away. Hearing that, he hurriedly lifted his foot. The squirrel curled its tail and quickly left. Vu Qua scratched his head blankly and thought, this is indeed a cultivation world, but it is completely different from the world I went to before. Where exactly have I ended up? While he was still speculating, a malicious voice suddenly rang out. What demon dares to trespass into the nascent soul realm, causing him to turn his head in shock. As soon as the words fell, the other party immediately made a move. Great heavenly might. Suddenly Huck also appeared here. He immediately unleashed a force field that shattered Truong Enhai's attack and shouted loudly, stop. Truong Nhai was no match. He was sent flying and tumbled across the ground, crying out miserably in pain and panic. Huck stepped forward to Vu Qua, cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, Senior, we meet again. Vu Qua pointed at him, so it is you, kidney deficient. Hearing that, he was startled and quickly corrected. This poor Taoist is named Thang Huck, not kidney deficient. Truong Nhai stepped forward and placed a hand on Thang Huck's shoulder, asking, Ox knows you know him? He shot him a helpless glance and replied, you are young and inexperienced. Has your memory gotten that bad? This is the senior we met last time. Hearing that, Truong Nhai widened his eyes in shock. So it was him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately knelt and saluted. This humble monk Truong Nhai thanks Senior for saving my life. Vu Qua was baffled and did not understand what was going on. Saving your life? Were you not the one who fell from upstairs last time and hit your head silly? Truong Nhai replied solemnly, Senior may not know. This humble monk once divined that at the 3rd quarter of the rat hour I would encounter a bloody calamity. Light would be sprains and pain. Severe would be death. Therefore I went to find spirit stones to borrow spiritual power to set up a formation to avoid the disaster. Who would have thought I would run into this ox-nosed Taoist? Calling the scene of hanging from the tree, Truong Nhai continued. Senior struck this humble monk with a palm, but it went off course. His voice was full of gratitude. That misdirected strike helped me dissolve the calamity. After hearing that, Vu Qua was also stunned. Could there really be such a coincidence? Truong Nhai rejoiced at having picked his life back up and continued. If not for Senior, by now this humble monk would have been a crippled monk. Even patted his chest and promised, in the future if Senior commands, even if it is a sea of fire, this humble monk will not refuse. Vu Qua replied modestly, it was only a small matter, no need to take it to heart. Yet Truong Nhai insisted on repaying him, speaking at length that even a drop of kindness must be repaid with a spring. How could a life-saving grace be spoken of so lightly? Was Senior looking down on this humble monk? Seeing this, Thang Huck leaned close and whispered to him, this Truong Nhai is stubborn by nature. If you refuse his repayment, he will instead become angry. Vu Qua frowned thoughtfully. It seemed they knew this place quite well. Perhaps they had met Bat Pham before. Thinking that, Vu Qua said, if that is the case, then I will accept. Took out a painting and held it before Truong Nhai and Thang Huck, asking, have you two ever seen the person in this painting? The portrait depicted Bat Pham in his youth. His appearance looked extremely ugly. The two stared at it for a long time, but still could not recognize who it was. Thang Huck reluctantly shook his head. Never seen him. Truong Nhai was even more astonished. May I ask, Senior, what kind of demon beast is this? Hearing that, Vu Qua felt a headache coming on. A demon beast, he explained. This is a person, my younger brother. Did I draw that badly? Thang Huck was speechless and did not know what to say. Truong Nhai realized he had misspoken and scratched his head with an awkward laugh. But Truong Nhai still did not give up, patting his chest and assuring, with this humble monk's connections in the nascent soul realm, there is nothing I cannot do. Sooner or later, I will help Senior find your younger brother. Hearing this, Vu Qua rubbed his chin and asked curiously, the nascent soul realm, you mean this place is the nascent soul realm? Truong Nhai asked in surprise. Senior does not know. Thang Huck standing beside him was also puzzled. Then how did you enter here? Vu Qua quickly recounted. Just now I sensed dense spiritual energy and was inadvertently drawn in. After hearing that, Truong Nhai understood. So that is how it is. No wonder I detected an anomaly earlier and thought you had trespassed. Fang Huck also explained, as I once said, in modern society, spiritual energy is depleted, so cultivators are forced to hide their identities and act discreetly. This nascent soul realm is a private space constructed by powerful experts using underground dragon veins, becoming a refuge for cultivators. Vuqua frowned and asked again, dragon veins, pointed at the ground and asked, you mean there are dragon veins beneath our feet? Fang Huck nodded to confirm that is correct. He continued, from ancient times to the present, dragon veins have always been contested by strategists, where spiritual energy gathers. Even in the era of declining Dharma, it is no exception. Long Kin is an ancient capital with multiple layers, located at the head of a dragon vein, so its spiritual energy far surpasses other places. Do not underestimate those who look ordinary. Some have lived for thousands of years, yet must still integrate into the new world to survive. Fang Huck also revealed, by day they may be employees, part-time workers or retirees, but when they enter here this is their true form. Vuqua fell into thought again. The sun god was gravely injured and did not return to rest. The most suitable place was very likely here. Thinking that, he asked, by the way, is there a clinic or any place for treatment here? My younger brother is injured. If he came here, he would surely look for a physician. Truong Nhi pointed behind and said, the nascent soul realm may not be large, but it has everything. Ahead is the commercial district. There are clinics, pharmacies, and pawn shops. After saying that, everyone quickly headed toward the clinic. Inside the clinic it was packed. Many people were lining up waiting for treatment. A man with a severely injured arm kept wailing, my arm hurts so much. Someone who had waited too long impatiently asked, Uncle, when will it be my turn? Vuqua was stunned at the sight. So many people, Truong Nhi enthusiastically explained. There is only one clinic in the entire nascent soul realm, so of course it is crowded. He added seriously, cultivators are different from ordinary people. External wounds can still be treated in the mortal world, but internal injuries can only be handled here. Fang Huck also added, there are also demon beasts. If they revealed their true form for treatment in the mortal world, ordinary doctors would be scared to death. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked out from inside and angrily shouted, why are you yelling? Do you not know how to line up for treatment? He glanced at the attendant and instructed, anyone who keeps shouting pour tonic into his mouth. The attendant obediently replied, yes. During that, Vuqua's expression changed slightly and he sighed. This physician is truly fierce. Fang Huck leaned close and whispered, Physician Tu Hop has a hot temper, but his nature is not bad. Hearing that, Vuqua quickly spoke up, Physician, may I ask? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tu Hop, who glared and said, are you blind? Vuqua pointed at his eyes in confusion. Blind? No. My vision is 1.5. Began to mock. I thought you were blind. Otherwise, how could you not see that I am busy? Fang Huck reminded seriously, Physician Tu Hop, this is a great senior who has lived for thousands of years. Please do not be rude. He stroked his beard and replied unhappily, whether he lived 1,000 years or 10,000, once inside here all are the same. Seeing that he showed no respect, Truong Nhi angrily gritted his teeth and rushed forward, but Vuqua raised his hand to stop him. The physician is right. It is I who have eyes yet see nothing. Just then a miserable cry came from inside, causing everyone to stop arguing. Inside was a squirrel woman in painful labor. My stomach hurts so much, I cannot give birth anymore. She lay on the bed, tightly gripping her husband's hand. The woman fearfully asked in a half-conscious state, Husband, am I about to die? The husband sitting beside her gently comforted, It will be fine, just try a little harder and it will be all right. Vuqua curiously lifted the curtain to look inside. Thinking to himself, was that not the squirrel from earlier? No wonder she ran off in such a hurry, so her wife was about to give birth. Tu Hop stepped forward with a tense expression, saying the mother was too weak and needed to replenish spiritual energy immediately. Unfortunately, yesterday someone in the shop was seriously injured and used up all the high-grade spirit stones. The squirrel husband anxiously said there were still high-grade spirit stones in his pawn shop, and he would go get them at once. But Tu Hop shook his head and said it was already too late. After speaking, Tu Hop turned to the people in the clinic and asked, which of you still carries high-grade spirit stones? The squirrel husband pleaded, please lend me some for now. I will surely repay double or triple in the future. Everyone wanted to help, but all were poor. Someone scratched his head and sighed that spirit stones were precious this year. let alone high-grade ones. Another said if he had such a thing he would not need to come to the clinic. As everything reached a deadlock, Vu Qua suddenly took out a fist-sized emerald spirit stone. Will this one work? Everyone stared in shock. The spirit stone was enormous, and the spiritual energy it emitted was extremely dense. Thang Huck quickly stepped forward to stop him. Senior, this spirit stone is extremely rare. One appears only once in 100 years. Its value is no small matter. You should consider carefully. Vu Qua laughed heartily and replied, saving a life is more important than wealth. What is one spirit stone worth? Hearing that, Truong Nhi admired him even more. Truly the bearing of a senior so generous. Vu Qua immediately handed the high-grade spirit stone to Tu Hop, took it and hurried inside to save the patient. Not long after, a chubby little squirrel baby was born, its first cry echoing through the room. Everyone outside was delighted. Thang Huck cupped his hands to congratulate mother and child on their safety. Truong Nhi chimed in saying the child had extraordinary aptitude and might as well take him as a disciple to cultivate on the mountain and surely achieve true fruition. Squirrel husband laughed and refused, you stinky monk. I still expect my son to inherit the family business. I will not let him become a monk with you. Qua turned to praise Tu Hop, saying he was truly Hua Chu, reborn with godlike medical skills. He snorted and replied, stop flattering. Without your spirit stone, it would have been one corpse and 2 lives. While washing his hands, Tu Hop added, I thought your eyes were not sharp, but your heart is not bad. After settling the matter, he asked directly, by the way, what were you about to ask earlier? Vu Qua quickly took out his self-drawn portrait and handed it over, asking if he had ever seen the person in this painting. Because the drawing was so poor, Tu Hop looked for a long time and stroked his beard politely. I have practiced medicine for many years and have never seen such a strange demon beast. Where was it brought from? Vu Qua could only laugh awkwardly, ha ha. If you have not seen him, then forget it. At this moment, the squirrel couple knelt with hands clasped. Many thanks to Benefactor for saving our lives. Earlier, this humble one accidentally bumped into Benefactor and was truly disrespectful. The husband generously continued, this humble one runs a pawn shop with many rare treasures, spirit stones, and magic artifacts. Please come to the shop and choose anything as a token of gratitude. Vu Qua waved his hand and refused. It was only a small matter. No need to be so courteous. The wife quickly said, how can that be? A high-grade spirit stone is extremely valuable. If Benefactor does not accept a gift, we will not feel at ease. Vu Qua's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had realized something. Noticed the bracelet on her wrist. Why did this bracelet look so familiar? It seemed he had seen it somewhere before. In his excitement, Vu Qua unconsciously stepped forward and grabbed her hand. I remember now, it belongs to So-So. The squirrel husband rushed over in panic and shouted, Benefactor, what are you doing? Truong Nhi was startled and frowned in reminder, Senior, no. Thang Huck also pointed to stop him. She already has a husband and just gave birth. Vu Qua turned back irritably and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Then he pointed at the bracelet on her wrist and asked, where did you get this bracelet? The wife repeated in surprise, bracelet. Squirrel answered honestly that 2 days ago, a young woman brought it to pawn. Vu Qua asked anxiously, how can I find her? Sky gradually darkened, leaving only heavy black clouds drifting overhead. In the other space, Lahoa along with Truong Phi and Lu Mang were walking back while singing loudly. Lahoa was completely drunk, draping an arm around Lu Mang's waist and shouting, go home and bring out the beer. I will cook a few dishes and we will keep drinking. Truong Phi was so drunk he lay flat on the ground muttering, I cannot take it anymore. If I drink more, I will throw up. Lahoa still shouted loudly, and you are already done, so useless. Then she turned to Lu Mang and invited, let the 2 of us keep drinking. But he shyly shook his head. I still have something to do tonight. I cannot drink. Lahoa asked curiously, meeting your girlfriend, is she prettier than me? He hurriedly explained, no, I do not have a girlfriend. She pressed on, then what is it? What could be more fun than drinking? Lu Mang scratched his head and replied, my novel still has a chapter to write tonight. Lahoa waved her hand in boredom. What a drag. Suddenly another man's voice sounded, if you want a drink, why not find me? She thought Lu Mang had changed his mind, so she turned back with a bright smile. All right. But immediately after, Lahoa's eyes widened and she froze on the spot. Middle-aged man in shorts stood blocking the doorway, wearing a lewd smile and saying, it is me, old Wang from next door, what is wrong? Cannot even recognize a regular customer. He walked in uninvited and said, My back has been hurting lately and I have not seen you. Come give me a massage and drink a few with me. Lahoa firmly refused. Brother Wang, I am off today. Laughed sinisterly and said, since when do you turn away a customer at the door, or did you think I did not pay enough last time? I will settle it all this time. Lahoa replied sternly, no, I have decided to change professions. I will not do this anymore. Old Wang still would not let go, reaching out to make a move and sneering. You are rustic with no education and no background. If not this, then how will you live? He hugged Lahoa tightly with a disgusting laugh. As long as you serve me well, there will be no shortage of money. Lahoa struggled desperately. Do not do this. Suddenly a wooden hammer swung straight at him with a shout. Take your filthy hands off her. Hammer struck his hand and he cried out in pain. Lahoa was released and stood stunned at the scene. Old Wang clutched his injured hand and roared, who dares hit me? Lu Mang held the weapon and stood in front of Lahoa, frowning and saying, did you not hear? She already said she will not do business with you. Get lost. Old Wang refused to back down and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Lu Mang. Just one strike, he was knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing that he had the upper hand in strength, Old Wang sneered smugly. Where did this brat crawl out from? Your wings are not even fully grown and you dare play the hero. He roughly grabbed Lahoa's arm to drag her away. Ignore him. Let us go. She could only struggle helplessly. Do not. Lu Mang forced himself to stand up. Anger surging violently, let her go without another word. He immediately lowered his head and rammed it hard into the other man's bloated belly. Caught off guard, Old Wang staggered and fell flat onto the ground. He jumped up furiously and cursed loudly, you bastard. Let us see if I do not beat you until you kneel and call me grandfather. At that moment, Lu Mang lifted up the limp Truong Phi and shouted, watch my biological ultimate move. As soon as he finished speaking, everything in Truong Phi's stomach spewed out like a cascading waterfall. It splattered all over Old Wang, who clutched his head and screamed hysterically. After that, Old Wang turned and fled in panic. Heaven, I am no longer clean. After emptying himself, Truong Phi lay face down on the floor in relief, letting out a long breath. Much better. Lu Mang was also exhausted and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Lahoa covered her mouth in shock. You are bleeding. Lu Mang scratched his head and laughed. It is nothing. I have had plenty of blood since I was little. Losing a bit does not matter. He hurriedly took a cloth to wipe him. You fool. Knowing you could not win, yet you still tried. Lu Mang still said proudly, I am a man. How could I stand by and watch a girl be bullied? His face suddenly flushed red as he shyly added, especially a beautiful girl like you. Those words stunned Lahoa. She turned her face away shyly. Actually, you do not understand me. I am not good at all. I am a bad woman, not worth you doing this. Lu Mang shouted emotionally. I do not allow you to say that, Lahoa stammered. You gathered all his courage to confess. To me, you are the purest, most beautiful, and most loyal girl I have ever met. The misfortunes you endured make you like a lotus in the mud, all the more worthy of cherishing and protecting. Then suddenly Lu Mang called out Lahoa's name, making her face flush even redder. His eyes shimmered as he looked straight at her, placing his hand on her shoulder and saying, actually, from the first time we met, I already. The scene shifted back to where Vu Qua was. He followed the new clue to search for the person. The squirrel said the one who pawned the bracelet was here. Could it really be so easy to find? His gaze suddenly froze. Vu Qua stared intently at the woman sweeping banyan leaves ahead. That person's platinum hair looked quite similar to the one he was seeking. He called out joyfully, so. The other party stopped upon hearing it. Seeing that, he exclaimed happily, is it really you? Ran over excitedly, so. But when the other party turned around, he froze stiff. It was an ugly elderly woman who looked old enough to be a grandmother. She asked, are you calling this old woman? Looking at that face, Vu Qua felt as if struck by lightning, his mouth hanging open in shock. His eyes were empty as he called out softly in pain, so. Then he rushed forward and hugged the old woman, crying loudly, damned king of hell. It is all because I came too late and made you wait so long. Calmed himself and continued, but do not worry, even if you have grown old. In my heart you will always be the lively and adorable little girl. The old woman played along and asked, really? He smiled brightly and replied, of course it is true. Then she quickly puckered her bright red lips and said, then stop talking and kiss this old body. Hearing that, Vu Qua was startled and raised his hand to block in front of his chest. His face changed and sweat poured out as he blamed himself. Vu Qua, you came to this world for so. How can you dislike her for growing old? Do you still have any conscience? After a fierce inner struggle, he gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. puckering his lips to kiss. Suddenly, someone shouted to stop him. Where did this lecher come from daring to tease Elder Liu? Only then did he snap out of it. This person is Elder Liu. Vuqua darkened with anger and asked, "You are not so." The old woman blushed shyly and said, "I did not expect at my age to still have such charm. How embarrassing." Fu Min said coldly, "Our Tian Lang sect's Elder Liu has diligently swept for 50 years and is a respected senior, yet you dare ruin her reputation." As soon as Chu Min finished speaking, she gathered momentum and charged forward. She swung her weapon and slashed straight at Vuqua. "Take my sword." He dodged awkwardly while saying, "Listen to my explanation. This is just a misunderstanding." But she did not listen at all and coldly said, "If you have anything to say, say it before the tribunal." Two exchanged blows repeatedly, while Elder Liu stood outside shouting, "Stop fighting." At this moment, another pair of legs in white stockings appeared. A voice called out, "Uncle." Vuqua turned his head in shock. One who arrived was the beautiful and radiant So with a graceful figure. Vuqua was overjoyed. So you are really here. That is wonderful. You are still young." So also happily hugged him. "Uncle, I finally found you." Seeing herself abandoned, Elder Liu cried loudly, "Indeed, all men are heartless." This old body's twilight romance lasted less than a minute before being snatched away. He ran off aggrieved. "This old body will not live anymore." The two girls behind hurriedly called out, "Elder Liu." One of the girls asked curiously, So, do you know him?" So happily linked arms with Vuqua. "Yes, he is the uncle I have always been looking for." But Chu Min still said fiercely, "No matter who he is, he cannot break the rules of Tian Lang sect." Vuqua frowned and asked, "What rules?" He pointed irritably at the sign in the distance and said, "Such a big board and you cannot see it." The board hung bold black words, "Men and dogs are forbidden to enter." After reading it, Vuqua fell silent with a darkened face. What era is this to still discriminate like this? He threatened, "Be careful or I will sue you for discrimination." So stepped forward and held Chu Min's hand pleading, "Senior sister, can you not make an exception just once?" Chu Min smiled gently. Little junior sister truly knows how to act cute. Immediately after she turned cold and withdrew her hand. "Unfortunately, I am not master. That trick does not work on me." So angrily threatened, "Fine, then I will go find master and make things clear." Chu Min sneered and stepped forward. "Do not use master to pressure me. Since I accepted the sect rules, I must act according to them." After speaking, she pointed straight at Vuqua. "This man dared to barge into Tian Lang's sect, cut off his hands and feet and throw him out for the dogs to eat." He calmly scratched his head. "Who are you trying to scare?" Chu Min drew her sword and ordered coldly, "Form the array." The other disciples immediately obeyed, tightening their grip on their longswords. Two people then four quickly took their positions, each with a solemn expression. In the blink of an eye, a dense circle of people formed, tightly surrounding Vuqua. So held her sword and stood in front of him. "Whoever wants to touch Uncle must defeat me first." Seeing this, Vuqua was so moved his eyes turned red. So has truly grown up and is no longer the little girl hiding behind me. This old father is moved to tears. Two men continued to slander So before the whole sect. Gong So colludes with outsiders and betrays the sect. Show her no mercy. As soon as she finished speaking, she leapt forward. The other senior sisters also rushed in without distinguishing right from wrong. So did not sit and wait for death. She immediately swung her sword to counterattack. Alone, she was still able to dodge the attacks, turning left and right and blocking every move. Vuqua watched from outside and even commented inwardly, "What kind of sword technique is So using? I have never seen it before." I was quite surprised. Although its power was not equal to Lan Tin Thiep Y Quit, it was more than enough to deal with these little girls. It seems I do not need to step in yet. So's moves were agile and sharp, repeatedly knocking the others back. Chu Min gritted her teeth and growled, "Heavenly maiden sword." Her eyes flashed with jealous malice. "I have served master for years, yet she did not pass this sword art to me. Instead, she taught it to you. What is so special about a little girl who only knows how to flatter?" More she thought, the angrier she became, gripping her sword hilt tightly. If this continues, even the position of sect master might be taken by this brat. Thinking that, she pointed her sword forward and shouted, "Change formation." Senior sisters immediately moved, quickly surrounding So tightly. Chu Min revealed a sinister smile. "If I want to eliminate this threat, now is the best opportunity." She shot into the air and secretly decided, "You brought this upon yourself, do not blame me." Chu Min dove down like a moth into flames, shouting, "Take my sword." So seemed to have anticipated it. Without the slightest panic, I knew you would use this move. She immediately swung her sword to deflect the attack. I blocked it. But at that moment, Chu Min suddenly revealed a treacherous smile. She flipped gracefully in midair. She kicked hard into So-So's chest, the blow making her cry out in pain. Immediately after, Chu Min's arm shot straight forward. Seeing this, Vuqua shouted loudly, So-So, be careful. He immediately rushed to where So-So was falling. So-So, watch out. Vuqua unleashed a powerful palm strike. Water in the air was drawn together, forming a barrier in front of So-So. All the hidden weapons struck simultaneously into the blue water shield. Seeing this, Chu Min was stunned, her eyes wide in horror. The others could not help but murmur, this man can actually condense water in the air into substance. Who exactly is he? So-So, still unaware of the danger, stepped forward to complain. Uncle truly underestimates me. Could I not handle a few tiny needles? Vuqua pointed at the shield and said, silly girl, if I had not acted you would have lost your life. So-So turned to look and her face turned pale. The needles were coated with poison, and the places they struck were beginning to turn black. She glared angrily at Chu Min, senior sister. The others also whispered, So-So may have broken the rules, but it is not worthy of death. Was senior sister not too excessive? Chu Min's face darkened, but she did not respond. Vuqua could not hold back and said, you are fellow disciples after all. What grudge is so deep that you want to drive her to death? Chu Min pretended innocence. I did not. I only wanted to capture her and hand her to Master for punishment. She then turned to blame Vuqua. This demon dared to frame me. Pay with your life. That moment a majestic voice rang out to stop them. Stop. Do not act recklessly. Chu Min immediately stiffened, fear evident in her eyes. The one who arrived was the sect master of Tian Lang's sect, Du Lin. Everyone cupped their hands in salute, Master. So hurried to stand in front of Vuqua, Master. Uncle does not know the sect rules and did not intend to offend. This disciple is willing to accept punishment in his place. Chu Min maliciously interrupted in protest. No, Master, this man's origin is unknown. He caused chaos in the sect and injured disciples. He must not be spared, Du Lin coldly shouted. Silence. Du Lin said sternly, I clearly saw everything that just happened. Do you still wish to deny it? Chu Min knelt down in panic and begged, Master, this disciple knows her mistake. Du Lin coldly rebuked, Chu Min, I thought you were merely arrogant and selfish. I did not expect your heart to be so vicious as to harm your junior sister. How can Tian Lang's sect tolerate a disciple like you? Chu Man lowered her head and sincerely admitted her mistake, confessing that she had lost her way for a moment, promising that from now on she would never dare to repeat it. She even cast a calculating glance toward So-So, bringing up old gratitude, saying that when So-So had been wandering homeless, it was she and their master who had saved her, hoping So-So would spare her senior sister this time out of consideration. So-So had always been kind-hearted. Upon hearing that, she softened, softly pleading with their master, saying her senior sister had not truly intended to harm her, asking for leniency. Du Lin did not respond, her cold and sharp gaze slowly sweeping downward. Immediately after, she flicked her hand and lightly circulated her inner force, condensing a dazzling stream of golden spiritual energy. That stream of spiritual energy swiftly drew out all the poisonous needles clinging to the barrier. All the poison needles instantly shot straight toward Chu Man, embedding completely into her head. Chu Man writhed in agony on the ground, her mouth continuously crying out miserably. Du Lin continued coldly, saying the poison on the needles had already been forced out by more than half. It would not kill but would cause unbearable pain, the internal organs feeling as if burned. She had only herself to blame. Du Lin stood sternly with her hands clasped behind her back and ordered, take her to Tu Qua Cliff. Without my command, no one is allowed to visit. The female disciples behind answered in unison, understood. Two fellow disciples immediately escorted Chu Man away under the gazes of everyone around. Du Lin suddenly turned and asked, you are Vuqua, which caught him slightly off guard. Vuqua scratched his face and replied, it is indeed me. Du Lin immediately cupped her hands in greeting, her tone courteous. This humble Taoist Du Lin pays respects to senior. Then she smiled and introduced him to her disciple, saying the uncle so longed for day and night was a great ascension expert, making her cry out in surprise, Master. The other female disciples also murmured in astonishment. Great ascension was even stronger than Master. No wonder his cultivation was so profound. Vuqua awkwardly rubbed his head and modestly replied that she overpraised him. Upon hearing that Du Lin had saved So and seeing her current condition, he knew she had been well cared for. He solemnly cupped his hands and said, So benefactor is also my benefactor. In the future, if help is needed, even if I must leap into a sea of fire, I will not refuse. Du Lin accepted these words with satisfaction, saying So was both his confidant and her disciple. Caring for her was only natural. However, she quickly became serious, emphasizing that sect rules could not be broken, no matter how close he and So were. As sect master, she could not disrupt the rules for one person. Only then did So seem to realize the issue. He did not hold back and knocked hard on Vu Qua's head, saying there was no need to trouble master. She would personally take him out to deal with it. After speaking, she swiftly pulled Vu Qua away, leaving Du Lin only able to shake her head and sigh at her disciple mischievousness. A female disciple behind asked, somewhat dissatisfied, Is master just letting him leave like that? Du Lin calmly asked in return, Otherwise, do you think anyone here can keep her? Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, So grabbed Vu Qua's hand and ran breathlessly toward the bridge ahead. After crossing the bridge for quite a distance, the two finally stopped. Vu Qua glanced back and told So there was no need to run anymore since no one was chasing them. She turned to look at him with a pitiful expression and softly called uncle. He gently called her name in return, So. Immediately after, he raised his hand, as if in a familiar romantic scene. Before he could finish speaking, she swung her hand and beat him repeatedly, scolding him as a bad uncle who had disappeared without a word, asking if he knew how much she missed him, making him cry out in pain. The rippling water seemed to accompany Vu Qua's explanation that it had all been that king of hell arbitrarily teleporting him, not even giving him time to say goodbye, leaving her only able to snort coldly in anger. He turned to ask the main matter, why she had come to this world. So frowned and replied that everything was caused by Lord King of Hell. Through her narration appeared the image of the lazy King of Hell. He had sought out her, and Dila saying the sun god was too powerful. Fearing Vu Qua could not withstand it, so he wanted them to help. But during the transfer, an accident occurred that separated her and Dila, while that man leisurely ate a hamburger and drank soda. Suddenly, a few drops of water fell onto the screen in front. The King of Hell said blankly, I pressed the wrong button. Thinking of that scene, Vu Qua rubbed his forehead helplessly. It must have been that unreliable old bastard. So continued recounting how she had awakened in a strange place, searching everywhere for Vu Qua and Dila without finding them, instead being approached by many people. They surrounded her, some asking questions, others praising her, some even using phones to take pictures, asking which character she was cosplaying and requesting photos together. Among them was a blonde man with slicked back hair who stepped forward to invite her, saying she was very cute and asking if she wanted to debut. He handed over a business card introducing himself as a gold medal manager of Galaxy Entertainment, causing So to blankly ask what that company was. He leaned close and whispered that it was the largest idol training company in the country. As long as she obeyed him, she would change her life in less than half a year. His crafty face made her step back warily. At that moment, a voice rang out, stopping her, telling her not to be deceived by him. Immediately after, the blonde man was blasted far away by a powerful surge of energy. Lin and Chu Man appeared with imposing presence, rebuking the petty villain for daring to openly lure a young girl on the street. Thinking back on it, So was still full of gratitude. If she had not met Master, after hearing her story, Master had taken her to the nascent soul realm, accepted her as a disciple, and taught her cultivation. Said emotionally to Vu Qua that during the past 8 years, she had missed him immensely. Vu Qua was stunned upon hearing that, not expecting she had waited for him for 8 long years. He fell into contemplation, thinking of her princess identity, originally living in luxury yet coming to a strange world for him, nearly encountering danger. Thinking of that, he could not restrain his emotions, gently rubbing her head and apologizing for making her endure so much hardship. She lifted her head and smiled brightly, saying it was fine. The food in this world was much tastier. There were countless interesting things. Every day she could watch animation and learn many foreign languages. Qua asked in surprise what she watched. So excitedly mentioned several series like Baby Let Me Take You for Ice Cream. Then she blushed and confessed that moreover she could meet Uncle again. Everything was worth it. Vu Qua was also moved as he looked at her and softly called her name, So. At the same time, in another familiar house, Trung Fai leaned against the wall and let out a long, tired breath. He groaned, complaining that his stomach felt uncomfortable, saying that last night he had dreamed of going to the battlefield, and turning into a gun for others to fire. Muttering to himself, Truong-Fai opened the door and walked into the bathroom, not understanding why he had such a strange dream. But the beautiful scene inside made him instantly turn pale and scream in terror. Truong-Fai hurriedly covered his eyes and turned away, shouting in panic, "Duong Lahoa, why are you here?" Lahoa calmly reached out and took the towel placed beside her. After wrapping the towel around herself, she showed no embarrassment and grumbled, "Why are you yelling? You are this old and have never seen a girl bathing." She placed her hand on his shoulder teasingly. "Could it be that such a big guy like you is still inexperienced?" Making Truong-Fai blush and immediately retort, "Who said that?" Truong-Fai brushed her hand away and said that was not the main issue. The important thing was why she was bathing in his house. At that moment, Lu Mang pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a bag in his hand, loudly announcing that he was back. Seeing his friend appear, Truong-Fai rushed over and hugged him, bursting into tears. Mang, my eyes are no longer pure." Lu Mang rubbed his head to comfort him, then turned to Lahoa and asked if she was awake, afterward handing over the bag saying he bought some breakfast, fried dough sticks and hot soy milk. Lahoa happily thanked him, while Truong-Fai scratched his head and looked at the two of them suspiciously. "You too." He could not believe it, wearily returning to his room, telling himself he must still be dreaming. If he went back to sleep, it would be fine. Hoa took the bag of food, slightly hesitant. She smiled and joked that it could count as payment for last night. Lu Mang hurriedly waved his hands to explain that was not what he meant. Lahoa waved her hand, telling him not to worry. Everyone was an adult. Besides, he had helped her last night. She would not make a big deal out of it. Hearing that, Lu Mang gathered his courage and seriously said that what he said last night was true. He would take responsibility for her. Lahoa immediately made an okay gesture and smiled, saying taking responsibility was fine. Then do it properly. Whatever the market price is, just bring it out. Knowing she misunderstood, he was no longer shy and made it clear that he meant he wanted to marry her. Those two words completely stunned Lahoa. Even so, she forced a smile and told him not to joke, asking if he knew what she used to do. Lu Mang firmly replied that he knew and did not mind at all. Tried to explain that he had decided, in this life he would only marry her. He would use his whole life to love and protect Lahoa. Lahoa was moved and softly called a Mang. Lu Mang also replied affectionately, Lahoa. The two could not restrain their happiness and tightly embraced each other. After a while in the familiar house, Vu Qua's surprised voice rang out, "You mean?" Pointed at Lu Mang as if to confirm, "You and Duong Lahoa." Truong-Fai stood before them with arms crossed, angrily questioning, "Are you crazy? Of all people you choose to marry her? Do you not know what she used to do?" Lu Mang clasped his hands sadly and replied that Lahoa was a good person. He did not know nor wish to pursue her past. Everything was caused by that scumbag harming her, and precisely because of that he wanted to protect and love her even more, while Truong-Fai kept trying to persuade him, saying was it worth abandoning his dream for a faded flower. Unable to endure it any longer, Lu Mang rushed forward and punched Truong-Fai, shouting for him to shut up. He roared angrily that he would not allow him to insult Lahoa. Even if they were brothers, he would not let it pass. Truong-Fai could not believe it, looking up at him. "You hit me for that, woman." He pointed at Lu Mang and coldly said, "Fine. From today I cut ties first. From now on I no longer have a brother like you." Watching Truong-Fai run off, Lu Mang panicked and called after him, "Truong-Fai." Then he turned to Vu Qua and asked, "Brother Li, was I too impulsive just now?" Vu Qua pondered and said he thought Truong-Fai only felt sorry for him. Was he truly planning to give up writing novels? Lu Mang sighed sadly, saying he knew everyone always supported him. This decision would surely disappoint them. He gathered his courage and continued. But he was a man. After marriage, he had to shoulder family responsibilities to let his wife live better. The income from writing novels was not enough. Qua looked at him with a complicated gaze, once thinking this young man might fulfill the dream in his place, not expecting that in the end he would still lose to reality. In his mind appeared the images of the girls who had once stood by his side. If he had not been sent into the novel world by the King of Hell, had not met them, would he have taken a similar path? His gaze swept over Lu Mang, his thoughts continuing. But in any case, it was that man life. He should not interfere too deeply. Therefore, Vu Qua leaned back and asked how the two of them planned to make a living in the future. Lu Mang had already planned and answered that Lahoa hand-pulled noodles were very delicious. They intended to open a noodle shop downstairs. The area was crowded. If they worked hard, sooner or later things would improve. Qua then asked that rent here was not cheap, Did they have enough capital? Lu Mang awkwardly said he planned to sell the novel copyright. If it was not enough, he would take a bank loan. Vu Qua continued pressing, saying that even borrowing money required conditions. Did he have a house, a car, or a stable job? He immediately took out a bank card and handed it over, saying he did not know what to give as a wedding gift. There were 100,000 in the card as congratulations. Lu Mang hesitated while looking at it. Lu Mang wanted it but did not dare accept, saying he had already helped too much. How could he take his money again? Vu Qua smiled and advised that did he not say he had to let La Hoa live well. That little copyright money was not even enough for 1/4 rent. Besides, were they not going to hold a wedding? Hearing that, Lu Mang finally accepted the card and gratefully said, "Thank you, Brother Li." He solemnly promised that he would not take the money for nothing. When the noodle shop opened, he would be the biggest shareholder. He would definitely let him earn 4 times over. Qua patted his shoulder and smiled encouragingly. "Good. I will wait for the day I get rich relying on you." Time passed quickly. The sound of celebratory firecrackers resounded everywhere. La Hoa hand pulled noodle shop officially open. Tables were piled high with stacks of empty bowls. So finished the last bowl of noodles and praised contentedly that it was truly delicious. Around them, many people whispered. Seeing the girl eat so much yet remain slender was truly admirable. Was she an internet celebrity? She looked cute and exactly their type. Vu Qua worriedly reminded So to eat slowly. Everyone was watching, but she did not care and carried another bowl of noodles, saying there was no way around it because they were so tasty, even better than the imperial kitchen. La Hoa stepped out, flicked her hair and smiled, saying little sister praised too well. It was only rustic skill. How could it compare to the imperial kitchen of ancient times? Lu Mang leaned close and whispered, "Brother Li, did you not like that best actress this young lady is?" La Hoa immediately pulled her husband back and cut him off. "What do you know? The best way to heal from love is to start a new relationship." Before finishing, she added teasingly that at his age, he was still an old ox eating tender grass. Vu Qua hurriedly explained that he and So were not what everyone thought. Suddenly, a young man stepped in front of So and politely asked if the beauty could take a photo with him. She happily agreed but set a condition, "Fine, but not for free. You must order food in the shop first." The young man nodded without hesitation, smiling that it was no problem, "Boss, give me a bowl of noodles." The people around immediately joined in to order, "One more bowl here. I will take 3 bowls." La Hoa decisively rolled up her sleeves and nodded okay. Before long the shop was packed. La Hoa busily served while announcing that the newly opened shop offered a 20% discount. Drinks were free. Lu Mang also rolled up his sleeves to help carry dishes, not forgetting to wish everyone a good meal. Suddenly whispers arose in the shop. "Did you know that girl used to work in that line? I even had dealings with her." The man opposite asked doubtfully whether it was true or false. "She looked like a decent woman. Were you making things up?" That man replied irritably, "Why would he lie?" That unpleasant voice sounded right behind La Hoa. Working there was cheap and skillful. Not doing it would be a waste. So angrily set down her chopsticks. "That filthy old man, such a foul mouth. I must teach him a lesson." But before she could stand up, her hand was firmly held. He asked Vu Qua irritably what he was doing. He sternly said that since they had chosen to leave the past and start over, some things had to be faced. One could help once but could not shield them for a lifetime. The man at the next table continued mocking. "Seems she has changed her life. Wonder which honest man has to bear the consequences. Truly pitiful." Just then a bottle of chili sauce suddenly flew over. Bottle flew straight into the mouth of the man who was speaking ill. He clutched his throat and jumped up shouting that it was too spicy. That man angrily yelled who he was. Did he want to cause trouble and fight? Lu Mang coldly replied that he was the one bearing the consequences he had just mentioned. He angrily grabbed a toothpick holder, saying a mouth was for eating, not for spewing filth. After speaking, he swung his hand to throw it. Since his mouth was so foul, he would help detoxify it. The 2 men retreated in fear, panicking and shouting to run. 2 fled the shop holding their heads. Lu Mang even threw the toothpick holder after them, shouting not to let him see them again. La Hoa was so moved her eyes turned red as she called Lu Mang name, while Vu Qua and So watched with satisfaction. The night market, the crowd moved densely. So held food in one hand and a huge bag of snacks in the other, chewing happily and praising that this was delicious too. Qua looked at her in shock and asked had she not eaten a lot just now. Was she still not full? So calmly replied that was the main meal. These were desserts. How could they be the same? He shook his empty wallet in heartache. Of course they were not the same. These were all trending snacks online, more expensive than hand-pulled noodles. So shot him a dissatisfied glance and whispered, "Silly uncle, I only wanted an excuse to stay by your side a little longer, and you still did not understand." Because it was too noisy, Vu Qua did not hear clearly and asked what she said, making so awkwardly shake her head that it was nothing. She quickly changed the topic. "Look over there. That bakery is very famous online." He pulled Vu Qua inside, saying, "Let us try it." He helplessly sighed that his heart was still bleeding. Elsewhere, a man hugged his head and curled up on the ground taking blows, crying for them to stop. Group stop. That man hurriedly begged Brother Ho to spare him. He truly had no money left. Brother Ho sneered that without money he had to endure the beating. He braced his hands on his thighs and lowered his voice, saying he heard the man's wife was not bad either. That moment a subordinate recognized someone and reported, "Brother Ho, it is Vu Qua." That man turned his head sharply, and indeed saw Vu Qua, and so strolling through the night market. The whole group was frightened and ran off, telling each other to hide quickly. All of them hid in a corner to observe secretly. Brother Ho frowned, saying it was indeed that man. Why did they run into him everywhere? Could they not let others make a living? Then they noticed the girl beside Vu Qua, asking who she was, not Duong La Hoa. The subordinate chimed in that the relationship between those two did not seem simple. Brother Ho quickly took out his phone to capture the scene. In the office, Kai Dat quickly received the intelligence. On the phone screen appeared clearly the image of So and Vu Qua smiling brightly together. After watching, he curled his lips in a sneer. At the same time, in a hall packed with audience, blonde, blue-eyed actor raised his voice. "What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun." He reached his hand toward his beloved above. "Look how she hides her face with those beautiful hands. How lovely that sight. Would that I were the gloves to touch the fragrance upon her face." Dyla, in the role of Juliet, anxiously called, "Romeo, Romeo, why are you Romeo?" He was completely immersed. "Deny your father and refuse your name. If you cannot, then swear you love me, and I will no longer be a Capulet." The audience below applauded thunderously without end. When the play ended, all the actors bowed together in thanks. Dyla held a bouquet, confidently smiling and waving to the audience. After the performance, many fans were already waiting outside, shouting Dyla's name, asking for autographs. What they received was only the cold back of the actress as she left. Backstage, Xiao Kayat happily clapped in praise. It was wonderful. She did not expect such good feedback from her first stage play. Dyla modestly smiled and thanked her, saying thanks to her efforts in recommending her, she had gained the director favor. Xiao Kayat raised one finger, excitedly announcing the director was very satisfied. Next month she would take her to perform at the Grand Elders Gala. If she did well, she could become an international superstar in one step, making Dyla overjoyed. Then Xiao Kayat crossed her arms and seriously instructed that the coming time would be very busy. She should rest and adjust her state. In a few days, she might not even have time to sleep. Dyla hesitated and worriedly asked Sister Xiao Kayat if she could take a few days off. Xiao Kayat sternly asked what urgent matter it was. Dyla honestly replied that she wanted to meet Vu Qua to clearly explain the misunderstanding from last time. This reason made Xiao Kayat frown. Vu Qua, was it that man? Dyla gently nodded yes. Xiao Kayat placed her hand on Dyla's shoulder and gently advised, "Silly girl, this is the peak of your career. If paparazzi catch you, it will all be wasted. Listen to me. A woman must put her career first. Set romance aside for now." Hearing that, Dyla murmured sadly, "But you promised to arrange for us to meet. Besides, this time I am going abroad and do not know when I will return." Just then a male voice sounded from the doorway. "Sister Xiao Kayat, just agree to Dyla's request." Kai Dat smiled warmly and continued, "Dyla's feelings run so deep. If she does not meet him, then even going abroad will affect her state. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee the paparazzi will not discover anything." After speaking, he looked straight at Xiao Kayat with a meaningful gaze. Xiao Kayat caught that look and immediately understood, curling her lips into a smile in response. Then she pretended to speak reluctantly. "Fine then." Dyla stood beside them, innocently believing they were truly kind, clasping her hands in delight and saying, "Thank you, Sister Xiao Kayat." He hugged her and kissed her repeatedly. "I knew you loved me the most. I will definitely repay you." Xiao Kayat only responded indifferently, "Just cause me less trouble in the future." The scene shifted to a quiet hospital. La Hoa felt as if struck by lightning when she heard the doctor's conclusion. I am pregnant. The doctor calmly nodded in confirmation. Yes, it is clearly stated in the report. She still asked doubtfully if there had been a mistake. She had miscarried before and taken birth control for a long time. The doctor once said it would be difficult for her to have children. The doctor handed her the results and slowly explained that nothing in medicine was absolute. It was just that her condition required more attention than usual. With adequate rest and regular checkups, childbirth was still promising. Hoa held the paper and read it over and over, finally exclaiming joyfully that she truly had a child. Stepping out into the hospital lobby, people bustled back and forth. She walked while smiling to herself, wondering whether a Mang preferred a boy or a girl. She had to hurry home and give him a surprise. Suddenly, a man passing by collided hard with Lahoa's shoulder. Lahoa fell to the ground with a soft cry, the papers in her hand scattering everywhere. The man hurried to help her up and apologized repeatedly. It was his fault for not paying attention. Was she all right? Though still in pain, Lahoa waved her hand and replied that she was fine. Suddenly the man froze and called out, "Lahoa, is it you?" At that moment she also clearly saw his face. In front of her stood a silver-haired man wearing glasses, reaching out as if to touch her. It was Trung Van Biu. The man grabbed Lahoa's hand, leaving her stunned when he introduced himself as Trung Van Biu. Lahoa immediately pulled her hand back, displeasure evident on her face as she demanded that he let go. Seeing that, Van Biu hurried to step in front of her as if to block her path, wanting to stop her from leaving. "Lahoa, what is wrong? Do you not recognize me?" Lahoa replied in anger, "I truly wish I had never known you." At that moment he spoke in a serious tone to apologize, saying he knew the past years had caused her much suffering. He had been helpless too. If he had not left that day, he would have been beaten to death by them. Hearing that excuse, Lahoa only found it laughable. "So you left me there alone." She continued to shout straight at the nearsighted man. "Do you know that when they could not find you, they dumped all the debts on me and forced me to pay?" Van Biu turned pale upon hearing that. What those bastards? After saying that he was about to rush off to find them. But Lahoa crossed her arms and coldly reminded him, "There is no need. I have already paid it all back." Van Biu turned back in confusion and asked, "You paid it all? You are just an ordinary girl. Where did you get so much money?" Lahoa let out a cold laugh. "Yes, someone like me repaying debt. What else could I possibly do?" Hearing that, he panicked. "Could it be that you?" Van Biu pounded his chest and began lamenting miserably. "I deserve to die, Lahoa. I have wronged you." Right after that his expression shifted to excitement. "But do not worry. I have made it through the hard times now. These past years I worked desperately outside and finally earned quite a bit of money. From now on I will not let you suffer anymore." Lahoa coldly informed him, "There is no need. I am already married." Van Biu was stunned. "Married? How could that be?" Hearing that, she frowned and retorted, "Why could it not be? Do you think that besides you, Duong Lahoa could not want anyone else?" He hurriedly explained that he did not mean that, then asked whom she had married. Lahoa did not answer and only said calmly, in short, "He is a good man. I do not want to see you again. If you still have any conscience left, do not come disturb my life." After saying that, she turned and ran off without hesitation, leaving Van Biu calling out her name loudly. At that moment, Lahoa had already walked out of the hospital building, yet Van Biu shamelessly chased after her, calling out for her to wait. Lahoa turned back in annoyance and demanded, "What else do you want?" He continued playing the role of a domineering executive trying to win her back, saying he knew he did not deserve forgiveness and begged her to give him one chance. He wanted to compensate her. She immediately asked, "In return, compensate? Can you give back my youth or my happiness?" And Biu's expression suddenly brightened. At least let me repay the money you bore on my behalf. I came here on a business trip. My luggage and bank cards are at the hotel. Get in the car with me and we will go get the money right away." After hearing that, Lahoa began to calculate. The newly opened noodle shop needed money everywhere. She could not always rely on Vu Qua. She rubbed her belly and thought for a long while. In the future, raising a child would require even more money. That was all her own sweat and tears. Taking it back was only right. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and agreed, "Fine." Seeing the white car parked by the roadside, Lahoa curiously asked, "Is this your car?" He immediately replied, "Yes." In her heart she could not help thinking, it seemed that man had truly struck it rich. But before getting into the car, Lahoa still asked worriedly, "It will not take long. I have something to do later." And Biu smiled with hidden meaning, "Do not worry, the hotel is nearby. We will arrive in 10 minutes. As the car was about to start, he kept pleading, "Lahoa, believe me this time. I have already apologized. I just want to do something for you. I promise that as long as you live well, I will never appear in front of you again in the future." Hearing that, Li Yuguo reluctantly agreed. Then just for a short while, he hurriedly assured her, "Do not worry, it will not take much of your time." But the moment she lowered her head to step into the car, a bottle of anesthetic was suddenly sprayed straight at her. After inhaling the anesthetic, Li Yuguo's eyelids gradually grew heavy. Not long after, she completely lost consciousness and collapsed onto the back seat. Only then did Van Bieu reveal his lewd smile and vile gaze. The scene shifted to a shopping mall. At this time, the sun was already high in the sky. Below was a constant stream of bustling crowds. Vu Qua blended into the crowd, his short figure moving as he muttered complaints. They clearly agreed to meet here. Where did she run off to? When he heard a familiar voice calling, he finally turned around. Uncle. In front of Vu Qua stood So in a fashionable Lolita outfit that was extremely eye-catching. Seeing her dressed like that, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. So, why are you dressed like this? So replied irritably, "I have said it many times, these are beast ears. They are very popular in the second dimension, especially since I am cosplaying the female lead of a trending game. What is wrong? Have you never played it?" Vu Qua felt both strange and amused. Do young people nowadays all like this style? It seems I am truly old. After that, he returned to the main topic. By the way, you said you had something to discuss with me. What is it? So replied innocently. Did you not ask me to investigate whether Li Bat Fam is in the Nuyen An realm? I have found out. Vu Qua asked excitedly, Really? What did you discover? At this moment, So raised her hand and said, The rules of Thien Land Sect are very strict. Today, I finally managed to sneak out with great difficulty. At this point, she suddenly stopped and tightly grabbed Vu Qua's hand. Then she pulled him away while adding, Since I am already out, I have to enjoy myself first. First, they went into an instant photo booth and took countless adorable pictures. After that, the two of them went to play the lively whack-a-mole game together. After playing, So pulled Vu Qua to try on clothes. He wore a set of ancient attire that matched his current hairstyle very well. After exhausting themselves with fun, the two stopped at a dessert shop. Vu Qua turned into a photographer, diligently taking pictures of every pastry. Only then did So speak. This shop is very famous online. Reservations must be made a month in advance. I have wanted to come take photos here for a long time. Only then did Vu Qua seriously ask, We have played and eaten ice cream. Can we talk about the main matter now? At this moment, she still hesitated slightly before speaking. Wait, there is one last thing, Vu Qua asked in surprise. There is more. She quickly explained. It is not anything strange. Then So scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and said, Recently, a male student has been texting me to confess his feelings. I rejected him several times, but he refuses to give up and keeps messaging me. With no other choice, I said I already have a boyfriend and am about to get married. He absolutely refused to believe it and even demanded that I provide proof. As So spoke, she stared straight at his face, trying hard not to laugh, making Vu Qua panic and immediately ask, What are you planning to do? At this time at the photo studio, the sky was still clear and cloudless. The photographer worked with both hands and mouth at full capacity. Very good, come a little closer. Tan Lan, do not be so tense. Say the name together with me, Kim Kai. Vu Qua stiffly followed the instructions, completely opposite to the radiant and beautiful So standing beside him. In his heart, he could not help screaming in self-reproach. Why did I agree to this crazy thing? But no matter how much he regretted it, he could not change the unjust situation at hand. After a while of shooting, he reluctantly looked at the photo in his hand and complained, That damned photographer, just take the picture. Why make so many poses? If photos like these were seen by others, it would truly be the end of me. Vu Qua examined them for a long time and then had the urge to destroy this mistaken evidence. No, I have to destroy it immediately. Just then So appeared behind him and asked, What are you doing? She snatched the photo away and reproached him. It seems you are very dissatisfied with this one. Why does taking wedding photos with me make you that uncomfortable? Vu Qua hurriedly denied it. How could that be? Princess So is as beautiful as a fairy. Being able to take wedding photos with you is an honor. I will treasure this one like a precious jewel. Hearing that, So nodded in satisfaction. That is barely acceptable. Seeing everything settled, Vu Qua returned to the main matter. What did you find out? Can you tell me now? So immediately replied, Your performance today was passable. Fine, I will tell you. Then she leaned close to Vu Qua's ear and whispered, Recently in the Nuyen An realm, a blood-sucking zombie has appeared. He was startled and asked again, a blood-sucking zombie. Only then did she begin to recount the whole story clearly. It is like this. In the Nuyen-An realm, there is a ravine located in a remote place. The spiritual energy is sparse, so very few people usually go there. The night before, a cultivator had just mastered the shifting form and exchanging shadow technique. For some reason, he mistakenly teleported there. As a result, he saw a dark shadow and shouted loudly asking who it was. Immediately after that, the dark shadow swept past the cultivator, leaving only a corpse on the ground. The condition of the body was extremely miserable. All the blood in his body had been drained, shriveled like a mummy. His eyes rolled white and his face wrinkled and distorted. Not only that, beneath the ravine were piled many similar corpses. There was a large pit filled entirely with bodies that had been drained and then thrown down. Those who came to investigate discovered that all of them were people who had gone missing many years before. Suddenly, among the pile of corpses, an arm rose up, as if asking for help. The investigation team witnessed that scene and immediately fled in panic. At this point, Soso's voice became serious. People disappearing for months or years in the Nuyen-An realm is normally common, so no one pays attention. Who would have thought they had already met with disaster? Everyone guessed that some evil cultivator was practicing a wicked art. But I suspect this matter is related to the sun god. After hearing that, Vu Qua rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "That is right. The sun god was gravely injured and greatly depleted his vital energy. The Nuyen-An realm lies upon a dragon vein and is very suitable for recovery. And if he wants to restore himself quickly, the fastest way is to suck blood, especially the blood of cultivators with spiritual power." His eyes narrowed. With so many cultivators dead, even if he has not fully recovered, he is already extremely terrifying. Then he turned to remind Soso, "This matter is too dangerous. You do not need to get involved. I will investigate it myself." Soso angrily clenched her fists. "Uncle, you are looking down on me. I am so smart that nothing will happen to me." Vu Qua immediately put on a stern face and crossed his arms to explain, "No, you must listen to me. The level of terror of the sun god far exceeds your imagination. I cannot let you take the risk." At that, Soso reluctantly agreed, "I know, you are really long-winded." After saying that, the two of them left the photo studio together. Soso hooked her arm through his and smiled very happily. But they had no idea that behind them, a black car had been watching them the whole time. Lila looked through the window, and upon seeing the girl beside Vu Qua exclaimed, "Kung Soso." She turned back inside the car, her expression darkening as she thought, "Kung Soso has also come to this world. Then why did she not look for me? And when did the two of them reunite?" Kai Dat, sitting beside her, saw her discomfort and spoke up, "You have already seen it. I was afraid you would be heartbroken, so I did not want to say it. But I cannot just watch you be deceived." Dila turned and asked, "What do you mean deceive?" Kai Dat began to add fuel to the fire. "That Vu Qua says he loves you. But as far as I know, he and that girl have been together for a long time already." Hearing that, Dila smiled and shook her head. "No, you misunderstood. That girl is also my friend. The three of us have known each other from before." He took out a stack of brand new photos. "Dila, do not be naive anymore. You must guard against fire and thieves and even your best friend while you were waiting for the one you love. The two of them were already living together. Relationship is known throughout the old neighborhood. I asked the neighbors, and everyone says they are husband and wife." Even so, Dila still shook her head firmly. "Impossible. Vu Qua said the one he loves is me." Kai Dat decided to deliver the final blow. "If you still do not believe it, then look at this." After saying that, he handed over his phone. The content on it made Dila completely collapse. On the screen was a wedding photo of So-So and Vu Qua with the caption, "Today I finally marry the one I love. For the rest of my life, please allow me to care for you." Below were countless lively comments. Dila read them in despair. "Why, Vu Qua is not the one you love me. Why did you marry Kung So-So? No, the one he loves is not me but my previous life. And from beginning to end, I have only been a substitute for Nalan Ma." Dila fell into a whirlpool of thoughts. A faint substitute, a lowly enchantress. How could she compare to the princess of a nation? But if you did not love me, why did you treat me so well and make me always hold hope for you? Suddenly she hurled the phone to the ground and burst into tears. "Vu Qua, I hate you." Seeing the time was ripe, Kai Dat stepped forward and patted her shoulder in comfort. "Enough. Fortunately, you have seen the true face of that scumbag man early." Then he pretended to care and probe. "What do you plan to do now? Do you still want to go find him?" Isla hesitated for a moment, then took the initiative to say, Tell Sister Tiu Kayat to arrange for me to go abroad. I want to be alone. Hearing that Kai Dat was overjoyed. All right, do not think too much anymore. I will handle everything for you. Having achieved his goal, the corner of his mouth curled into a lewd smile. The scene shifted elsewhere. The sky was still blue, but the sunlight had softened. So closed her eyes and sighed. I really do not want to go back at all. Seeing her so dejected, Vu Qua smiled and said, do you not want to go again? How about moving in to live with me? Upon hearing that, so happily asked, really. Then she waved her hands shyly. No, even though we took wedding photos, living together is still too soon. This princess holds a noble status. The wedding must be presided over by the emperor father, celebrated by the officials, with a national banquet. Even by the customs of this world you must kneel down to propose to me. Vu Qua was left speechless. What nonsense are you thinking about? Made some money from investing in stocks before, so I conveniently bought a house next door for you. If that blood-sucking zombie is truly the sun god, then he will definitely continue killing. The Nuyen An realm is no longer safe. I cannot feel at ease leaving you there. Moving out will be better. After hearing his explanation, So became even more displeased. HMPH. I thought this blockhead had finally understood. So arrogantly continued. Then let this princess think about it a little more. Teleportation array opened. Vu Qua reminded her. Remember what I said. Absolutely do not act rashly, understood? So obediently replied, understood. Vu Qua stood watching So's figure gradually disappear into the teleportation array. Then the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Vu Qua's expression changed the moment he read the message. On the screen appeared shocking words, Brother Li, where are you? Lahoa is in trouble. After reading it, Vu Qua immediately panicked. He rushed back to the restaurant, and as soon as he opened the door, he hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? Lu Mang had cried until his eyes were red, choking as he said, Brother Li, something really happened to Lahoa. Vu Qua quickly reassured him, calm down first. How is Lahoa? Lu Mang caught his breath and said, this morning she said her stomach felt a little uncomfortable, so she went to the hospital to get medicine. But by noon she still had not returned. I was worried, so I called her. Unexpectedly, the one who answered was a man. He said, Duong Lahoa is in our hands. Prepare 3 million. Come to the abandoned factory in the northern suburbs tomorrow to ransom her. Call the police and you know the consequences. Lu Mang helplessly continued. The noodle shop just opened, and all the money went into inventory, let alone 3 million. I cannot even raise 30,000. After hearing that, Vu Qua frowned suspiciously. Strange. You two are not wealthy either. Why kidnap Lahoa? And they demanded 3 million right away. Lu Mang felt awkward but still gritted his teeth and said, Brother Li, before you said you earned 3 million from stocks. Can you lend it to me? I know I have troubled you too much already, but I truly have no other way. As long as Lahoa returns safely, I am willing to work like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life. Vu Qua was not someone who would turn his back in the face of disaster. Do not worry. With me here, Lahoa will be fine. Only then did Lu Mang feel slightly relieved and softly reply. The scene shifted to an abandoned factory, the surroundings silent and devoid of people. Lahoa was tied up and blindfolded, curled up sitting on the ground. Suddenly a hand reached out and removed the black cloth covering her eyes. Seeing clearly who stood before her, Lahoa glared and shouted, Trung Van Biu, why did you bring me here? He grinned lewdly and replied, why, I am not interested, but they might be. Immediately after, a pair of legs stepped into her line of sight. Seeing that person clearly, Lahoa cried out in shock, it is you. Ho Cat only chuckled as if greeting an old acquaintance. He stepped forward and slapped Lahoa hard across the face. Then cursed, filthy woman. Not stopping there, he squatted down, grabbed her chin and sneered. You think clinging to a rich man makes you impressive? Today I will show you how the word regret is written. Van Biu stood behind, laughing gleefully. When we get the 3 million later, do not forget the credit of this little brother. Lahoa screamed in fear, what 3 million? What do you people want? Van Biu laughed wickedly. That life fellow, Brother Ho, found out he made 3 million from stocks. I already told your stupid husband to use the money to ransom you. Brother Ho coldly added. With Vu Qua's personality, he definitely will not stand by. But what he did not know was that this factory was merely a trap. The surroundings had already been filled with buried explosives. I told Lu Mang to come and throw the money into the trash can. Beneath the trash can is a well opening. At the bottom of the well is the detonation switch. Just touch it, and it is over. Just thinking about that explosion made Brother Ho excited. He bared his teeth in a wide grin. Is he not very capable? I want to see whether his life is tougher than others. After saying that, Brother Ho threw his head back and laughed madly. He patted Van Biu on the shoulder and laughed. Rest assured, with such a clever plan, I will not treat you unfairly. Van Biu fawned in reply. Thank you, Brother Ho. Seeing those two so smug, Lahoa shouted loudly, Trung Van Biu, you collude with this kind of person. Have you forgotten who drove you into a corner? He gave a cold laugh. Do you think I really lost money in stocks and fled from debt? Lahoa asked in shock, what do you mean? Van Biu put his hands into his pockets and said calmly, not only did I not lose, I even earned a large sum. I liked you before only because you were somewhat pretty. Once I had money, why would I marry a rustic wife? Van Biu laughed together with Brother Ho. So I sold you to him, knowing you would rather die than obey, so I made up this story. I did not expect you foolishly loved me so much, entertaining guests day and night to repay debts for me. Nor did I expect that when I returned this time, I could use you once more to make money. Hearing that, Lahoa cursed in grief and anger. Trung Van Biu, you bastard. She gathered her strength to knock over the chair and lunged forward. I will kill you. Brother Ho viciously kicked her hard. He even rushed forward to press her down to the ground and cursed, filthy woman, already meat on the chopping board yet still daring to be arrogant. He stepped on her face. Lahoa cried out in pain, do not hit my stomach. Van Biu raised his hand to stop him. Enough, stop hitting. Brother Ho laughed disdainfully. What feeling soft-hearted. He picked up Lahoa's test report and said, this woman is pregnant. One body, two lives are not easy to sell. Hearing that, Lahoa was stunned. Van Biu said sinisterly, rest assured, you are still weak and cannot work now. I will find a better place for you. After saying that, Van Biu snapped his fingers as a signal. Immediately, two men rushed forward and dragged Lahoa to her feet, causing her to scream in panic. What are you doing? She struggled desperately and shouted, let me go. What do you want to do to me? At this moment, Van Biu's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked toward the surgical instruments. He picked up a knife and smiled as he asked, have you ever heard of organ trafficking? One cornea is 100,000, one kidney is 300,000, and the heart is 500,000. As he spoke, he brandished the knife menacingly before her. Too bad I cannot wait for the child in your belly to be born. Otherwise, your whole family would have become my god of wealth. Blade was now pressed tightly against her stomach. Lahoa wept in despair. Do not do this, I beg you, spare me, spare my child. Suddenly the door burst open, startling Van Biu into turning around abruptly. Before he could dodge, he was struck hard, his body sent flying far away. The other two unlucky underlings suffered the same fate. As for Brother Ho, he took the heaviest blow, blood spraying out like red syrup. Lu Mang hurried to his wife's side. Lahoa, I am sorry I came late. Are you all right? She cried with relief and softly called, a man. Just a little more and I would never have seen you again. The two of them held each other and wept. In the abandoned factory, the husband and wife embraced in comfort, while Vu Qua coldly looked at the people sprawled across the ground. Brother Ho struggled to lift his head and glared as he shouted, Vu Qua, you are still not dead. Vu Qua looked down from above and replied calmly, if I were dead, who would come to make a deal with you? Van Biu and Brother Ho were hung up like smoked meat, screaming miserably, let us down. Lahoa still clung tightly to her husband and said joyfully, luckily you all came in time, otherwise our child would have. After a while she remembered to ask, right, how did you know I was taken here? Lu Mang smiled and replied, thanks to Brother Li. Vu Qua explained, I had just made 3 million from stocks when you were kidnapped, and the ransom was exactly 3 million. Too much of a coincidence. Clearly he was targeting me, and it had to be someone we know. Turned to the two hanging there and said coldly, the greatest advantage in this world is that there are cameras everywhere. You disappeared at the hospital, so checking the footage makes everything clear. Lu Mang continued, we saw these men loitering at the hospital entrance. Brother Li immediately sensed something was wrong. Even while hanging, Van Biu still laughed provocatively, so you are the stupid husband, picking up my old shoes and still feeling pleased. Sadly, even after marrying you, Lahoa still loves me in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have followed me into the hotel the moment we met. Truly pitiful. Vu Qua clenched his teeth as that man wished and delivered a fierce kick to his stomach. After kicking him, he cracked his knuckles in warning. Seems the beating earlier was too light. The blow made the rope sway violently, increasing his pain. With his hands tied behind his back, he secretly took a knife and began cutting the rope. Hoa turned to reassure her husband. A Mang do not believe him. He said he would return the money, so I followed him. Lu Mang smiled and replied, I know, I have never doubted you. She looked at the two men angrily and continued, This bastard is more vicious than I thought, not only deceiving me but also trafficking organs. Who knows how many people he has harmed? A Mang quickly called the police. Fuqua replied indifferently, the police are busy. Scum like them are not worth troubling them. Brother Ho broke out in cold sweat and asked in fear, what do you want to do? Fuqua rubbed his chin and said slowly, a face is worth 100,000, a kidney 300,000, a heart 500,000, so human organs are this expensive. Seems you all have value too. He raised the knife in threat. Let me borrow it for a moment. Tied-up underlings heard that and begged in terror, boss, spare us. We know we were wrong. Fuqua looked at Van Biu and said coldly, your mouth is filthy. We start with you. He panicked and cried out, do not. Turned to beg Lahoa. Lahoa, I was wrong. I know you still love me. For old time's sake, spare me this once. Lahoa stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Bastard. Now I only want to rip your heart out and trample it for the dogs. After being slapped, Van Biu's face twisted, his hands cutting the rope even more desperately. Finally, the rope snapped, lunged forward and grabbed Lahoa by the throat. She could not react and only stared wide-eyed in shock. Lu Mang cried out in alarm, Lahoa. Van Biu pressed the knife to her throat and threatened, do not come closer or I will kill her. Seeing his accomplice escape, Brother Ho hurriedly shouted, Trung Van Biu, quickly help us untie. Unexpectedly he sneered, fools, I have no time to save you, pray for yourselves. Lahoa gritted her teeth and cursed, Trung Van Biu, you will surely die. He laughed smugly. I did not expect you to be this stupid. Used by me again and again. Once I get out of here, I will find a good place for you. Van Biu turned to threaten Fuqua. If you do not want her to die, then stand there. Once I leave, I will release her. Lahoa shouted loudly, do not believe him. He angrily pressed the knife closer. Shut up. Believe it or I will kill you right now. Suddenly a stick smashed hard into the back of Van Biu's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. He froze for a second. Then he collapsed unconscious, a pair of legs quietly appearing beside him. Truong Fai still held the stick in the same posture after striking. Fuqua and Lu Mang exclaimed in shock together, Truong Fai. Police lights flashed from the patrol car outside. Within minutes, the police arrived to seal off and examine the scene. An older officer shook hands with Fuqua and said, Trung Van Biu is involved in many disappearance and organ trafficking cases. He was too cunning and escaped many times. This time, thanks to you, we finally caught him. Fuqua humbly replied, it is the duty of a good citizen. Lahoa turned to ask her benefactor, Truong Fai, why are you here? Lu Mang also wondered, how did you know Lahoa was kidnapped? He calmly replied, I just happened to pass by. The couple looked at each other doubtfully and asked, passed by. Truong Fai smiled and told the truth. I went downstairs to eat and saw you and brother Li acting unusually hurried, so I followed. Lahoa teased, who would have thought you seem weak normally but are so strong at a crucial moment. Truong Fai closed his eyes and replied confidently, of course. A moment later he reacted and argued unhappily. Who is weak? Lahoa answered decisively, you are the godfather of my child. Truong Fai was stunned upon hearing that, godfather. Lu Mang held his wife and placed a hand on her belly, saying gratefully, you saved the lives of Lahoa and the child, so being the godfather is only right. Truong Fai blushed and turned away with folded arms. Stop flattering. I already said I am not being brothers with you anymore. Immediately after he turned back and smiled, though being a godfather is not impossible to consider. From behind, Fuqua wrapped an arm around the two of them to mediate. All right, we are brothers, why be so tense? Then he raised the stack of cash in his hand and laughed heartily. The police gave a reward for our report. Let us go celebrate. Everyone cheered in unison. Wonderful. At this moment in the Nuyen An realm, the teleportation gate slowly opened. So carried a backpack on her shoulder, standing there hesitantly muttering to herself, should I step in or not? Leaving without saying goodbye would wrong my master. But if master refuses to let me leave the sect, what can I do? It was so hard to find uncle. I truly cannot bear to leave him. Suddenly a voice called out, making her turn around. One who appeared was Master Du Lin. She hesitated and stepped forward softly calling Master. Du Lin asked directly, you have only just returned and you want to go out again. So immediately knelt and said, disciple has come to bid farewell. I wish to leave the Nuyen An realm for the outer world to train. Please grant your consent, Master. Du Lin narrowed her eyes and asked, you want to find that uncle, do you not? So raised her head to look at her master, her voice full of gratitude. Coming to this world and meeting you kept me from being bullied by villains. I will never forget your kindness. but I truly wish to be by Uncle's side. Du Lin took her hand and helped her up. You have grown up. Master respects your choice and will not force you to stay. Hearing the approval, So happily called out, Master. Right after that, Du Lin said sternly, it is just that Master needs your help with one matter. Still overjoyed, So replied, please speak, Master. A calculating look flashed in Du Lin's eyes. I heard you and fellow Taoist Li possess a very mysterious cultivation method. I have long been curious. Can you let me have a look? So blurted out, Master means the passionate affection art. Du Lin nodded. That is right, she answered awkwardly. But this method only has the mental formula. There is no secret manual. Du Lin put on a gentle expression and coaxed. It is fine, just recount it to Master. I guarantee I will not spread it. So felt conflicted and thought, how am I supposed to explain this? In the end, she guiltily refused, Master. If it were anything else, this disciple would not refuse even at full effort. But this matter is impossible. Seeing her disobedience, Du Lin began to grow displeased and recounted her merits. Among all the disciples of Thien Lan sect, I favored you the most. I even taught you the ultimate art, Heavenly Maiden Sword, intending for you to inherit my mantle, and now you are stingy over a single method. So replied, full of guilt, Master, I am sorry. This disciple truly has unspeakable difficulties. Corner of Du Lin's mouth curled into a sinister smile. If that is the case, then do not blame Master. After saying that, she gathered her strength and struck a palm directly at So-So's abdomen, sending her flying. The blow made her crash heavily onto the ground. Struggling to sit up, So asked in confusion, Master, why are you doing this? Du Lin replied coldly, I gave you a chance and you did not cherish it. Since you refuse to obey, I will find your uncle and personally take it from him. As she spoke, Du Lin placed her hand on So-So's head, releasing a stream of pitch-black energy. Immediately, waves of dark power surged violently into So-So's body. In the end, she lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Another female disciple stepped out and asked with a smug smile, Master, how shall we deal with this girl? Lin had already transformed into So-So's appearance, though her eyes remained vicious. She turned and said, someone who does not obey is useless. Let her become food for the Lord. Chu Man immediately accepted the order, yes. The scene shifted to the teleportation gate on the human side. Vu Qua scratched his head in confusion. This girl texted me to pick her up, and now where has she run off to? Suddenly someone ran up from behind and called loudly, Uncle. She ran in front of him and stopped, panting. Vu Qua turned and pointed at her. What are you wearing today? You look very strange. Du Lin broke into a sweat and asked back, strange. Panic rose in her heart. Did I dress wrong? Was that girl not usually like this? Afraid of revealing flaws, Du Lin quickly hugged Vu Qua's arm and said, forget it, do not talk about that. It was hard enough for Master to agree to let me go. This action made him frown and feel even more suspicious. Du Lin spoke with calculating eyes. Uncle, quickly take me away. From now on, we can truly be together for a long time. Seeing So acting unusually today, Vu Qua asked, since when did you start saying such cheesy words? Du Lin forced a smile and replied, cheesy is it? Just then a voice called out, benefactor. They looked in surprise to see the squirrel couple approaching. The husband smiled and greeted. What a coincidence to meet you. Last time you left in such a hurry that we had no chance to thank you. Today is Da Bao's full moon celebration. We hope the benefactor will honor us by sharing a few drinks. Du Lin felt annoyed and calculated inwardly. Where did these squirrels come from to obstruct me? The time for this disguise is limited. I must quickly extract the passionate affection art from Vu Qua's mouth. I cannot let them delay me. After thinking it through, she waved her hand to refuse. We are busy, no need. But before she finished speaking, Vu Qua immediately replied, all right. He even turned to explain, since your master has agreed anyway, there is no rush about moving. Vu Qua leaned close and whispered, a crowded banquet is convenient for inquiring about the blood-sucking zombie. Du Lin thought that if she refused again, she might arouse suspicion. Left with no choice, she went along with Vu Qua's decision, all right. There were many people attending the full moon banquet. Some stood and some sat, congratulating loudly and bustling with noise. Clink, 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 and then someone across shouted, who is coming to drink, come drink here. Vu Qua had already joined the feast long ago, lifting a large bowl of wine and draining it in one gulp. After drinking, he set the bowl down and wiped his mouth, praising, truly good. Since leaving Kim Ho Nation, I have not drunk such fine wine. The squirrel husband poured more wine and smiled. Our clan is best at brewing wine. If benefactor likes it, then drink more. Do not be polite. Growing anxious, Du Lin found an excuse and looked at Vu Qua. Uncle, I feel a bit unwell. We should leave. Du Hop spoke up with concern at the right moment. Young lady, where do you feel uncomfortable? Let this old man take a look, Vu Qua also persuaded. That is right, the physician is here, so rest assured. Tu Hop's medical skills are excellent. Take some medicine and you will recover. With her plan foiled, Du Lin hurriedly waved her hand to refuse. No need, I feel much better. At this moment, Thang Huck and Truong Nhai staggered over together, calling out, Senior. Truong Nhai held a bowl of wine and looked at Vu Qua in mock reproach. Senior truly does not treat us as friends, meeting a beauty and forgetting old acquaintances. You have not sought this poor monk for so long. Thang Huck blushed as he looked at Du Lin and said, This must be the young lady Senior was looking for. Indeed, as beautiful as a fairy. Praise made Vu Qua smile awkwardly as he replied, Senior truly has sharp eyes. Truong Nhai suddenly lifted a bowl of wine and held it before Du Lin in invitation. A friend of Senior is also a friend of this humble monk. Today I offer this female fellow cultivator a cup. Seeing this, Vu Qua immediately held his hand back and asked sternly, A monk drinks wine. He at once defended himself, saying this was vegetarian wine. Cultivators need not fuss over trifles. Wine and meat pass through the gut while Buddha remains in the heart, making him frown inwardly. Monks these days truly are skilled at arguing. At this moment, Du Lin pretended to look pitiful as she held Vu Qua's wrist and whispered, Uncle, I do not know how to drink. Hearing this, Truong Nhai grew angry and slammed the bowl onto the table. Fellow cultivator looks down on this humble monk. Vu Qua leaned close to her ear and whispered, This monk is very stubborn. If you do not drink, he will think you are disrespecting him. Du Lin could only nod awkwardly. Then I will just drink a little. After speaking, she frowned and lifted the bowl of wine. Seeing her hesitate without drinking, Truong Nhai reached out and pushed the bowl to her lips, laughing as he said, Are you raising a golden turtle? When he saw the other party had drained it, he raised his thumb in praise. Fellow cultivator has good tolerance, while Du Lin could only cough violently. Her eyes turned cold as she glanced at Truong Nhai, cursing inwardly, Damn monk, I will remember this death. Unexpectedly, more and more people gathered around. A friend of our benefactor is truly a heroine among women. This poor Taoist also offers you a cup. Today we will not leave until we are drunk. 3 or 4 bowls of wine were thrust out before her at once, making Du Lin turn pale. Inside a dark and damp cave, sharp stalactites pointed downward from the ceiling. The person lying motionless below with closed eyes suddenly cried out in pain. So struggled to sit up and rubbed her head, groaning that it hurt, wondering what had just happened and why she had fainted. Then she suddenly remembered, right? She had been knocked unconscious by her master. Before So could stand up, she saw a foot kicked toward her. The man held a weapon in her hand, her face arrogant as she said, You woke up quickly. So was fully awake now, and upon seeing her she happily called out, Senior sister. Then she stood up, looked around, and asked in surprise where this place was. Chu Man smiled sinisterly and replied, Were you not searching for the blood-sucking mad demon? This is his lair. Hearing this, So immediately panicked. The blood-mad demon. Chu Man crossed her arms with a look of disdain. Junior sister is truly foolish, searching the entire nascent soul realm while failing to recognize the target right beside you. So pointed at her with half belief and half doubt. Could it be that you colluded with him to kill so many people? Why would you still help him? Chu Man replied calmly, Of course it is for benefit. The ultimate goal of cultivators is only longevity, but spiritual power is exhausted and cultivation grows arduous, still unable to defeat the passing years. The master possesses the ability to reshape the world. As long as we follow him, we can gain eternal immortality. At that time, Thien Lang Tong will no longer be confined here and will become the #1 great sect. Hearing those words, So immediately refuted her. There is no such art of immortality. It is all lies to trick you into selling your lives for him. Chu Man replied calmly. Whether it is true or false will be clear once Master presents Lang Tin Thiep Y Quiet to the Master. So was startled. Lang Tin Thiep Y Quiet. She suddenly realized anxiously that Master disguising herself as her had been to deceive Uncle and seize the sword art. Thinking this, she sprang to her feet. She raised her hand, intending to strike out with a palm attack. I will not let you succeed. Seeing this, Chu Man swung out a stream of sword intent that forced So back. So landed awkwardly and asked in shock, Why is the heavenly maiden's sword different from what I learned? Chu Man held her sword before her chest and laughed proudly. unexpected. Within the sword art master passed to you several moves were still concealed. This is the true power of the heavenly maiden sword. Beginning to end, the one most favored by master has always been me. After saying this, Chu Man stepped forward confidently. After dancing the sword for a moment, she pointed the blade at So-So and shouted for her to die. So-So eyes filled with panic as she could not dodge in time. She was blasted deeper into the cave by the force from Chu Man's sword. Her body fell hard against a boulder. The sight alone was enough to make bones ache. Opening her eyes, she was horrified to see a skull beside her. So-So sat up and clearly saw the entire cave. She was completely terrified by what surrounded her. The thick stench beneath the cave forced her to raise a hand to cover her nose. At the mouth of the cave, Chu Man sheathed her sword and looked down with a cold laugh. The master is about to awaken. Soon you will be just like them. Suddenly plump crimson flesh sprouts emerged from the ground, wriggling like blood-sucking leeches. So-So cried out in horror. What is this thing? It is truly disgusting. Flesh sprouts quickly stretched over and tightly bound her. So-So screamed in despair, do not, uncle, save me. Chu Man laughed viciously. Rest assured, very soon master will send your dear uncle down here to keep you company. Suddenly a surge of power shot in like lightning. Yuguo appeared just in time, cutting off several flesh sprouts as he shouted loudly, So do not be afraid, I am here. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground and weakly called out, uncle. He hurriedly rushed forward and hugged Yuguo tightly. Aggrieved as she said, why did you come so late? Just now I was scared to death. He took the chance to tease her. Did you not like grilled octopus? See if you still dare to eat it in the future. So retorted angrily, you bad man. Did you deliberately scare me? Witnessing this scene, Chu Man was stunned and snarled. It is you, how is this possible? Were you not with master? Yuguo replied calmly, you mean Dulin Shidai, her tolerance is poor. She was drunk after only a little. Thang Huck and Truong Nhi are taking care of her. Even though both are cultivators, men and women are different. It is inconvenient to leave her long. You had better send someone to bring her back. The man was so furious she was speechless. Only then did So ask curiously why uncle recognized that person as master. Yuguo replied irritably that although she disguised herself as you, her acting was terrible. No normal person would speak like that. Moreover, when I mentioned Kim Ho Kwok at the banquet, she showed no reaction. Most importantly, someone invited her to eat and she did not go, completely contrary to your gluttonous nature. So frowned and cursed that it was hateful. Being ignored, Chu Man grew angry and retorted, Yuguo, do not be smug. The master has already awakened. No matter how capable you are, it is useless. As she retreated outward, she pointed her sword downward and declared, today you are destined to become blood food. Yuguo picked at his ear and replied indifferently, oh, is that so? I do not believe it. The flesh sprouts from earlier began to crawl up from the ground once more. They grew densely packed, crowding together like a vast net. In the blink of an eye, the tendrils shot out from all directions and lunged at Yuguo and So. Yuguo immediately warned her, So, hold tight to me. The moment he finished speaking, he gathered force and leapt high into the air. Before the tendrils could strike, he had already wrapped So in his arms and burst out of the encirclement. Chu Man shouted furiously as she gave chase, do not even think about escaping. Unfortunately, her leg was suddenly tightly bound by a tendril. Immediately afterward, countless other sprouts surged toward her, making her scream in terror. Chu Man was swiftly bound from head to toe by the tendrils, crying out in despair, do not, master, save your disciple. In the end, her screams vanished completely as she was devoured by the mass of sprouts. Outside, the sky was still clear and blue, the golden sunlight dazzling. Yuguo held So and rushed straight out of the danger zone. The moment they emerged, they saw Dulin standing there with a group of female disciples waiting. Dulin raised her sword and pointed it at Yuguo, ordering that the two be seized. Yuguo showed no panic, instead he sneered. Oh, Dulin Shidai sobered up quite quickly. Dulin ground her teeth and roared angrily, you wretched brat, you dare toy with me. He replied calmly, speak properly. Did you not disguise yourself as So to pair up with me? I respected your age and did not expose you before your disciples, and now you are angry. Dulin was enraged to the extreme, almost screaming you. As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged forward in fury. Watch me cut out your tongue. Yuguo did not dodge, and directly struck out with one hand to meet her. Collision of the two blows produced a muffled explosion in midair. On the other side, So was also tightly surrounded by her fellow disciples. Senior Sister Quach took the initiative to speak. So, We are of the same sect and do not wish to fight. You should obediently surrender. He hurriedly explained, Senior sister, you do not know that Master has colluded with the blood-sucking mad demon. That fiend is about to break through the earth. Hurry and report it, or it will be too late. Hearing this, Senior Sister Quatch shouted angrily, absurd. Master treated you so well, yet for the sake of a man you betray the sect and slander her. Truly disappointing. Someone behind immediately echoed, Senior Sister Quatch, stop talking. Senior Sister Chu was right. She truly is ungrateful. Senior Sister Quatch drew her sword. Twin swords unite. Since you insist, do not blame us for showing no mercy. So quickly drew her sword to face them, while the other senior sisters stood aside to watch. Vu Qua continued to confront Du Lin, bare-handed with complete confidence. After several exchanges, he struck her in the chest, sending Du Lin flying backward. Du Lin struggled to her feet, thinking inwardly, so this is the power of the great ascension stage. Indeed extraordinary, but my Thien Lan Tong is not so easily bullied. He glanced at So and laughed arrogantly. Kung So, have you not always been curious about the final move of the heavenly maiden sword? Today I will let you witness with your own eyes the man you love die beneath this move. After speaking, she immediately unleashed her ultimate technique. Countless swords appeared densely at her summons, sword energy blanketing the sky. All of them shot straight toward Vu Qua, remained calm and met them bare-handed, causing So to cry out anxiously, Uncle. Suddenly, the energy from the swords was split apart in midair. Du Lin was struck back by the recoil and slammed heavily onto the ground. The immense force made her spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Vu Qua stood tall behind the drifting smoke and said disdainfully, I thought it was some terrifying killing move, so this is all. Suddenly the ground split apart, and the surrounding space was stained with an eerie crimson hue. Vu Qua looked up and stated in a low voice, it is the blood-sucking mad demon. So and the senior sisters also halted their fight and looked up at the sky in alarm. What is happening? In the crimson sky, a massive vortex appeared, surging toward them. Du Lin was overjoyed and dropped to her knees with hands clasped. Disciple Du Lin respectfully welcomes Master. In another corner, the sky remained clear and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Duong Nha and Thang Huck were drunk and clung to each other babbling. Miss So, this poor Taoist tells you, when I was young I was no less romantic. Had I not cultivated the Tao I would have had many descendants by now. Thang Huck nodded in agreement. The two clutched each other and wept miserably. I regret it so much, Tiu Fuong, I miss you dearly. Male Squirrel Rat asked his wife worriedly, did the Taoist priest and the master drink too much? The wife holding their child suggested perhaps let them drink some sobering soup. Tu Hop looked at the scene and scoffed. A sect leader yet drunk to this state, what decorum is there? This old man feels embarrassed just watching. Throw them outside and be done with it. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Two drunken men were startled awake and cried out in panic. What is happening? An earthquake. Since when did the nascent soul realm have earthquakes? Someone rushed in breathlessly, pointing outside and stammering, it is bad outside. Hearing this, everyone immediately rushed out to see. The sky had been dyed a blood-red color, looking extremely terrifying. Someone recognized the direction and exclaimed, that is the direction of Thien Lan Tong. The person beside him remarked, such heavy demonic aura. Thang Huck was now fully sober and said worriedly, it is not ordinary demonic aura but an extremely strong evil aura. Truong Nha also speculated, the cultivation of this evil aura has at least reached the tribulation crossing stage. Squirrel Rat broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. The tribulation crossing stage, would that not be even stronger than our benefactor? Tu Hop beside him was also horrified. What exactly is it? The scene shifted to the 10,000 Demon Hall where the sky remained clear. Inside the grand hall, a tail half white and half red slowly emerged. A man carried a plate of fruit and presented it to Kun Yuang, then reported, Hall Master, it has been investigated. This disturbance originated from Thien Lan Tong. She cheerfully reached out to take a grape, curling her lips into a smile as she said, how interesting. It seems the nascent soul realm has an uninvited guest. This time there will surely be something entertaining to watch. Back at Thien Lan Tong, the ghostly aura had grown far denser than before. With that chaotic aura, Tai Duong revealed himself, wearing a friendly smile as if he considered himself a handsome man. So exclaimed anxiously, it is Tai Duong then. He is the blood-sucking mad demon. Vu Qua replied in a low voice, it is indeed him. Senior Sister Quatch asked in confusion, the blood-sucking mad demon, Why would Master be connected to that fiend? So frowned and explained, I already told you. Master relied on the blood-sucking mad demon. Yet you refused to believe me and nearly aided the enemy. The senior sisters behind her were all shocked. How could Master be like this? Lin beamed and asked Tai Duong, Master, has your strength fully recovered? Raised one hand and replied with a sinister smile, thanks to someone providing blood food I recovered so quickly. I will remember your contribution and will certainly not treat you unfairly. Du Lin clasped her hands joyfully. Many thanks, Master, Tai Duong then asked. Have you obtained what I needed? Du Lin answered anxiously. Vu Qua is too cunning and suspicious. He exposed this disciple identity, so Tai Duong showed displeasure and asked, so you did not obtain the Lang Tin Thiep Wai Quit? Du Lin hurriedly bowed to admit fault. This disciple is incompetent, but I have captured Vu Qua and Kung So. Please wait for Master to deal with them. Hearing this, Tai Duong finally smiled in satisfaction. Good, very good. Suddenly, he raised his hand to summon power. A blazing red chain instantly coiled around Du Lin and lifted her into the air. When she was dragged before him, she asked blankly, Master. Tai Duong continued in a soothing tone, I promise to grant you longevity, and I will not break my word. Du Lin still foolishly believed him and replied with a smile, Many thanks, Master, until the ghostly sprouts in the air tightly wrapped around her body. Only then did Du Lin realize in terror what Master intended to do. Tai Duong pretended to be serious. Did I not already say I would grant you longevity? Only by merging with me can you become immortal. That is your greatest honor. You should feel grateful, foolish mortal. Du Lin's face began to distort, managing only a horrified scream. Immediately afterward, her body fell freely from the sky. Senior Sister Quach screamed in panic, Master. Du Lin's body slammed heavily onto the ground, turning into a pool of blood before the stunned eyes of the disciples. Everyone rushed forward to look at the mangled corpse, crying miserably, Master. So eyes reddened as well. Vu Qua, standing beside her, could not help feeling distress. So bit her lip and remained silent in anguish. Vu Qua stepped forward to comfort her. If you want to cry, then cry. After all, she cared for you for 8 years. So leaned against his chest and sobbed, Uncle, I must avenge Master. From above, Tai Duong mocked with a greeting, Vu Qua, long time no see. I truly missed you. Vu Qua replied teasingly, enough. We are both men. I do not have such strange preferences. Tai Duong curled his lips in praise. Still that glib tongue. What a pity your younger brother was nothing but trash fit only to be my nourishment. At those words, Vu Qua's eyes instantly turned icy. He looked up and demanded, where is Bat Pham now? Tai Duong laughed like a ghost. Do you miss him? That is very simple. As he finished speaking, he gathered force in his hand and red streams of energy twisted into a vortex. The surrounding structures began to crack apart, and they were torn piece by the surging power. Tai Duong declared arrogantly, I will take you to see him. Within Thien Lan Tong, the blazing red power expanded ever more violently. Terrifying aura sent countless objects flying into the air. The unfortunate pillars could not escape the fate of shattering. Seeing this, Vu Qua immediately rushed toward that massive source of power. He raised both hands, striving to withstand it. The ground beneath his feet could not bear the pressure and shattered into fragments. Female disciples could not endure the pressure either and all collapsed, coughing blood. The might was truly horrifying. Only So struggled to remain standing as she ran forward and shouted, Uncle, let me help. But the moment she tried to advance, she panicked. Her body could not move at all. The Lang Tin Thiep Wai Quit could not be used either. What should she do? Vu Qua alone resisted the surging layers of red energy. As his strength was exhausted, his knees buckled. He gritted his teeth and thought helplessly, damn it, how many people has this monster devoured? He is even stronger than before. Tai Duong summoned flames in his hand and said with a wicked smile, Vu Qua, do you know, since coming to this world I have always wanted to eat your flesh and drink your blood to repay the old grudge. I have waited for this moment for a long time, yet you have not improved at all, truly disappointing me. Vu Qua endured while gritting his teeth and cursed, you truly are a pervert. Tai Duong replied angrily, let us see how long you can keep that stubborn mouth. He swung his arm and roared, Vu Qua, go die. With that said, he transformed the flame in his hand into a stream of golden energy. That force powerfully pierced straight through the massive crimson energy before it. Vu Qua struggled to circulate another layer of power to withstand both oppressive forces at once. Suddenly someone appeared in front to block for him. Vu Qua breathed a sigh of relief in joy. It is everyone. The male squirrel rat frowned and turned back to scold benefactor. The banquet is not even over. Why did you leave like that? Duong Nhi also cut in. What kind of friend do you take me for? How can a fight lack this humble monk? Thang Huck immediately added, and this poor Taoist as well. So stood to the side and urgently pointed at Tai Duong, shouting, he is the blood-sucking mad demon. All the massacres before were done by him. He even wants to drain the spiritual energy of the nascent soul realm. Do not spare him. Upon hearing this, the cultivators immediately understood and angrily recounted his crimes. So it was him. This fiend has finally revealed himself. My Dao companion was killed by him, and my two senior brothers did not escape either. Senior sister Quach charged forward with her sword and shouted, I must avenge master. The female disciples behind her also raised their swords in unison and cried out, we will act as well. The scene turned heroic as everyone drew their swords together to face Tai Duong. Sword light from below shot upward in unison, determined to eliminate the fiend. Tai Duong could not help bursting into loud laughter. He swung out red chains that revolved around him and sneered, very well, a rabble coming together to offer your heads, then I will grant your wish. Seeing this, Vu Qua shouted a warning, move away quickly. Do not let the chains wrap around you. Few cultivators failed to dodge in time and were tightly bound by the iron chains. Pressed down by the oppressive force and restrained by the chains, they cried out in panic, what evil technique is this? My spiritual power is disappearing. Tai Duong remained above, circulating golden energy in his hand, and arrogantly said, Vu Qua, about to die yet still gifting me such a feast. Today I truly eat my fill. Suddenly from afar 3 streams of power appeared and transformed into arrows that shot forward. Those 3 arrows struck directly at Tai Duong's massive energy source. Tai Duong was startled and roared, who dares to launch a sneak attack? Ku Nuong appeared at the 10,000 demon hall with her attendants beside her. She raised her hand to admire her nails for a moment and sighed. I just painted them, and they are not even dry yet already ruined. All because of these humans, truly not worth it. An attendant immediately coaxed her. Ku Nuong, do not be angry. We have just researched a new color that suits you best. You will know once you try it, she asked back truly. Tai Duong looked toward them thoughtfully. Who is that woman to be able to break my oppressive force? The aura on her body is neither demon nor devil, and even less a mortal. He narrowed his eyes in thought. What exactly is her identity? He was speculating. Tai Duong suddenly stiffened. He raised his hand and cried out in alarm. What is happening to my body? The female cultivators below could now stand and began discussing. The oppressive force has weakened. Seeing Tai Duong reveal weakness, Vu Qua reminded them. He has just recovered and his origin is unstable. Seize this chance and charge together. The 2 cultivators who had been bound by the chains were now freed as well. Everyone followed Vu Qua with swords in hand and rushed forward with determination to kill the enemy. Kill. One powerful stream of sword force after another stabbed straight into Tai Duong's weakening barrier. Tai Duong gritted his teeth anxiously. This body has not fully recovered. Prolonged battle will be greatly disadvantageous. Having calculated, he turned and waved his hand, creating a blood-red mist. Vu Qua and the cultivators hurriedly covered their noses and mouths to avoid inhaling the strange gas. When the mist dispersed, Tai Duong had vanished into midair, leaving only a threat, you scum. We will meet again very soon. Vu Qua said regretfully. He escaped. The cultivator beside him cursed angrily, damn it. So hurried over and grasped his hand anxiously. Uncle, are you all right? Are you injured? Vu Qua smiled and replied, silly girl, how could that defeated foe injure me? At this moment, he looked warily toward Ku Nuong and her attendants. Ku Nuong also looked down, her confident gaze meeting his. Sky gradually returned to normal, blue sunlight filtering through the treetops. Inside the great hall, So recounted the entire event, that is everything that happened. After hearing this, the cultivators spoke one after another. No wonder we searched the entire nascent soul realm and could not find the fiend. So he was concealed by Thien Lan Tong for selfish gain, a crime beyond measure. Thien Lan Tong must bear responsibility. The female disciples of Thien Lan Tong could only remain silent in embarrassment, unable to refute. So stepped forward to speak for them. The ones who colluded with the blood demon were only Master and Chu Man. It has nothing to do with the others. Moreover, in the battle just now, the senior sisters all fought with their utmost. We cannot place all blame on them. The group of cultivators remained dissatisfied. That is also your own doing. Du Lin was the sect leader. Who knows who else is involved? Arrest them all. There may be spies among them. As both sides were about to argue, Ku Nuong spoke enough. He impatiently shouted, "So noisy and troublesome. Say another word and get out of my 10,000 demon hall." Immediately everyone fell silent, glancing at one another without daring to speak. Vu Qua looked toward Ku Nuong and asked softly, "What is the background of this woman that even the elders fear her so much?" Eng Huck stroked his beard and replied, "Senior does not know. Her name is Ku Nuong. She is the lord of the 10,000 demons. In the past, the demon race was insignificant, but now their strength reigns. We can only accept it." The male squirrel rat placed his hands on his hips and retorted, "Who are you looking down on? So what if we are demons? Did we eat your pine nuts?" Ruong Nhi stared at Ku Nuong with heart-shaped eyes in infatuation. The most important thing is that, although her temper is bad, she is truly beautiful. Vu Qua was speechless and thought, who would have thought even a monk would be like this? When everyone quieted down, Ku Nuong looked at Vu Qua and asked, "Young Master Li, I wonder if you have any wise suggestion." Vu Qua answered seriously, "After failing this time, the blood demon will surely recuperate and return. Rather than pursuing responsibility now, the urgent matter is to find him and eliminate the future threat." Thang Huck nodded in agreement. Senior is absolutely right. The fiend was still that strong even while injured. If he fully recovers, then not only the nascent soul realm, but the mortal world will fall into great chaos. At this moment, Ku Nuong slowly stepped down below. Gaze paused on him as she silently appraised. This man not only has outstanding looks, but an exceptionally agile mind. Then she glanced at the cultivators beside him and frowned slightly in comparison. Completely different from that bunch of incompetents who are only good at making useless noise. Truly ugly and troublesome. He moved close to him and asked, "Then how can the fiend be captured? Young Master Li must already have a plan, correct?" Seeing her standing too close, So stepped forward to block between them and reminded unhappily, "Just talk if you're talking. Why stand so close?" Vu Qua ignored the subtle tension and analyzed seriously. His identity has been exposed, so he cannot continue absorbing spirit blood. He will certainly change hiding places. Is there any other secluded place in the nascent soul realm? Hearing this, Ku Nuong seemed to think of something and replied, "I do know one place." Night fell, and in a remote wasteland, strange, glowing objects floated in the air. Vu Qua group arrived. He raised his hand to probe and said in surprise, "I did not expect such a place in the nascent soul realm." So shivered as well. "This place looks like a prison, gloomy and frightening." Ku Nuong crossed her arms and introduced, "This place is called the Abandoned Capital, originally used to imprison criminals. Those confined here are vicious criminals with countless sins, cultivating evil paths and harming others for immortality. The Tao Alliance established this place to punish them, struck by lightning daily to atone." She continued to speculate, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. To blind the world, there is nowhere more suitable than here." Nuong Nhi immediately raised his thumb in praise. Ku Nuong is truly clever, both beautiful and sharp. Suddenly, a miserable scream sounded from afar. Everyone turned at once. Ku Nuong asked first, "What was that sound?" Vu Qua urged, "Something happened, go see." Immediately afterward, all of them used lightness skill to rush toward the source. Upon arrival, they saw a group struck down by lightning, collapsed on the ground, life or death unknown. Vu Qua could not help being stunned at the sight. They approached the scattered corpses. Ku Nuong spoke, "These are the cultivators guarding the abandoned capital." After checking, Vu Qua confirmed, "Their blood essence has been drained. The blood demon must be inside." Suddenly, a sharp object shot toward them at astonishing speed. Ku Nuong attendant immediately pulled her aside, "Be careful." For them appeared more sharp claws along with a familiar voice, "I knew you would come." Chu Man appeared in a new form, arrogant and mocking. "I did not expect you to arrive so late." He stuck out a bluish-green tongue, looking extremely grotesque. The female disciples of Thien Lan Tong cried out in shock, "Is that senior sister Chu? How did she become like this?" Vu Qua warned sternly, "Do not go near. She has sold her soul and become completely a puppet of the blood demon." Chu Man roared in fury, "You are delighted to see me like this. Kung So, it is all your fault." She crawled toward So with her claws shrieking, "I will tear you into 100 pieces." Qua rushed out and shouted, So, fall back quickly." He immediately erected a golden barrier to block her attack. At that moment, a swarm of red blood bats suddenly flew in. They were enormous, swooping down to claw at the cultivators. A young cultivator failed to dodge. and was savagely torn apart by the blood bats. An older cultivator suffered even more, still alive yet enduring violent slashes. Truong Nhi fought back while shouting, "They are humanoid blood bats." Thang Huck immediately warned everyone to be careful. Nuong and her attendants were shocked by the scene, yet they did not hesitate and immediately joined the fight. Ku Nuong swung her tail and tightly wrapped a blood bat. She pulled it before her, her face showing interest. Then she bit fiercely into its wing. After biting, Ku Nuong lifted it and sneered. Demon cultivators are truly lowly, disgusting at a glance. As soon as one group was eliminated, another swarmed in. Too many to count. Truong Nhi cried out in alarm. "Why are there more and more blood bats?" The cultivators answered wearily. "We simply cannot kill them all." Battling Chu Man, Vu Qua said, "The blood demon is using these low-level fiends to stall for time. It seems his demonic power is about to recover." After several fierce exchanges, he cut off several of his opponent's legs. Seizing the chance, he leapt up and delivered a fatal slash. Chu Man only managed a miserable scream. Immediately afterward, her body shattered into pieces. He turned and ordered Truong Nhi, Thang Huck, "Leave a group here to deal with the blood bats. The rest follow me inside." After arranging this, the remaining cultivators immediately followed Vu Qua deeper into the abandoned capital. As soon as they entered, they encountered difficulty due to the unexpectedly vast interior. Vu Qua could not help remarking, "I did not expect this place to be so large. The blood demon truly knows how to choose." He quickly thought and assigned, to save time split up to search. Ku Nuong nodded in agreement. She immediately ordered the demon race, "Follow me." Suddenly a cultivator leaned close and whispered, "Ku Nuong, the injured female disciples of Thien Lan Tong will only hinder us. It is better that we follow you." She refused at once. "No." The leader asked in surprise, "Why?" Ku Nuong replied calmly, "I cannot stand ugly things. Bringing you along would only dirty my eyes." After speaking, she led her people away without looking back. The leader was furious yet helpless, only daring to curse inwardly, "Despicable fox. Does she think herself so formidable?" Lao Tam said anxiously, "What should we do now, big brother?" Lao added in worry, "Without Ku Nuong, how can we match the blood demon?" Boss revealed a calculating smile and turned to point at Vu Qua. "Is that brat still not here? If they truly run into that devil, just let him charge ahead first." The two men immediately grew excited upon hearing this. "The boss's plan is indeed brilliant. We will just sit and watch, wait until both sides are wounded before making a move. Then the three brothers will become meritorious heroes of the nascent soul realm." All three burst into loud laughter. "As for those useless women, Du Lin is already dead. Whether Thien Lan sect exists or not no longer has any meaning." Vu Qua led the group and continued deeper inside. He kept a stern expression, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings to guard against danger. Senior Sister Quach groped her way forward, staying close beside him. While moving, she seemed to touch something. By reflex, she immediately pulled her hand back. Noticing her strange reaction, Vu Qua asked, "Senior Sister Quach, what is it?" She replied awkwardly, "There is something very sticky on this wall. It feels disgusting." Vu Qua warned, "The blood demon is extremely cunning. He may have set traps. Everyone be careful. Do not touch anything around you." Ao Nhi acted boldly and took the initiative to hold a torch as he stepped forward. He sneered mockingly, "They are just insect eggs. What is there to fear? You women really make a fuss over nothing. These webs are truly troublesome." Lao Nhi drew his blade, preparing to show off his strength. He swung his sword wildly in all directions. Suddenly the cracks split open. Swarms of insects wriggled out. The insects rushed forward to attack, startling Lao Nhi into jumping in fright. "What kind of damned thing is this?" The others fell into chaos as well, only able to scream in panic. Vu Qua suddenly realized they were goo insects and immediately shouted, "Fall back quickly. Do not let them touch your bodies." Lao Nhi failed to dodge in time. As he was entangled, he screamed miserably, "Big brother, save me." His two brothers could only watch helplessly, crying out in anguish, "Lao Nhi, second brother." In the end, he could not hold on and quickly collapsed to the ground. A swarm of goo insects continued charging toward Vu Qua's group. He immediately ordered, "Everyone retreat." Vu Qua shifted into a defensive stance, took a deep breath, and slowly circulated spiritual power into his palm. Then he guided that power directly into the torch in his hand. Vuquois swung the reinforced torch fiercely. The flames surged and burned the entire swarm of goo insects to ashes. Everyone stared in astonishment and could not help but praise him, truly formidable. Lao Enhai's two brothers held his corpse and wept bitterly. Second brother, Lao Nhai. The boss suddenly turned and grabbed Vuquois by the collar, shouting angrily, "You were so close to him earlier. Why did you not save him?" So frowned in displeasure and retorted, "Stop causing trouble. Uncle already warned from the start not to touch anything around us." He refused to listen. Senior sister Quach also nodded in agreement. "That is right. If not for big brother Li being vigilant, we would have been killed by him." The two men still argued stubbornly. "If you women had not screamed so loudly, my second brother would not have touched that insect web. You are the ones who killed our brother." Suddenly a burst of laughter rang out, cutting off the quarrel so noisy. The son appeared drunk, holding a wine jar and grinning foolishly. Since being locked in this dark, ruined capital, it has been a long time since it was this lively. So asked warily, "Who are you?" Senior sister Quach suddenly recognized him and exclaimed, "Taoist da son." Everyone was stunned. How is that possible? He is still alive. Seeing everyone's shock, Vuquois curiously asked, "Who is Taoist da son? Is he very powerful?" Sister Quach immediately explained, "He was originally a flower thief outside. His crimes piled high, and he was wanted by the authorities. With no way out, he fled into the nascent soul realm. Unexpectedly, after coming here, he became even worse, cultivating the evil art of harvesting yin to replenish yang, and targeting the female disciples of Didnt Mountain. After being captured, he was imprisoned here. It is said that the Tao companion of that female disciple was furious and secretly sent people to kill him for revenge. Yet he still survived." The son laughed obscenely and replied arrogantly, "You are not wrong. Seeing that girl had some beauty, I kindly led the two of them to enjoy mortal bliss. Who would have thought her Tao companion was so petty? Even his fellow disciples were all trash. One by one, all of them were stewed by me to brew wine. To speak of such shameless crimes so casually, you truly are a talent." Vuquois mocked coldly. He was not angered after hearing it, and instead laughed loudly. "You flatter me. Seeing you embrace women on both sides, you must be the same as me. How about we have some fun together?" As soon as the son finished speaking, Vuquois had already infused his blade with energy and charged forward. "Who is your fellow, trash like you, dares to speak of pleasure? Do you think you are King Joe? Another fool who does not know his place." The son drew two swords from his back, ready to fight. Two sides rushed at each other, their weapons colliding and creating a violent shockwave. Seeing the tense situation, So intended to rush up to help. "Uncle, let me." Sister Quach shouted angrily, "Just looking at his face is revolting. Kill him to avenge those girls who were harmed." The son fought while laughing mockingly as if teasing Vuquois. "Very good. I like fiery ones like this." Vuquois was quickly struck and sent flying backward. From inside the son's robe, a strange object suddenly flew out. The object exploded in an instant, leaving Vuquois no time to dodge, and he was hit. He suddenly sensed something wrong. There was poison in the air. The son licked his blade with a sick expression and sneered, "You are truly too careless. For bringing me so many beauties, I will grant you a swift death." Vuquois was slashed deeply across the abdomen, only managing to let out a miserable cry. Seeing this, So's eyes turned red as she called out in anguish, "Uncle." Vuquois was heavily injured, and his body was sent flying far away. So hurried over, crying as she anxiously asked, "Uncle, how are you?" Seeing Vuquois fall into defeat, the girls drew their swords into stance and charged forward together. Sisters attack together, kill him, avenge big brother Li. Lao Tam tilted his head to seek advice. "It seems the blood demon has released all the prisoners here. Big brother, what should we do?" The boss calmly replied, "These are all vicious experts. Even brother Li has died. Relying only on us, there is no chance of victory." Two cowardly men took advantage of the women restraining the enemy and turned to flee, thinking that preserving their lives was more important. There was no need to risk death for others. So turned back angrily and cursed, "You two cowardly men, truly traitors." Son grew even more displeased at the sight. "You still have the mind to look at other men. Am I not enough to satisfy you?" After speaking, he swung waves of sword energy toward the girls. The gap in strength caused them to be quickly defeated. The son also secretly released poison that made the female disciples lose control of their bodies. Their bodies would not obey. "We have been poisoned." "When did it happen?" He laughed loudly and explained, "Inside the hump on my back are two kinds of poison. Men receive chaotic smoke, Women, of course, receive primordial maiden powder. Approach So-So with a lecherous look. Little beauty, stop resisting. Obediently listen to me. I guarantee you will be pleased. Suddenly she lowered her voice into that of a man. Please. The son was stunned in confusion. Why is it a man's voice? The moment he let down his guard, So-So rushed forward and thrust a blade straight into his chest. The son died on the spot. Until the end, he did not understand what had just happened. He smiled lightly in satisfaction. Times have changed. Who still hides poison in a hunchback now? Did he think I have never read martial arts novels? Fortunately, there was Jiu Niang's fox fur. Later, I must thank her properly. Before setting out, Jiu Niang had given him several strands of fur for protection. These were fire tail fur of the fox clan, not only able to resist all poisons, but also to bewilder the mind and create illusions. At that moment, So-So interrupted his thoughts. Uncle, what about those two traitors? Sister Quatch also asked whether they should chase them. He replied calmly, there is no need. Those who flee in battle will have no place in the nascent soul realm even if they survive. He urged everyone to continue forward. Finding the blood demon was the most important matter. After he and his group left, a goo insect circled around Da Sun's corpse. From the ground, strange, writhing tentacles suddenly sprouted. They wrapped around the corpse and dragged it into the earth in the blink of an eye. At the same time, chaos also erupted on Jiu Niang's side. Her group was locked in fierce battle with darkened experts. After a brutal fight, they finally won and wiped out all opponents. Female disciples angrily denounced them. Those people were once top experts of the nascent soul realm, yet followed the blood demon and aided the enemy. Their deaths are deserved. Suddenly, Jiu Niang noticed something unusual. She pointed her sword at a corpse lying nearby. Only then did they clearly see goo insects clinging all over the body as if starving. Jiu Niang immediately realized it was goo poison. The female disciple beside her also spoke, so they were controlled by goo poison. At that moment, the tentacles once again emerged from the ground. Hien Vu immediately rushed out to stand in front of Jiu Niang. Be careful. A strong sense of unease surged in her heart. This is bad. We have fallen into a trap. Jiu Niang immediately ordered, the blood demon is not here. Quickly go find he and the others. At this time, he held a torch in one hand and a sword in the other, as he led everyone deeper inside. As he stepped forward, he discovered the path suddenly became much wider. Female disciples were puzzled. Why did it suddenly widen like this? Where is this place? Could it be an abandoned prison? Still held the torch high to illuminate the way, when he suddenly sensed something different. In front of him appeared a stone statue of an old man, sitting in a hand seal, chanting incantations. Seeing him focus, So-So asked, Uncle, what are you looking at? He observed for a long time but still could not tell. This statue resembles neither God nor immortal. It looks very strange. Female disciples behind seriously speculated, that is right, we have never seen such a deity statue, nor is it a sect ancestor. Perhaps it is used to suppress killing aura. Sister Quatch did not care much, only feeling the place was gloomy and terrifying, urging everyone to leave quickly. Another person stepped forward and pointed to the door ahead. There is a door here. Perhaps we can exit from there. Everyone immediately held their torches and followed he as they hurried toward the door. At that moment, a cracking sound came from the stone statue. Everyone, including he, was startled and raised their swords in guard. What sound is that? Sound of earth and stone breaking grew increasingly violent. The stone statue suddenly moved. The girls screamed in fright. The statue has come alive. The statue stood up and charged swiftly toward he and his group. He immediately pushed So-So behind him and shouted, move aside. At this moment, the statue stood blocking their path, assuming a battle stance. Sister Quatch's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? It seems it does not intend to let us leave. The statue abruptly rushed forward, aiming straight at he. Sister Quatch hurriedly drew her sword and shouted, it is attacking. Sisters form a formation. The others simultaneously drew their swords, their blades all pointing at the statue. But every attack that struck the statue had no effect at all. The statue raised its enormous fist and charged straight ahead. Force was so great that it sent everyone flying. He stomped hard and leapt into the air. He swiftly rushed forward and cast a spell to counterattack. The strike had just been unleashed when the statue's arm blocked it. That very moment, he saw a yellow talisman hidden within the statue's chest. He immediately understood the truth. This is corpse shift technique. Ordinary attacks cannot break it. The stone statue raised its fist again and smashed it down, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. The statue unleashed its magical power, making the surrounding space quake incessantly. Large and small chunks of stone fell in torrents, pressing down on everyone amid raging fury. Two girls could not withstand the pressure and clutched their heads in distress. This aura is too strong. I can barely endure it. The statue roared and charged straight toward the girls. At that moment, he hurriedly called out So-So's name. She tightened her grip on the sword hilt, her eyes stern as she responded. The two coordinated their twin swords, golden light blazing forth, devoted heart's art, 100 years in harmony. Beam pierced straight into the statue's chest, instantly blowing it apart into countless fragments of stone. He landed steadily, his gaze fixed on the result he had just created. So-So let out a sigh of relief and smiled. It is over. Sister Quatch also rejoiced. I thought we were doomed here. Within the thick dust, a massive figure slowly emerged. Sight filled the two girls with fear and shock. It seems there is something there. What is that? When they saw clearly, they gasped. It is a person. No, it is a demon. Incow threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. I did not expect to wait for such fools. You did not even recognize the soul-sealing talisman. At last I am free. His cold words echoed, pressing danger upon them. Sister Quatch hurriedly asked So-So, "What is a soul-sealing talisman?" She murmured, "I seem to have heard of it." After thinking for a long time, So-So suddenly shouted, "I remember. When we were in Kim Ho Kingdom, I saw it in ancient texts. It is a cruel seal that imprisons both spirit and flesh, neither dying nor perishing, unable to reincarnate. Because it is too vicious, the cultivation world strictly forbids its use, and it does not consume much true essence. Whoever is sealed by it is either extremely evil or an existence of terrifying power." Thien Kao laughed sinisterly, knowing it now is too late. "You have already set me free." Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "I will grant you a swift death." He leapt forward with a furious kick. Immediately shouted, "Be careful." Everyone fall back. The two sides clashed, fists and kicks colliding repeatedly. He struck like lightning, yet Thien Kao dodged in an instant. He was inwardly startled. What terrifying speed. The girls said anxiously, "After breaking the seal, he is even stronger. Big Brother Li is being pressed tightly. We cannot coordinate the devoted heart's art at all. What should we do?" Pressed continuously, he worried inwardly. His movements are too fast. I cannot counterattack at all. But if he was once sealed, there must be a weakness. Where exactly is it? Mid danger, he found opportunity. He noticed that after every attack, Thien Kao unconsciously retracted his stance as if protecting something. The abdomen is his weakness. That moment, Thien Kao sprang into the air. He slashed his claws repeatedly toward him, but suddenly there was nothing before his eyes, causing Thien Kao to panic. Where did he go? How is that possible? He had already circled behind, his steps light yet decisive. He did not hesitate and swung his blade straight forward. Blade pierced through Thien Kao's chest, the moment falling silent as if time had stopped. Thien Kao staggered upright, clutching his bleeding abdomen and laughing excitedly. How interesting. It has been long since I met such an opponent. So-So watched anxiously. Even after such a heavy blow, he can still stand. The two girls behind were terrified. How can that be? He was also stunned for a few seconds. Clearly it struck a vital point, yet he was unharmed. Just how terrifying is this man's strength? Thien Kao looked at him disdainfully. "Brat, do you think you have already won?" He cracked his knuckles and sneered. "Sealed for too long, so my body was not warmed up. I only let you take advantage just now." After speaking, he rushed forward at astonishing speed, rubble scattering. Now it truly begins. Seeing the claws drawing ever closer, he thought in alarm, this is bad. At that critical instant, Jun Yang standing nearby shouted loudly, "Stop." Thien Kao was about to strike when he froze, stammering, "Jun Yang." With a loud bang, Thien Kao was sent flying and slammed heavily against the rock wall. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, he let out a breath and asked, "Do you know him?" Jun Yang smiled, "An old acquaintance." She then recounted, "He and I are both ancient great demons. I am the nine-tailed red fox. He is Kunlun Thien Kao, once my most fervent pursuer. To escape him, I had to relocate several times. Later, when he disappeared, I thought he had given up. Who would have known he was sealed?" After hearing this, he cupped his hands in thanks. Ancient great demons born in the era of ancient gods possess half-immortal bodies. No wonder there is no demonic aura on Jun Yang, yet she resembles an immortal. I was disrespectful. Pleased by the praise, Jun Yang happily reached out to tease. "Young Master Li truly has a sweet tongue. I like you more and more." So sensed something amiss and hurried over, holding he with one hand as if declaring her claim. On the other side, Thien Kao ignored his wound, hurriedly adjusting his hair and thinking anxiously, "It has been so long since I bathed." Ju Niang has always loved cleanliness. Will she dislike me? Ju Niang glanced at him irritably, her voice cold. What, do you still want me to invite you over personally? The moment she finished speaking, Didnt rushed over headlong, placed his hands on his hips and smoothed his mane, flattering shamelessly. Long time no see, Ju Niang is still as beautiful as ever. She crossed her arms and sneered. I did not expect Kunlun Didnt of old to become a lackey for evil spirits. Hearing that he was stunned, a lackey, Ju Niang frowned and said, if I am not mistaken, the blood demon is not here. He has turned the ruined capital into a demonic lair, and you are merely used to imprison us as blood sustenance. Hien Vu angrily pointed and scolded. Ju Niang once regarded you as a friend, yet you are as foolish as greedy humans following evil spirits. You truly disgrace the demon clan. The other demon women also angrily mocked, unworthy of the title Ancient Great Demon. You are our disgrace. Those harsh words pierced straight into Dindt's heart, causing him to clutch his head in collapse. His spirit nearly shattered. Dindnt turned to Hien Vu and roared, what do you know, I never wanted this either. Ju Niang raised an insect in her hand and asked, is it because of this? Dindt's eyes locked onto the insect, his whole body stiff, his pupils widening. Seeing this, he immediately understood. You were controlled by goo poison, were you not? At last, someone understood his suffering. Dindnt gritted his teeth and said, that shameless bastard took advantage of my sealing to plant a goo insect in me. If discovered early, it could be removed. Now it has burrowed into my organs. I have no choice but to obey. Before he could finish, Ju Niang coldly cut him off, so you chose to stand against me. As the one who once adored Ju Niang the most, Dindnt was now caught in a dilemma. He unconsciously raised his hand and stared at it, and he suddenly struck his own abdomen with a heavy punch. The girls around him whispered in confusion, what is he doing, hurting himself? Looked closely and understood, no, he is forcing the goo insect out. Hearing this, Ju Niang and so both stared at Dindnt in shock. Dindnt endured the pain through gritted teeth and shouted, I'm a dignified ancient great demon. How can I be controlled by a mere worm? Such humiliation. He crushed the goo insect in his hand and roared, die. Immediately afterward, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dindnt's body swayed before he fell backward. Suddenly a hand pressed against him, warm spiritual power swiftly circulating to heal. One who acted was Ju Niang. While casting her technique, she said indifferently, if you want to die, then stay away from me. You smell like a dog. Hearing those harsh words, Dindnt did not grow angry. Instead, his eyes reddened with emotion. As expected, she still cares for me. Once recovered, he tried to embrace Ju Niang in gratitude and confess, I love you. But she immediately pushed him away in disgust and shouted, get lost. The girls suddenly recalled the situation. So what do we do now? If the blood demon is not here, then where is he? He suddenly changed expression and blurted out, this is bad. So asked in confusion, what is it? He immediately explained, the elites of the nascent soul realm were lured here. Only weak cultivators remain in the city. If the blood demon massacres the city, now the consequences will be unimaginable. Girls immediately understood. This is a lure the tiger away from the mountain scheme. We must return at once. Hearing this, Ju Niang merely smiled faintly, men. At the same time, sharp claws gradually emerged at her fingertips. Turned around, killing intent blazing in her eyes. You have completely angered me. Power erupted. A wall of water exploded, rubble scattering across the ground. Everyone was both shocked and delighted. He praised loudly, Ju Niang is truly mighty. The space has opened. We can get out. Without delay, the group rushed toward the gap in the water wall. Only Dindnt remained standing blankly, watching. Ju Niang, you are my fate. After a moment, he came to his senses and ran after them, shouting, wait for me. On the other side of the space appeared a gloomy gray village, the desolation chilling to the bone. Vague figures mixed with swarms of buzzing flies everywhere. The distorted silhouettes, lacking faces, looked utterly horrifying. So and he both broke into cold sweat at the sight. It is too late. The moment they landed, he led everyone into battle against the monsters. Yet the more they killed, the more the creatures multiplied. Continuously swung his sword and charged in all directions. Black blood from the monsters splattered into the air. When it fell to the ground, they still twitched, not fully dead. It turned out they used that to regenerate into even more terrifying forms. So shuddered, these things cannot be killed. The more we fight, the more there are. Sister Quatch added worriedly, if this continues, we will be exhausted. He suddenly noticed something unusual. He explained at once, they are large but have no real damage. Their purpose is to stall us and buy time. It seems the blood demon is about to complete the final step. Realizing this, Yang immediately said, "There is no time left." As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a spell, her fox tail appearing amid the battlefield. Spiritual power erupted, forming a green barrier that enveloped everyone. While holding back the monsters, she said, "I will stall them. You go find the blood demon." He nodded firmly, "I leave it to you," then immediately departed. The scene shifted to a house, exuding dense demonic energy in the mountains. As they ran, he and the group discussed, "The demonic energy comes from here. He is hiding inside." Group stepped into that eerie place. Suddenly a burst of laughter rang out. "You have finally arrived," Tai Duong said arrogantly. "Even the ruined capital could not hold you, Vu Qua, truly my rival across 2 lifetimes." Shrill voice made he frown and reply, "Enough talk, you have no way out." So added, "Today is your day of death." Tai Duong sneered, "Do you think you have already won, fools?" Seeing him so calm, So felt uneasy. "Why is he not afraid? Does he have another trick?" Sister Quatch reassured her. "He is only bluffing." Suddenly the ground beneath their feet began to melt. He turned pale and shouted, "This is bad. We fell into a trap. Leave now." Tai Duong revealed a cold, triumphant smile and said, "Trying to run now is already too late." As spiritual power gathered to its limit, he began activating the plan he had prepared for years, demonic energy surging and enveloping everything. Surrounding scene shifted. Outside the door, dense white bone gates faintly emerged. From the ground, pools of fresh red blood slowly rose. Truong Nhai cried out in horror, "What is this madness?" Thuong Huck immediately explained, "The vital energy of the nascent soul realm is being drained." Tai Duong sat calmly on a chair and laughed. "I spent 8 years rearranging the 72 formation cores into a grand spirit-seizing array. Once activated, the entire nascent soul realm will become a wasteland. You can only watch helplessly." The group of female cultivators were furious upon hearing this. "The nascent soul realm is the last refuge of cultivators, yet you cruelly seek to destroy it. Demon, you are truly vicious." So asked in panic, "Uncle, did you not say you needed the spiritual energy here to recover? Why is he doing this?" As the situation turned dire, a resounding voice came from outside the door, "Because his target is the dragon vein." Cao burst through the door amid crashing thunder. He hurriedly asked, "You say his target is the dragon vein. What do you mean?" Cao quickly explained, "The nascent soul realm has abundant spiritual energy because of the dragon vein beneath it. He not only wants to recover, but to seize the dragon vein for himself. People assume the dragon vein is merely a stone vein, but in truth it possesses life. When spiritual energy is exhausted, it will leave to seek a new place." Cao revealed, his purpose is to force the dragon vein to appear. Hearing his scheme exposed, Tai Duong glared angrily, "I did not expect you to break free of the goo insect control." Cao pointed and roared, "If I had not been sealed, I would never have let you use such despicable tricks. You worm who only knows filthy schemes. If you have guts, then fight me one-on-one." Tai Duong sneered, "A mad dog that only knows how to bark is not worth my time." Those words left Cao choking with rage. At that moment, a dense wave of demonic spiritual energy spread throughout the nascent soul realm. Everyone immediately felt dizzy, their bodies heavy as if crushed by a mountain. Breathing became extremely difficult. Broke into sweat and gritted his teeth in worry. "The spiritual energy is too dense. Our bodies cannot handle it." Truong Nhai forced out, "Even we cannot endure it, let alone the cultivators outside." Outside, tragedy had already struck. Cries of agony rang out as bodies felt ready to burst. Suddenly heaven and earth shook violently, mournful howls echoing everywhere. A strange roaring sound made everyone shudder. The ground began cracking apart into fragments. A dazzling golden dragon surged up from the earth, roaring into the sky. People fled in panic, screams filling the air. The dragon vein soared freely across the sky. Tai Duong shouted in delight, "The dragon vein has finally appeared." Turned pale, could it be like this? Yang suddenly understood, terror written across her face, this is. All eyes fixed on the golden dragon as they cried out, "Dragon vein." Tai Duong was ecstatic. "Once I absorb the dragon vein, I will become a true god." With that he shot upward and threatened, "You ants will all die today." Tai Duong charged straight toward the dragon vein, while those below could only stare in shock. Yang shouted angrily, "We cannot let him harm the dragon vein. If it perishes, the nascent soul realm will vanish as well." He urgently added, "Not only that, if evil gains this power, the human world will become hell." Truong Nhai cried in terror, "It is too late." Cao proposed, "Human brat, Right now only the two of us can still fight, cooperate. Immediately nodded. It is my honor to fight beside you, senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Didnt Cow transformed back into his original beast form. Then stop wasting words, get on. He did not hesitate to climb onto his back. Pardon the offense, senior. Didnt Cow carried him and shot straight upward, reminding, hold tight. So clenched her fists below and shouted encouragement. Uncle, you must win. This moment Tai Duong had already drawn very close to the dragon vein. He said excitedly, merely approaching it feels like my meridians are cleansed, my whole body refreshed. That he unleashed thousands of golden chains to bind the dragon vein tightly. This 10,000-year treasure is mine. The chains constricted, causing the dragon vein to writhe in agony midair. Piercing roar echoed, yet it could not break free. The dragon vein was gradually suppressed, a terrifying aura beginning to erupt. Tai Duong laughed madly. I have succeeded. I am a god, the ruler of this world. Suddenly from behind came a familiar scolding voice. Fool, you have dreamed enough, wake up. Tai Duong jolted and turned his head, his face unable to hide the shock as he blurted out, Vu Qua. Without wasting words, he immediately circulated his magic power and charged to attack, shouting coldly, Demon, go die. Terrifying surge of blazing power pierced straight through Tai Duong's body. Huge hole was gouged through his abdomen. Blood poured out endlessly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammered, how could this be possible? Vu Qua laughed smugly, raising a few red hairs in his hand as he replied, before you die you should thank me. At least your beautiful dream once became reality. He frowned in panic, then suddenly understood. So it was the Fox clan's illusion technique. I never expected to lose to such lowly tricks. His entire body in excruciating pain, Tai Duong still tried to roar, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. The moment he finished shouting his unwillingness, a heaven-shaking explosion suddenly resounded in midair. After a long day of deluding himself about his own strength, he finally met his end. Within that mass of energy, a dark figure fell out. It was Bat Pham who had returned to his original form. The moment Vu Qua saw it, cold sweat broke out on his back as he cried out in shock, Bat Pham. Didnt Cow rushed forward at an unbelievable speed to catch him. At the same time, he created a stream of spiritual power, swirling around his hand to pull him back. Bat Pham slowly opened his eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. The moment he saw Didnt Cow's ferocious face, he was so frightened he almost wet himself, hurriedly shouting demon. The other immediately retorted, what demon? I am Didnt Cow, the ancient great demon. Vu Qua quickly supported Bat Pham. Didnt Cow snorted coldly in warning, you rude brat, be careful or I will throw you down. Bat Pham called out joyfully, big brother. He sensed something was wrong and asked, why am I in the sky and not wearing any clothes? What exactly is going on? Vu Qua answered awkwardly, it is a long story due to some special reasons. When we return, I will explain everything to you in detail. Bat Pham rubbed his aching forehead and continued, I remember as if I had a very long dream. In the dream I killed many people. I almost even killed you. Could those things all be real? Vu Qua did not answer. His expression darkened. It seemed Bat Pham's memories had overlapped with those of the blood demon. After thinking it through, he forced a smile and said, of course not. Those matters were all caused by the sun god. They have nothing to do with you, and everything has already passed. That moment, the dragon vein was preparing to shift to another place. Didnt Cow reminded them irritably, now is not the time to reminisce. The dragon vein is about to leave. Vu Qua asked anxiously how to keep it. Didnt Cow turned his head and suggested, the dragon vein only chooses places rich in spiritual energy, unless the lost spiritual energy can be recovered. The barrier above was clearly growing weaker. Truong Nhi exclaimed worriedly that the barrier was weakening. Thang Huck, standing beside him, was also anxious. The nascent soul realm would soon be unable to hold on. Suddenly he was startled and pointed at the sky, shouting loudly, quickly look, what is that? A massive source of spiritual energy was being replenished. In the sky, a familiar figure holding an umbrella faintly appeared. Vu Qua was so shocked that his mouth remained open. So widened her eyes in astonishment, seemingly having guessed the other party's identity. It turned out to be Tai, making a striking appearance. She casually waved the umbrella in her hand, channeling more spiritual energy into the barrier. The umbrella radiated dazzling light, hovering in midair. It created violent spirals of spiritual power, causing the dragon vein to coil around excitedly without stopping. The dragon vein was so stirred that it opened its mouth wide and roared. After that, it obediently shot back deep into the earth. Witnessing this, everyone was overjoyed. The dragon vein has returned. What is that umbrella that its spiritual energy is so dense? Could it be an immortal artifact? So, being knowledgeable, explained, it is not exactly an artifact. It is only because its owner comes from the era of orthodox law. This is called dimensional reduction strike, a tactic that lowers the target's dimensional level. After resolving all the troubles, Tai Mai landed in front of Vu Qua. She looked at him emotionally and said, "Vu Qua, it has been a long time." Vu Qua scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. When spiritual energy is lost, just replenish it with new spiritual energy. Such a simple method, yet I did not think of it. It seems I am truly getting old. My mind is not as sharp as before. Tai Mai crossed her arms displeased and said, "Stop belittling yourself. I came to find you because there is an important matter." Vu Qua asked curiously what it was. She answered solemnly, "Something major has happened at the hall of the King of Hell." Everyone hurried back to Thien Lansec, all of them whispering and discussing. Who is that woman who seems so close to young Master Li? The group standing before Vu Qua's room curiously tried to eavesdrop, wondering what the three inside were saying. Could they possibly fight? Is young Master Li not junior sister So-So's boyfriend? Someone reminded them in a low, dissatisfied voice. Eavesdropping like this is not proper. The girl opposite immediately retorted, "Are you not curious?" Truong Nhi spoke sternly. "We are a righteous and reputable sect. Even if we are curious, we cannot do petty things." After speaking, he happily turned to ask Ku Nuong, "Do you think what I said is correct?" She shouted back with a hint of jealous displeasure, "Who are you calling petty?" Truong Nhi was startled and hurriedly waved his hands. No, pretend I said nothing." Inside the room, Vu Qua asked seriously, "Earlier you said something happened at the hall of the King of Hell. What exactly happened?" Tai Mai asked tensely, "Do you still remember the Book of Life and Death?" So immediately replied, "Did uncle not find it and return it?" Vu Qua anxiously interjected, "The King of Hell once said the Book of Life and Death records the life and death of the myriad heavens and worlds. If it is missing for too long, it will surely attract the attention of the heavenly realm. Has it been discovered?" Tai Mai frowned and nodded. "Not only that, the heavenly officials have also investigated your matter." Tai Mai's expression grew heavy as she said that among the myriad worlds, only with the heavenly emperor's permission can a passage be opened. But because the King of Hell acted out of selfish motives and allowed people to transmigrate, committing dereliction of duty, he has been thrown into prison by the heavenly emperor. Vu Qua's eyes widened and his mouth fell open after hearing this. What, the King of Hell has also been imprisoned? After handling everything, Quan Tiat quickly flew to Vu Qua's side to apologize. "Young master, I am sorry I came late." He smiled and replied, "How would I dare blame you? You arrived just in time." Yet Quan Tiat still did not feel relieved. She said guiltily, "I did not complete the mission. I searched through all the worlds and still could not find Thien Tran and Ngayat Tran." Seeing the fleeting sadness on his face, he asked softly, "Still not found?" Though disappointed in his heart, Vu Qua could not bear to blame her. "This is not your fault. The myriad worlds are so vast. To find them in a short time is like searching for a needle in the ocean." Then he turned and spoke with firmer eyes than ever. "I believe sooner or later we will meet again." Quan Tiat nodded in agreement. After listening to the two talk for a while, So finally understood. "So you found Quan Tiat but did not bring her back because you asked her to look for someone. Who is it? Are they very powerful?" Vu Qua crossed his arms and replied calmly, "Perhaps you do not remember. They are all the most important people to us." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp scythe suddenly tore through the air and came slashing over. Vu Qua immediately pulled So and Quan Tiat tightly into his arms to shield them, shouting at the same time, "Be careful." Scythe slammed into the ground at astonishing speed, the impact blasting all three of them away, the blade embedding into the earth and carving out a horrifying gash. But it did not stop there. The crack continued to spread, quickly turning into a colossal pit never seen before. Thien Ma stood high above looking down, his voice tinged with regret. "I could not finish Vu Qua in one move, and he even dodged my death scythe." Thien Ma's appearance came without warning. He spoke arrogantly, as expected of the one favored by the King of Hell, Li Vu Qua. "We finally meet." So and the others did not expect the man before them to be the target they had been searching for, the Hell Demon King. In contrast, Vu Qua showed no fear. He raised his sword and pointed it straight at him, speaking bluntly, "If you know me, then you must also know why I came here." Without beating around the bush, Vu Qua went straight to the point. "Where is the King of Hell now?" Thien Ma laughed mockingly. I did not expect you to care so much about my useless elder brother. And he continued to sneer. What a pity that beneath that clever face lies a fool, willingly being used without even knowing it. Truly pitiful. Vu Qua understood every word he said, yet together they made little sense. He frowned and asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Thien Ma rested the scythe on his shoulder and countered. For him you traveled through the myriad worlds, saved living beings, searched for the book of life and death, did so many things. In the end, what did you gain? He glanced at the familiar faces standing beside him. Countless images of the girls who had once been close to him surfaced in Vu Qua's mind, and Thien Ma's cold voice echoed in his ears. Your important friends, the women you love. When the mission is completed, even if you are unwilling, you will be forced to part and step into another world. Lost and regained, regained and lost. An endless cycle. In the end, only loneliness remains. Continued in that tone to sow discord. You treat him as a friend, but in his eyes you are only a tool, not even as good as a stable hand. Finally, Thien Ma emphasized, is someone like that worth risking your life for? He began to tempt Vu Qua, but I am different. As long as you submit to me, I will let all those people return to your side. You can remain together forever without separation. Rebuilding the myriad worlds for you only means a few strangers disappearing. You lose nothing yet gain everything you cherish. What do you say? Sure enough, those tempting words caused Vu Qua to waver. Seeing the situation turning bad, the others hurried to persuade him. Senior, do not be shaken. If it were us, it would also be hard to choose. But if Senior rebels, then no one will be able to stop the Hell Demon King. So panicked and shouted to pull him back to reality. Uncle. Cold sweat poured down Quan Tai's face as she looked at him worriedly. Young master. Tai Mai stood frozen, her face pale with panic, unable to utter a word. Vu Qua's face darkened as he ground his teeth and spoke word by word. You are. Thien Ma thought his plan had succeeded, the corner of his mouth curling up smugly. In the very next second, Vu Qua pointed a finger at him and cursed outright. What the hell are you thinking? He continued coldly. That old man may not be any good, but he is still better than you. You even dare to harm your own brother. I do not believe a single word you say. Thien Ma merely curled his lips in disdain and muttered, stubborn and blind. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and unleashed a surge of power, declaring coldly, then there is no need to hold back. That surge of power shot straight toward Kai Dat's group. Dailu, in his grasp, suddenly showed signs of waking up. Vu Qua and So cried out in alarm at the same time. Daila, Sister Daila. Vu Qua could no longer hold back. He poured all his strength into a sword strike and roared, what are you going to do to her? He fixed his gaze on the blazing red barrier surrounding Thien Ma and gathered all his strength to strike straight at it. But in the blink of an eye, he was blasted away by the rebounding force. Fortunately, Vu Qua was still able to land safely. However, when he looked down, he discovered that the blade in his hand had shattered into pieces. Sight left him in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Sun Moon Blade, it has broken. Seeing this, Thien Ma laughed mockingly. A mere mortal cultivator dares to challenge this king. Truly ridiculous. Even so, his determination to save Daila did not waver. Vu Qua pointed at him and warned, if you dare touch a single hair on her head, I will never let you go. At that moment, Kai Dat and Tiu Kayat also woke up. She looked around in panic and asked, where is this? Were we not at the inn? While he asked in confusion, where is the director? Who are these people? Kai Dat observed everyone's clothing and speculated, are we filming a Xianxia drama? Her words embarrassed Tiu Kayat, who quickly changed his tone to flatter. An international big director is indeed different. Even the games are far more advanced. Seeing Thien Ma standing not far away, she excitedly asked and even boasted, you are the MC, right? As agreed, we got you drunk. Tiu Kayat shamelessly added, our Dailu is an international best actress after all. If more people are involved, the pay must increase. It made Thien Ma, who was in the midst of battle, unable to endure it any longer as he shouted, shut up. He was seen lightly raising his hand and chanting a spell. In the blink of an eye, Tiu Kayat and Kai Dat were lifted into the air. What is going on? Even at this moment, Kai Dat had not realized the danger, still exclaiming in surprise, are special effects this advanced now? But when shriveled hands appeared in midair, all the astonishment instantly vanished. The two struggled desperately. They could not escape and were finally seized by those hands amid agonized screams. This is not a prop, it is real. In the end, both vanished into the air, leaving behind only their echoing cries for help. After a moment of stunned silence, Vu Qua finally came to his senses and asked, What exactly was that thing? In that instant, both I and So could not help but gape in shock. It was truly terrifying. Seeing everyone shaken by his power, Didnt seized the chance to flaunt his strength and warned, "Listen well. Those who follow me live. Those who oppose me die. Anyone who refuses to surrender will be thrown straight into the 19th level of hell." Hearing that, Vuquo frowned and repeated, "19th level of hell." Even So asked in confusion, "Is hell not supposed to have only 18 levels?" At that moment, Truong Na Chai, the only cultivator present, spoke up to explain that in the scriptures the 19th level is recorded as the ultimate punishment for souls. He could not hide his shiver as he recalled the descriptions of a world filled with floating souls and skulls everywhere. Then continued in a trembling voice, "That place has no mountains of blades or seas of fire, yet it is even more terrifying than the 18 levels of hell, because their time is completely frozen. There is no day or night, no end at all." Mentioning this, he remembered the mountains of skulls described in the texts and added, "Souls never dissipate and never have hope. That is eternal damnation." Seeing someone had already explained it for him, Didnt did not bother to elaborate. He stared at Vuquo and said coldly, "Since you are so stubborn, let the woman you love most go down there to wait for you first." After speaking, he waved his hand again and lifted Dilo into the air. Finally, he chanted an incantation and forcefully pushed her toward the black hole in the sky, shouting, "Go." Seeing that scene, Vuquo could not stand still. He rushed into battle while shouting, "Quan Tiet, So help me." Just a moment, Dila's body was dragged close to the mouth of the hole. Just like Kai Dat and Tiu Kayat earlier, strange hands slowly emerged from the hole, scrambling to grab her. The sensation of being torn and pulled made Dila writhe in pain as she woke up. It hurts. But the moment she opened her eyes and saw the horrifying scene, she instinctively screamed. This time, Quan Tiet and So were coordinating with Vuquo to desperately save her. Seeing her awake, he immediately reassured, "Do not be afraid, we will definitely save you." Immediately, the two girls did not hesitate and chanted in unison, bonded heart spell. They poured all their strength together with him and shouted, forcing cracks to appear in the barrier around Didnt. Seizing the chance to rush in, Vuquo quickly reached toward Dilo and called out, "Dila, grab me." The moment she saw him, it was as if she had seized a lifeline. She cried out joyfully through tears, "Vuquo." After a fierce struggle, he finally managed to grasp her hand. Only then did Dila manage to ask, "Vuquo, what exactly is happening? What are these ghostly hands?" But before she could finish, he cut her off. "Leave here first. I will explain later." Vuquo continued to strain to pull her away from the black hole's suction, but those hands refused to let go. In a moment of carelessness, one hand seized her ankle and dragged her back. At that very instant, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared in midair, far larger than the other hands in the hole. Before he could react, he was grabbed by that hand. Seeing this, Dila cried out in panic, "Vuquo." Yet he resolutely pushed her toward safety. "Do not worry about me, go quickly." In the struggle, a jade in his pocket accidentally slipped out. Below, the girls, anxious to the extreme, called out together, "Uncle, young master, Li Vuquo." At the same time, the jade fell heavily to the ground. It shattered instantly into countless fragments, yet those fragments seemed alive, slowly flying toward the people around. One fragment quickly shot straight into Dila's forehead. Another fragment chose Tight Kiu. The next two fragments entered the foreheads of Dinh Tran and Ngayat Tran, respectively. Final fragment also flew toward Tight Kiu. In just a moment, So suddenly remembered everything, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Vuquo and said, "I remember now, uncle. So we have known each other for a long time." Ngayat Tran and Dinh Tran also recognized each other at the same time. They looked at one another to confirm, "You are elder sister, yes, I am Dinh Tran, and you are Ngayat Tran." Finally, it was Dila. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him and choked out, "Vuquo, I remember it all. I have remembered everything." Fragments of memories about the identity of Nap Lan Mong gradually surfaced in her mind. Nap Lan Mong is me, Maki Sa is me, Dailu is also me. Not only that, Maki Sa's memories also returned clearly. Only now did she understand. The one he loved from beginning to end had always been me. That moment, Dila painfully realized what had troubled her for so long. He had never forgotten me. It was I who forgot everything about him. I was truly foolish. Tight Kiu tried to hold back her tears while reminding everyone, "Stop crying. If we do not go save that brat, he will surely die." Dila suddenly asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Only then did Tight Kiu introduce herself. "I am Tight Kiu." From above, Dinh observed everything He found their feelings utterly ridiculous. It seems these women have all recovered their memories. What a touching scene. After saying that, he grew even more frenzied, raising his staff high and declaring, "Then I will help you a little more. All of you go down to hell and reunite together." As soon as his words fell, Didnt immediately channeled demonic power and tore open a massive spatial rift on the ground. Right after that, a white skeletal foot stepped out from the rift. Ghost Dragon appeared in a ferocious form, its red eyes already locked onto its prey. Next, Ghost Guardian spread the wings on its back, ready to charge at any moment. At the same time, Ghost Chariot emerged behind, stretching its thick neck to threaten the group before it. Ghost Ru joined in beside them, gripping a gigantic mace and ready to smash anyone it disliked. The situation turned in an instant. Vu Qua's group was tightly surrounded by the ghosts, completely falling into a passive position on the enemy's ground. The others could not help but falter before such disparity. "Senior, we are finished. We are no match for these nether beasts at all. What should we do?" Only Dila stepped forward before everyone and declared firmly, "Vu Qua will not die." Tears kept falling. She never lost faith. "I believe in Vu Qua. Whether it is the 19th level of hell or anything else, none of it can defeat him." The more she spoke, the more resolute she became. "Before, he always pulled me up from countless desperate situations, accomplished me, saved me. This time it is my turn to save him." Her courage strengthened everyone's will. "Now is when Uncle needs us most. We must not retreat, you scoundrel, you must live." The others were also fired up and shouted along, "Young master, hold on. We are coming to save you." The people standing below could not help but sigh in admiration at the sight. Senior truly has too many confidants willing to risk life and death for him. It is truly enviable. Dinh Cao watched Vu Qua's fiancée rush forward for him without hesitation and secretly admired her, muttering in his heart, "If only Ku Nuong treated me like that, this life of mine as a dog would be worth it." Men immediately surged with fighting spirit and shouted, "Brothers, we are 7-foot men. How can we lose to women?" Hearing that, the women retorted at once, "So what if we are women? We are not necessarily inferior to men. Sisters, charge, kill." In the end, all of them threw themselves forward with full force, determined to wipe out these vicious demons. That Ghost Dragon merely needed to lash its tail, and it sent all of them flying. The situation was completely uneven. Dinh Cao immediately rushed up to support them, shouting, "Little girls, step aside, leave this place to me." With a single simple strike, he easily shattered several of Ghost Dragon's bones. Ghost Guardian refused to stand and wait for death. It beat its enormous wings. A violent gale instantly blew away the men who had just been shouting, the wind terrifyingly fierce. Quan Taiet sternly chanted, "Blood art 10,000 rock," and summoned Phoenix. He pointed toward Ghost Fox and shouted a single word, "Freeze." Countless ice boulders, large and small, shot straight forward with the incantation. Before Ghost Fox could resist, it was frozen into a massive block of ice. On the other side, Dai Lo and Tight Kiu also succeeded in suppressing Ghost King. These creatures only look imposing. In truth, they are not as frightening as imagined. So-So's side also faced no great danger. By joining forces, they could completely eliminate Ghost Serpent. Trung Star will surely win. But man proposes and heaven disposes. Cracks suddenly appeared in the ice imprisoning Ghost Tiger. It shattered entirely, and Ghost Tiger broke free with savage ferocity. Just when everyone thought victory was assured, Ghost Tiger suddenly roared fiercely. The dreadful sound swept like a storm, knocking down everyone nearby. Even Ghost Ru seized the chance to erupt with power and break free from the restraints, causing Tight Kiu, who was casting her spell, to suffer a violent backlash. At the same time, Dila was also blasted away by the residual force. Not willing to fall behind, Ghost Serpent also charged into the battle. It swung its long tail fiercely, directly sending So-So's group flying. Seeing Vu Qua and his companions injured, Ghost Dragon took the opportunity to attack the townspeople. Not long after, Ghost Fox also freed itself and flew over to join it. Witnessing this, those who had just been full of determination faltered, supporting one another as they discussed, "We cannot hold on anymore. It seems today we truly die here." The four ghosts saw that their opponents had nearly lost their fighting strength and gathered together, preparing to deliver a final blow. At that very moment, a strange gust of wind swept past. Before anyone could react, 4 thunderous explosions rang out. Even the 4 ghosts could not respond in time. They only stood frozen as the gust pierced through them. Immediately after, all 4 were swallowed in a violent explosion. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. secretly guessing in unison who could be so powerful. Their eyes fixed on the figure behind the smoke, speculating and rejoicing at once. The demons have been driven back as our reinforcements arrive. Lila seemed to realize something, her eyes lighting up as she cried out joyfully, "Vu quoi?" At that moment he slowly stepped out of the smoke, and upon seeing her he asked at once, "Did I come too late?" Only Thenma refused to believe it. He glared at him and muttered, "Impossible. Since ancient times no one has ever crawled out of the 19th level of hell." Soso's group now saw clearly and cheered together. It truly is Vu quoi. Even someone as serious as Thang Huck could not help but smile and call out senior. Truong and Chai beamed, as if meeting a long-lost relative, and laughed loudly. Senior has returned. Soso ignored her image and rushed forward to hug him tightly, saying, "Vu quoi, I knew you would be fine." And Gayat Tran pretended to scold, "You hateful man. You nearly scared me to death just now." Vu quoi hurriedly soothed them. "Do not cry. Each of you is about to turn into a kit." Even now he still joked, "Are you all so unwilling to part with me? Even if I die, I will reincarnate and return to find you." Hearing that, Soso and Ngayat Tran immediately scolded in unison, "Hateful. You still have the mood to joke." Amid the reunion, Tula suddenly noticed something wrong and asked worriedly, "Young master, your hair." Thang Huck followed her gaze and immediately realized, explaining sternly, "That is a sign of the 5 decays of a celestial." As soon as he said it, everyone asked in confusion, "What does 5 decays of a celestial mean?" Thang Huck grew serious and explained that it is a phenomenon that appears before a cultivator dies. In his mind surfaced records he had read, clothes filthy, hair withered, sweat streaming from the armpits, the body rotting, outwardly normal, yet once the signs appear the inside is already decayed, beyond saving, only waiting for death. Inkao added, "The 5 decays of a celestial are not caused by bodily injury, but by the mind suffering an immense blow." He stared at Vu quoi and asked curiously, "Brat, what exactly did you experience in there?" Thenma, who had been silent, suddenly laughed with delight. "I thought you had some great ability. In the end, you are still just waiting to die." His gaze turned contemptuous as he said, "The 19th level of hell is also called the hell of eternal calamity. Only a few minutes pass outside, but inside tens of thousands of years have gone by." Knowing that place better than anyone, he declared confidently, "Time stands still. Eternal disaster never changes. Let alone mortal cultivators, even immortals would collapse." Like a hypocritical elder offering advice, Thenma said, "Though I do not know how you escaped, now you are still a dying man. If it were me, I would hurry and end it myself to avoid the agony of rotting away." Hearing this, the girls who had just rejoiced immediately fell into extreme panic. Vu quoi. In contrast, he remained unusually calm. "Do not be sad. Everyone dies eventually. As long as our hearts still turn toward one another, no matter how many reincarnations, we will find each other." After speaking, Vu quoi looked up at Thenma and declared firmly, "But before I die, I will certainly eliminate a demon like you." Hearing that, he shouted angrily, arrogant words. Immediately after, he borrowed force from the wall to spring forward, charged straight toward Vu quoi, the scythe in his hand dancing through the air as he roared in fury, "Let me personally send you on your way." His eyes were filled with killing intent, his lips constantly moving as he chanted. In the next instant, from the air appeared a dense swarm of venomous snakes. Their eyes glowed crimson as they locked onto him, their long, twisted tongues flicking in and out, undisguised hunger written plainly across their faces. Vu quoi did not waver in the slightest. He swiftly took a stance of attack and defense, murmuring an incantation while replying calmly, "If you want to eat me, you will have to see whether you have that ability." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum, his figure shooting straight into the air. Immediately after, he drew a whip from his storage space. Vu quoi swung the whip and shouted, "Go!" 2 intertwined streams of red and blue power burst forth at once. The blue current rapidly condensed, transforming into a majestic water dragon. The red current blazed fiercely, turning into a mighty fire dragon. 2 dragons took shape in midair and roared in unison, displaying their dominance. Not stopping there, they fused into one and coiled tightly around Thenma. Vu quoi immediately commanded, 9 nether profound ice, true netherworld flame." The 2 dragons instantly spewed blazing fire and countless sharp ice crystals. Yet even that was not enough to bring down Thenma. After a brief shock, he roared and drove his demonic power, shattering the encirclement of the twin dragons, making them howl in pain before being flung away. Moments later, the two dragons dissipated and reverted into their original streams of energy. In the end, they transformed back into the whip and returned to Vu Qua's hand, withdraw. Though he broke free, Thenma no longer looked smug. He muttered in disbelief, how could this be? Nearly half of his face was scorched. He ground his teeth and roared, you are only a mortal cultivator. How can you possess such terrifying power? Only then did he notice the weapon in Vu Qua's hand and cry out in shock, that is Zoizima. The two ghost soldiers were also stunned. The Demon King's weapon has never left her side. How could the Demon King fail to recognize her own weapon? Seizing the opportunity, Vu Qua declared coldly, because she is not the real Demon King at all. The moment the words fell, everyone present, whether righteous or evil, cried out in shock, what? Without further explanation, Vu Qua quickly took out a radiant crystal. No one knew what method he used. In the blink of an eye, brilliant light enveloped the crystal and caused it to expand. Last, the crystal vanished, revealing a girl sealed within. At a glance, her appearance was almost identical to the Demon King wreaking havoc in the sky. The ghost soldiers stared wide-eyed and shouted in alarm, Demon King, why are there two Demon Kings? Which one is real? That moment, the real Demon King faced Thenma and challenged him coldly. You stole my identity and cast me into the hell of eternal calamity. You did not expect me to survive and return, did you? The girls could not hide their shock either and asked together, Vu Qua, what is going on? Seeing their confusion as expected, Vu Qua did not conceal the truth and explained. Before the King of Hell was imprisoned, the Demon King had already been replaced by her and locked into the hell of eternal calamity. I met her there. Demon King immediately continued. Fortunately, I sealed myself within the 3 lives stone to preserve my primordial spirit, waiting for this day to expose the impostor. Yet contrary to their expectations, Thenma burst into laughter. His laughter grew louder and louder, filled with madness. He calmly admitted, so what if I am exposed? The grand trend is set. The entire underworld lies in my hands. Today all of you will be buried here. The two ghost soldiers shouted angrily, who exactly are you, daring to impersonate the Demon King and disrupt the underworld? This is a grave crime against heavenly law. Response, Thenma only cast a disdainful and confident gaze. Unfortunately, your heavenly laws cannot restrain me. The crowd below could not help but curse inwardly. What arrogance! Could he not belong to the 3 realms? Seeing his insolence, Vu Qua stepped forward to provoke him. Wearing someone else's face for so long, are you not tired? You have spoken all this time, and I still have not seen your true face. Or is it too ugly to reveal? Daila also sensed something amiss and asked, Vu Qua, do you know him? He replied gently, not only me, you all know him as well. He is an old acquaintance of ours. Frowned at Thenma and asked directly, Supreme Venerable, leader of the Radiant Sect, Sun God too, they were all you, were they not? Now he no longer bothered to hide and admitted with a cold laugh, as expected of someone who has crossed hands with me many times, you are indeed more intelligent than your kind. But his gaze soon turned icy. Unfortunately, you are wrong about one point. Those were merely avatars of my true self. Cracks like spiderwebs spread rapidly across Thenma's face. Covering it entirely, he smiled and said, if today is the end, letting you see my true appearance does not matter. With that, his face shattered, and Thenma's body began to transform. Smooth skin turned rough and grotesque, his limbs elongated with sharp claws, his face twisted like a monster from the deep sea. Seeing that form, So suppressed her nausea and cried out, what kind of monster is that? So ugly, Dailo also nodded. She had never seen such a disgusting demon. But Thien Cao noticed something unusual. There was no demonic aura on him, nor did he resemble an ancient great demon. Qua immediately explained, he is not a creature of our planet. Of course he has no demonic aura. Daila asked in shock, is he an alien? So recalled films she had seen and nodded, I know, an alien. Hearing their discussion, Thenma laughed scornfully. The crude name of you humans is an insult to my true self. Stared at Vu Qua and declared arrogantly, my true self is a celestial demon from beyond the domains, from a planet far more ancient than your world. Vu Qua showed no fear and exposed him bluntly. Though your identity differs in each world, what you do is always the same. You seize the energy that rightfully belongs to that world. He pointed straight at him and demanded, what is your true purpose? Thenma replied with disdain and a lazy tone, arrogant ants like you possess a beautiful planet, yet only fight for power and slaughter one another, plunging the world into endless calamity. He bared his sharp teeth and said coldly, since you do not know how to cherish it, You are unworthy to enjoy the resources of this planet. At this point, Thien Ma no longer concealed anything, mentioning the blue planet he had observed from space. From billions of years ago, we have sought many times to take over this place. But when the celestial demon clan invaded Earth, they encountered the ancestors of humanity. He sighed and admitted, unfortunately, your ancestors, though foolish, possessed a power called cultivation. No one knew what happened afterward. Earth developed a sturdy protective barrier that enraged Thien Ma. They sealed this place. Not even a shortcut could be found. But now he laughed with delight. Fortunately, the age of spiritual decline has arrived. The seal has gradually weakened. I was the first to infiltrate and have found a way to break it. As he spoke, Thien Ma condensed an energy sphere in his hand and boasted, once I gather enough energy, I can contact my kin and completely take over this world. He angrily pointed at Vu Qua and roared, it is all because of you. Time and again you have ruined my plans. But the underworld ghost envoys paid him no mind and shouted, enough nonsense, imposter. Where have you imprisoned the demon king? Release her at once, or we will make you wish for death. The more he thought about that stubborn old man, the angrier he became. No matter how he interrogated him, he refused to hand over the key of myriad realms. Since he was so obstinate, keeping him alive was only a waste of time. The demon king briefly revealed a trace of unease. My elder brother, could something have happened to him? Vu Qua turned to analyze the situation, seriously telling Tai Mai that this man was able to kill the king of hell, which proved his strength was already on par with the divine race. He believed that recklessly fighting without strategy was not a long-term plan. Previously, it was because he had underestimated the enemy. Now he could not let everyone continue to risk their lives in vain. After speaking, Vu Qua took the initiative to stay behind to hold off the heavenly demon, telling Tai Mai to immediately lead everyone out of the underworld to seek help from Ku Nuon. But she opposed it, because if everyone retreated then, he alone would have even less chance of winning. However, he had already calculated carefully. This might be the final battle to end everything. If things truly went wrong, he would drag the opponent into eternal hell to buy time for everyone. After hearing that, the heavenly demon laughed smugly. It seemed you had finally realized the gap between us. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Before absolute power, all resistance was meaningless. Without a word of warning, he immediately charged at Vu Qua to attack. Even if he could not find the key of myriad realms, just your flesh and blood would be enough to open the passage. And when my brothers descend upon this place, they will turn it into a true hell. In contrast, he felt no fear at all. Instead, he found the other side arrogance ridiculous. You are ugly yet still dream beautifully. I will not let you have your way. Immediately afterward, the two rushed into combat, clashing head-on without hesitation. Battle was extremely fierce. Their strengths were evenly matched, causing a stalemate with no clear victor. Seizing the moment when Vu Qua revealed a flaw, the heavenly demon suddenly unleashed a strange purple beam of light. He had no time to defend, took a heavy hit, and was blasted far away. At this point, the situation seemed decided. That move of the heavenly demon had left Vu Qua severely injured. As he prepared to unleash the final strike to finish his opponent, Tai Mai suddenly rushed forward, using her body to shield Vu Qua while shouting for him to be careful. She directly took the blow in his place. Tai Mai collapsed unconscious. Vu Qua panicked and could not suppress his worry as he cried out her name. The group behind showed no hesitation. All of them spoke in unison. Vu Qua, we will come help you. Young men on the other side were no less determined, shouting loudly that we are here as well. As soon as the words ended, all of them rushed toward Vu Qua without the slightest delay. The person in front was followed by the next. Those behind placed their hands on the shoulders of the ones before them. Though their individual strength was not outstanding, each of them poured out everything to transmit more energy to him. Faced with that scene, he could not help but be astonished. Yet he immediately seized the opportunity, accepting the power everyone bestowed upon him to resist the heavenly demon. When the situation temporarily stabilized, Vu Qua finally had time to turn back and look at those behind him with deeply moved eyes. Dyla spoke first and did not allow him to open his mouth. Vu Qua once said we would never be separated, so continued that was right. After finally gathering together, how could we abandon you and flee? The other confidants echoed that he should not even think of driving them away. The rest were equally determined to contribute. We seniors are not cowards. Do not look down on us. If we live together. If we die together. Hearing those heartfelt words, Vu Qua could only give a bitter smile. Truly a group of foolish people. Even so, the heavenly demon was not the least bit afraid. On your planet, there is a saying that the overall situation is already decided. No matter how many more people join, the result will not change. After speaking, he tensed his body. Countless tentacles grew from his back and transformed into different shapes. The head of each tentacle branched into many smaller limbs, resembling strange flowers blooming. Quickly shot forward and tightly wrapped around the group on Vu Qua's side, causing them extreme pain. The tightening force grew stronger and easily restrained everyone. How could this be? In the age of Dharma decline, how could there be such terrifying power? Before he could even enjoy it, a streak of light suddenly tore through the air from somewhere. That streak of light pierced straight into the heavenly demon, catching him off guard and forcing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Those who had just been freed from the tentacles immediately turned back to assist and continued fighting. The heavenly demon clutched his body in discomfort, his face filled with repeated shock. How could this be? In the age of Dharma decline, how could there be such power? The human side collectively raised their heads. Before their eyes appeared an extremely important figure, along with guards standing solemnly on both sides. As soon as the Demon King saw that person, he was overjoyed. It was the Heavenly Emperor. Ku Nuang finally appeared as well behind a faint pink mist. As soon as she appeared, she looked at the Heavenly Demon with disdain. The arrogant fool is you. The spiritual power of the three realms surges like the sea. Even in the age of Dharma decline, it is more than enough to deal with an outworld thief like you. The Heavenly Court faction was greatly encouraged upon seeing her. It truly is Ku Nuang. Even the Heavenly Emperor was summoned by you. This moment the Heavenly Emperor clarified the truth. Your ancestors have coveted me for a long time and repeatedly probed. In the past, we showed mercy and did not wish to pursue you to the end, yet you still refused to let go. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a fatal strike toward the heavenly demon. Today let her end all of this enmity. Only then did the heavenly demon truly feel fear, repeatedly begging for mercy. Do not. I know I was wrong. I promise I will not invade your territory again. Please spare me. No matter how he pleaded, in the very next moment, the heavenly demon was still burned to ashes by the heavenly emperor. After settling everything, the heavenly emperor turned to thank Ku Nuang. If not for your timely warning, this outworld thief would have caused even more trouble. However, she arrogantly replied, you old men think that after becoming gods, you only need to enjoy yourselves. In terms of strength, I am not inferior to you. If you do not take the position as ruler of the three realms, then I do not mind bearing it. Hearing that, cold sweat broke out on the heavenly emperor's forehead. He hurriedly responded, yes, yes, yes. When I return, I will certainly rectify and review everything. After speaking, he immediately slipped away. We withdraw. After exhausting all his strength to hold on, Vu Qua finally could not endure any longer and coughed up a mouthful of blood. So and Dai Lo immediately ran over to support him, anxiously calling out Senior Vu Qua. Dai Lo's eyes were red as she placed all her hope on Ku Nuang. Even the heavenly emperor could be invited. Surely you have a way to save Vu Qua. But even she shook her head helplessly. The 5 signs of celestial decay have appeared. Even immortals would find it difficult to save him. The Demon King suddenly thought of another method. Right now there is only one way. The two behind hurriedly asked what method it was and urged her to speak. She answered in a low voice, take him to eternal hell, where time is almost frozen, even if he is unconscious like a dying man. Only that can temporarily preserve his life. However, Vu Qua wanted to give up and accept fate. I was originally just an ordinary novelist. Being able to meet all of you and experience such a turbulent life is already enough. Living like a dead man is worse than truly dying. Hearing that, so fiercely objected, I do not want you to die. You once said you would always take care of us. You lied. Dai Lo sobbed uncontrollably. Vu Qua, if you die, I cannot live either. Even in exhaustion, he still tried to speak. I want everyone to live and live happily every day. Even if life and death separate us, my love will always remain by your side. Girls supported Vu Qua as they led him away, sobbing and calling his name, tears falling without end. After a while, everyone had returned to the Hall of Yama. Even after entering the hall, the girls still refused to let him off, repeatedly scolding him for always turning himself into a tragic hero. Who would want to watch such an ending? This time it was only thanks to Ku Nuang and the Heavenly Emperor appearing in time that Vu Qua and those who had sacrificed were saved. Otherwise it would truly have been a great disaster. He truly would not rest until he made others cry. The King of Hell suddenly stepped forward with a chuckle to tease him. This brat really can never give up his habit of showing off. He shot the man a glance and complained, and you still dare to speak. If it were not for you old fossil causing so much trouble, I would not be so badly injured. King of Hell laughed even more. I am this old. How could I withstand the punishment of the heavenly demon? Fortunately, everything was finally resolved. To make it up to you, I have prepared a gift. Hearing that he asked suspiciously, since when are you so kind? As he spoke, the King of Hell pulled a book from inside his robe. This is a novel written by me personally. It is also your next transmigration world. The man leaned close to Vu Qua's ear and whispered temptingly, inside are countless beauties you have never met. His eyes instantly lit up. Is that true? Seeing Vu Qua begin to harbor thoughts of taking in more women, the girls immediately flew into a rage and scolded him for being lustful. Are we not enough for you? He panicked and ran while apologizing, yet still clutched the King of Hell book tightly. My wives, spare me, I was only joking. The video ends here. If you watched until the end, do not forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment to rate the story. See you in the next videos.